Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 2261 to Chapter 2318. Xianxia's words angered the three spiritual bodies to the point that their bodies started to tremble. Now that things had come to this, Xianxia no longer thought of leaving any way out for himself. Now that things had come to this, there was no need to hide anything anymore. Everything had come to light. The three souls held and charged over ferociously, not concealing their intention to risk their lives at all. "The three of you, leave quickly." Heart King flashed and blocked them. "Your physical bodies have already been destroyed, and the power of your souls is a great supplement for the extraterrestrial demon. Leave quickly. Don't die and become this demon's supplement. Even until your death, you'll be providing him with assistance." The three souls held unwillingly and rushed out. At their level of cultivation, there was no need to persuade them again and again. Although they were clearly unwilling, Heart King was right. They would rather die and not become the demon's supplement. "Leave?" Xianxia chuckled. "If you can still leave, why would I tell you everything? You're simply naive to the extreme." He raised his right hand, and a black light shot out. That black light suddenly exploded somewhere. Then, with a boom, countless dense demonic aura surged out from the ground. In an instant, it completely covered the space. In the sky, countless demonic aura flashed and actually condensed into shining stars, shining brightly. "This is this Emperor's Demon King domain." Xianxia laughed loudly. "Since you've kowtowed to me for a generation and kowtowed to me for 1,000,000 years. First, you've been my dog for 1,000,000 years. You might as well contribute your last bit of life energy to this seat." He laughed wildly. "Heart King, Book King, Soul King, as a dog, you must have the awareness of being a dog." Xianxia laughed strangely, complacent. Everything was in his hands, and endless black demonic fog rolled out, filling the entire space. "Haha, us seven brothers are blind and deaf. We've been deceived by others and committed countless sins. Even if we die here today, it's karma, and we have no complaints." Originally, Heart King was already furious to the point where he almost couldn't control himself, but after hearing Xianxia's purely insulting words, he instead calmed down and said these words in an extremely calm tone. A large amount of blood was still flowing freely from his body. Although he had been seriously injured before, most of it was external injuries. Even though half of his body had been destroyed, it was still external injuries. Such an injury was certainly fatal for an ordinary cultivator, but for a high-level saint, it was a different matter. Especially after Heart King found out about Xianxia's true identity, he knew that it would be difficult for him to survive today. However, even though he was going to die, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. At the end of his life, he had to take revenge for the great enemy in front of him. His wish came true, and his vitality reappeared. The white holy light that was unique to high-level sages rose immediately. The speed of blood flowing on his broken body instantly slowed down. There were even many parts of his body that were gradually growing. Heart King said in a deep voice, "Xianxia, you can rest assured. None of us here will escape." He raised his head fiercely. His eyes were like an eagle's as he stared fixedly at Xianxia. His voice was indifferent but carried endless resentment. "Xianxia, you have brought us eternal shame. If you don't die, us brothers will also. Even if we die, we will regret it." The brothers said these four words together, even those three brothers who had already become soul bodies. Everyone's eyes shot out bone-chilling rays of hatred at the same time. At this moment, the hatred was deeper than the sea, the hatred was higher than the sky, and the resentment was world-shaking. That silent resentment had completely materialized at this moment. However, at this moment, Heart King's urgent words sounded in the hearts of Book King and Painting King at the same time. "No matter what method you use, you must escape. Don't argue. The few of us are already finished. There's no need to worry about our safety anymore. If you guys can't escape in the end, you will definitely be caught in one fell swoop. If you guys can't escape, this secret will be destroyed again. Then Xianxia will still be Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud. He will still be a scourge to the Heaven Imperial Court. We have already served the evil demons for millions of years previously and committed a huge mistake, creating boundless sins. Our actions have already become the biggest laughingstock in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. But after we die, we can't be allowed to go down in infamy for thousands of years. Definitely spread the news that Xianxia is a demonic evildoer. Heart King said a life and death battle with Xianxia in an impassioned manner, but at the same time, he was urging his brothers to lead with all his might. This was precisely Heart King's unique method, Heartgate transmission. Heart King was ranked first among the 7 great guards precisely because no one could match his scheming. In the past, he had designed countless arrangements and schemes, burying too many of Ink Cloud Sky's opponents. Today, Heart King's final scheme was used on the number 1 person in Ink Cloud Sky, and the reason why Heart King would do this was actually very simple. Xianxia's cultivation base was far higher than theirs. No matter if it was a secret message or a soul power transmission, it would definitely be intercepted by Xianxia, and Xianxia would discover their true intentions and movements. Only by pacifying Xianxia's heart and secretly plotting would there be a glimmer of hope, and such an opportunity would only come once missed, the outcome would be eternal damnation. No one would be able to get out, there would be no more hope. Fight to the death? You said you want to fight to the death with me? Xianxia laughed wildly and looked at Heart King mockingly. With just you, these defeated soldiers? Heart King slowly raised his remaining right hand, his expression solemn. That's right, with just us, we want to drag you to the grave with us. His body and face suddenly shone with white holy light. It suddenly enveloped his badly damaged body, and for a moment, the brilliance was dazzling and indescribable. His entire person was bathed in the white holy light, as if a god had descended to earth. The white light on his body even continued to spread outwards. Heart King's voice slowly sounded. Brothers for millions of years, life and death, honor and disgrace, how many difficulties do we face? Walking through the pugilistic world, hand in hand to enter the Yellow Springs. Living together as companions, dying as a pile of bodies will also be peaceful. Today, the heavenly imperial court is getting rid of the demon. Why should we cherish this life for the heavens? Book King and Painting King stood upright, their expressions solemn as they responded loudly, yes. The 3 kings who had already become spiritual bodies also had calm expressions on their faces. Heart King smiled carefreely and said gently, in life, one relied on one's strength. Who can judge this body after it's dead? One's chest is filled with righteousness, to hell with the reputation. The brothers suddenly laughed in unison. What Big Brother said makes sense, to hell with the reputation. Ha 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 ha, brothers, let's all come together. Heart King laughed loudly and opened his arms. Come with me. Even if we die and our souls are destroyed, we can't become nourishment for the heavenly demon. We have already made enough mistakes, this is the last time, we can't make any more mistakes, and we can't miss it. He opened his arms and opened his mouth, the 3 spiritual bodies laughed boldly. Big Brother, today, the 3 of us brothers will enter the Yellow Springs before you. Although we are ashamed in this life, we have a clear conscience. Xianxia was furious. Scoundrels, how dare you? He never thought that those 3 guards whose physical bodies were destroyed would actually do such a thing in order to avoid being swallowed by him. However, by the time he confirmed it, it was already too late. The spiritual bodies of the 3 kings exploded at the same time without hesitation, instantly turning into 3 streaks of white smoke and rushing into Heart King's wide-open mouth. Heart King's expression was calm and peaceful. He opened his mouth wide without any ill feelings, allowing the souls of his brothers to turn into pure energy and rush into his mouth. However, tears were pouring down from his eyes. What the 3 kings did was equivalent to giving up everything they had. In order not to become nourishment for the heavenly demon, they directly scattered the last of their primordial spirits and turned it into the purest energy in the world, rushing into their big brother's body, rushing into his meridians, and turning into cultivation. The 3 of them actually didn't hesitate at all and acted immediately. It was also because of this that even someone as high as Xianxia couldn't stop them. The white light on Heart King's body suddenly expanded 10 times in an instant. The injuries on his body were completely healed at this moment as if miraculously. He slowly stretched out his left hand that had recovered and opened his 5 fingers. He looked at it attentively and said, Heavenly Demon, are you very disappointed in the current situation? Are you very surprised? Xianxia looked at Heart King angrily and roared, Bastard, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Yuan Tianjia couldn't stop the spiritual bodies from making their own choices. Because his demon king domain was still being set up. Even if it was completed, it couldn't stop them from making their own choices willingly. Forcefully swallowing was always an external force, willingly offering, but being able to instill all the energy in one's body into the target, this method of harming oneself to benefit others was understood by all advanced cultivators. However, those who would do this were 1 in 10,000. No, even if there were millions and millions of people, no one would be willing to do it. However, today, at this moment, there were 3 people who were willing to offer at the same time, just to use their last bit of strength to help one person. There wasn't even the slightest bit of hesitation in the entire process. Yuan Tianjia could only watch as the powerful spiritual bodies of the 3 kings all turned into the purest energy that he coveted, and then disappeared into the mouths of others. Heart King smiled faintly. His eyes were full of deep meaning as he looked at Book King and Painting King. He said softly, 2 brothers, you should also be on your way. Book King and Painting King looked up to the sky and howled sorrowfully. As the 2 kings howled sorrowfully, Heart King had already made his next move at lightning speed. However, his next move was even more unexpected. He actually grabbed the vital part of his chest, tore open his own flesh, and grabbed his own heart. Under everyone's shocked gazes, his heart, which had already become crystal clear, was still beating powerfully. Heart King had cultivated his heart all his life. At this moment, he had already reached the peak state of Heart of 7 Orifices. However, he didn't hesitate to crush his own heart that he had cultivated all his life. Yuan Tianjia was more than just disappointed. It was simply burning from the inside out. Heart King destroyed his unique Heart of 7 Orifices before the battle. It was equivalent to turning all of his cultivation, all of his energy, all of his soul, all of his spiritual energy and all of his consciousness into the purest battle energy. At this moment, his cultivation had increased by 3 times out of thin air. Everything had been turned into the energy of this battle. That was not all. The key was that as long as the battle ended, regardless of victory or defeat, Heart King's body, mind, soul and original spirit would all vanish. Not a single trace would remain in this world. Not to mention any energy would be devoured by the enemy. A king of a generation sacrificed all of his cultivation just for this battle. Yuan Tianjia roared and flew over, overflowing with killing intent. The person he hated the most now was no longer the Book King. It was the Heart King, Xian Wuhan. He had almost completely destroyed all of his hopes in front of his own eyes. In Yuan Tianjia's understanding, what Heart King said to Crazy Book Painting King was to let Crazy Book Painting King follow the example of the 3 kings who had already sacrificed themselves. Like them, he would also explode his original soul and let Heart King devour it. Then, he would have a final battle with Yuan Tianjia. And this was undoubtedly something that Yuan Tianjia could not tolerate. Not only did his cultivation not improve greatly during this training, but because he forcefully counterattacked Crazy Book's invasion and suffered the explosion of his original spirit, he also consumed a lot of his life potential to destroy the 4 kings' physical bodies. Don't look at how powerful he was now. After a short while, his cultivation would decrease sharply. Originally, the 3 kings' original spirits were his best means to replenish himself. He didn't expect Heart King and the 3 kings to be so resolute and decisive, completely destroying his hope. And the remaining Crazy Book and Painting King was already Yuan Tianjia's last hope. No matter what, he couldn't be schemed against by Heart King. Naturally, he had to launch an attack immediately and not give Heart King a chance to devour. In the face of Yuan Tianjia's storm-like attacks, Heart King actually didn't dodge at all. Just like that, he directly rushed over without any tricks. When he rushed over, he took one last look at his 2 remaining brothers from the corner of his eye. Book King, Painting King, brothers, please take care. We won't meet again. He couldn't say anything else. If he said one more word, all of their plans would be exposed. As for what Yuan Tianji thought, it was no longer important. The more he attacked him, the easier it would be for his 2 brothers to escape, and all of his emotions, all of his blessings, all of his hopes, all of them stopped at the corner of his eyes. Perhaps he didn't even have the time to express them, or perhaps he had already expressed them thoroughly. As for the rest, he couldn't care less. Heart King Xian Wuhan had already clashed head-on with Yuan Tianjia. Heart King suddenly let out a bitter laugh and said with a long sigh, "This king has let down Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor." I am ashamed to face Xiao. I hate that I couldn't go to the purple clouds and fight the heavenly demon together. Zihao, take today's battle as my apology to you. Yuan Tianjia's attack was like a violent storm, mixed with destructive power, crazily hitting Heart King. Heart King's face was calm. He used all his power to entangle Yuan Tianjia. He didn't fight back or resist, but only used his own cultivation to entangle Yuan Tianjia as much as possible, firmly entangling him. If you guys still don't leave, the 5 of us won't die in peace. This was the last sentence that Heart King left behind. Then, without any warning, there was an explosion. This explosion was really earth-shattering, like the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods. Heart King showed all of his fighting posture, showing his unbounded determination to take revenge, but from the beginning to the end, he didn't fight with Yuan Tianjia at all. It was when his strength was at its best and strongest. He resolutely self-destructed, because Heart King clearly knew that even if the 3 kings' original spirits were all instilled, even if he gave it his all, he was still not Yuan Tianjia's opponent. After a million years of understanding, no one was clearer than them about the strength of this heavenly emperor Mo Yun. In the end, he would still die in battle. Then, why not self-destruct when he was at his strongest? Only this way could he deal the most direct and thorough blow to Yuan Tianjia. Self-destruct at this time, the power was enough to seriously injure Yuan Tianjia. Moreover, the most important and most crucial thing was that this explosion could completely tear apart the Devil King domain. As long as there was a gap in the Devil King domain and Yuan Tianjia was seriously injured, then the painting and calligraphy kings would have a chance to escape. Letting the painting and calligraphy kings escape was Heart King's final wish at this moment. After a loud explosion, the painting and calligraphy kings cried out, "Big brother!" Under the intense explosion, the 2 of them didn't hesitate and flew up at the same time, no matter how unwilling they were. Even though they would rather choose to fight to the death here with their brothers, but they knew their big brother's wish, they also knew their big brother's concerns. Yuan Tianjia's identity must be exposed at the first moment, otherwise, if the heavenly emperor was actually a heavenly demon, when the real battle with the heavenly demons came, Heaven Imperial Court would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. This was undoubtedly a huge responsibility that no one could bear. And their big brother also said before, "If you guys don't leave, the 5 of us won't die in peace." 5 of us. This included the chess master who died in Demon Emperor Heaven, as well as Heart King, Soul King, Flower King, and Power King here. Even if their hearts were dead, how could they let their brothers die in peace? Big brother, take care. When I'm done with this, I'll come and reunite with you guys on the day when I've slaughtered all the heavenly demons. The 2 kings felt as if their hearts were being twisted by a knife, and they were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. But they flew up with a shrill howl, risking their own bodies to bear the impact of the explosion. At the same time, they exploded with all their strength, desperately bombarding the Demon King domain with the force of the explosion. Boom! The previously indestructible Heavenly Demon King domain exploded with the sound, combining the strength of Yuan Tianjia himself, the instantaneous explosion of Heart King's cultivation, and the lifetime cultivation of Book King and Painting King. It was the Heavenly Demon King domain that was said to be unbreakable by anyone in the world. Broken, it vanished into thin air. The source of the violent explosion, with the underground as the starting point, swept out violently. In just an instant, it had already affected the entire Ink Cloud Heaven Imperial City. Boom! The entire Ink Cloud Heaven Imperial City actually flew up into the air, and instantly shattered into pieces in the air, turning into fine powder. This degree of explosion was almost equivalent to the power of Shui Leihan and Yuan Tianjia, the 2 great heavenly emperors self-destructing together. How could a small imperial city withstand it? Yuan Tianjia's million years of foundation, all his wives and concubines in the imperial palace, without any power to resist, turned into a bloody pulp in a daze. In the sky, there seemed to be a merciless flash of Heart King's clear and cold face. Those indifferent eyes seemed to sweep across this miserable scene for the last time, and disappeared in a flash. All of this was originally planned by Heart King. You killed my entire family, killed my brother's entire family. Today, even if I can't kill you, I'll bury your entire family with you. I'll let you have a taste of the wonderful feeling of having your entire family annihilated and living alone, under such a violent explosion. Don't think that any of your demon children can survive. Chu Yang will only kill you, but I, Xian Wuhan, will destroy your entire family. Yuan Tianjia, don't think that you'll have a good life from now on. Although you've harmed my entire life, from now on, as long as you're not dead, don't think that you'll forget me for even a moment. I'm Heart King, Xian Wuhan, Book King and Painting King roared wildly. At the same time, they spat out a mouthful of fresh blood with pieces of their internal organs. With a flash in the sky, they disappeared without a trace. In a place filled with smoke, a few drops of clear tears fell silently from the sky. The tears of Book King, the tears of Painting King. With an extremely furious roar, Xianxia soared to the sky from the ruins covered in wounds. Although Heart King's self-explosion was close at hand, it still couldn't take Xianxia's life in the end. But this heavenly Emperor Mo Yun's current conduct also didn't have that calm and unrestrained demeanor of the past. He became ferocious and terrifying, and he became battered and exhausted. At this moment, he was even worse than a beggar. All his limbs were broken, his flesh was badly mangled, and many white bone stubs were exposed. One of his arms was missing, and a section of tendons on his shoulder was still contracting. Even one of his legs was broken, his nose was completely gone, and one of his eyes was also missing. If this appearance was seen by people familiar with him, they definitely wouldn't dare to believe that this was the ruler of this world. Bah! Xianxia turned his head and spat out a black tooth. He gritted his teeth and said, "Bastard! Bastard! Bastard!" As he muttered and cursed angrily, dense demonic chi emitted from his body. Heavenly Demon Rebirth Great Technique. The current Xianxia already didn't have any spare time to curse or check his losses and casualties. What he needed to do now was to quickly recover in the shortest amount of time. If it exceeded a certain amount of time, even with the Heavenly Demon Rebirth Great Technique, he wouldn't be able to recover his body. After all, this was the self-explosion of a peak saint expert. That kind of extremely strong hatred attached to it was enough to make an expert with the ability to regenerate his body could only look on helplessly at his own disability, and be unable to do anything about it. Even Xianxia also didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. A burst of black fog rippled densely. After a long while, the black fog slowly drifted away, and Xianxia's voice muttered, "Drawing water with a bamboo basket is all for naught. Damn Xian Wuhan." After this battle, Xianxia's original cultivation was reduced by no less than 80%. Now, although he made use of the Heavenly Demon Rebirth Great Technique to regrow his disabled limbs, the cultivation that he lost previously was something that even someone of his level couldn't bear. If he wanted to recover, it was absolutely impossible without a year and a half. Even if he recovered, it was also impossible for him to fully recover. The series of attacks previously had already damaged his foundation. Damn it! Xianxia cursed again. No one knew if he was cursing the Book Maniac, the Painting King, or the Heart King. Only at this moment did Xianxia have the time to look at his surroundings. But when he looked around, Xianxia was immediately stunned. He was dumbfounded. In front of him, where was the palace? This was a place even more miserable than a ruin, a wasteland worse than a dog kennel. As far as the eye could see, there were splashes of flesh and blood everywhere. The pungent smell of blood assailed his nostrils. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before he suddenly let out an unprecedentedly shrill scream. "My palace! My empress! My son! My family!" Xianxia roared angrily to the sky. Under the rapid search of a peak stage Saint Realm expert's enormous divine sense, Xianxia instantly discovered a fact. That was, those people he cared about. Now, not a single one of them could be found. There was no reaction at all. This result could only indicate one possibility: they were all dead. All of them had been reduced to ashes by the explosion just now, and their souls had been destroyed. Xianxia felt cold all over. So Xian Wuhan's biggest blow to me was actually this: I once destroyed his family, but today, he's risking his life, dispersing his body and soul, just to let me have a taste of what it's like to have a family destroyed. Xianxia cursed angrily. In the past, when he killed someone's blood relatives, he only felt the satisfaction of his trick succeeding. Today, after losing all his blood relatives, he was actually so heartbroken. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In the distance, countless figures were leaping over. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty, are you all right?" They were the many guards outside the palace. This incident happened too unexpectedly, and the process was extremely short. Their cultivation was relatively ordinary, so they only rushed over now. As for the original guards in the imperial city, no matter how many there were, and no matter what cultivation they had, they were all dead at this moment. The entire palace was now like a mass grave. Under such an earth-shattering explosion, everyone within the imperial city, without exception, died a violent death. There were even many places outside that were affected by the explosion. Preliminary estimates showed that at least 500,000 people had died in this explosion, walking together in the spring. Boom boom boom, rumbling sounds continued to come from outside, and even the earth was shaking. It was the aftermath of the explosion just now. Within 1,000 miles of the Xianxia imperial city, different degrees of earthquakes occurred at the same time. Almost all the steep mountains in the surroundings experienced landslides and slides at the same time. As far as the eye could see, the land within a radius of several thousand miles was filled with wailing. Xianxia took a deep breath, his eyes shooting out an unprecedented murderous aura. He waved his hand and shouted, "Let the Prime Minister come over. Begin encircling the rebels." At this point, he felt the anger in his heart, and it was getting more and more intense. Finally, he could not help but roar, "Kill, kill. Kill them all. Kill." Along with this thunderous roar, the shaking Xianxia imperial city started. The tremors, deep sorrow finally appeared in Xianxia's eyes. Even if Xianxia was a heavenly demon, he could be cold-blooded and heartless to others, but how could he be truly heartless to his own family? If he was truly heartless, why would he spend so much effort to go against Chuyang for his dead son? Now, the people he cared about the most were almost completely annihilated by the Heart King's explosion. In the past, it was only him, Xianxia, who annihilated the human race. Today, it was his, Xianxia's, clan that was annihilated. Karma was the cycle of reincarnation. Who said the heavens had no eyes? Who said the heavens had no proof? Kill. Xianxia roared fiercely again with red eyes. Muzan Lan was in the study of the residence, seemingly drinking leisurely. But his brows were tightly knitted from beginning to end. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. This was the intuition of a high-level cultivator. This kind of strange premonition that only high-level cultivators had. This kind of special intuition told him that something terrible was about to happen or had already happened. This kind of mysterious intuition was often indescribable with words, but it was real and true. Unfortunately, this intuition was more like a kind of intuition. It was not something that could be controlled by humans. It was always the only thing that warned you, but you could never actively trigger it. Muzan Lan was thinking about what exactly was wrong, or what could possibly be wrong. Suddenly, he felt an unusually strong sense of danger coming straight at him. This sense of danger was even more real than the previous intuition. Muzan Lan was shocked. He knew that something very important must have happened. He immediately activated his cultivation at the peak of the saint level to protect his entire residence. Then, with a sway of his body, he was already standing on the roof. He was about to spread out his divine sense to find out where the enemy came from, to actually come to Imoyuntian's capital to cause trouble. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable tremor underground. Then, a terrifying aura that could destroy the world swept over from the direction of the imperial palace in the distance. Muzan Lan, who had always been determined, was almost scared out of his wits at this moment. Once again, he exerted all his strength to resist this sudden and terrifying power. However, boom, the entire marshal's residence jumped up from the ground, at least 10 feet from the ground. Then, with a boom, it fell down and most of the houses were torn apart. There were screams everywhere in the residence. Fortunately, under Muzan Lan's protection, there were no casualties. But even so, it still made Muzan Lan extremely shocked. He couldn't help but be shocked. On his side, there were 2 peerless experts protecting him. Other than himself, there was also Shadow. Such a lineup was actually unable to resist this wave of tremors. One had to know that this was only the aftermath of the conflict. What exactly was the situation? How could there be such powerful experts fighting in Imoyuntian's capital? If such a thing had happened, how could he not know about it? Also, the location of the conflict was from the direction of the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace. Muzan Lan's heart suddenly jumped. The ominous feeling grew stronger and stronger. He was about to use his movement technique to rush to the Imperial Palace. But right at this moment, an extremely shrill sound of breaking air came from afar. Just by hearing this sound and the explosive sound, Muzong Lan already knew that there were two experts on the other side. Two super experts. Shadow flashed like a ghost and appeared beside him. His face also revealed a sincere look of caution. Powerful enemies had appeared. Tonight, Mo Yuntian was destined to be turned upside down, just as Shadow appeared beside Muzong Lan and stood still. Before he could even open his mouth to ask, the two figures on the other side had already appeared in front of Muzong Lan. Muzong Lan focused his eyes and looked at the people who had come. He was truly shocked and dumbfounded. Book King, Painting King, they were actually Yuan Tianjia's two personal guards. Also, the condition of these two people was not good. The Painting King and Painting King's faces were as pale as paper and covered in blood. However, the murderous aura that flowed from their bodies seemed to want to break through the sky and spread 3,000 li. What's the matter with you guys? What happened to the Imperial Palace? Muzong Lan asked anxiously. How is His Majesty now? What kind of tragic situation could cause the two kings to be injured like this? Just now, there was an unimaginably terrifying attack from the direction of the Imperial Palace. At this moment, Yuan Tianjia's personal bodyguards appeared here. The two bodyguards with extremely high cultivation were even heavily injured. Everything pointed to the fact that a huge change had happened to Heavenly Emperor Black Cloud, Yuan Tianjia. Yuan Tianjia is an extraterrestrial demon. The Book King's sudden words were too unexpected. It made Muzong Lan's head feel as if it was ruthlessly smashed by a big hammer 1,000 times. He couldn't help but feel dizzy. Even his body swayed a few times. How was this possible? How was this possible? Yuan Tianjia, Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun is an extraterrestrial demon. The Painting King spat out blood as he spoke. His eyes were filled with grief and indignation. Heart King, my elder brother and the rest are already finished. They all died in the hands of this demon Yuan Tianjia, General Mu. Take care of yourself. The Painting King said in surprise. We'll meet again someday. The Book King's tone was the same as the Painting King's. General Mu, you must be careful of the Demon King's evil hands. We'll meet again in the battle of slaying the demons. Before he finished speaking, the two figures had already soared into the sky. They swayed and turned into two rainbows, instantly disappearing without a trace. After a few words without rhyme or reason, the two immediately left. Muzong Lan was the #1 person in Mo Yun Sky's military. If he was misled by Yuan Tianjia's words, it would inevitably lead to far-reaching consequences. Therefore, after the two escaped from the Imperial Palace, although they knew that time was tight, they still didn't leave directly. They rushed to Muzong Lan's place to give him a warning. As long as Muzong Lan knew this information, it didn't matter whether he believed it or not. Even if he only had a little bit of suspicion, that was enough. At this moment, Muzong Lan still hadn't recovered from the shock of that sentence. He only felt that his mind was in a mess. He actually forgot to stop or say goodbye to the two people as they left. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor was actually an extraterrestrial demon? General Mu, do you think this matter is true or false? Ying asked solemnly. I'm afraid this matter is 80% true. Muzong Lan had always been a steady and resolute person. He quickly calmed down, and his eyes emitted a cold light. The first emperor and the empress each have their own inheritances. Only Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun appeared out of nowhere. No one knew his background beforehand. Although he had explained it afterward, and his resume was also impeccable. Such a peerless expert that suddenly appeared is where everyone's doubts lie. But at that time, His Majesty the Saint Monarch said there was no problem, so it ended just like that. Moreover, the calligraphy and painting kings, as the inheritors of the Heavenly Imperial Palace, would not lie. It is even more impossible for them to lie about such a big matter. This matter is definitely true without a doubt. Muzong Lan looked at the Imperial Palace that was rising like a mushroom cloud in the distance. His eyes were filled with deep worry. He muttered, Ying, you stay here and watch. I'm going to the Imperial Palace to take a look. Today, I rushed back from father-in-law's house. I started writing at 7 in the evening. But one of my hands is not strong enough. It's just one chapter, so I've been writing until now. Late, sorry. Shadow was shocked. How about I go with you? We can take care of each other. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Muzan Lan said indifferently. If we don't go, or if we go together, a battle will be unavoidable. If I go alone, it'll be fine. Furthermore, even though His Majesty's cultivation is much higher than mine, but from the commotion just now, it is obvious that the 7 kings were fighting against him. Together. Even if he has great merit, after killing 5 of my guards, I believe that he no longer has enough strength to kill me. Muzan Lan took a deep breath. Although I am willing to believe the Book King's words, if I don't confirm it with my own eyes, I will feel uneasy. If this is true, then so what if Xianxia is really the sky demon? Shadow asked. Then I will fight him to the death. Muzan Lan hesitated for a moment, then said through gritted teeth. Then I have to go even more. 2 people have a better chance than 1. Shadow insisted. Muzan Lan was silent for a moment. No, I need you more here. If I die, I need you more. If I don't die, I need you more. I need you to live for me, I don't need you to die for me. Shadow was silent. After a long time, he said bitterly, all right. Then be careful, don't try to be brave. Muzan Lan nodded and floated up. With a whoosh, he flew towards the palace like lightning. Xianxia was wearing a light yellow robe. His hands were behind his back as he walked through the ruins. Behind him were the officials who were rushing over. Among the officials, the Prime Minister was at the head of the group. At this moment, he was guarding Xianxia. Although Xianxia's figure was slightly stooped, the aura he was emitting at this moment was overflowing with killing intent. It was earth-shattering. As time passed, more and more people gathered, but Xianxia didn't say a word. He just walked through the ruins with large strides. Looking at the countless pieces of flesh scattered around, the people who were shaken to death, smashed to death, and turned into piles of minced meat. The majority of these pieces of flesh belonged to the palace maids, concubines, imperial granddaughters. No matter how beautiful and charming she was when she was alive, dying under such an unexpected tragedy was simply too horrible to look at. They were all dripping with blood, bones, and flesh. Xianxia finally stopped moving. His eyes flashed with great reluctance at the flesh and blood scattered all over the palace. A trace of heartfelt pain appeared in the depths of his eyes, as well as a bit of faint disgust. He said indifferently, the Heart King, Xian Wuhan, led the great protectors in an attempt to rebel, framing this emperor as a sky fiend, and besieging this emperor. After the battle, the 5 kings were killed by me on the spot, while the Book King and Painting King fled. Pass down my order. Immediately search for the 7th king's family and exterminate them. Search for the Painting and Calligraphy kings immediately and kill them at all costs. Anyone who kills either of them will be conferred the title of king and be rewarded with 100,000 purple crystal jade essence. Immediately pacify the military and the government. There must not be any chaos. The bandit suppression operation in the south will continue as normal. Eliminate the rebels as soon as possible and pacify Yuntian. Prime Minister. Xianxia methodically arranged everything, his voice abnormally calm and steady. He suddenly turned to speak to the Prime Minister. This official is here. The Prime Minister straightened his body. Follow Jin. Xianxia stepped forward, and the Prime Minister followed behind him. Although Xianxia didn't say anything else, he clearly only pointed at the Prime Minister, which was equivalent to ordering that no one else was allowed to follow. The wind suddenly blew, and Muzan Lan landed. Your Majesty, are you all right? Muzan Lan looked at the ruins of the palace in front of him with a face full of shock. He was dumbfounded and shocked. However, his eyes secretly flashed on Xianxia's body. Xianxia stopped and turned around. He looked at Muzan Lan with a stupefied expression. He said indifferently, does Marshal Mu really not know what happened here? Muzan Lan said respectfully, for such a disaster to occur in the imperial city, it is a great misfortune for the country. However, this matter came too suddenly and was impossible to guard against. This subject's residence was also completely destroyed by the shockwaves from the accident. This subject arranged for all the generals to gather and immediately rush over to await your Majesty's orders. But what exactly is going on? Yuan Tianjia looked at him for a while and said in a low voice, "The 7 kings rebelled." After saying this, his eyes were still focused on Mu Lan's face without blinking, as if he wanted to see something on Mu Lan's face. Hearing this, Mu Lan opened his mouth in disbelief. Then, he seemed to react. The 7 kings? The Heart King and the others? The 7 of them rebelled together? Time seemed to have been shocked by this sudden news to the point that he felt a little lost and confused. Yuan Tianjia nodded heavily. Mu Lan immediately cursed, "These traitors. How dare they do such a heaven-defying thing? They deserve to die. They really deserve to die." He said with righteous indignation, "Your Majesty, this old official requests to take charge of the pursuit. We must capture all these traitors and bring them to justice." Yuan Tianjia said with great relief, "General Mu, this matter will naturally not be forgiven for these traitors. Hunting down traitors is everyone's responsibility. There is no need for General Mu to worry." "Yes. Your Majesty is mighty. Traitors and traitors will be condemned by everyone. They will die without a cause." Mu Lan said, "After this old official returns, I will immediately arrange for the capture. We must eliminate the traitors in the shortest time possible and pacify Cloud Sky." The Prime Minister slowly raised his head, his eyes becoming malicious as he looked at Mu Lan. At this moment, this Prime Minister who had always appeared weak suddenly became a ferocious beast, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Mu Lan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the Prime Minister and smiled slightly. Yuan Tianjia did not speak for a long time. After a long time, he took a deep breath and smiled. "Since General Mu has the intention of protecting the country, I am at ease. With General Mu's appearance, the rebellion will definitely be dissolved like ice." Mu Lan was filled with righteous indignation. He immediately got up and left the palace, cursing and swearing all the way back to his residence. While he was still on the way, he sent out orders for all military officers to gather at the general appointment platform. He left very quickly. Yuan Tianjia looked at Mu Lan's departing figure, a cold light flashing in his eyes. In an instant, the cold light was retracted and he regained his composure. But he did not say a word, walking out with the Prime Minister. At this moment, the palace was already in ruins. Even a dog would find it hard to find a place to stay, let alone Lord Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun. So Yuan Tianjia temporarily settled down in the palace. Although the degree of damage here was not small, because it was relatively far away, it was preserved quite a bit. "Your Majesty, that Mu Lan's attitude is not right," the Prime Minister said in a low voice. "When he first requested to capture the enemy, Your Majesty had already tactfully expressed that he did not need to do anything. But he said that he would immediately make arrangements after returning. This kind of action is clearly ignoring the monarch and acting arbitrarily. This is not a good omen." Yuan Tianjia's face darkened as he said indifferently, "When Mu Lan returns this time, Mo Yun Tian is destined to be divided. He has already made his decision. Also, he believes in my identity as a heavenly demon. It seems that after the painting and calligraphy kings escaped from here, they did not immediately flee. Instead, they went to him and told him about this emperor's true identity. Although I don't know how much they said, they must have said the main points. This emperor is an extraterrestrial heavenly demon, Your Majesty. Since that is the case, why didn't you directly capture that old thief? You might as well cut off all future troubles." The Prime Minister narrowed his eyes and asked. As soon as he said that, he saw Yuan Tianjia's originally calm face turn pale. Then, he spat out a mouthful of black blood, his body swaying. Just now, he was still calm and composed, as if he was completely fine. But now, he had already disappeared without a trace. "Your Majesty!" The Prime Minister was shocked. Yuan Tianjia panted a few times. "Do you think I don't want to capture and kill that Mu Lan? Indeed, right now, I am heavily injured and almost cannot suppress my injuries. If I rashly fight with Mu Lan now, regardless of the final outcome, my internal injuries will definitely worsen. I'm afraid that I won't be able to recover even after 100 years. Moreover, my million-year plan must be completed in these few years. How can I suffer such heavy injuries? It will affect the overall situation." Speaking up to here, Yuan Tianjia's eyes revealed an extremely strong hatred. The Painting and Heart Kings, those bastards, actually discovered the truth at such a crucial time and started a rebellion. They really deserve to die. Mu Lan will definitely make a big move this time. Prime Minister, you will be in charge of handling this matter. The Prime Minister's eyes flashed and a dense black aura came out of him. His expression did not change as he said, "Tonight, this old official will personally capture and kill Mu Lan. I will vent my anger for your majesty." Yuan Tianjia coughed a few times and said, "You must plan it well and kill him in one strike." The Prime Minister slowly nodded his head. When Mu Lan hurried back to his residence, all the generals had already gathered at the general appointment stage. Dong dong dong, on the general appointment stage, the dull sound of drums continuously sounded. Every sound was like the heavy hammer of an ancient battlefield, heavily pounding on everyone's heart. "Is everyone here?" Mu Lan's expression was abnormal. "Strict." "Yes." "Seal the door." "Get in position." Mu Lan shouted. Contrary to his usual calmness, there was a hint of urgency in his voice. Several saints released their auras at the same time, completely sealing off the space. Unless an outsider's strength was strong enough to break through the limit of this seal, it was absolutely impossible to know what was happening in this space. Everyone was bewildered. What was this situation? Why was there a need to make such a big scene? Originally, everyone was suspicious because of the accident that happened not long ago. Now that they saw the usually calm Mu Lan lose his composure, they naturally understood what was going on. Mu Lan quickly walked down from the stage with his hands behind his back. His gaze was like a knife, sweeping across the faces of all the generals. The great change in the imperial city this time, the rebellion of the 7 kings, I'm sure everyone already knows. Mu Lan said in a low voice. Everyone nodded. Everyone present was well informed. How could they not have received news of such an earth-shattering event happening in the imperial city? Their hearts were already in turmoil. 7 kings, those who didn't know might ask, who are the 7 kings? Who are the 7 kings? However, all those who knew the inside story would want to ask in astonishment. The 7 kings are the 7 stars protectors of His Majesty the Sky Emperor. They are practically the symbol of Mo Yuntian's fortune. How could they rebel? Betray him? There was no reason, something that couldn't happen. These people had been loyal to Mo Yuntian for millions of years. How could they rebel together at this time? It was so sudden and without any warning. What exactly had happened? But everyone knew that this matter was extremely sensitive, especially when the 7 Kings Rebellion was personally condemned by Mo Yuntian, Yuan Tianjia. There was absolutely no possibility of a mistake. So even if there were thousands of doubts, no one dared to ask. When they heard Mu Lan's question, they all stretched their necks and pricked up their ears to listen in silence. The reason why the 7 kings rebelled is because Mu Lan's stern gaze was mixed with endless humiliation. His voice was extremely low as he said heavily, "It is because they discovered that the heavenly emperor we have served for more than 1,000,000 years, the heavenly emperor of Ink Cloud Sky, Yuan Tianming, is actually an extraterrestrial demon." What? How is this possible? That's impossible, right? Skyfiend? Lord Celestial Emperor is an extraterrestrial demon? This is really unbelievable. Below, there was an uproar. Countless voices of doubt and surprise rose and fell one after another. Originally, this was an important military area. Moreover, everyone was a high-ranking military officer. They had their own military qualities and understood the principle of strict military discipline. No matter what, such a situation should not have happened. However, this sudden news really caused everyone's minds to be in chaos. He couldn't control himself at all. Don't tell me that everyone still doesn't know what kind of people the 7 kings are? Mu Lan's face was sorrowful as he slowly explained. This matter was of great importance. He had to analyze it bit by bit. Otherwise, if there was even the slightest bit of doubt in his own troops, there was the possibility of being infiltrated by the enemy. At this moment, Mo Yuntian couldn't bear any more accidents. He had to completely eliminate all possibilities. When the explanation was finally finished, everyone looked at each other. Although they knew that the truth was unquestionable, they still hoped that this was just a joke, a misunderstanding, or even a nightmare. At the same time, a strong sense of grief and humiliation quickly grew. The unrealistic feeling of a dream filled everyone's hearts. The 7 kings have already confirmed that 5 people have sacrificed their lives on the spot in order to slay the demon. Muzan said solemnly. It's a pity that the heavenly demon's power is unfathomable. The 7 kings gave it their all, but they were still unable to succeed. Everyone, Ink Cloud Sky's future is now on the shoulders of all of us. If even we can't hold on, perhaps, then, Ink Cloud Sky will become the second Purple Cloud Sky. Muzan sighed. However, what kind of heroes are the people of Purple Cloud Sky? The heavenly emperor of Purple Cloud, Zihao, fought a bloody battle until the last soldier, never giving up. The tens of millions of soldiers of Purple Cloud Sky all died on the battlefield. Every one of them was an unyielding heroic spirit. They were all undying heroic spirits. Even though their souls don't exist now, their names will be immortalized for eternity. But what about us? Muzan's voice, which was already unusually low, became even more hoarse. If we die here today, we are just a bunch of fools from head to toe, who are not worthy of pity, sympathy, or even admiration and praise. When future generations talk about us, if they have good intentions, they will say that they are just a bunch of ignorant people who have been deceived. And the straightforward ones will only say that we are just a bunch of fools. As if we have no brains at all. We worked for the heavenly demon for 1,000,000 years, and were killed by the heavenly demon. Not only did we give our lives to the heavenly demon, but we also gave the entire Ink Cloud Sky to the heavenly demon for nothing. Even though they died foolishly, they deserved to die. It's not worth feeling pity. Muzan's hair and beard flew. Are you all willing to accept this ending? We are not willing. All the generals shouted in unison. They all felt their blood boiling, as long as they thought of the possible consequences. Everyone was so angry that they couldn't control themselves. We definitely can't accept such an ending. Even if we die, we will kill the heavenly demon and the heavenly demon. Even if we die, we will wash away our humiliation. Even if our souls die, we will protect Ink Cloud Sky. Even if our souls die, and we are beyond redemption, we will completely kill the heavenly demon and the heavenly demon. We will wash away the humiliation of being deceived for 1,000,000 years. General Mu. Give the order. Muzan slapped the table and stood up. He shouted, that's right. We are not willing to accept such a humiliating ending. Even if we die, we will kill the heavenly demon and the heavenly demon. No matter what, we will protect our homeland, Ink Cloud Sky. We were once foolish. We were once deceived by someone. But in the end, we are still Mo Yuntian's great men. Yes. 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 Everyone shouted. We are still the people of Heaven Imperial Court. We are still the natural protectors of this world. Muzan's eyes were like lightning. Who will follow me to fight the heavenly demon? Who will follow me to restoring Cloud Sky? Who will fight side by side with me? Who will follow me to take revenge and wash away our humiliation? Me. 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 Soldiers, listen up. Muzan suddenly stood up. His posture was tall and straight, like a lofty mountain, majestic and unshakable. He was no longer in a daze. He reappeared the supreme demeanor of Ink Cloud Sky's General Mu, the god of war. Yes. Immediately. Prepare for battle. Immediately, organize the army and withdraw from the imperial capital. Today, announce to the world that we will kill the heavenly demon and defend the Tao. Immediately, we will fight the heavenly demon and the heavenly demon to the death. Yes. Kill the heavenly demon and defend the Tao. We will fight the heavenly demon and the heavenly demon to the death. Move. All the troops, gather outside the south gate in the evening. Yes. With a whoosh, the generals hurriedly dispersed. Muzan watched the generals leave like the wind. His eyes were heavy again. Shadow. Yes. I want to ask you for a favor. Send my family and Meng Wuya's family out of the city as soon as possible, the faster the better. Muzan said in a low voice. What about you, General Mu? I want to stay here. Mu Lan said indifferently. The Prime Minister has been standing with Yuan Tianjia since the beginning. Their positions are clear and they know what to do. It's just that they can't make a move. Since we have already started to move, they will definitely start to move as well. I want to stay here and restrain the Prime Minister. It's too dangerous to do that. If the other party wants to make a move, they must be confident. Shadow was shocked. Don't worry, I won't die. Mu Lan said indifferently. As long as Yuan Tianjia doesn't die, I will keep this old life and fight him to the death. Unless Yuan Tianjia dies, this humiliation will never be washed away. If I die before he does, Mu Lan laughed bitterly and said word by word, I really won't die in peace. Hearing this, Shadow was relieved. Since Mu Lan said so, then he definitely won't die. When one's cultivation reached Mu Lan's level and he was in an environment he was familiar with, unless he decided to fight to the death, as long as he wanted to leave, even Yuan Tianjia would not be able to stop him. If I don't stay and use myself as bait, the Prime Minister will most likely make a move on the others, and they definitely won't be able to stop him. Mu Lan snorted. But with me here, he definitely won't and won't dare to make a move on others. Because he's afraid of me being the Oriole. Heavenly demons and demons will always place their own safety as their #1 priority. Shadow agreed and turned to leave. Mu Lan's heart was already half at ease when he saw his family gather together and fly out silently under Ying's lead. There were a few other saint experts in this group. With Shadow's protection, and him staying here to restrain the enemy's main force, this trip was foolproof. Mu Lan's robes fluttered as he stood on the roof and let out a long howl. The howl came out of nowhere and soared into the sky. In an instant, the entire imperial city could hear Marshal Mu Lan's howl. The howl meant to urge his own people to leave quickly, it meant to inform the enemy, but tell the Prime Minister. Tell that demon Yuan Tianjia. I'm still here, Mu Lan, am still here. If I don't move, let's see who dares to move. Mu Lan's surging battle intent, which had been dormant for hundreds of thousands of years, erupted like a raging wildfire. In fact, it was not just battle intent. In an instant, his soul, cultivation, and killing intent were all set ablaze. Thirst for battle. Prime Minister, are you still not coming? It was already evening. The entire imperial city was silent and extremely quiet. It was as if nothing had happened. However, silence did not equate to stability or safety. The quiet atmosphere was a heavy and oppressive aura. This aura enveloped the entire city, such a powerful aura. Mu Lan was standing on the roof with his hands behind his back. In the courtyard, there was a man in black. This man was Mu Lan's personal guard. Everyone had left. All the military experts had left the city. The only one left was the one who had accompanied Mu Lan through life and death, the great guard who had never been separated from him. This team of 120 people had died one after another in this million-year battle. In the end, only this person was left. However, this person was a top expert who had been through countless battles. Fighting, war, to them, was just a common occurrence. At this moment, even though they were about to face the largest and most tragic battle in Mo Yuntian's history, their faces were calm and unperturbed. Wherever Commander Mu is, we will be there. Between them, there was no need to use words to communicate. They only needed one look and one action to understand each other. Tonight, blood will dye the imperial city red. Mu Lan said faintly. He remained silent, as if he was unmoved. However, the look in his eyes suddenly became abnormally intense. They are already here. Mu Lan smiled faintly. Mu Lan had just finished speaking when he heard a loud cry from afar. A clear voice said, Xiao Lan waves in the sky. Yi's cold wind blows the falling moon. Two heroes stand side by side on the dark clouds. Loyal Heart and Iron Bones cast the heavenly palace. Mu Lan, I am here. That was the voice of Prime Minister Iluoyue. This was originally a poem that Yuan Tianjia improvised back then. He even embedded the names of Mu Lan and Iluoyue into it. It could be said to be the highest praise for the two of them. In fact, before today, this poem was a symbol of glory for Mu Lan. But at this moment, when Mu Lan heard this poem again, he instantly felt as if his insides were burning. An unprecedented feeling of humiliation filled his heart. Iluoyue, since you're here, you might as well come out. Muzong Lan's eyes flashed as he shouted in a deep voice. He, a clear and elegant laughter rang out. Suddenly, a green robe appeared in the distant sky. His green robe fluttered in the wind, as if he had come with the wind and the moon, looking elegant and unrestrained. The moment Iluoyue saw this green robe, her figure had already landed on a roof 100 feet away. She looked at Muzong Lan from afar. Her stooped body and white hair swayed gently in the wind. Her face was full of wrinkles, but a pair of bright eyes sparkled as she looked at Muzong Lan. Muzong Lan, you're old. I'm old too. Iluoyue sighed softly. Why do we have to rebel like this before we die? Destroy a lifetime's reputation and leave behind countless helplessness. Muzong Lan's gaze was like a knife. Iluoyue, I believe this is the last time I'll call you Iluoyue. Because I want to ask you, what is your real name? Iluoyue narrowed her eyes and smiled. Muzong Lan, it seems that you've really become muddle-headed. You already know my name. It's so catchy, but you're wasting time asking? Muddle-headed. Hee. Muzong Lan stared at her with a sharp gaze. Since that's the case, there's nothing to say between us. Do it. Iluoyue suddenly laughed loudly. Muzong Lan, you're a traitor now. As a traitor, you can still be so righteous? Muzong Lan said coldly, traitor? As an extraterritorial demon, how dare you be so arrogant in the heavenly imperial court? Iluoyue laughed heartily. Otherworldly demon? You're joking. Muzong Lan said coldly, whether I'm joking or not, we both know. Why deceive ourselves? Ha 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 ha. Iluoyue laughed heartily, rocking back and forth. His figure and face suddenly changed strangely in this laughter, his head full of white hair suddenly turned as black as ink, and his wrinkled old face became as smooth as jade in an instant, the wind blew, and his black hair fluttered. A jade ribbon tied his hair, making him look handsome and extraordinary. His nose was like a hanging gallbladder, his eyes like bright stars, his face as white as jade, and he was as handsome as a tree in the wind. He turned from an old man into an elegant man in the blink of an eye. With a loud laugh, he straightened his waist and his entire body suddenly stood upright on the roof. His entire body slowly floated into the air. The wind was biting cold. His beard and hair fluttered, and his clothes fluttered. An abnormally powerful and biting cold aura suddenly filled the air. Iluoyue had her hands behind her back as she stared intently at Muzong Lan's ferocious attacks. There was no longer any emotion in her eyes, but her elegant voice continued to ring out, Muzong Lan, I never imagined that after 1,000,000 years of friendship, we would still have to fight in the end. Muzong Lan lowered his head, and looked longingly at the residence he had lived in for 1,000,000 years. He said softly, people of different paths cannot work together. After speaking, he suddenly looked up. He stared straight at Iluoyue, and his voice was like metal clashing. It is everyone's responsibility to slaughter the otherworldly demons and evildoers. Who is the otherworldly demon? Iluoyue laughed in the air. Her laughter rumbled and covered the sky. You, Muzong Lan, are the otherworldly demon. Muzong Lan sneered disdainfully. Muzong Lan is a spy from the otherworldly demons who infiltrated Moyuntian. He concealed his identity, and for 1,000,000 years, he used all kinds of schemes and methods to frame countless loyal people and finally climbed to a high position. Now, the otherworldly demon army is about to invade. You, Muzong Lan, as the spy, naturally have to cooperate and fabricate all kinds of lies to confuse the people, intending to start a rebellion and commit treason. Today, I am under the orders of His Majesty the Celestial Emperor to kill this traitor. Everyone has the right to kill a traitor. At this moment, Iluoyue was as elegant as jade. She stood in the air and spoke with assurance. Her voice was clear and spread in all directions. Muzong Lan only sneered at this. He really did not want to waste any more time on such words that distorted the truth. If he could use force, why would he need to fight? In the end, wouldn't he have to use his fists to speak? Attack! At Iluoyue's shout, the wind whistled and hundreds of white-robed people suddenly appeared. The first 3 people had just appeared and turned into 3 long rainbows, charging at Muzong Lan. Kill! Below them, the Grand Guard was like a black whirlwind that transformed into a neat black rainbow that intercepted the enemies that were charging from all directions. Without a single word, they directly launched a killing blow upon coming face to face. This gave people the illusion that the white-robed people charging over were the ones being attacked. However, this single person was the one who was attacking. This person's attack pattern was simply crazy. The moment they attacked together, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, white, and black appeared in the air. It was really like a colorful rainbow. Following which, streams of blood spurted out with a piu-piu sound. The people charging over on Iluoyua's side were all shouting and shouting to kill. Clearly, they were strengthening their momentum. However, the people on Mutsonglan's side did not make any sound. It was as if momentum, and power were meaningless to them. For a moment, they flew everywhere, constantly changing positions. They were really skilled at changing their positions. Although they were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, they actually created countless afterimages in the air. At a glance, they seemed to have more people than Iluoyua's side. Countless weapons had been smashed into smithereens the moment they clashed. At this level, there were very few divine weapons that could withstand a strike from them with all their cultivation bases. It was just a face-off, but all the buildings in the marshal's residence collapsed without exception. Even the foundations were shaken out of the ground and scattered in the air. One of the black-robed men remained silent. His figure that was originally moving at high speed suddenly stopped. With a wave of his hands, all the broken walls in the air suddenly gathered in his hands as if they had a life of their own. With a casual rub, it turned into a huge stick that was several tens of feet long and several tens of feet thick. Just like that, it covered the head and the face, and without any explanation, it smashed down with the stick. His opponent, a white-clothed man, received the blow with both of his palms. With a hong sound, the white-clothed man staggered back. The black-clothed man also let out a muffled groan. However, he continued to move forward. When he arrived in the sky, the stick that had been shattered by the blow just now condensed in his hand again. Then, he ruthlessly smashed down with the stick again. Iluoyua sneered slightly, looking at the fierce battle in the air. Her green robe was still spotless, her face like jade, still calm. Mutsonglan stood in the air, staring at Iluoyua like a hawk. He did not care about the battle around him. Both of them knew that the other was their true mortal enemy. As long as he was slightly distracted, half of his troops would be destroyed under the other's attack. Keeping an eye on his biggest enemy was equivalent to protecting his subordinates. Mutsonglan, I still don't understand one thing. Iluoyua looked at the battle, her voice exceptionally soft as if she was discussing something with an old friend. Why don't you let these people participate in the battle? No matter what the battle is, no one outside the military is allowed to participate. What is this logic? But now I finally understand. Iluoyua shook her head with a wry smile. I see. Look at the people fighting. On the Xing family's side, there are also top-notch experts in my mansion. Even though the majority of them are weaker than your guards, my 10 commanders are definitely at the same level as them. In fact, they might even be stronger than them. But right now, with those 10 commanders as the leaders, they are leading 300 subordinates. Yet, they are being held back by you alone. They are even at a disadvantage for a short period of time. Mutsonglan sneered. Oh? I finally understand. The strength that they gain through bitter cultivation and constant sparring, and the strength that the army gains through constant killing on the battlefield, are completely different. Iluoyua sighed deeply. The army's experts, their battle awareness, experience, and fearlessness, as well as their almost instinctive dodging movements, are all abilities that my subordinates do not have. Your people have already formed an instinct to avoid life and death injuries. In the process of battle, they do not need to think at all. They can naturally dodge and counterattack. But for my people, they need to use experience, martial arts, and movement techniques to think. This is the difference. A huge difference. This difference is really too huge. Iluoyua raised her head gracefully and looked at Mutsonglan. So you have already thought of today's battle 1,000,000 years ago. Mutsonglan, you are indeed a scheming and far-sighted person. The extraterrestrial demons really didn't choose the wrong person to be their spy. Mutsonglan smiled faintly and was full of mockery. As for who is the real spy of the extraterrestrial demons, this old man does not care to argue with you. However, what you said earlier is completely wrong. A complete misjudgment. This old man is not so scheming to be able to predict today's changes. But this old man is a soldier. War belongs only to soldiers. It does not belong to the pugilistic world. And it does not belong to anyone else. Before we soldiers are all dead, it will only be our shame if other people participate in the war. Protecting our country and our territory is the duty of us soldiers. If we still have to rely on these Jianghu experts to fight in the war, then what's the use of us soldiers? Mu Lan was proud but also a little sad. Luoyue, this is the pride of a soldier. People like you will never understand. In normal times, some of us can be ruffians in the army, and some of us can also break the law. Some of us can even go to jail and be beheaded. But as long as the war comes, the first to rush up will definitely be us. We can only be us. Only us. Even if the person we chose to be loyal to is wrong, the Mo Yuntian we chose to protect is not wrong. We've been in the army since we were young. We've been through 1,000,000 years. Who knows how many times we've changed? How many people have died? How many brothers have been buried in the sand? Only after countless trials and tribulations did we finally condense the soul of the army we have today. Now, these undefeatable warriors who have survived tens of thousands of battles are gathered. We were originally powerful, but in the end, the source came from the higher-ups. All of our efforts have turned into a joke. What a joke! Mu Lan chuckled, his voice sorrowful. According to Luoyue, you are a heavenly demon. That's why you don't understand. People like us don't have as many schemes as you. From the beginning to the end, we only have perseverance and pride. This pride belongs to the army. No one can replace it. Mu Lan pointed at the battlefield proudly. You have far more people under you than us, and you have more experts of the same level. I only have 2 people on my side. But do you dare to make a bet with me? Let's bet on who will win in the end. I don't dare. Iluiwa shook her head honestly and smiled. Because I can see that if I don't have any other tricks up my sleeve, the final winner of today's battle will definitely be your great guard. Even if only one of them is breathing in the end, everyone on my side will have already become corpses. Iluiwa said. These words were said with great sincerity. Ha 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 ha. Mu Lan laughed proudly and sorrowfully. Heavenly demon clown. How can you know where the soul of my heaven palace is? How can you know the roots of my heaven palace? How can you know the pride of my heaven palace? Even if we have internal strife. Even if we kill each other. Even if we are dissatisfied with reality. But, as long as we are facing you, every one of us is a warrior. We are all proud. Our pride, our roots. Our souls. Our heaven palace. In our hearts. Heaven palace in our hearts. Mu Lan roared loudly. I will not be defeated. At this point in the battle, some of the Great Guard were already riddled with injuries, but at this moment, they replied in unison. This was the first time they had spoken since the battle started. There were only 3 words, only one person. That aura was majestic and awe-inspiring. It really was like 1,000,000 people charging in unison, unstoppable. Mu Lan was satisfied and laughed heartily. Iluoyue, do you understand? Do you know that my army has been on the battlefield for 27,000,000 years? In every battle, no matter who the enemy is, the imaginary enemy in our hearts is actually the heavenly demons. It's you bastards. Mu Lan reached out and pointed at Iluoyue, his voice like a thunderclap. Iluoyue was still not angry. She just stared at Mu Lan and suddenly laughed. Mu Lan, I know you are fighting for time. So am I. But I have already fought for the time I need, but you haven't, have you? She suddenly flew into the air, her green robes fluttering. She shouted softly, kill. With a loud rumble, tens of thousands of troops suddenly charged over from all directions. The tide of people surged, and it was unknown how many more there were. There seemed to be no end. Iluoyue's figure gracefully flew towards Mu Lan. She spread her hands and 10 streaks of silver light suddenly appeared. They seemed to have a life of their own as they circled around and flew towards Mu Lan. Every ray of silver light contained a tyrannical power that could almost destroy the heavens and earth. Muzan Lan, just wait and see. Just wait and see. Just wait and see. Just wait and see your great guards all die here. Iluiwe laughed and then lowered her voice. The ones charging over now are all your dark cloud heaven's native compatriots. Ha ha ha, compatriots, you guys always like to use this word. But I wonder if your butcher's knife can still cut down your compatriots who don't know the truth. Ha ha ha. Heavenly demons and demons, despicable and shameless. Muzan Lan rose to meet them. His burly body swept through the air, and a rainbow suddenly appeared in his hand. His face was even colder. In the face of right and wrong, anyone who stands against us is our enemy. Killing them is their rightful end. He sneered. Iluiwe, if you want to see me in a dilemma, then you have miscalculated. Iluiwe laughed loudly. Come, come, come. For 1,000,000 years, we have been fighting side by side in dark cloud heaven, but we still haven't decided who is better. Let's decide it today. As they spoke, the two people's energy collided in the air. All of a sudden, a series of strange cracks appeared on the ground with crackling sounds. In the air, waves of black light flashed randomly. That was because the energy collided, and a large space crack appeared in the air, on the ground and in the air. The two sides that were fighting seemed to have encountered a hurricane, and were swaying left and right. Iluiwe. Muzan Lan shouted, his beard and halberd spread. Take out your heavenly demon secret technique. You are still not my match with this move. Even in such an intense fight, Iluiwe still maintained her elegance and smiled politely. I'm afraid that may not be the case. In the air, the two people rolled and rolled into a ball, and were locked in a fierce fight. On the ground, the senior guard's situation was becoming more and more dangerous. There were more and more enemies, and he could no longer move as freely as before. He could be drowned in the crowd at any time. Since these people were chosen by Iluiwe to deal with Muzan Lan, how could there be people with low cultivation? Any one of them was a top expert. Muzan Lan looked at them one by one, and his heart was burning with anxiety. But he had no other way now. Because Iluiwe's powerful cultivation was enough to tie him down. He really wanted to, but he was powerless and could do nothing. As the battle was in a stalemate, the sky slowly darkened. The fighting here was also becoming more and more intense. Finally, dust rose in the city, as if there were thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers moving together. From many different positions, they rolled towards the south gate. Without a doubt, that was the signal that the orders of the generals had been sufficiently carried out, and the officers of all levels had started to move. This was because this matter needed to be secretly linked together. Although it seemed a little late, to be able to activate it all in such a short period of time was enough to prove that Muzan Lan's position in the military was unshakable. And the meticulous Iluiwe obviously also noticed this. She frowned and tilted her head thoughtfully. Muzan Lan knew a lot about this old colleague of his who had been a subject of the same palace for millions of years. He immediately shouted, "Guards!" Below, the senior guard, who was riddled with scars, replied at the same time, "Here." Iluiwe obviously had a premonition of a possible change. Almost at the same time, she warned loudly, "Stop them. Drip blood to attack." But almost at the same time, it was still not the same time. A difference of a millimeter could accomplish many things. Iluiwe's warning was too late. Iluiwe knew that something was amiss. She stopped fighting Muzan Lan and flew away. She fell like a whirlwind. Her target was moving separately. Clearly, she was trying to create some kind of formation. Clearly, the key had shifted to that person. However, Muzan Lan's lips curled into a mysterious smile. He moved like a shadow and chased after Iluiwe. He landed on the ground and suddenly roared, "Heavenly demon! Give me your life!" His palms danced like a whirlwind. Suddenly, from the sky, from the ground, and from the air, countless sharp blades appeared silently. Each blade was mixed with an unusually sharp sonic boom. They cut open spatial cracks in the void and whistled over with unparalleled momentum. Behind each saber, there seemed to be a flame accompanying it. That was because the speed of the blade itself was simply too fast. The intense friction caused by the extreme speed had ignited the surrounding air, this was the only move that Mutsang Lan had revealed to others that made him famous, Void Blade Soul. Whenever this move was used in battle, it would cause the deaths of at least tens of thousands of people every time it was used. It was unparalleled in power, and its power was even more intense. Iluoyue suddenly felt that she was being attacked by no less than hundreds of thousands of weapons at the same time. Even though her cultivation was at the divine realm, she did not dare to rashly take the full blow of Mutsang Lan, who was at the same level. Such a sea of blades was definitely enough to break her elemental energy defense and pierce her body. Moreover, the remaining energy could even penetrate her body. Although Iluoyue was absolutely sure that she would not lose her life because of this, she was very unwilling to be injured like this. She had no choice but to let out a clear whistle. Her body spun like a whirlwind. As she dodged, she suddenly formed a powerful tornado. At the same time, the flashlight flashed and accurately knocked away each blade. However, the situation changed again. Even someone as strong as her could only protect herself and could not attack. This was the effect that Mutsang Lan wanted. With a flash of his body, several phantoms appeared at the same time. They rushed to the battlefield and swept across. In an instant, all the senior guards were gathered together. He shouted in a low voice, "Get ready!" In the next moment, a palm turned into a beam of white light. The white light was blazing as it ruthlessly smashed into the depths of the ground. The white light flashed and disappeared. The people surrounding him had no idea what he was trying to do. They attacked the area below, but there was no enemy there. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the depths of the ground. This explosion was extraordinarily violent. The entire piece of land that was hundreds of feet deep was completely lifted up by this explosion. The land within a radius of hundreds of miles flew up neatly into the air. Screams rang out everywhere. A mushroom cloud slowly rose into the air. No one would have thought that Mutsang Lan would have buried so many explosives under his own house. Looking at the power of this wave of explosives, the most conservative estimate of the buried gunpowder was at least a few 100,000 kilograms. The entire marshal's mansion was instantly turned into a huge crater. Of all the people that had participated in this attack, a small portion had been injured in the previous battle and their souls scattered. The rest were also heavily injured. There were only a few that were able to escape unscathed. By the time Prime Minister Iluoyue's green-robed figure emerged from the smoke, Mutsang Lan and his bodyguard had already disappeared without a trace. Iluoyue's face was as calm as water. She looked at the mess on the ground and her subordinates covered in wounds. Her gaze was as cold as ice. Suddenly, she snorted coldly and left. The green robe that left was still untainted by a speck of dust, elegant and otherworldly. Along the way, her body became stooped again. Her hair turned white as if she was an old woman. At the South City Gate. The city gate that was completely covered in soul-setting iron and built by tens of thousands of experts, which was originally thought to be immortal for thousands of years, had completely collapsed. Mutsang Lan's hands were behind his back. His towering figure stood in the ruins as he watched the thousands of soldiers and horses leave the city. His gaze was like lightning. With Mutsang Lan in charge of bringing up the rear, the soldiers who left the city were all in high spirits. They no longer hesitated. All of them were in high spirits as they flew out. When they passed by Mutsang Lan, everyone respectfully saluted him. Although there were many people, they were orderly and did not panic at all. Mutsang Lan's black robe fluttered as he looked at the ruins in front of him with a complicated gaze. Looking at the imperial city that he had fought for his entire life to protect, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Once upon a time, he had given his all to protect this piece of heaven and earth. Henceforth, he would be absolutely irreconcilable with this world. This was clearly the land that he deeply loved. Unless there was a day when Yuan Tianji's identity as the heavenly demon could be revealed to the world without a doubt and everyone had to acknowledge him, then he would be able to wash away the stain of traitor. Otherwise, before that, he could only carry this shameful title for a long time and continue to walk down this path. It was very likely that he would not be able to wash it clean even when he died. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something he had not seen in a long time. Mengya. His heart was filled with envy for no reason. Meng Wuya had left one step earlier. Although he had suffered an unjust injustice, he had escaped the control of the heavenly demon puppet earlier than him. Mutsang Lan stood there quietly, his thoughts drifting. For a moment, he felt a little sad, a little bitter, and a little lost. What should he do from now on? Yuan Tianji actually did not make any corresponding response to the rebellion of the army this time. This reality made Mu Tsonglan even more certain that Yuan Tianji was definitely heavily injured in the rebellion of the Seven Kings. Yuan Tianji did not appear at all, and the hidden prime minister also left after a battle. Looking at the entire Mo Yuntian, there was no longer any power that could stop Mu Tsonglan. However, Mu Tsonglan really did not have the ability to kill Yuan Tianji in one fell swoop. Both sides could only wait silently, waiting for the other side to reveal a flaw. Waiting for the future, but both sides could feel that after this battle, no matter what the result was, Mo Yuntian's vitality would be greatly damaged. Perhaps Yuan Tianji didn't stop it now because he wanted to avoid this result of his vitality being greatly damaged. After this battle, no matter who won or lost, they would almost be unable to continue fighting. At that time, once the heavenly demons invaded, there would be one less power in the army that resisted the heavenly demons. Mu Tsonglan thought of this and felt sad. But even if he knew that this would be the outcome, this civil war was still imperative, and it had to be carried out urgently. It was already late at night. 700 miles outside the city. Dense forest. General Mu, what should we do next? A general stood up and asked. Take the route south, and absorb our army along the way. The army's vanguard will be pointed at Yu Qi's troops. If Yu Qi can repent, we will give him a chance. If not, we can only destroy him. Before the righteous cause, we must be decisive. Then, we will join forces with Xie Danqiong and gather the superior forces to attack the north. We will eliminate the heavenly demon, Yuan Tianji, and pacify Yun Tian. Mu Tsonglan's gaze was resolute. His grief was suppressed, but it was vast. This battle will cause countless lives to be lost. But we already have no other choice. Yes, we already have no other choice. No other choice, yes, everyone was like this. They had no other choice. Mo Yuntian and Mu Tsonglan's people had no other choice but to eliminate Yuan Tianji. Xie Danqiong also had no other choice now. And Yuan Tianji, as a heavenly demon, also had no other choice. This night is destined to be a bloody battle. If we win, the world will celebrate. If we lose, bones will litter the ground. Xie Danqiong was covered in blood as he stood in front of the similarly wounded troops. His expression was solemn, but there was silent fatigue. So, we have no other choice but to fight to the death. Because behind us are already our loved ones. We must win everything. The most precious protection. Xie Danqiong's voice was heavy. Below, everyone was silent. During this period of time, Xie Danqiong always took the lead in every battle. He was the first to rush into the enemy's formation and the last to retreat. In the bloody battles, he put himself in danger several times in order to save the soldiers on his side. He died countless times. This kind of charisma had long been formed. Those Dream Slayer army soldiers who had no choice but to come over were slightly repulsed by their new commander at the beginning. Later, they looked on coldly from the sidelines. Then, they slowly integrated with him and finally accepted him wholeheartedly now. It could be said that Xie Danqiong's charisma had conquered them. Thinking back, General Meng also led us to charge and break through the enemy lines in the past. Now, General Meng was wronged outside. We won't be able to see him for a while. To be able to accept the leadership of a person like Chief Xia, it could be said that we didn't cast pearls before swine, but at this moment, due to the continuous attacks of Yu Lai, although Xie Danqiong and the others were also good at fighting, they were still outnumbered. In the continuous bloody battles, Xie Danqiong and the others came back from the brink of death time and time again. They fought back from the brink of death time and time again, ambushed the enemy time and time again. They were defeated time and time again, but they fought again and again. In the past few months, they had eliminated more than 2 million enemies, however, they had lost 800 of their own men. Xie Danqiong's side had also gradually reached the end of the road. They were gradually forced to the brink of exhaustion. Now, even if they had thousands of brilliant plans, they had less than 200,000 wounded soldiers. Facing the encirclement of 3 million enemies, they were already helpless. If they retreated one more line of defense, they would reach their base camp. If they were captured by the enemy, all the old, weak, women, and children would be slaughtered. They would have no power to resist. Listening to Xia Danqiong's words, everyone's eyes turned red. I will fight to the death with you. Xia Danqiong's heart suddenly became clear and transparent as he spoke these words. It was as if he had let go of something, and also as if he had been freed from something. Everyone's eyes were shining brightly. Their leader could have broken through the siege by himself. There was no doubt that he had the strength to do so. If Xia Danqiong wanted to retreat, no one would be able to stop him even if there were millions of soldiers in front of him. However, Xia Danqiong still made such a choice. This was an explanation. No one tried to persuade him because everyone knew that persuasion would be useless. Xia Danqiong was as handsome as a woman, but once he had made up his mind, even a bull couldn't pull him back. Just like how he had been leading the charge in the previous battles until now, he was such a person. To be able to follow our leader in this life, I have no regrets even if I die. Everyone bowed at the same time. I hope we can be brothers in the next life. I hope we can still be together in the next life, gallop in Jianghu, and conquer the world. We are willing to repay you with our lives. We will follow you in life and death. We will never leave you. I hope we can be brothers in the next life. These words touched Xia Danqiong's heart. He didn't speak for a long time. There was an indescribable bitterness in his heart. Xia Danqiong quietly looked up at the sky for a long time. Then, he finally said in a heavy voice, "I'm sorry." His voice was distant and calm. He didn't know who he was apologizing to. "I'm sorry to all of you. Because you followed me, you had to suffer such a calamity. I'm sorry to my wife. I used to think, no, I was sure that we would be able to meet in Tian, Quebec. But now, it seems that we can't. I'm sorry to my big brother. Big brother Chu, I always believed that I could laugh proudly with you, and create an immortal legend that would last for thousands of years. But, I misspoke. Sometimes, a person's strength is limited. I can't do it. I'm sorry to my brothers. I thought I could stand at the peak with you, and laugh at the world. But, I will fall one step ahead of you today. Xia Danqiong unconsciously recited in a low voice, when we are happy, we sing and shout together. When the wind rises, we gallop in Jianghu together. When facing a strong enemy, we go through fire and water together. When facing danger, we go through a sea of fire and a mountain of blades together. If brother has a problem, I will draw my sword. If brother is in trouble, I won't return even if I die. If brother is by my side, I will be invincible. The expression on Xia Danqiong's handsome face at this moment was very warm and bright. Torches flickered all around, illuminating Xia Danqiong's tranquil face. Everyone was silent. If you become a legend one day, I hope that I will be part of your legend. If I become a legend one day, I hope you'll be one of my legends. Xia Danqiong smiled gently and warmly. The faces of his brothers slowly slid past his eyes. Actually, how I wish I had you guys by my side right now. That way, I will be even more fearless. Now, even though there was still no fear, there was still a lot of loneliness and regret. I'm Xia Danqiong, Xianxia Xia Danqiong. I was born in the Chongtian continent for 3.5 years. From a mere martial great master, I climbed all the way to revered martial artist, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, and finally, revered martial artist. He ascended to the heavens and walked step by step until today, breaking through to the saint realm. My big brother helped me along the way. My brothers will accompany me. There are also countless bloody battles. If the heavens want me dead, brothers, don't come. If the heavens don't want me dead, I can still laugh proudly. A face that he hadn't seen for a long time seemed to appear in front of Xia Danqiong's eyes. Chu Yang, in a daze, Chu Yang's eyes were as firm as before, as if telling him word by word, no matter when. No matter how bad the environment is. But you can't give up. As long as your heart is there, there's hope. Never give up. Xia Danqiong nodded firmly. Chief, can we request for more help from those who are secretly providing information? Someone asked nervously. No. Xia Danqiong smiled warmly, they're just an intelligence organization after all. They may not have any significant fighting power. I'm already very grateful that they've been providing us with information along the way. If I ask for more, I won't be able to get past myself. Since they don't want to reveal their identities, then they must continue to live in murky cloud sky. As men, how can we drag our benefactors who have helped us to the grave with us? There's no need to mention this again. The person who spoke lowered his head in shame. Xianxia thought, those people, if I'm not wrong, should be Mo Tianji's subordinates, or Chu Yang's people. They can't come over themselves, but they still sent people over. But now, we're already at the end of the road. To be honest, even if we have accurate information, it's useless. So, why should we drag our brothers' subordinates to the grave with us? It's also good to preserve some strength for our brothers. There's no need to sacrifice in vain. Outside, the war drums were suddenly beaten. The sound of battle cries that shook the heavens resounded. Everyone's expression turned cold. Is that moment finally coming? Xianxia stood up and said, brothers, the last wave of fierce battle has arrived. Bring wine, let's have a toast first. On the road to hell, let's drink and chat. In this last battle, let's see who kills the most enemies. When the time comes, let's compete. Originally, everyone had sunk into a heavy and desolate atmosphere, but with Xianxia's words, they all relaxed. That's right. This is indeed a competition. Song K, you're definitely not as good as me. F***ck your mother's bullshit. You think you can beat me with your sickly bare appearance? You're delusional. Stop arguing. Someone said seriously, I, the champion, haven't even spoken yet. What are you arguing for? TSK. Just you? Ha ha ha, good wine. It's really good wine. Everyone laughed loudly. Smack, a wine bowl fell to the ground and smashed into pieces. Xianxia was the first to stand up. His expression was solemn as he recited softly, let this battle become our never-ending legend in the Heaven Imperial Court. Ha ha ha. That's right, let this battle become a never-ending legend in Heaven Imperial Court. Everyone followed behind Xianxia and strode towards the front line. They didn't look back. The viburnum flowers bloomed as Xianxia recited, when we're happy, let's sing and shout together. Wherever the wind rises. With my brothers by my side, I'm invincible. Invincible. A group of people walked out with their blood boiling. Facing the cold wind, everyone's heart was surging. Perhaps, this will be the last battle in Heaven Imperial Court in my life. Just like what Xianxia said, let our final battle become a legend in the Heaven Tower. Everyone walked out in awe. Far away, in the military tent, Mo Yuntian's commander, Yu Qi, waved his hand. Pass down the order. The army does not move. The rest of the army attack from all sides. The only thing is that we must use the wolf pack tactic to completely defeat the enemy. Yes. The sound of drums shook the sky. Countless soldiers and horses rushed out from the dense forest. In the sky, countless experts flew out continuously. Sword light and saber energy soared into the sky. Both sides were rapidly approaching each other. High up in the sky, a cluster of viburnum flowers suddenly bloomed. The viburnum flowers were incomparably beautiful. They were so beautiful that they were breathtaking and enchanting. However, such a breathtaking and beautiful scene also had a lethal power that could take people's lives. A handsome figure turned into a shocking rainbow. Everywhere he passed, the viburnum flowers bloomed. It was so beautiful that it could topple cities and countries. What followed was not the falling petals, but the enemy's corpses that fell like hailstones. Screams of agony filled the air. Xianxia covered a distance of 500 feet in one go. Countless people had fallen down along the way. Viburnum flowers. It's the viburnum flowers. It's Xianxia. We can't let him continue to act recklessly. Quickly stop him. Above and below, there were panic-stricken shouts. Since the beginning of the battle until now, who hadn't heard of the illustrious reputation of the viburnum flower during this period of almost a year? The name of the viburnum flowers, Xianxia, had truly shaken the world. This was a reputation that had been earned through fighting, and an awe-inspiring might that had been gained through killing. The viburnum flowers were originally the most beautiful things. But now, they had become the biggest nightmare of Yu Qi's army. Seeing the viburnum flowers meant that there would be people who would lose their lives in this sky full of beautiful viburnum flowers. Xianxia's viburnum flowers, the beautiful viburnum flowers, had become a symbol of death. Yuqi looked at the sky full of colorful viburnum flowers blooming nonstop. He waved his hand. Then, several figures rushed up to the sky with a whoosh sound and turned into rainbows across the sky. They rushed towards Xiadanqiong's location. These people were top-notch experts who specialized in dealing with Xiadanqiong. If they didn't send this kind of specialized personnel to deal with Xiadanqiong and let him do as he pleased, then the number of lives reaped by the viburnum flower would be uncountable. In fact, in the previous battle, you had neglected Xiadanqiong's personal lethality. A blind spot appeared in the layout, causing a gap to appear in the annihilation battle that could have been completely annihilated. The beautiful scenery presented by the viburnum flowers became more and more gorgeous. Xiadanqiong leaped into the sky. His figure was confident and at ease, and his bearing was graceful. Even though he was in a battle of life and death, he still maintained his graceful and calm demeanor. He didn't show the slightest sign that he was at the end of his rope. From the beginning to the end, not a single shout came out of his mouth. From the beginning to the end, not a single curse came out of his mouth. Her entire being was like a pure and spotless viburnum flower. Together with his viburnum flowers, they wandered in the air, paced back and forth, and reaped human lives. However, they maintained an extremely elegant posture, as if they could maintain this posture until the end of time. Below, the officers and soldiers of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion rushed out like ferocious tigers out of the mountains, and faced the densely packed enemies on the opposite side. Kill! A thunderous roar came out. The curtains of the exceptionally cruel and bloody battle had officially opened. This was the last battle of their lives. The battle was in the most gorgeous way in the sky, and everywhere within a radius of hundreds of miles underground. There were battles everywhere. The assassins on Xiadanqiong's side and the assassins on Yuqi's side were doing their best to display their assassination skills. They were doing everything they could to reap human lives. No matter where the enemy was, including the enemy on the ground and the enemy in the sky, arrows were flying everywhere. However, the arrows used here were different from the arrows used in the usual sense. These arrows were made of starcore silver. At the very least, it required a peak-level celestial being expert to mobilize all of his strength to shoot them. They were called saint-breaking arrows. On top of the arrows, there was also the Heaven's Heart Destruction, which was known as the #1 poison in the world. That was the world's most toxic heavenly treasure. Once an arrow was shot, it would be as fast as lightning, and as fast as a meteor. Even the arrows of a saint-level expert would lose their fighting power in an instant. Even a top-notch assassin could only own no more than 20 of them in his lifetime. Some assassins whose names had shaken the world for hundreds of thousands of years had never seen these arrows before. These arrows were the ultimate trump cards of the assassins. They couldn't be used casually. However, at this moment, they were being shot out as if they were free goods. Everyone knew that this battle was the final battle to destroy the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. The final battle. If they won this battle, they would still have a chance to get back their arrows. After all, each arrow had their own divine sense imprint on it. However, if they lost the battle, they would lose their lives. So, how could they talk about arrows? No matter how precious they were, the assassins on both sides held the same idea. Bang 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 bang. Xiadanqiong single-handedly faced the 5 top experts of the opposing side. His viburnum flowers fluttered and bloomed. It seemed as if he was fighting with his life on the line. However, his innate elegance was deeply ingrained in him. It seemed that no matter what kind of action it was, no matter how embarrassing or vulgar it was, Xiadanqiong's body exuded an innate aristocratic aura. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Xiadanqiong finally spat out a mouthful of blood. He spun and fell to the ground. His viburnum flowers fluttered and bloomed to protect his body. He fell into a battle below. Then, he continued to roll forward. His viburnum flowers bloomed along the way. The rolling heads looked like watermelons that had been knocked over. They rushed up with a whoosh sound, and fell down with a puff sound. Several of the enemies in the sky also spat out blood and fell to the ground. Some of them continued to chase after Xiadanqiong. Some of them turned around and killed their way into the army. It was a chaotic battle from the beginning. It was extremely chaotic. And this extremely chaotic battlefield also made people feel from the bottom of their hearts what was true cruelty, real cruelty, the so-called cruelty. It was naturally feasible to fight one-on-one in a high-altitude battle in the ordinary sense of the word. In fact, the battlefield of high-level cultivators was more inclined to the high-altitude three-dimensional battle mode. However, if two armies were to engage in a large-scale battle, and the number of people participating in the battle would increase to a certain extent, millions of people would trample on each other. The atmosphere of the battle would become desperate. Then, no matter what kind of expert they were, they would choose to fall to the ground and fight on the ground. There were too many unpredictability on the battlefield. Enemies were everywhere as far as the eye could see. So, the chances of encountering an accident were naturally much lower than the high-altitude three-dimensional battle mode. This was the battle experience and wisdom accumulated by countless predecessors. Moreover, fighting in the high altitude also required the support of vitality. Every bit of yuan qi was infinitely precious in this kind of large-scale battle. How could it be wasted? Xianxia took the lead. He charged and killed all the way. Although he was riddled with scars, his heart was still as cold as ice. There wasn't the slightest bit of restlessness. Thousands of soldiers charged back and forth. It could be said that Xianxia's experience was very rich. Moreover, he didn't care about life and death as much as he used to. However, even so, Xianxia still felt heartfelt heartache when he saw countless of his subordinates die an unnatural death. The battle had been chaotic from the beginning. It was extremely chaotic. This was a chaotic situation that Xianxia's side had deliberately created. They were facing an enemy with overwhelming superiority. So, any deployment and any strategy would be of no use. It was better to be chaotic like this. Although those with lower cultivation would be at a disadvantage and would lose their lives very quickly, those with higher cultivation would be able to inflict great damage to the enemy. Even if they self-destructed at the last moment, they wouldn't have any scruples. Chaotic speculation created a turning point in the chaos and created a chance for survival. The battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. Even the distant drums couldn't be heard. However, Xianxiang felt that the pressure on his body was getting bigger and bigger. He knew that the main force of Yujia's army was finally dispatched. The dispatch of the main force meant that the end of the heavenly armament pavilion was coming. Xianxiang's heart was somewhat unwilling to accept this. However, he was still calm. When he had angrily caused trouble for Imo Yuntian, he had already prepared for this outcome. Afraid? There was nothing to be afraid of, it was just a pity. Many black-cloaked figures came flying in the sky. They spread out in the sky. In the distance, there was a black mass of people swarming over. Looking sideways, he saw that his side's army was retreating in defeat. It could collapse at any time. Xianxiang let out a long sigh in his heart. The beautiful jade flower fluttered and bloomed again. He flew back in the sky. At this point, the defeat was set. Now, the only thing he could do was to make a final effort to see if he could save the families of these soldiers. If he couldn't, then he could only fight to the death here. If Xianxiang were to withdraw and escape from this death trap, he wouldn't let the families of hundreds of thousands of soldiers be slaughtered. The last battle. Completely annihilate the heavenly armament pavilion. Kill the rebels and pacify the heavenly armament pavilion. The earth-shaking shouts came from Yujia's army. Xianxiang's eyes suddenly lit up. Perhaps there is another way to break this deadlock. That is, to kill the enemy's commander-in-chief. Yujia, however, Yujia was an army's commander-in-chief. Let's not talk about his amazing strength. How strong was the defense around him? How could it be easy to assassinate him? What's more, Yujia was almost at the same level as Xianxiang. He was even superior to Xianxiang. However, Xianxiang had no other choice now. The last move might not be able to protect the families of the soldiers. Yujia was cold-blooded and cruel. He would never accept his conditions. Instead of giving the choice to the other party, it was better to fight to the death. On both sides of him, countless enemy soldiers screamed and fell down. Blood splattered everywhere, forming a bloody alley. Xianxiang didn't make any moves according to the rules. Instead, he continued to rush forward without a care in the world. The viburnum flowers suddenly bloomed and turned into a haze that filled the entire sky. A kind of magnificent scene suddenly appeared in front of him. The two enemy generals didn't have time to wake up from this stunning beauty. They were already screaming strangely. Their hands covered their throats. Blood splattered out, and their bodies slowly fell down. It turned out that beauty could also be beautiful to death. This was the common understanding of the dead who died under the viburnum flowers. Xia Danxiong's figure really swept past like the wind. By the time the two enemy experts fell to the ground, he had already rushed forward no less than 1,000 feet. There were already more than 300 dead souls around him. Now, he was about 3,000 feet away from Yuqi's army. Yuqi's army had already started to attack. The number of people left behind to guard the commander's tent was relatively small. But Xia Danxiong wanted to force his way into the enemy's camp among the thousands of horse soldiers. He also wanted to brazenly kill the enemy's chief general. It was still an almost impossible task, looking at the thousands of horse soldiers rushing over with unstoppable momentum. People and horses were thrown off their feet wherever he passed. Countless elite soldiers died one after another under this person's hands. Wherever he passed, a straight line formed a river of blood. Yuqi's eyes slightly tightened. Her eyes narrowed slightly. She praised and said, "The viburnum flowers really live up to their reputation." Beside her, someone said softly, "However, with his current cultivation, he actually wants to carry out a decapitation operation against us. I don't know if he's too arrogant or overestimating his own capabilities." Hearing this, the others in the tent smiled. Everyone's smile was full of ridicule. In fact, Xia Danxiong's current movements and intentions were clearly seen by everyone. But, no one thought that Xia Danxiong had the ability to decapitate, not to mention others. Just talking about the tent at this moment, there were more than 10 people whose cultivation was not lower than Xia Danxiong's. And there were 3 or 4 people who were far superior to Xia Danxiong. And these 3 or 4 people just happened to be the target of Xia Danxiong's action this time. Yuqi. The success rate of Xia Danxiong's beheading strategy was less than 1,000th under such a huge disparity in strength. Yuqi's eagle-like eyes stared at the figure, who was still dashing and at ease despite being bathed in blood, as he said in an indifferent voice, "Now that the battle has been decided, we are bored. Let him come over, and let us personally experience the methods of this Xianxia." Yes. The enemy who had besieged Xia Danxiong suddenly retreated like a receding tide under this order. It was as if a wide and unobstructed path had appeared out of thin air between him and the tent at the top of the mountain, straight up. A path that had been predicted and calculated had unexpectedly appeared in such a manner. Xia Danxiong took a deep breath. Then, he slowly stretched his stiff fingers. Then, he slowly moved the joints of his body. He slowly circulated his martial power to heal the accumulated injuries on his body. However, his speed didn't slow down even in the slightest. Like a shooting star, he rushed towards his target. Xia Danxiong also understood that the enemy had seen through his plans. Now that they had given him such a direct path, they must have set up countless traps and were waiting for him to die. But he had already come this far. How could he retreat at the last minute? No matter if it was a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, no matter how difficult it was, he had to charge through this time. The only way to break out of this situation was to find a path to survival. Seeing Xia Danxiong charge without any hesitation or reduction in speed. In the tent, many generals couldn't help but show expressions of admiration and respect. While they were enemies, it did not affect the respect they had for heroes and men. There were very few rulers that could make such a choice when they were at the end of the road. Xia Danxiong, as expected of a man, whoosh, Xia Danxiong's rapidly flying figure appeared in front of the tent. His body was covered in blood, but it did not diminish his dashing presence. His tall and slender figure made him look even more handsome. He slowly took 2 steps and said with a slight smile, "Marshal Yu's tent is near a mountain and a river, easy to defend and hard to attack. As expected, the location is very good. As expected of a master of the art of war, this Xia has seen it." At this moment, he looked like a noble who was sightseeing and giving pointers. He really didn't look like someone who had come here for a bloody battle. Yuqi smiled faintly. "Chief Xia's presence is also rare. You can be said to be an elite of the world. This you admires it greatly." Xia Danxiong shook his head. "Your admiration is useless. I have come to take your head." Ha 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 ha. Of the 30 to 40 people in the tent, more than half of them roared with laughter. Xia Danxiong had come here, and after seeing such a lineup, he still dared to say that he would take Yuqi's head. This was too arrogant, or was he overestimating himself? As long as Chief Xia has the ability, you can take this head of this marshal at any time. Yuqi laughed and then his expression became unprecedentedly serious. He asked in a low voice, Xiadan Xiong, I will ask you one last time, now, the situation is clear. Are you still not willing to surrender to me? Yuqi asked word by word. You are at the end of the road. As long as I give the order, the 1,000,000 wounded soldiers you are protecting, the 3,000,000 family members, and the less than 400,000 people you have on the battlefield will all be annihilated. Even the fact that you were able to come before me is a gift from me. Yuqi said seriously, so, you are still not willing to surrender? Xiadan Xiong smiled. From what martial you means, if I surrender now, these people can live. Yuqi shook his head slowly. That is impossible. Or, some of them can live. For example, I can spare your original subordinates. However, those who originally belonged to the Dreamslayer army and their families must die. To tell you the truth, I only value you, Xiadan Xiong. That's all. Yuqi said, as long as you are willing to surrender, I can promise you that you will not be investigated for taking in rebels or for plotting a rebellion. Instead, you can live a life of wealth and prosperity. I promise you, you can be ranked in the heavenly court. Ranked in the heavenly court, these words caused many people's eyes to light up. The conditions that Rain Lagging offered were undoubtedly very generous, Xiadan Xiong sighed. Most of my subordinates were killed by your words. So, I still have to surrender? Is the heavens playing tricks on me? As he spoke, he suddenly took off his blood-stained battle robe and revealed the clothes underneath. He said with a smile, wait a moment, let me change. Everyone was stunned at the same time. How could this guy still change his clothes in front of so many enemies at this time? What was he doing now? However, there seemed to be some room to maneuver. Had Xiadan Xiong been moved by Martial Yu's words, Xiadan Xiong casually threw out the blood-red battle robe in a natural and unrestrained manner. Then, he touched his ring, and a white robe appeared. Xiadan Xiong slowly put on the white robe. The white robe was spotless like a snow lotus on the top of a snowy mountain, pure and holy. The white robe had covered all the wounds on Xiadan Xiong's body. At this moment, he was in high spirits. He was handsome and confident, and his eyes were filled with elegance and nobility. A fine duke in a chaotic world, a handsome young man, just like when they first met Chu Yang in the Three Heavens, that noble and aloof man. I've always loved wearing white. Even when I'm in battle, I still wear white. Xiadan Xiong slowly tied a belt around his waist. With a snap, he opened a folding fan and said with a smile, the white robe I am wearing was made for me by my wife. This folding fan was given to me by my father when I ascended to the heavenly imperial court. Xiadan Xiong smiled. Yuqi, you let me come here safely. How can I not give you a big gift in return? The viburnum flowers are about to bloom. All of a sudden, the entire tent was filled with blooming viburnum flowers without any warning. It was as if countless petals were falling from the sky, and also as if countless petals were surging out from the ground. There were also countless petals that were blooming in the void. It was just that every petal was flickering with that kind of cold, yet elegant cold light. Taking people's souls, taking people's lives. Although everyone was already on guard against Xiadan Xiong's sudden attack, they did not expect Xiadan Xiong's attack to be so sudden. They did not know that Xiadan Xiong was sighing in his heart. Why can't I be Wu Juiqing? Or Chu Luer? Or even Big Brother Chu Yang? If Wu Juiqing or Chu Luer were to appear in front of the enemy at such a close distance, it would mean that everyone's lives were already in their hands, at their mercy. If Chu Yang was at such a close distance, with the shocking lethality of the tribulation sword technique, if he attacked with all his might, there was also a high chance of killing Yuqi. But Xiadan Xiong did not have the special abilities required for these few things. He could only rely on his own viburnum flowers. When the viburnum flowers bloom, all other flowers wither, Yuqi snorted. I knew you had this trick up your sleeve. But I still dared to let you come here. Isn't this enough to explain the problem? In the tent, all the experts attacked at the same time. Xiadan Xiong's silhouette suddenly flew out like a streamer of light. It was unknown how much mountain-like power had hit his body. But, it seemed as if he hadn't felt it at all. He was blindly facing Yuqi, and was persistently attacking her. Humph. The rumbling sound was getting further and further away. Everyone had actually retreated. Xiadan Xiong looked at everything that was happening in front of him. Looking at the people who surrounded him retreating like a tide, he was also dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Could it be that? Xiadanqiong's heart suddenly started to beat wildly. Could it be that reinforcements had arrived? And it was a large-scale reinforcements? The number was so large that even Yu Yi had to consider it for fear of being attacked from both sides. However, this was Mo Yuntian. In this world, how could he have such a large scale of reinforcements, after a long while? The rumbling sound came from afar, from faintly discernible to clearly audible, and then to shaking the earth. A large flag fluttering in the wind suddenly rushed out from the corner of the mountain path in front of the dense forest. On it, a large Mu character appeared impressively. The tide-like army appeared once again, but it was no longer Yu Ye's army. A group of people separated into two sides, and a person rode out. His long beard fluttered in the wind, and his face was thin, but there was a hint of worry between his brows. Muzonglan. At the most crucial moment, Muzonglan's army finally dared to come and meet up with Xiadanqiong. The most critical crisis had finally passed. With the arrival of Muzonglan's army, Yu Ye's army finally retreated. Before receiving the new reinforcements sent by Yuan Tianji, Yu Yi definitely did not have the guts to confront the current Muzonglan. The most important thing was that Yu Yi did not know what had happened in the capital that could cause Muzonglan's complete betrayal. Muzonglan's influence and rallying power in the military had reached a shocking level. Along the way to the south, the number of troops he gathered along the way had reached tens of millions. This number already accounted for 1/10 of Mo Yuntian's actual military strength. There were still too many people who did not know the truth of the matter. As time passed, there would be more and more people who would come after hearing the news. At Xiadanqiong's most critical moment, Muzonglan's army arrived in time, and the two sides that originally had no possibility of joining forces met here. Perhaps it was because of their original differences. Both sides thought that it was impossible for them to walk together again. Now that they had actually walked together, both sides felt a sense of awkwardness. After cleaning up the battlefield, the high-level officials of both sides gathered together and entered Xiadanqiong's meeting hall. No matter what, this kind of contact was necessary. No matter how awkward it was, this contact had to be carried out. This time, Muzonglan was leading an army of tens of millions. Although Xiadanqiong's side was the weaker side, they had been fighting until now. It could be said that the issue of master and subordinate was the most important thing at the moment. He had to confirm it as soon as possible. There are no two suns in the sky, no two monarchs in a country, and no two commanders in an army. Otherwise, even if it was temporarily stable, there would definitely be internal strife in the future, and it would be impossible to avoid it in the long run. Wang Dao led the assassins under his command, as well as the head of Mo Tianji's secret intelligence department, and followed Xiadanqiong into the main hall. In my opinion, Commander Mu is a man of virtue and prestige. If we want to succeed, Commander Mu must take charge of the overall situation in person. What's more, if it wasn't for Marshal Mu's powerful arrival, I'm afraid that the Heavenly Armament Pavilion would have already ceased to exist. That's not true. Chief Xiao led everyone to fight a bloody battle. After several hardships, the current situation was created. Commander Mu has just arrived and doesn't understand the situation. If he rashly led everyone, it would be difficult for him to convince everyone. I think that it's better for Chief Xia to take charge of the overall situation. That day, the Dream Slayer army wasn't Chief Xia's headquarters. Now, they are all sincerely convinced by Chief Xia. That's right. Chief Xia is the one who everyone wants. Sure enough. They only said a few words, but the subordinates of both sides were already in a mess because of this matter. The smell of gunpowder was getting thicker and thicker. At the beginning, both sides could still smile and argue. Later on, they gradually glared at each other and slammed the table. Xiadanqiong and Muzonglan didn't even have time to speak before swords were drawn in the main hall. It was as if a fight was about to break out. Chief Xia, regarding the current situation, what do you think? Muzonglan had a mysterious smile on his face. Xiadanqiong smiled and said, I would like to hear what your plan is, Commander Mu. Muzonglan laughed and said, I don't care about myself. I'm just a little worried that with the current situation, Chief Xia alone may not be able to appease everyone. Xiadanqiong's people from the Heavenly Armament Pavilion heard this and their hearts tightened. The meaning of Muzonglan's words was very clear. He wanted to have the final say. They just didn't know what Chief Xia would say. If Chief Xia was the first to take a step back, then even if they were to break their heads, it would still be of no avail. It would be of no avail. Muzanlan's people were shocked when they heard this. They looked at Xia Danqiong with shining eyes, waiting to see how he would respond. Xia Danqiong pursed his lips and smiled, saying, "Why don't I know about this? Since when do we need to use face? We've always used our fists, haven't we?" This sentence was full of hidden meaning. The meaning was also clear. Although you turned the situation around at the last moment, I will not easily give up my power. Although the two of them were opposing each other, they were both helpless in their hearts. Muzanlan was a person of virtue and prestige, but Xia Danqiong was already established. If Muzanlan hastily gave up his position, the tens of thousands of troops under his command would definitely not agree. "We followed you because of you, Mutianlan, and not Xia Danqiong." If Xia Danqiong took a step back, his subordinates, who had been bathed in blood all the way until now, would inevitably be dissatisfied in their hearts even if they didn't say anything. If a conflict arose between the two sides because of this, then it would be a big problem. Therefore, neither of them would take a step back. "Marshal Mu, other than my boss, I, Xia, have never been inferior to anyone else in my entire life. Even if Chief Mu is here now, there is no exception." Xia Danqiong smiled gently, but the attitude expressed in his words was that he would not take a step back. He was not the only one here. Boss Chu's people and Mo Tianji's people were here too. He was here on behalf of Brother Tribulation, not just himself. Brother Jia never bowed his head. "I can't lose the face of my brothers." Muzanlan's expression changed instantly. He said slowly, "With the reputation that I have accumulated for 1,000,000 years, the cultivation of a peak saint, and the experience of leading an army for 1,000,000 years, I really can't make Chief Xia take a step back?" Xia Danqiong smiled. "Yes, what Chief Mu said is an indisputable fact. However, Chief Mu, the first thing I want to refute is, although you have the cultivation of a peak high-level saint, and I am ashamed of my inferiority, I am also at the peak level of a beginner saint now. Although I am much weaker than you in this aspect, I am only 20 years old now." Xia Danqiong raised his head. His eyes were like spring water, but they were aggressive. "I, a nobody, cultivated from nothing to the peak level of a beginner saint. Even if you include the days when I was in my mother's womb, I have only cultivated for these 20 years. Chief Mu, how many days did you use to cultivate to your current level? What kind of strength did you have when you were 20 years old?" Muzanlan was instantly embarrassed and speechless. The people of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion behind Xia Danqiong almost burst out laughing. Xia Danqiong's words were really sharp. Of course, it was also very strange. Yes, you have a high position and power. Your cultivation is high. These are all true. However, you have spent millions of years to accumulate everything you have today. I, on the other hand, only used 20 years to have the foundation I have now. However, what cultivation did you have when you were my age? What foundation? I am indeed inferior in this aspect. I would like to hear 2 reasons. If there is one, there must be 2, right? Muzanlan waved his hand to stop the restlessness behind him. Instead, he asked with interest. Secondly, although Commander Mu has a powerful army, but in the current situation, it is very sudden to make a mutiny. Although it is because of the heavenly demons and evil demons, it is not appropriate for Commander Mu to be the leader of the rebel army. It will be hard to avoid gossip." Xia Danqiong smiled and did not complete his sentence. Muzanlan nodded and said, "This point is indeed correct. Although Yuan Tianji is a demonic evildoer, I have always been his subordinate for countless years. If I really become the leader of the uprising, people will definitely make a fuss about it. They will say that I rebelled because I wanted to take a step further for my own power. This is indeed something we must guard against. We must guard against it." The generals behind Muzanlan were first stunned. Then, they understood. Then, they felt a wave of disappointment. That's right, this was indeed a big problem. It would definitely be the focus of public opinion. Guarding against gossip was more important than guarding against a river. That was impossible to guard against. When the time comes, once this public opinion was formed, Muzanlan's appeal would definitely be destroyed. Thirdly, Commander Mu knows too many people in the heavenly courts. There are really many people who are familiar with Commander Mu's methods in the art of war and tactics. In this aspect, he is inevitably weak. No matter how scheming and far-sighted he has long formed a fixed pattern of thinking. It will be difficult for him to escape the calculations of someone with ulterior motives. Xianxia smiled faintly. The fourth reason is that other than all the power I have now, I still have endless external help. However, this can only be said for you. Although you have millions of subordinates, it is already the limit. It is also a tree without roots, a limited source. The fifth reason is that the battle against the heavenly devil is a huge matter of the entire heavenly court. It is not a private matter of the heavenly court. Xianxia smiled. Your previous thoughts of revenge are too narrow. The first reason is that I am young. The people of the heavenly court of Moyun have not experienced much of my methods. I can always win by surprise. Most importantly, I have a good reason. Among all these reasons, this marshal feels that the last personal reason is the most reasonable. Mu Lan laughed and turned around. How is it? Do you all understand now? Everyone nodded. Although they were still a little uncomfortable, after listening to Xianxia's analysis of the pros and cons, even a fool could tell right from wrong. Although Xianxia's last reason was very arrogant and unpleasant to the ears, it also proved that Xianxia had this ambition. As for Mu Lan, no matter what his background was, he had only been a subordinate for 1,000,000 years. To be honest, how could he have the ambition to go further? Moreover, the fact that Yuan Tianji was an extraterrestrial demon had already left a stain on Mu Lan. That would be difficult to remove for the rest of his life. That was to serve the extraterrestrial demon loyally for 1,000,000 years. What kind of shame and humiliation was this? If he didn't cleanse himself, how could Mu Lan have the face to go further? That's it. Mu Lan stood up and made the final decision. All the troops under my command will be merged into the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Chief Xia will still be the chief. I, Mu Lan, will shamelessly continue to be the Grand Marshal and lead the troops. However, all dispatches and orders must be obeyed by Chief Xia. Anyone who disobeys or tries to rebel will be executed immediately without mercy. Mu Lan originally didn't want to fight for the position of the leader of the anti-demon army. When the matter of Yuan Tianji came out, Mu Lan was furious and ashamed, but in fact, his heart was like dead ashes. He didn't have the face to see anyone, let alone fight for the position of leader. However, with so many subordinates following him, most of them came for him, Mu Lan. If he couldn't come up with a convincing reason, it was inevitable that people wouldn't be able to accept it. If they simply couldn't accept it, it would be fine. If it caused a negative incident because of this, it would be his fault. Xianxiang had also stated the reason in front of everyone. So, the transition had become a matter of course. And, when the conditions were right, success would come naturally. As for Mu Lan continuing to lead the troops as the Grand Marshal, Xianxiang didn't have any objections. In fact, it was exactly what he wanted. Other than Mu Lan, there was really no one else who could suppress this group of arrogant soldiers. Even if he didn't count his own subordinates, most of the other members were originally from the Dreamslayer army. They definitely wouldn't dislike being led by Mu Lan. Both sides hit it off immediately. Just now, it was as if they had cooperated to put on a big show. However, this show was necessary. It was equivalent to laying a solid foundation for Mo Yuntian's future. The next morning, Mu Lan steadied the army and reorganized the troops. He began to appoint generals and prepare for the northern expedition. At the same time, a proclamation to suppress the extraterrestrial demons and devils were announced to the world. The heavenly emperor, Yuan Tianji, was extraterrestrial heavenly demon. Extraterrestrial demons wreaked havoc and the people had no way of making a living. They invaded purple clouds and plunged the people into misery and suffering. There were extraterrestrial demons who had sneaked into Heavenly Palace early on and wanted to do great things. The Heavenly Emperor of Mo Yuntian, Yuan Tianji, is the extraterrestrial demon king. Once it was revealed, the world would be shocked. The 7 star guards rose to kill the extraterrestrial demons. However, the extraterrestrial demons were cruel and cunning. They killed the 5 kings. Today, the Mo Yuntian army rose to kill the extraterrestrial demons and return Mo Yuntian to us. Everyone has the responsibility to kill the extraterrestrial demons. Killing the extraterrestrial demons is the most urgent matter. The million years of humiliation of Mo Yuntian will be cleansed today. Men with lofty ideals, the proclamation listed the crimes of the extraterrestrial demons one by one. It also analyzed Yuan Tianji's identity from the basics until it was clear. No one would have the slightest doubt. As long as one had doubts about Yuan Tianji's identity and looked at this proclamation, they would believe it without a doubt. This proclamation was written by Muzong Lan's old friend, the erudite scholar Ji Hong. This old man had students all over the world. His students moved when they heard the news, and their momentum was even greater. And the shocking news of Heavenly Emperor Mo Yuntian's extraterrestrial demon was like a bomb that suddenly exploded in the entire Heavenly Imperial Court. Book Maniac and Painting King were seriously injured and fled outside at top speed. However, they had encountered dozens of pursuers along the way. Many times, they had almost lost their lives. Almost all the secret experts under Yuan Tianji's command came out in full force. Yuan Tianji's hatred towards Book Maniac and Painting King could not be washed away even if the 3 rivers and 5 lakes were emptied. The ones who came out this time were the extraterrestrial demons that Yuan Tianji had been hiding all along. Every one of them was an expert among experts. Moreover, every one of them used the extraterrestrial demon's unique blood escape technique to chase after the 2 kings at top speed. Blood escape technique was the extraterrestrial demon's secret technique. First, the user had to sacrifice himself to see its effect. Every time the secret technique was used, not to mention the effect, the negative effects could not be recovered in a short time. If it was used 3 times in a row, even if it was an extraterrestrial demon king, there would also be the danger of his whole body collapsing. From this, it could be seen how urgent Yuan Tianji was to capture Book Maniac and Painting King. Just like this, they ran and fought all the way. The Painting King and Painting King were also angered. Originally, the 2 kings were disheartened by the death of many of their brothers, and they had already told Mu Tianlan that Yuan Tianji was an extraterrestrial demon. Their biggest worry had already been resolved, so they didn't really want to leave Mo Yuntian. They only wanted to find a place to stay in Mo Yuntian first, and after recovering from their injuries, go find Yuan Tianji to take revenge. However, they didn't expect to be chased by a group of extraterrestrial demons. After being chased all the way, the 2 changed their original intention. Aren't you afraid that we will escape from Mo Yuntian? In that case, we must escape no matter what. Go to Demon Emperor Heaven, find Chu Yang, and settle the score in the future. Both of them had the same idea in their hearts. Then, they thought about the words Chu Yang had told them when they left the Demon Emperor Heaven more than a month ago. They thought about how their 5 brothers were still alive at that time, but now, their souls had already dispersed. The 2 of them couldn't help but feel grief and hatred. They suddenly felt that right now, only Chu Yang could help them take revenge. Right now, only Chu Yang had the huge capital to fight against Yuan Tianji. As long as they found Chu Yang, they would be able to recover from their injuries in peace. The 2 of them first went to other heavens and earth, and contacted the 7 star guards of their respective heavenly emperors. Then, they gathered their forces and came to fight against Yuan Tianji. They must completely destroy this extraterrestrial demon. Both of them were peak-level experts. Although they were seriously injured at this moment, they still had the ability to escape. They chased and escaped like this for more than 20 days. Although they met with danger again and again, they were always able to avoid danger and actually reached the seaside. The other side was Demon Emperor Heaven, but when they reached here, the 2 of them were a little worried. If they wanted to cross the sea, when their cultivation was at its peak, it was naturally not a problem. They only needed to transform into a rainbow, and at most half a day's time would have passed. But now that they were seriously injured, they couldn't do it. Moreover, if they were being chased on land, they could at least find a place to rest and recover. But if they were to start a chase on the vast sea, it was all seawater below, boundless and without any time or place to catch their breath. Once they entered the sea, even if the 2 of them had great abilities, they couldn't be compared to extraterrestrial demons, these monsters that were stronger in the water than on land. Then, wouldn't that be a dead end? But now that they were already here, if they didn't cross the sea, it meant that they couldn't reach Demon Emperor Heaven, and they couldn't see Chu Yang. As time passed, once the extraterrestrial demons chasing them all joined together, they would still be annihilated here. The two of them thought over and over again, but still couldn't come up with a good idea. Looking at each other in a daze, the two of them had complicated looks in their eyes. Seeing their brother in such a sorry state and exhausted state, both of them felt extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. The painting and calligraphy kings, these two had always paid attention to their own image. At any time, they were immortal-like and untainted. But now, being chaste until now, they hadn't washed their faces properly for more than 20 days, and hadn't even tidied up their hair once. It was a complete mess as far as the eye could see. Both of their hearts ached from the bottom of their hearts. Behind them, the familiar sharp sound of the air being torn apart sounded again. The experts of the extraterrestrial demons had already caught up. Fight. Cross the sea. The painting and calligraphy kings looked at each other and made the same decision at the same time. At the same time, the two of them made another decision in their hearts. If they were truly exhausted in the process of crossing the sea and were caught up by the enemy, they would rather sacrifice themselves to ensure that their brothers would be able to safely reach the demon emperor sky. Both of them were already mentally prepared for this. A shrill howl sounded, and two rainbows suddenly appeared. The painting and calligraphy kings disappeared at the same time. In the sky, two rainbows flashed and disappeared. Very good. They have finally embarked on this path. The path of no return that we have designed for them. The leader of the extraterrestrial demons had a face as black as charcoal, but his eyes emitted a strange blue light. Everyone, listen to my orders. Pursue them at full speed. We must kill these two bastards and report back to His Majesty, the Heavenly Demon King. Yes. In the sky above the sea, an unprecedented pursuit was unfolding. The two rainbows in front were fleeing desperately, and there were more than 10 streams of black gas chasing after them desperately. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Seeing that they hadn't even crossed half of the sea, the painting and calligraphy kings felt despair in their hearts. Could it be that we are really going to be killed here? But we still have so many grievances, and that deep hatred, and the hopes of our 5 brothers. How can we die now? How can we die? Both of them were roaring in their hearts, and they used almost all their strength to dash forward. However, the two rainbows that they had transformed into were already showing signs of disarray. The strength of those palms was not strong, but the meaning of humiliation was too obvious. The strange laughter did not come from the back. Second brother, these two guys claim to be the top experts of the Heaven Imperial Court. Why do they look like 6 seedlings? They don't live up to their reputation. That's right, that's right. They look like they could be blown down by a strong wind. It's so embarrassing. Sigh, I have no appetite. I was looking forward to it, but now I don't even have the mood to eat them. Are these two sick? They might have a stomachache if they eat them. The two of them were fuming with anger. If you weren't seriously injured by Xianxia before, would you be able to be so arrogant in front of me with just a few pieces of trash like you? But there was nothing they could do now. A dragon in shallow water would be teased by shrimps, and a tiger on the plains would be bullied by dogs. The enemies had caught up with them. There was no hope of escaping, there was no point in holding on. The two of them made up their minds and suddenly turned around. Even if they were going to die, they would drag a few more people down with them. The awe-inspiring demeanor of the two at this moment startled the 15 heavenly demons behind them. Then, they cried out in anger out of humiliation, "You're at death's door, and you still dare to play tricks like this? Kill them! Kill them! How dare they go against us? They don't know what's good for them. Speaking of which, I haven't tasted the meat of a Sage Peak expert. This time I'm going to have a taste. Even if I have a stomachache, I can't care so much." The two of them looked as cold as ice. They tried their best to raise their remaining cultivation, and even had the thought of self-detonating. If their corpses were to be eaten by these heavenly demons and evildoers after they died, that would be the ultimate humiliation. What do you want to eat? Is it delicious? At this critical moment, a curious voice came out. Before this, no one had noticed that there was another person hiding in the sky above the sea. The moment they heard this voice, everyone jumped in fright. Although the two kings of calligraphy and painting were shocked, they were more indifferent. This was because the situation had already reached a point where it could not get any worse. Even if another heavenly demon appeared, it would not be able to make the situation worse for them. So what else did it matter? However, as a person in a desperate situation, he was unwilling to let go of even the slightest bit of hope. After all, that person's voice and tone were clearly not on the same side as the heavenly demons. Since he was not the friend of the enemy, he could be the enemy of the enemy. In other words, he could also be the friend of the enemy who could turn his dangerous situation around. When the heavenly demon heard that person's reply, it became even more furious. The group of sky devils knew that other than them, there were no other companions chasing after them. Therefore, this guy who came in and talked without any reason must be a local of Heaven Imperial City. Since he was a native of Heaven Imperial City, he was destined to be an enemy. He might even be a troublesome character who could affect the outcome of this mission. How could their complacent state of mind not be angry and dejected? Who the hell is playing tricks over there? Come out if you have the guts. Who do you think you are to hide your head and show your tail? The leading heavenly demon shouted. Eh? The invisible intruder suddenly said in surprise, "You guys are really weird. Why are you hiding a pair of wings?" No, why are there no feathers at all? If there are no feathers, what are they called? It's the first time for me to see guys like you. I'm really curious. Bring them over and let me take a closer look. I'll analyze them. Don't be sad if you don't have a name. I'll give you a nice name later. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. How dare you? How dare you? The 15 heavenly demons were so angry that their lungs almost exploded. Heavenly demon wings. This was the supreme glory of the heavenly demon clan. This pair of wings could be hard or soft, and they were ever-changing. Even if a heavenly demon lost his cultivation during a battle, he could still fly thousands of miles with this pair of wings. Moreover, it could be used as a protective weapon, which was indestructible and invincible. When not in use, he could hide it behind his back. No one would be able to see anything unusual about it. This was the symbol of status in the heavenly demon clan. Simply put, in the heavenly demon clan, not all heavenly demons had this pair of wings. Only the purest heavenly demons, who had to cultivate to the level of demon general and above, were qualified to be enlightened once by the heavenly demon king and have a pair of wings appear on his ribs. In the heavenly demon clan, if any heavenly demon saw his heavenly demon wings, he would be infinitely envious. There were billions of heavenly demons in the heavenly demon clan. How many of them could have the heavenly demon wings? They, the elites of the heavenly demons, secretly followed the heavenly demon king into the black cloud sky land. They worked hard for 1,000,000 years before they were enlightened by Demon King Meng Tian and had a pair of heavenly demon wings as a reward. How could they allow this person in the dark to mock and humiliate them like this? How dare you? The person in the dark laughed. Suddenly, with a crisp sound, the clothes of one of the heavenly demons were torn apart, revealing the heavenly demon wings that had always been hidden and shining with golden light. Tsk tisk, it's indeed an extraordinary thing. This pair of wings is not of an ordinary species. Are you heavenly demons from the heavenly demon realm? It's indeed King weird. Ha ha ha. That person laughed out loud. With wings on your body, aren't you King Birdman? Come out. The 15 heavenly demons shouted together, and their momentum was extremely terrifying. Fine, I'll come out. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Along with this voice, a green smoke suddenly appeared in midair. That green smoke slowly condensed and actually condensed into a solid human figure. Then, the human figure changed, and his facial features appeared in front of them one by one. A man in green, wearing a hemp robe and a high hat, appeared in front of everyone with a dignified demeanor. It's him. The painting and calligraphy kings heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts at the same time. As their minds relaxed, the internal breathing that they had been forcefully maintaining was messed up. Their bodies were on the verge of collapsing, and they almost fell into the sea. The other heavenly demons might not know who the person in front of them was, but the two of them knew clearly. This was the divine soul of a calamity, and in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, there was only one divine soul of a calamity that was still alive. That was the divine soul of a calamity that had been following Chu Yang, but they didn't know why this big brother had come here. But no matter what the reason was, since the divine soul of a calamity appeared here, the two of them were safe. Although the heavenly demons that came to pursue them had outstanding cultivations, they were still far inferior to the 7-star guards. If they were not injured and in good condition, either of the painting king or calligraphy crazy would be able to deal with a dozen heavenly demons on their own, and it would be effortless. It was just that the injuries they suffered this time really affected their divine soul, spiritual consciousness, cultivation, and physical body. Their original strength was almost less than 100%. That was why they were unable to fight back, and in the end, they didn't even have the strength to resist. Although the cultivation of the calamity spirit was still inferior to the two in their peak state, its undying and indestructible characteristics and endless offensive methods were something that the two of them could not compare to. Dealing with these 15 heavenly demons was a piece of cake. It could even be said that it was the nemesis of these heavenly demons and evildoers. "Who the hell are you?" The leader of the heavenly demons couldn't help but ask cautiously when he saw the divine soul of a calamity appear calmly without the slightest hint of nervousness or fear. "You're asking who I am? I'm your ancestor." The green-robed figure was naturally the divine soul of a calamity. He laughed and said, "My name is the Emperor." "How dare you? Impudent. You're courting death. Kill him." With angry curses, all the heavenly demons attacked together, almost going crazy. The heavenly demon clan's most supreme ruler now was none other than His Majesty the Emperor, and this guy in front of them was clearly doing it on purpose. Any heavenly demon clan member would not be able to bear this if they heard it. Good timing. The divine soul of a calamity laughed strangely. Suddenly, his entire body split into 15 green-robed figures. Each of them took on a heavenly demon, and they fought fiercely in the air. At this point, the painting king and calligraphy crazy were completely relieved. The last time they saw the divine soul of a calamity, he could only transform into black smoke. Now, he had become green smoke. Half of the gloomy and terrifying aura was gone, but there was a lot more elegance. Obviously, his cultivation had improved greatly. The last time they saw him, he could only create countless clones to harass the enemy, and their lethality was not enough to kill high-level experts. But now, the clones he created were no different from his original body in terms of attack power. They could kill the enemy very effectively. This was undoubtedly a huge improvement. Although they did not understand how the divine soul of a calamity could improve so quickly, the two knew that this change must have something to do with Chuyang. As they spoke, the seawater in the sky suddenly surged up, and in an instant, it shot up 1,000 feet into the sky. For a moment, the scene of the water and the sky connecting appeared. Seeing this, the painting king panicked and hurriedly shouted, "Don't let the heavenly demon come into contact with the seawater." The heavenly demon's heavenly demon wings were even more powerful in the water. Its swimming speed was more than 10 times faster than an ordinary person's. If the battlefield changed to an underwater battle, not only would the divine soul of a calamity lose his advantage, he might even be in great danger. And the reason for this change was that although the divine soul of a calamity had a high cultivation, he lacked experience in fighting against heavenly demons. Stirring up the seawater in the sky was originally intended to harass the enemy, but it turned out to be a trap for himself, putting himself in a dangerous situation. Seeing this, the 15 heavenly demons were all overjoyed. They were in a difficult situation because of the divine soul of a calamity. They were almost suppressed by the other party as soon as they came up. At first, they thought about whether they could find a way to dive into the sea to fight, but the other party's strength was too tyrannical, and his fighting style was even more strange. Not to mention that they had no power to fight back, even parrying was very difficult. How could they deliberately change the battlefield, but seeing that the other party was so kind to give them such a good opportunity, how could they not make good use of it? At the same time, they dived into the sea. With a flash of light, they disappeared in the sky. They had the talent of water escape, and could completely hide their existence in the water. The divine soul of calamity was also a veteran who had been on the battlefield for a long time. How could it make such a low-level mistake? When all the heavenly demons dived into the sea, the wave of seawater he stirred up before all rose from the surface of the sea. In the blink of an eye, the part of the seawater in the air had been separated from the sea by a distance of 70 to 80 feet, and suddenly became rootless water. The next moment, the divine soul of calamity spun rapidly, and a burst of extremely cold air surged out. The seawater in the air instantly turned into a large piece of crystal-like extremely cold ice. The large piece of ice was still spinning in the air, emitting thousands of magnificent and gorgeous rays of light under the sunlight. However, at this moment, it was as if there was nothing inside at all. The divine soul of calamity didn't take it seriously. He laughed and further urged his cultivation to continue freezing. Slowly, the huge ice block turned into a huge column of black ice. At this time, the heavenly demons who were wrapped in it didn't dare to move rashly. If they moved, they would inevitably leave traces and become live targets at any time. Anyway, we have the special ability to hide in the water. As long as we don't reveal any flaws, what's the point of you freezing us? With our cultivation, will we be frozen to death by you? Crazy Book and Crazy Man were also a little confused by the divine soul of calamity's approach. Your approach does trap the enemy. The effect is obvious, but the real effect is not good. There is no way to deal with the enemy. It is difficult to cause any fundamental damage. Also, that is an ice column of seawater that weighs hundreds of thousands of pounds. Can you keep holding it like this? But the next change made the two of them widen their eyes immediately. They admired it from the bottom of their hearts. They admired it from head to toe. It was simply admiring it. They saw the divine soul of calamity suddenly spit out a blazing white flame from its mouth without warning. That was the unique flame of the divine soul of calamity. It also had a name, heart-burning fire. The white flame flashed under the ice. The top continued to freeze with the power of extreme cold, but the bottom was gradually burned by this strange flame that could burn anything. Although it was a large piece of ice, it gradually evaporated from the bottom at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turned into a cloud of mist that rose to the sky. In the process of melting the ice, not even a drop of water dripped down. Is this the conflagrated knowledge? See? Crazy Book and the other two were naturally knowledgeable people. They asked in surprise at the same time. That's right. The divine soul's smile contained undisguised pride. As long as one had the cultivation of a sage, one could use the conflagration of divine knowledge. Even a primary sage could use it. This was originally a move exclusive to sages. However, not everyone could continuously burn their divine knowledge for such a long period of time. Take the two kings of calligraphy and painting as an example. Even in their strongest state, they could not do it. The two kings of calligraphy and painting judged that to continuously burn one's conflagrated divine sense for such a long period of time, let alone them, even Juniho might not be able to do it. But the divine soul of the calamity had done it, and it even had the strength to do it so easily. Actually, to put it bluntly, Xianxia wasn't necessarily that frightening, because the divine soul of the calamity was a body of divine sense. It could be said that as long as he wanted, this method of continuously burning his conflagrated knowledge could be used endlessly. And this kind of flame was the biggest natural nemesis against the extraterrestrial demons. Ever since the two of you left the demon emperor heaven for 10 days, the little ancestor sent me to the sea to wait for you at any time. The little ancestor solemnly told me, unless the two of you don't come back, if you do, you will definitely be heavily injured. One life is more than 10 halts. So I came. I've been waiting here all this time, and I've really waited until the two of you were seriously injured. What does it mean to have godlike foresight? This divine soul has broadened my horizons again today. Crazy Book and the other two looked surprised. The little ancestor mentioned by the divine soul of the calamity was, of course, Chuyang. What Chuyang said was indeed right. Moreover, this preparation was really thorough. Everything had been accounted for. If it weren't for the divine soul of the calamity waiting here, the two of them would have either exploded or become a delicious meal in the stomach of the extraterrestrial demons. Originally, I didn't want to come, but the little ancestor told me that the death energy absorbed by the sea this time may not be less than that absorbed by Luohua City. And it's all the death energy of living creatures. Also, the water is very different from the land. Maybe I will have a new discovery. After I came, I realized that the sea is simply my blessed land. The little ancestor is really prescient. The divine soul of the calamity spoke with undisguised admiration for Chuyang. There was even a kind of indescribable flattery. This kind of flattery made Crazy Book and the other two roll their eyes. But at this time and place, they really couldn't say anything about it. For hundreds of millions of years, I don't know how many fish and shrimps have died in the sea, and the sea can't hold the death energy. All the resentment energy is floating in the air. It's really a feast for me. I can't finish it no matter how much I eat. The divine soul of the calamity laughed, and it also made me understand the principle that water and fire have the same origin. Well, this time, turning water into ice and turning my palm into fire is the greatest achievement of this trip. Listening to the little ancestor's words is really better than reading books for 10,000 years. My left hand is Yin and my right hand is Yang. It's just right to use these demon babies to test my new cultivation method. The divine soul of the calamity laughed loudly. 2/3 of the huge ice pillar in the air had burned and evaporated. But the remaining 1/3 was frozen even more firmly by the extremely cold energy of the divine soul of the calamity. At this time, more than a dozen black shadows could be faintly seen rolling and squirming inside. They were in great pain and seemed to be screaming, but no specific sound could be heard. When my divine sense turns into ice and fire, even if the extraterrestrial demon emperor comes in person, he can only be at my mercy. You last demon clowns will be even more vulnerable. The divine soul of the calamity looked extremely proud and complacent. Since when could he be so high-spirited in front of a peak-level sage expert? In the past, when he met experts like the crazy book painting king, when did he not have to bow and scrape, smile, and serve them carefully? And they might not even be willing to pay attention to him. Moreover, every time such experts met the divine soul of the calamity, which one of them did not want to destroy him, it was really fortunate that he found the right master back then that he could be where he was today. He was really wise back then. If it wasn't for the little ancestor being so awesome, how could he be so awesome now? Humans, as long as you take the right step, you will have unlimited potential. Didn't this prove the wisdom of this sentence? Feeling extremely proud, he displayed even more power in his hands. The flames burned even more fiercely, and the power was shocking. Although it was still very exhausting to do this, being able to show off in front of a peak-level sage and seeing the other party's unconcealable astonishment, the divine soul of the calamity was simply bursting with joy. It was as cool and carefree as being in an ice cellar on a hot day. Worth it, damn it, it was too worth it. At this point in life, what more could he ask for? After a while, there was an additional ball of dense fog in the sky that did not dissipate. The huge ice pillar that was originally in the sky had already completely disappeared without a trace, along with the 15 heavenly devil demon generals. They no longer existed in this world. Their divine souls were destroyed, their souls scattered, and they were beyond redemption. After everything was over, the divine soul of the calamity opened his mouth and inhaled. That dense fog that contained dense death aura was sucked into his stomach in one breath, and he patted his stomach in satisfaction and laughed. It seems that these guys have really killed a lot of people. The death aura is so strong. This hard work is worth the ticket price. Comfortable. The painting king duo revealed an unconcealable look of fear on their faces at the same time, and they seemed to be a little disgusted. After the people died, this guy actually swallowed them, completely wiping out the last trace of their existence. Things like the divine soul of the calamity were indeed extremely powerful and strange existences, even though the two of them were seriously injured and their strength was greatly reduced. How could the heavenly demon generals who could force the two of them to such a miserable state be ordinary people? But in the hands of the divine soul of the calamity, they were almost unable to retaliate at all, and were completely incinerated. The ending was tragic. Although the divine soul of the calamity also used a trick, it was still shocking enough. Moreover, their souls were scattered, and they were beyond redemption. In the midst of chatting and laughing, the strong people were reduced to ashes. What a terrifying divine soul of the calamity. The two of you, please be on your way. The divine soul of the calamity more or less laughed sinisterly, and with a gust of chilly wind, he brought the painting king duo and floated away. The little ancestor has been waiting for the two of you for a long time. Demon Emperor Heaven, Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Xianxia personally brought the two of them in, and without saying a word, each of them took a heavy pill first. Hurriedly alleviating the serious injuries on the two of them was the most important thing. The two of them had persevered all the way until now, and they were really at the point of exhaustion. Even when the divine soul of the calamity brought them along, the two of them had already fainted and were on the verge of death. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they could die at any time. This was also because Xianxia had a divine medicine like the heavy pill. If it were other people, even if they succeeded in receiving them, they might not be able to treat the injuries of the two of them. It was very likely that they could only watch as they died in a coma. But even if there were thousands of questions now, they still had to wait for the two of them to wake up before making any plans. Actually, with regards to the matter at Mo Yuntian's side, not only was Chu Yang already clear about it, even the entire Heaven Imperial Court was already in a state of turmoil because of this matter. The Brothers of Tribulation were naturally the first group of people to know about the incident at Mo Yuntian. With Mo Tianji's Tianji Intelligence Department there, the latest information from various worlds was constantly poured into their ears. Even if the brothers wanted to pretend to be deaf and mute, it was impossible. Regarding this matter, GMO and Luo Kudi's behavior was very much in line with their character, and they were extremely indignant. They often scolded Mo Tianji. First of all, I wish everyone a happy double festival. Cough cough, tomorrow is Valentine's Day, the Lantern Festival. The moon is high above the willow tree. When people meet at dusk, when they suddenly look back, that person is at a place where the lights are waning. GMO and Luo Kudi were extremely dissatisfied with Mo Tianji. You said that you only need to send news about us brothers, but you also crazily instilled all those miscellaneous news here. What is the meaning of this? Sometimes, when we are sleeping soundly, we are woken up by your subordinates. Don't you know that we have already instructed them to call me immediately if there is news about the Tianji Intelligence Department? Can't you King let us have a good night's sleep? As for the entire Heaven Imperial Court, Mo Tianji's Tianji Intelligence Department made the atmosphere even more chaotic and jittery. The extraterrestrial demons have invaded, so were massacred by the extraterrestrial demons. The scene is extremely bloody and tragic. Extraterrestrial demons have appeared in So City. Latest news, the Heavenly Emperor of Ink Cloud, Yuan Tianji, is an extraterrestrial demon. The news has been confirmed. According to the witnesses at the scene, latest news, the 7 great guards of Ink Cloud Sky have discovered the truth that Yuan Tianji is an extraterrestrial demon. They have all rebelled. Latest news, the number 1 general of Ink Cloud Sky, Mutsong Lan, has learned of the truth and rebelled. The demon-slaying mission is on a grand scale. Latest news, of course, all the latest news was extremely expensive. If not, how could the authenticity of the information be reflected? But at this time, who cared about the price? As long as they heard it, they would buy the latest news to understand the specific situation. One had to admit that Mo Tianji's wealth from this war was great. Gu Duxing could not stand this the most. He had specially sent a letter to Mo Tianji. Can't you just give this kind of information for free? Why do you have to think about money? This is already a critical moment for the survival of the Heaven Imperial Court. Don't you feel embarrassed to make such a fortune? Don't you feel embarrassed? Mo Tianji specially explained this to Gu Duxing, leaving him speechless. Can free information be valued? So cheap things are not good. Who cares about free information? Only when it was important information that they were asked to buy, and had to spend a lot of money to buy, would they read it word by word. Good stuff was never cheap. They were afraid that they would waste their money. You, old second Gu, don't know anything about these things. What the hell are you blabbering about? Mo Tianji was not stingy and sent this rebuttal to everyone at the same time. There was only one person who was extremely depressed, while the other 8 people were laughing out loud in schadenfreude. At the same time, the upper echelons of the various worlds were also paying close attention to Mo Yuntian's movements. There were even many Heaven and Earth Imperial Emperors who had sent their most capable subordinates to secretly rush to Mo Yuntian to confirm whether the news was true or not. After all, the news that a celestial emperor was actually the incarnation of a heavenly demon was simply too shocking and unimaginable. After waking up the bookworm and the painting king and confirming that the news was true, Chu Yang immediately sent a message to Mo Tianji. Tell the brothers that everyone seems to have been idle for so long, it's time to get to work. Let's set off separately. We'll only bring our elites. When the time comes, Mo Yuntian will gather. Heavenly Imperial Court, Tribulation Reunion. Chu Yang's eyes were shining brightly as he said this. This kind of excitement that came from the depths of his soul was a kind of heartfelt excitement. Finally, this day had arrived. Brothers, how are you doing? Who's higher and who's lower will be rearranged when the time comes. The position of big boss can also be competed for as long as you have the strength. As the current big boss who's at the peak of the saint level and is about to break through to the high-level saint level, Big Boss Chu Yang welcomes the challenge. This message was sent out by Mo Tianji at the fastest speed possible. Instantly, it caused the brothers to wail. Big Boss, you can't be so cruel, right? You're already at the high-level saint level, what's there to compete with you for? Aren't you just blatantly showing off? This is a blow. Of course, the reactions of the brothers were different. The moment he received this news, Gu Duxing immediately made arrangements for the various matters of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion under his command. Then, he set off alone. All of you stay here and cultivate well. Continue to recruit and expand your strength. When I return, I'll lead all of you to the purple cloud heavens, slaughter the heavenly demon, and achieve immortality. Gu Duxing said with soaring sword intent. Then, he turned into a dazzling sword light along with his sword, disappearing from everyone's sight like a bolt of lightning. With regards to their big boss leaving so quickly, the subordinates were all a little confused. Our big boss Gu always had a cold face. It seemed that he had never been as excited as he was today. What was going on this time? Could it be that he cultivated too much and went crazy? But when they heard his last sentence, everyone also felt a kind of boiling blood from the bottom of their hearts. That was an undisguised, surging battle intent that surged to the heavens. Ever since joining the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, Big Boss Gu had been constantly promoting a very inspiring and popular slogan: today's tough training, tomorrow's slaughter of the heavenly demons. Under the influence of what they saw and heard, everyone in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion had already made slaughtering the heavenly demons their lifelong goal, and now, is this day finally coming? Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after tomorrow. In any case, not long after, we will step onto the battlefield and slaughter the heavenly demons. Our achievements will be endless, and our glory will shine for eternity. Gu Duxing ran at full speed all the way, but his heart was inexplicably burning. Finally, it's finally time to reunite with the brothers in the Heaven Imperial Court. Yesterday's vow is still ringing in your ears. Brother, do you still remember? The cold wind blew on his face, and it was like the cutting of a knife. Traces of pain continued for a long time, but Gu Duxing did not seem to feel it at all. He just turned into a fast sword light, and in a flash, he had already disappeared beyond the clouds, leaving no trace behind. On the other side, Mo Tianji was still slowly and methodically dealing with all the matters at hand. After arranging everything once, he gave a strict order: during the time that I'm not here, the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department is not to be the least bit negligent. All the intelligence, as usual. Everyone, do your job. Whoever is negligent will be severely punished. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he then picked out 7 or 8 trusted subordinates and put away the Heavenly Secret's hand. Then, with a command, a flying boat was set out. Mo Tianji's clothes fluttered as he boarded the flying boat, and it flew all the way to Mo Yuntian at lightning speed. Yes, this flying boat was bought by Mo Tianji after he earned money from selling intelligence. For the current Mo Tianji, it was too easy for him to obtain a flying boat that was extremely expensive in the eyes of others. It was simply too easy for him. It's just a flying boat. How much money does it cost? When Mo Tianji bought the flying boat, he said so. He almost made the official who sold the flying boat fall out with him. I know you're rich, but it's not right to be so hesitant. Compared to Gu Duxing, Mo Tianji's method was undoubtedly comfortable to the extreme. Furthermore, the speed was definitely not slow. It was just that Mo Tianji's heart was also burning with passion. His face, which had always been calm and unperturbed like an ancient well, was now flushed with excitement. Finally, everyone was going to be together again. He sat upright in the flying boat, as steady as a mountain. However, his trusted subordinates could clearly see that their boss was very excited. Because Mo Tianji's current situation was really too different from his usual self. In the past, there had never been anything that could move Mo Tianji in the slightest. His face was flushed with excitement, or flushed with anger. Those were definitely things that would never happen. Mo Tianji had always been calm and elegant. No matter what, no matter how serious it was all normal in his eyes. Nothing was important and could not shake his calm heart. His calm and confident expression seemed to last forever, but today, their boss's expression actually changed. It turned red, although it was still not very obvious, it was indeed red. Mo Tianji was excited and nervous at the same time, but he still had to pretend to be calm. After a long while, he finally helplessly smiled bitterly and shook his head, no longer deliberately pretending. "Boss, what's wrong with you?" someone beside him asked. "Nothing." Mo Tianji smiled bitterly again. He thought to himself, nothing? Of course not. At this moment, Mo Tianji was a little shocked, a little scared, and a little panicked. Previously, he had indeed gone overboard with his pranks. He had chased and killed Gudu Xing, Dong Wushang, Mo Leier, Ao Xiayun, Rui Butong, GMO, and Luo Kudi. These guys have been hunted down by me for a long time. Now that I've met them, it's very likely that I'll have to suffer a lot. Those guys have never been merciful. Now that I've got the chance to take revenge, they'll definitely take revenge on me. It was very likely that he would have to face a brutal group beating. As he thought about it, Mo Tianji smiled bitterly again. Faintly, he actually had some expectations in his heart. As long as the brothers could be together, it seemed that even if they had to suffer a lot, it would not be unacceptable. When you come out to make a living, you will pay for what you have to pay. Mo Tianji smiled bitterly and happily. I, the master of calculation and manipulation, Mo Tianji, knew that there was a trap in front of me, but I still couldn't wait to jump into it. All the subordinates were confused as they watched their leader rush out without any grace. They still could not figure out what had happened for a long time. Their leader was usually very unruly, but it seemed that he was even crazier today. What had happened? After rushing out for dozens of miles, Luo Kudi realized that he had made a big mistake. As the leader, he had suddenly left without a word. It seemed that he did not even say goodbye, he had not arranged anything. This was too unreasonable. Tomorrow is the birthday of Like Ice and Raging Fire and Dancing with the Wind. Cough cough, don't misunderstand. These two accounts belong to the same person. It is a cute little girl. Let us wish her a happy birthday. Tomorrow is the Lantern Festival. I have to go home to worship my ancestors. I don't know when I will update, so I wish her a happy birthday in advance. Although reuniting with his brothers was a serious and important matter, he couldn't explain it so nicely. Thus, Luo Kudi ran back gloomily and arranged everything as fast as he could. Finally, he said, "Everyone here, work hard for me. I'm going to ink Cloud Sky to kill that heavenly demon, Yuan Tianji. I'll be back soon." Then, he laughed loudly and left. Everyone in Luo Kudi's bandit group was stunned. "Boss, you really dare to say that? That's the heavenly emperor of Ink Cloud. Even if he's really a heavenly demon, you're still not his match, right? You said it so confidently. I'll be back after killing him." That tone, it was as if that Yuan Tianji was a pig that was already tied up and waiting to be slaughtered. He was just waiting for you to kill him. Besides, that's a battle. Is there a need to be so excited? Look at how excited you are, as if you're in heat. His subordinates didn't guess wrong. Right now, in Luo Kudi's heart, whatever heavenly emperor of Ink Cloud, whatever heavenly demon king, whatever Yuan Tianji, they were all just farts at most. With us brothers attacking at the same time, a mere Yuan Tianji is not a big deal. With my brothers by my side, I'm invincible. Luo Kudi sang an unbearable tune all the way as he rushed towards Ink Cloud Sky. It's really. There's a poem that says, "Wandering the North Sea in the morning and Kanwu in the evening, second young master Luo is so bold that he doesn't even know who he is." As he flew, second young master Luo fantasized, "I wonder how that bastard GMO is doing now. His cultivation is definitely not as high as mine. Big brother said that we can rearrange the seats this time, ha ha ha. This is simply a heaven-sent opportunity. I don't have any other requests this time. I don't have any extravagant hopes of winning against second young master Gu and big brother Chu. As long as I can suppress that bastard GMO, I'll be done. This request isn't high, it's simply too low. As for that fellow Dong Wushang, forget it. I'm an honest man. How can I lower myself to compete with that barbarian?" Although Luo Kudi claimed to be a wise man, he subconsciously shuddered and flew even faster. On the other side, GMO was also running at full speed. Coincidentally, he encountered the surface of the lake, and with a leap, he left it behind. Boss, what do you mean by rearranging the seats this time? I'm only at the pinnacle of the beginner stage of the Saint realm. Am I going to fall behind? Why am I so lacking in confidence? I've had a series of fortuitous encounters recently and my cultivation has improved greatly. Why am I still lacking in confidence? I've already climbed up the ranks of the top experts in the heavenly imperial court. Why am I lacking in confidence? No, this must be an illusion, it must be an illusion. I can do it, I can definitely do it. But, as for the position of boss. Thinking of Chu Yang's half-smile, GMO decisively dismissed the idea. I, GMO, am not cut out to be the boss. As the boss, I have to worry about this and that. Let's forget about it. Otherwise, I'll definitely go crazy. How can a smart person like me do such a stupid thing? As for the second brother. Thinking of Gu Duxing's ice-cold face, GMO couldn't help but shudder. Cough, cough. Let's not talk about anything else. Just that name alone is too unpleasant to hear. It's better to let Gu Duxing continue, but this time, can we continue to be third place? Although I'm lacking in confidence, no, I'm full of confidence. But this matter is still very hard to say. That Dong Wushang will definitely compete with me this time. If I want to surpass him this time, I don't know if it's possible. GMO thought for a while and also gave up. At most, I'll give up. Isn't it just the third brother? Well, it doesn't matter. As long as I can surpass Luo Kudi, it's fine. That guy is even lazier than me. He's definitely inferior to me. I still have this bit of confidence. Dog ant. Dog ant. Getting rid of Luo Kudi, Rui Butong, and Ao Xieyun will be my great victory. Dog ant. Yay. GMO left in high spirits, full of joy. In another world. The two of them were traveling at full speed in the sky. One was tall and sturdy, as if the whole world was on his shoulders. The other was dressed in black, petite and dainty. These two were naturally Dong Wushang and Mo Layer. It's finally time for us to gather again. The day when we brothers stand shoulder to shoulder and conquer the world is right in front of us. Dong Wushang's chest was full of pride, as if he had an intense impulse to roar to the sky. This time, I wonder how your brothers have progressed. I wonder how they compare to you. Mo Layer pursed her lips and smiled. In Mo Layer's heart, during this period of time, the couple's cultivation had broken through the death barrier one after another. It was almost as if they were leaps and bounds rapidly every day. In terms of cultivation, Chu Yang and the others should have long been left behind by Dong Wushang. Her husband was probably already the strongest among the brothers at this gathering. He was unrivaled, as Dong Wushang's wife, Mo Layer was naturally proud of her husband and was full of confidence. That's not necessarily true. A simple and honest smile appeared on Dong Wushang's face. Although I won't belittle myself, I won't be blindly arrogant either. According to my estimation, Chu Yang's current cultivation is still above mine, perhaps even much higher. As for Gu Duxing, he's almost on par with me. The two of us have always been like this, and this time will be no exception. As for the others, I don't know how much Rui Butong's Phoenix bloodline and Ao Xieyun's Golden Dragon bloodline have awakened. Against their superhuman physiques, it's really hard to say whether they'll win. Of course, GMO and Luo Kadi are definitely not as good as me. Dong Wushang chuckled, his tone certain. That was happiness and confidence from the bottom of his heart. This time, I must beat that little GMO to the ground, step on his monkey head and ascend to the position of third brother. Dong Wushang felt very aggrieved and indignant when he talked about this matter. That guy was just a lucky bastard back then. He actually broke through half a day earlier than me. That's how he got to the position of third brother. He's made me uncomfortable for so many years. Now that I finally have a heaven-sent opportunity, I must topple him. Mo Layer was very puzzled. Have you never thought of suppressing all the heroes and becoming the big brother among the brothers? I've never thought of it. I really haven't. Dong Wushang cracked a smile. The terror of Big Brother Chu and Gu Duxing. I've experienced it too deeply, this was the truth. The greatest blows that Dong Wushang had suffered in his life all came from Chu Yang and Gu Duxing. It made him feel that no matter how much he advanced, how hard he worked, and how many fortuitous encounters he had, those two people would always be able to suppress him and surpass him. Every time he felt that he had achieved great things and made extraordinary progress, he would always realize that those two fellows had improved a little more than him. This kind of thing had already happened far too many times. When it happened so many times by chance, chance was basically the same as certainty. Mo Laer pursed her lips. She didn't think much of her husband's self-modesty. She also acknowledged Chu Yang and Gu Duxing's strength, but she still felt that her man was the strongest. But Mo Laer didn't say anything more, because she knew the relationship between Dong Wushang and Chu Yang and the other brothers. The so-called ranking between the brothers was just a gimmick. No matter who was first or second, it wouldn't affect the friendship between the brothers. Moreover, there was no hierarchy between them. Chu Yang, who was recognized as the big brother by the brothers, was still beaten to the ground by the brothers whenever he had time. He didn't have the slightest bit of the authority of a big brother at all. When they were happy, they went crazy together. When they were unhappy, they fought together. Wealth and power were all ignored by the others, but a joke could make these people beat each other up like pigs. Such pure feelings were no longer something that could be distinguished by who was first and who was second. I remember that when we were in the heavenly realm, Big Brother once said, "One day, we brothers will stand side by side and dominate the world." As Dong Wushang flew at a high speed, he gave a silly laugh full of emotion. The look on Boss' face when he said those words is still vivid in my mind. But now, it seems that we've really arrived at that moment. Later, faster. I really can't wait anymore. Dong Wushang roared as he exerted strength in his legs and led the way. Mo Laer laughed bitterly and helplessly. She increased her speed and followed closely behind. In a faraway place, in another direction, Xiaoyun let out a long roar, and all the people on the ground followed the roar and found an extremely strange scene. Above the clouds, a golden dragon that was at least 10,000 feet long suddenly appeared. It flashed across the sky, bringing with it wind and thunder. It moved as fast as lightning towards a certain direction. Dragon. That's a dragon. I saw a dragon. Really? It's really a dragon. There really is a divine dragon in this world. Seeing a dragon in the blue sky, seeing a dragon in the blue sky, oh my god, Ao Xiayun, who was in the form of a golden dragon, was rushing forward in the clouds. His eyes were filled with urgency. There was also a strong sense of longing. Brothers, are you all okay? Brothers, I'm coming. I'm coming. The cry of a phoenix resounded through the sky. The phoenix returned to soaring sky. A huge phoenix with a wingspan of over 1,000 feet soared into the sky, bringing with it a dazzling multicolored cloud. It soared through the sky for thousands of miles, heading towards Mo Yuntian at lightning speed. Along the way, hundreds of birds bowed and all living beings bowed their heads. This was the supreme power that only the king of the phoenix race had. For thousands of years, this shocking scene had long ceased to exist. Even the phoenix had completely disappeared from the heavenly imperial court. Even in the past, when hundreds of races were contending for supremacy, there were very few phoenix race experts who flew so ostentatiously in the sky. Now, in this era where hundreds of races had long declined, such a phoenix actually appeared out of nowhere and flew across the sky without any fear. This situation shocked a lot of people. But Rui Budong didn't care about this at all. You guys chase? TSK, can you catch up to me? Besides, even if you guys can catch up, when you guys catch up, I'll just fall down and turn into a human. What can you guys do to me? Humph, humph, humph. Rui Budong laughed wildly in his heart. Actually, Rui Budong himself wasn't such a ostentatious person, but if he wanted to reach Mo Yuntian's side in the shortest time possible, it would be too slow in his human form. Compared to the flying speed of a phoenix, there was really a difference between the clouds and mud. They couldn't be compared at all. Just to avoid suspicion, if by the time I get there, that demon Yuan Tianji has already died under the siege of Chu Yang and the others, how much of a loss would I be then? How much of a loss would I be if I lost a great opportunity to show off my prowess in front of my brothers? How much of a loss would I be then? Besides, I'm going to fly over in such a domineering manner. At that time, if GMO or Luo Kadi were to talk nonsense, well, those two would definitely talk nonsense. They would definitely say, look, there's a bird flying over from the sky, at that time, this phoenix will happily beat the two of them into demon clansmen. Pig race. Besides, the ranking this time was very important. Forget about the others, but between Xianxia and himself, there must be a clear distinction. Is the dragon race more powerful or is our phoenix race more powerful? Let's see who wins and who loses. As long as I can maintain my position as the third brother, then my position will be stable. In the future, I'll be in a really good mood. It had to be said that the mood among the brothers was very common. Right now, the most pressing matter wasn't to get rid of Yuan Tianji and help Xianxiang. Instead, it was to rearrange the positions of the brothers after they had reunited after a long time. Everyone's heart was burning with anxiety, and they were all in a mess. Everyone was restless, but at the same time, they were rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms together. But there was one thing in common, and that was that they shared the same thoughts and principles. Apart from Chu Yang and Gu Duxing, no one else dared to covet the position of the eldest and second brother. Even Rui Badong, whose strength had once surpassed everyone because of the phoenix's eternal nirvana, was still only aiming for third place, because in the hearts of the brothers, there was a consensus that Chu Yang was the boss. Even the heavens couldn't change this ranking. Gu Duxing was the second. It was second brother. This point was also unshakable. No one could change it. As for the rest, it would depend on whose fist was bigger. No one was willing to submit to anyone, especially Mo Tianji. As long as they thought of Mo Tianji, that pretty boy with a belly full of evil tricks, everyone, including Gu Duxing, would start rubbing their fists and gnashing their teeth at the same time. This damned heavenly killer, you bastard, you made everyone so miserable. This time, if we don't teach him a good lesson and engrave it in his heart, how can we? This is intolerable, so, you just have to wait for everyone to repay you well. At the same time, on the other side, Chu Yang was also preparing to set off. Of course, Chu Yang didn't know that when his order was passed down, it wasn't really carried out. After those guys received the message brothers gather at Mo Yuntian, they were all so excited that they forgot about everything else. They completely neglected to think and analyze. Including Gu Duxing, they basically set off alone. It seems that even Mo Tianji has only brought a limited number of people. Everyone had completely ignored the words set off separately, only bring the elites, and only bring the elites that Mo Yuntian had seen. Actually, there was also a very subjective and objective reason that led to such a situation. In the past, as long as the brothers took action, it was purely the brothers working together to fight. There was no need to bring any subordinates. It was probably under the influence of such subjective thinking that everyone seemed to have intentionally or unintentionally neglected this problem. Each and every one of them set off alone. Only Dong Wushang and his family were side by side. In fact, they were still alone. There was also Mo Tianji who brought 8 people. The rest were standard commanders without an army, but Chu Yang's side was different, very different. After issuing the order to gather the brothers, Chu Yang immediately started to gather the people for this trip. It had been a long time since he last saw his brothers and sisters. This time, he definitely had to bring all of them. Xia Donqiang and Madame Mei, Ao Xieyun and his concubines, GMO and Huyan Albua. It had been a long time since he last saw them. Chu Yang naturally had to bring all of them. The main purpose of this trip to Mayan Heaven was to kill Yuan Tianming, the scourge of the world. Meng Wuya's old subordinates were all fighting a bloody battle there, so Meng Wuya definitely had to go. Naturally, he also had to select experts to go with his original group of subordinates. Crazy Book and Painting King had already recovered their vitality with the help of the heavy pills. So, they could heal their remaining injuries as they hurried on their way. So, it was entirely possible for them to recover as long as Chu Yang was here. So, how could they not bring along such a super expert? Moreover, the two of them had a blood feud with each other. How could they not take revenge with their own hands? There was also Chu Lu. She had improved a lot now, especially in the art of poison. How could she not set off? Tan Tan was a combat-type talent who would boil with excitement at the mention of war. How could they abandon him? Xia Danfeng had always followed Tan Tan, and she had not seen her brother Xia Donqiang for a long time. Naturally, she had to follow too. Mo Qinggu would never abandon him. She had always followed Chu Yang wherever he went. She herself was also one of the tribulations. She had to go even if he did not want her to. Xianxia's cultivation was outstanding. Now that she had improved further, she had already crossed the threshold of the saint level. She was practically the strongest expert on Chu Yang's side. How could she be left out of such a big battle? There was another most important factor. This trip to assist Xianxia would definitely be a tough battle of life and death. How could there be fewer experts? Therefore, Chu Yang had really gathered a large group of people on his side. How could Zhao Ningning, this guy who only wanted to see the world in chaos, miss out on such a battle of the century? He insisted on following along to see the world. The experts of Demon Emperor Heaven were worried and followed along. For the sake of safety, the Demon Empress simply sent 2 7-star guards to accompany them. Therefore, the number of people on Demon Emperor Heaven's side was also not small. They were majestic and had a large retinue. After thinking about it, Chu Yang decided to leave Tai Budian and Wu Qianxian behind to control the overall situation. The two women's cultivation had improved a lot, and they were already among the top experts in the world. However, they were still not combat-type talents and lacked actual combat experience. If the two of them really participated in the battle, it would really be a waste of their talents. Duan Songkong, Chrysanthemum Saber King, Li Guanyu, and the others stayed behind to guard. There was also Tribulation Divine Soul. This elder brother also followed Chu Yang to the battle. Before leaving, Chu Yang grabbed Zhao Ningning and gave him a good beating. He asked him to come forward and transfer 15 flying ships of Demon Emperor Heaven's imperial family. Each ship was packed with thousands of people. At this point, a total of 100,000 people rose into the air and flew toward Mo Yuntian's side. If he had not confirmed that Xianxia was a heavenly demon, Chu Yang might not have made such a big fuss. However, since Xianxia was a heavenly demon, Chu Yang treated this battle as a prelude to the final battle against the heavenly demon. There could not be any mistakes. There were some situations regarding the heavenly demon that needed to be explored in this battle. For the future battle, there must be a complete preparation. Although Crazed Book and Painting King looked gloomy, their injuries had almost recovered. Heavy pills and the powerful recovery ability of high-level saints were no small matter. It would be strange if they did not recover. However, the two of them were full of anger as they followed the battle this time. Their hatred for Xianxia would never disappear. After walking for 2 days in vain, Crazy Book finally asked the question that he had wanted to hear for a long time. Minister Chu, when you passed down the order, you said that your brothers would act together and gather at Mo Yuntian. Were you referring to those people? Chu Yang smiled from the bottom of his heart. That's my brothers. My best brothers. Chu Yang laughed. Does Crazed Book King know Xianxia who is leading Heavenly Armament Pavilion to fight Xianxia in Mo Yuntian? The two of them nodded. Xianxia was now famous in Mo Yuntian. How could the two of them not know him? This Xianxia is one of them. My brother. Chu Yang's eyes shone with an inexplicable light. Do you know Gu Duxing who was hunted down some time ago? The one who got the inheritance of Cloudy Heaven's sword. He is also one of my brothers. Also, the Tianji intelligence department that is now spread all over the Heavenly Imperial Court was founded by another brother of mine, Mo Tianji. Besides, the more Crazed Book and Painting King heard, the more shocked they were. None of the names that came out of Chu Yang's mouth were ordinary people. Every one of them was a powerful figure who had risen to fame in the Heavenly Imperial Court recently. Now, you've seen the Heavenly Armament Pavilion led by Xianxia. I can guarantee that the strength of the other brothers' Heavenly Armament Pavilion may not be inferior to Xianxia. Perhaps, they may even be superior. Crazed Book and Painting King were even more shocked when they heard this. If it was only Xianxia, everyone would be shocked. Everyone had their own opportunities. It was not necessarily a coincidence that led to a rapid rise. However, if everyone was like this, then it definitely couldn't be a coincidence. What kind of terrifying strength did they have? When all the Heavenly Armament Pavilions under their command were combined into one, this force would not be inferior to any of the heavenly palaces in the Heaven Imperial Court. Unknowingly, this group of little fellows had already achieved such an earth-shattering achievement. This was simply a miracle that had never happened in the history of the Heaven Imperial Court. If Chu Yang did not mention it, who would have thought that such a huge force that was enough to conquer the world and overturn the Heaven Imperial Court had been brewing for a long time? Who would have known that such a force had fully developed and was about to appear in front of everyone without anyone noticing? Each of Chu Yang's brothers was a peerless genius. However, what King of Painting and King of Painting did not know was that Chu Yang had a secret hand, Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji was not only the head of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's intelligence organization, but also one of the top strategists in the world. With him secretly helping Chu Yang, the strength of Chu Yang's forces would be multiplied by several times. Any one of Chu Yang's brothers could decide the outcome of a battle from 1,000 miles away. They were all outstanding talents of the world. Any movement in the Heaven Imperial Court could not be hidden from the intelligence organization set up by Mo Tianji. They could communicate with each other at any time. They could contact each other at any time. They could change at any time. Of course, they could attack at any time. Such a strong combination was simply a perfect dream combination. Crazed Book was shocked by the strength of Chu Yang's brothers. He was almost stunned. In the long history of the Heaven Imperial Court, as far as Crazed Book knew, there was only one who could be compared with this dream combination of Chu Yang's, the force of two peerless masters joining hands. The combination of these two meant that they were absolutely invincible within the Heaven Imperial Court. Even a saint would have to retreat in the face of this force. That was the combination of Don Huang Shueleihan and Heavenly Emperor of Purple Cloud Zihao. However, as these two brothers each ascended to the position of emperor, they went their separate ways. The Shui combination never appeared again. Later, the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds, Zihao. He faced with a strong enemy. He finally died in Purple Heavens. Such a dream combination was lost. However, from the looks of it now, this dreamy combination formed by Chu Yang and his brothers was in no way inferior to the combination of Shueleihan and Zihao back then. It was even more. Below Shueleihan and Zihao were the 7-star guardians who were responsible for protecting the fate energy of their respective heavens and earth after the Heavenly Palace divided the heavens and earth. Heavenly Armament Pavilions was duo was dream combination was dream combination was dream combination. However, Bookworm and the other insiders knew very well that although they were familiar with each other's background and could work together seamlessly, they were definitely not a team. Because most of them were busy with their own things, there were very few opportunities for them to fight together. Because when they were together, they already had their own achievements and their own pride. In addition, their own strength was still at the peak of the Heaven Imperial Court. There were very few things that needed any one of them to solve, not to mention many of them joining hands. The so-called combination was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. It was useless. Chu Yang and the others, on the other hand, had fought their way up from humble beginnings. There was no distinction between them. Their silent tacit understanding was even more indescribable. It could be said that they had reached the point where they didn't care about anything, not to mention achievements and pride. In the face of such feelings, those things were not worth mentioning at all. They were disdainful. Heavenly Emperors and Book Maniacs' hearts were shocked at the same time. It seems that if Chu Yang and the other brothers are fully fledged, what level of strength would they be able to display? But there was one thing that was undoubtedly certain. The method that the saint used to deal with Zihao and Shueleihan was definitely useless. There were only two of them, Shueleihan and Zihao. So, by dividing two worlds for them, it had intentionally or unintentionally separated the two of them. But, Chu Yang's brothers, including himself, numbered no less than 10. If the same method was used, Book Maniac and Book Maniac swallowed a mouthful of saliva. They thought of a few people at the same time. Ho, 10 worlds, unless the saint could hand over the entire Heaven Imperial Court to them, but if that was the case, the saint himself would only be a figurehead. Then what was there to deal with? They were simply digging their own graves, Mo Yuntian. Looking at the news of victory that came from various places, Xia Danqiong didn't look happy. Instead, he frowned deeply. At the side, Muzan Lan was also frowning. He was obviously very worried. Below him, the officer excitedly reported. The army has arrived at 100 Grass City. The city lord was originally one of our people, and the garrison general was also one of Commander Mu's former subordinates. Therefore, the city surrendered. Our army didn't lose a single soldier, and the army smoothly occupied 100 Grass City. Jade Mountain Pass, upon hearing the news, has surrendered. Military Flag Ridge is now under my control. The 30,000 soldiers and generals there have all surrendered. They are willing to follow the great commander and participate in the demon-slaying mission. Currently, half of Dark Cloud Sky's vast rivers and mountains are already under the control of our army. There are still many people watching and waiting. They are just waiting for us to lead the army north. Then, the world will respond to us, and a single spark will start a prairie fire. The military officer continued to report the various victories, and his voice was so excited that it was almost trembling. However, Muzan Lan and Xia Danqiong's frown deepened. Ever since they joined forces, sending troops to the north, every battle was a sure win. Unexpectedly, there had never been any defeats. Not to mention being defeated, he hadn't even encountered any decent resistance. Up until now, it could be said that everything had been going smoothly for him. But it's going too smoothly. This isn't right. Xia Danqiong frowned. No matter what, it shouldn't be so smooth. This isn't right. Although the fact that Yuan Tianji is a heavenly demon has already been confirmed, and the general trend is undoubtedly on our side, but Yuan Tianji has been in charge of Dark Cloud Sky for millions of years. He is far-sighted and has set up a grand scheme. I believe that he has already set up countless hidden chess pieces. It's impossible that everyone in the world can completely believe and accept it. That's right. Even though we have a righteous name, we don't have an official status now. In the eyes of the world, I'm afraid that there should be even more people scolding us as traitors who want to steal the throne. How can it be so smooth? This really doesn't make sense. The current battle situation is too strange. Muzan Lan was also full of worry. How could he, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, not detect the strangeness? Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Yuan Tianji has lost the hearts of the people, he has still been the emperor of Tian for more than 1,000,000 years. How can he not have the slightest bit of resistance? All of this is too strange. It's too peaceful, too smooth. This was the thought that both of them shared. However, what exactly was the reason, and what exactly was wrong, the two of them still couldn't figure it out. Although both of them were rather scheming and quick-witted people who could adapt to the situation when faced with an enemy, and Muzan Lan was even more so, they still couldn't figure out what strange change had happened. The two of them might be talented generals who could take charge of an area, but they were ultimately not politicians. He was not very proficient in scheming, and scheming. What worries me the most right now is the counterattack of the heavenly demon forces. It's really too weak. No, perhaps it should be said that until now, there hasn't been the slightest bit of counterattack from them. Muzan Lan frowned and made the final decision. There must be something very strange about this. Although we have sensed it, we can't figure out what it is. If we can't figure out this mystery, I'm afraid that this time, we'll really suffer a huge setback that we can't turn around. Muzan Lan's voice was full of worry. But the situation is good now. If we don't pursue the victory, I'm afraid that the hearts of the people below will turn cold. Xia Danqiong smiled bitterly. Muzan Lan also smiled bitterly in return. They clearly knew that there might be a fatal trap ahead, but they had no choice but to enter and ignore it. Life was really full of strange things. It's impossible for us to not move in the current situation, but we don't necessarily need to invest too much. Xia Danqiong said slowly. The most important thing now is to stabilize and develop the rear, and not blindly attack and seize territory. Advance slowly, don't advance rashly. This way, we can preserve our strength and also continue to develop our strength. When the other party's intentions are fully exposed, we can instantly react and plan a countermeasure. This way, even if we lose at the front, we still have the capital to make a comeback. We won't be completely defeated and have no chance to turn things around. Muzan Lan agreed with Xia Danqiong's words. The current situation was really too strange. It made Muzan Lan, who had faced many enemies and planned far ahead, lose confidence. Now that the world was in an uproar, Yuan Tianji didn't even say a word of explanation. How could the heavenly demon be so easy to deal with? Xia Danqiong returned to his study with a heavy heart. He rubbed his brows, trying hard to guess what Yuan Tianji wanted to do. But after thinking about it for half a day, he still didn't have a clue. At this time, Xia Danqiong could not help but miss Mo Tianji and boss Chuyang. Whether it was Mo Tianji or Chuyang, he believed that as long as one of them was here, they would be able to guess the other party's plan. They would not be as passive as he was now, without any clue. The situation was clear now. He knew that the other party must have a big plan, but he could not see any clues at all. Mo Tianji's subordinates in the Tianji intelligence department were also depressed about this. This was because there wasn't a single piece of valuable information about Yuan Tianjia. Could it be that the other party's intelligence system was really sealed so tightly? In front of him, there was a continuous battle going on like a raging fire. But behind, there was a city of worries, unable to do anything. Mu Lan sent out a large number of spies, and even mobilized all the spies that were still in the government of Mo Yuntian, but they still could not find out any useful information. But gradually, a wave of opposition suddenly rose. At the beginning, there was only a little of this, and it was almost unnoticed. But gradually, it evolved into a prairie fire. His Majesty the Sky Emperor is a heavenly demon? How stupid is this statement? How laughable. Is this Mu Lan out of his mind? It's fine if you want to rebel. After all, people strive for greater heights and water flows to lower places. You want to take a step further and rule over a part of the world. Everyone can understand this idea. After all, you are already an extremely powerful official. If you want to go further, you can only rebel. Even if you say that His Majesty Heaven Emperor is muddle-headed and tyrannical, or that he is addicted to beauties and licentious, these are not surprising. However, you actually slandered His Majesty Heaven Emperor as the incarnation of the extraterritorial demon. His Majesty the Sky Emperor has been in charge of Mo Yuntian for millions of years. In these millions of years, could it be that only you, Mu Lan, had the discerning eyes to see that His Majesty the Sky Emperor is a heavenly demon? Are the others blind or deaf? Do they not know how to distinguish between humans and demons? Since His Majesty the Sky Emperor is a heavenly demon, then what are you, Mu Lan? Mu Lan, scheming and scheming, a pure traitor. Think about it. In the past million years, Mo Yuntian has undergone several changes. His Majesty the Sky Emperor is like a stabilizing needle, intimidating the entire Sky Emperor. If it's really the Sky Demon, who wants to overthrow Mo Yuntian, there are tens of millions of opportunities. Why hasn't he made a move yet? In conclusion, His Majesty the Celestial Emperor is definitely not an extraterrestrial demon. It is impossible for him to be the incarnation of an extraterrestrial demon. So Mu Lan is simply spreading lies to mislead people. This is unforgivable. This wave gradually rose, gradually took shape, and its momentum gradually became great. Slowly, it swept through the whole Mayan sky, and the spearhead was directed at Mu Lan. Moreover, there was no way to stop it. No matter how he tried to defend himself, it would only make things worse. We commoners just want to live a peaceful life. We were clearly living well before. Why do we have to start a civil war just because you said that His Majesty the Celestial Emperor is an extraterrestrial demon? Some people were dissatisfied, but they voiced the thoughts of the commoners. Once the flames of war start, the commoners will have no way to live. Don't you understand these principles, Mu Lan? Someone said bitterly. Not to mention that His Majesty the Sky Emperor is not an extraterrestrial demon. Even if he is, he wouldn't harm the commoners of Mo Yuntian. On the contrary, my ancestors have been under the rule of His Majesty the Sky Emperor for generations. They eat their fill and wear warm clothes. What's wrong? If this is the day of being ruled by the extraterrestrial demons, I'm perfectly willing to accept it. Someone was being unreasonable, spouting specious and fallacious arguments. Right now, Mo Yuntian is filled with the flames of war. Is this your original intention for slaying the demons? Someone asked seriously. There were even some Confucian scholars who wrote rapidly, waving and writing, cursing Mu Lan with thousands of words. Mu Lan is an ambitious person through and through. For his own ambitions, for his own hegemony, he will do anything. Someone asserted. He's a traitor, yet he wants to give himself a sanctimonious and dignified reason to rebel. Shameless to the extreme. Someone said disdainfully. What you said is simply nonsense. If there is no reason to rebel, what right does Mu Lan have to rebel? Someone analyzed with a wise face. Reasonable, reasonable. Most people agreed. Muzong Lan, you said that His Majesty the Sky Emperor is an extraterrestrial demon. Why don't you take out conclusive evidence? Could it be that you can convict someone just by opening and closing your mouth? Who do you think you are? Someone was extremely indignant. There were also countless public declarations that appeared out of nowhere. Book of 10,000 Words, my discussion of Muzong Lan's 10 major crimes. Punitive expedition against Muzong Lan. Return Mo Yuntian. 10 reasons why Muzong Lan is bound to lose. All these things came crashing down in an overwhelming manner. In just a few days, everyone had a feeling that when they woke up, the entire world was against Muzong Lan. Everyone was pointing at him, everyone was cursing him. In this world, what kind of group was the strongest? That was, the masses who did not know the truth. This group of people was undoubtedly the strongest. After all, in any world, the truth was only known by a few people who had the qualifications. And in 100,000 people, there might not even be one person who understood. Although Xianxia himself did not make any excuses, he used a very effective and simple method to fiercely counterattack Muzong Lan and Xianxia. I won't defend myself. Why should I defend myself? The innocent knows that they are innocent. Why should I defend myself? If I, as a Sky Emperor, have to come out to refute such a ridiculous and nonsensical matter, then I really can't afford to lose this face. Muzong Lan, you can say whatever you want, just let him say it. Don't tell me that if he says I'm an extraterrestrial demon, then I'm really an extraterrestrial demon. Xianxia did not need to say these words at all. Naturally, he would. He would say it. Moreover, those people who said it for him were far better than what he said himself. Even more so, however, the ironic thing was that everyone who said this was a bunch of people who did not know the truth and were just following the crowd. Moreover, the more ironic thing was that most of these people were knowledgeable people who thought that their own understanding was the truth. This kind of situation simply made everyone who knew the inside story sigh from the bottom of their hearts. But in this kind of situation, there was really no evidence to insist that Xianxia was an extraterrestrial demon. At least, there was no evidence that could obtain everyone's approval. The rebellion of the 7 princes. How could ordinary people know what kind of people the 7 princes were? There was even less of an explanation. Once this kind of public opinion arose, it could not be controlled at all. Even the source could not be found. The more it spread, the more intense it became. Even Xianxia and Muzong Lan's camps were quietly spreading similar news. Some people even thought, is it true or not? Is it right for us to follow Muzong Lan and rebel like this? At that time, I only listened to Commander Mu's one-sided words, and my blood heated up, and I blindly followed him. But now that I think about it, there are actually too many things that I don't understand. There are too many strange things. That's true, the logic is really so. Silence. Is this something that can be said here? Yes, 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 yes. If they did not say it. Here, where could they say it? Was there a place that specialized in this kind of topic? For a moment, the morale of the army wavered. The soldiers had no fighting spirit, and the generals had no fighting spirit. Muzong Lan's trusted subordinates consecutively beheaded many of the lower-level officers who had spread the rumors. However, this kind of action only made the rumors more and more intense. I'm afraid this rumor is true. Otherwise, why would he kill people? He must be angry out of humiliation. It seems that Commander Mu is guilty. Otherwise, why didn't His Majesty the Sky Emperor kill those people who spoke ill of him? When Muzong Lan found out about the killings, he immediately issued an order to stop it. However, the public opinion had already expanded to the point where it could no longer be salvaged. On a certain night, there was an incident of desertion in an army. There were not many people. There were only a few of them. However, on the second day, the number of deserters suddenly increased greatly. Thousands of deserters appeared in the various army camps overnight. On the third day, the general of an army suddenly announced that he had left the uprising army and retreated. His whereabouts were unknown. Following that, the fourth day, the fifth day, such situations actually became more and more frequent, and became more and more intense. In the beginning, they could still use military discipline to punish the deserters and calm the chaos. However, later on, it became a situation where the law could not punish the masses. large batches of deserters continued to appear. Faced with such a situation, Mu Lan and Xianxia were so worried that their hair almost turned white. They never thought that the great situation that they had created with great difficulty would be destroyed by such rumors. Now, of the 70 million people in the uprising army, only those who had followed Mu Lan at the beginning remained. The total number of soldiers was less than 20 million. The rest had more or less dispersed. Of those who remained, it was not known who was still trustworthy. Who was left behind to be a spy and prepare to betray at the crucial moment to atone for their crimes. Perhaps some people were still observing and had not decided whether to leave or not. Faced with such a situation, Mu Lan and Xianxia were completely helpless. The other party had not even made any big moves and he had already been defeated by mere rumors. Defeat without a fight, this was undoubtedly the biggest humiliation in Mu Lan's life. The biggest failure, however, there was no way to deal with it. As the Heavenly Emperor, Yuan Tianji had already ruled over dark cloud sky for millions of years. It was deeply rooted and deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Mu Lan and Xianxia finally decided to temporarily stop the attack and reorganize the internal affairs first to stabilize the morale of the army. Otherwise, if this continued, even their current loyal subordinates would be shaken. However, at this time, Yuan Tianji's counterattack finally came. This counterattack was very simple and pure, but it was also very fatal. The counterattack was just a letter to Commander Mu, a letter to the world, but it was like a sharp and powerful declaration of rebellion, almost forcing Mu Lan into a dead end. I'm very sad. I wanted to write a single chapter, but changed my mind and wrote it here. I'll try to be brief. I've been very busy at home these 2 days. Yesterday morning, I was shopping for a ring with my wife on Valentine's Day when I received a call saying that my aunt had passed away. They were very close, my father and my uncle have the same grandfather. I hurried home and was told to send her to the hospital for emergency treatment. At around 1:30 in the afternoon, I received a call saying that she had passed away. At that time, I was updating the first chapter. Aunt had passed away, so I had to ask for leave. Thus, I asked for leave after the chapter. Then, before I even released it, I received news that her condition had stabilized, but she had become a vegetable. Thus, I hurriedly edited it. Thus, everyone saw a long string of ellipses at the end of the chapter. But now, Aunt is critically ill. I'll be answering one phone call after another. Thus, the updates these 2 days are very irregular, but the specific situation. Cough, I'm also on tenterhooks right now. Actually, everyone is on tenterhooks. I don't know what to say. Anyway. I might ask for leave these 2 days. But I really don't dare to confirm which day it will be. It's hard to say now. Yuan Tianji's declaration even abandoned the previous format and directly started with the words "we are in pain" to express the infinite anger in his heart. Marshal Mu has always been on the same boat with us through thick and thin. It can be said that the current Mo cannot leave Marshal Mu. Every inch of our territory is filled with Marshal Mu's contributions. Commander-in-Chief Mu has always been diligent, willing to work hard without complaint, and has made great contributions. We are deeply proud of him and have a personal relationship with Marshal Mu like brothers. Now, Marshal Mu has been deceived by a scoundrel and actually slandered us as a demon. We do not feel angry, we only feel pain. We are very pained. We have thought about it and realized, but we do not know how we have wronged our old brother who has worked with us for 1,000,000 years. We also do not understand what made you change like this. Is it just because of a traitor's slander? But, no matter what the reason is, Lan, as long as you come back, we are willing to disregard the past and apologize to you. We cannot bear to part with you. Mo cannot go without you. The countless people of Mo have already suffered too much. They cannot bear a fierce civil war. These hardships and sufferings should not be borne by them. Lan, my most important subject, come back. For our deep friendship of 1,000,000 years, for the peace and tranquility of Mo for the millions of innocent people. Lan, please think about it. Is it worth it to do this? Turning back is still more precious than gold. Moreover, we are brothers who have been together for 1,000,000 years. We announce here that as long as Muzong is willing to mend his ways, he will immediately be reinstated. All his followers will not be punished. Everything will be lenient. If we really did something wrong, we are willing to write a letter of punishment and announce it to the world. We will apologize to Marshal Mu in person. We make the above promise in front of the people of the world. If there is one thing we cannot do, we will accept the wrath of the heavens. Marshal Mu, come back. We hope you will think about it carefully. We will wait for your reply. Before you recover, we will not use a single soldier to fight. We are all flesh and blood, how can we bear to fight against each other? It is the greatest misfortune of the world. This letter from Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud, Xianxia, could be said to be humble to the extreme. As a celestial emperor, for a supreme being to be able to compromise like this, his sincerity truly made people sigh with emotion. Once this letter came out, the entire Mayan sky was shocked. What followed was complete silence. Then, it was a chorus of praises that connected heaven and earth. Everywhere was filled with praises. There were even people who cried bitterly because of it. For our Mo Yuntian, for a traitor, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor is actually willing to do this. What kind of humiliation is this? Woo-woo, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor is really too good. Towards this kind of heinous sinner, he is actually so magnanimous. AI, he is truly a wise ruler of a generation. How fortunate am I, Mayan Sky, to have such a wise ruler as the Emperor. AI, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor is only willing to make such a compromise for the sake of the hundreds of millions of people of Mayan Sky. In order to avoid suffering, the people are willing to compromise like this. Woo-woo, long live His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor, long live 10,000 years. Now, let's see if this deceitful Muzong can realize his mistake and mend his ways. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor has already done this. If Muzong still wants to rebel and still has the dream of ascending to the throne, he is truly worse than a pig or a dog. AI, sigh. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor is so magnanimous. As long as that Muzong still has a bit of humanity, he will definitely repent. Che, if Muzong really has a bit of conscience, he should hurry up and commit suicide to apologize. What face does such a despicable person have to live in this world, Yuan Tianji? Muzong took a deep breath. Looking at this declaration that was not a declaration, he felt his insides burn. He was clearly a demon, but he could make it sound so dignified, such a compromise, such a noble character and unquestionable integrity, such a deep sense of righteousness. Yuan Tianji, how can you say such things? Do you still know the word shame? Could it be that a person who is so despicable can really be invincible in the world? Muzong's face was red. He slammed his palm on the table, causing the red sandalwood table to shatter into pieces. Muzong had clearly forgotten an important point. Yuan Tianji was not a person. Whether a person who was so despicable could be invincible in the world was still unknown, but the power that a demon who was so despicable could display had already appeared in the mortal world. It was truly a power that could dominate the world. Even a hero could not stop it. It was really too sharp. Muzong's chest heaved up and down. He only felt that he was seeing stars and his heart was beating wildly. It was as if he could faint at any time. Even with the calmness that Muzong had accumulated over 1,000,000 years, he was not feeling so uncomfortable at this moment. It was not because of Yuan Tianji's words that had distorted the truth, nor was it because of this letter that had tarnished his reputation. It was because Muzong was deeply aware of the shocking effect this kind of letter would have after it was announced to the world. This kind of letter was enough to pull all those people who had not made up their minds and were still hesitating to the side of Yuan Tianji. Even in his own army, there would be many people who would waver and even officially abandon him. This was a psychological attack aimed at everyone in the world. This letter that seemed to be very humble actually had such a vicious effect. Xia Donqiong was silent for a moment, then said, I believe that this is only the beginning. Since Yuan Tianji has chosen to do this, he must have other backup plans. In the heavenly imperial court, the extraterrestrial demons are always fighting in a foreign land. What other stronger backup plans can he have? Muzong took a deep breath and frowned. Could it be that he can really summon a large number of demons to help him in the battle? If that's really the case, it would be a confession without being pressed and help us solve the predicament in front of us. Xianxia clasped his hands behind his back. His handsome face was full of worry. He said lightly, "It definitely won't be that simple. Let's wait and see. If my feeling is right, this world will become very interesting. It will be so interesting that you and I can't predict or imagine it at all." Mu Lan was puzzled. At this moment, his mind was already restless. His usual calmness was gone. Xianxia's heart, however, had an extremely bad feeling. It was a kind of flash of inspiration. It was indescribable and even hard to understand. Although the current situation was bad, it had not yet become clear. However, he could already faintly feel that there was an invisible net that was enveloping him. He seemed to be unable to break free. Although he knew that the Tianji intelligence department had released the news, he still didn't know that his brothers would all gather at Mo Yuntian in a short period of time. This was actually Jimo's idea. He wanted to give Xianxiang a surprise. However, it received the support of most of his brothers. Everyone wanted to see how Xianxiang's eternally handsome and calm face would suddenly be filled with ecstasy. What kind of expression would that be? That scene was simply irresistible and made one look forward to it. Although Chu Yang and Mo Tianji felt that it wasn't very good, they could only acquiesce to everyone's unanimous request. Therefore, Xianxiang was completely clueless about the next move of his brothers. Naturally, he didn't have much confidence in his heart. He only felt that he was facing the treacherous Mo Yuntian all by himself. He really felt a little lonely. But now that things had come to this, he couldn't give up easily. He persevered and walked straight down. No matter which battlefield it was, he had no reason to retreat. 3 days passed. The tide of public opinion in Mo Yuntian didn't weaken at all. Instead, it became more and more intense and out of control. Mu Lan, it's already been 3 days. What do you say? Not saying a word. Are you trying to bluff your way through? Mu Lan, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor is so magnanimous to you. If you still don't mend your ways, you're worse than a pig or a dog. Mu Lan. You must have a conscience. You can't be so shameless. Mu Lan, how can you be so shameless? Brothers who joined the Heavenly Armament Pavilion because of Mu Lan, quickly repent. Your families are waiting for you. Don't make a mistake that will lead to everlasting sorrow. Mu Lan, you deserve to die 1,000 times for your crimes. Even 1,000 deaths won't be enough to atone for your crimes. Mu Lan, you've let down His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. You're ambitious. Even death can't wipe out your crimes. Mu Tianlan, you despicable person who deceives others. How do you still have the face to live in this world? Hurry up and kill yourself. Just when the tide of public opinion reached its peak, a 5-colored cloud suddenly floated over in the sky of Mo Yuntian. The colorful cloud hovered in the sky of Mo Yuntian for a long time. A voice, like a large bell, instantly spread throughout the mountains and rivers of Mo Yuntian. The sage has decreed. These 4 words were truly deafening, echoing in the entire ink cloud sky for a long time, endlessly. The entire ink cloud sky started to shake violently. The Lord Sage has finally appeared. After the commotion, everyone held their breaths and waited for the imperial edict. The decree of the Saint Emperor had always been the sacred and inviolable authority of the Heaven Imperial Court, the absolute authority of the Heaven Imperial Court. Xianxiang was tens of thousands of miles away at this moment. But, he could still hear this voice. In fact, it felt as if it was transmitted right next to his ear. It's impossible for a person's voice to travel so far. There must be some special method. Xianxiang raised his eyebrows and said. However, the worried look in his eyes became even more obvious. Mu Lan stroked his beard. He looked calm and composed, but the smile on his face had already turned stiff. Even his knuckles had turned white from nervousness. Yes, this is the Heavenly Sage's voice transmission that the saint has set up in the various large realms. Every time he sends a message to Chao Yi, he uses this method. Mu Lan's voice also seemed to have stiffened. He forced a laugh and said, but the saint has issued a decree at this time. What does he want to do? When he said the last 3 words, Mu Lan's voice also trembled a little. It was unknown whether it was from joy or fear. Xianxiang sighed and said, I'm afraid he might not be helping us. How can that be? The saint will definitely not wallow in the mire with the heavenly demons. How can he not be helping us? Muzong Lan's voice carried a slight tremble. Although the sentence was said in a low voice, it already carried a kind of disbelief and a hint of hysteria. His words were not so much to explain to Xianxia and give him confidence, but it could not be said that he was encouraging himself and raising his little remaining fighting spirit and confidence. If the saint publicly supported Xianxia, then the injustice in his life would definitely be unable to be washed away, the shame in his life would also be unable to be washed away. Although his face was filled with indifference, in reality, he had already gathered all his energy and was trying his best to listen to that moment's announcement. Xianxia sighed endlessly in his heart. He had a premonition that Muzong Lan would not only be disappointed this time, but would also be in despair. The saint has issued a decree. After these 4 words, there was a long silence. Those 5 colored clouds wandered freely in the sky. Under the illumination of the vast sunlight, they emitted 5 colored rays that illuminated the heaven and earth. It was extremely sacred, extremely holy, extremely solemn, and extremely dreamy. Everyone had personally witnessed such an inviolable and unshakable sacred scene bestowed by the heavens. There are rebellions everywhere in dark cloud heaven. The people have no way to make a living. This seat is extremely angry. This was the first sentence of the saint's decree. It was very plain and very simple. But it had already expressed the emotions in the bottom of his heart. Everyone raised their heads in anticipation. You are angry? This can be understood and also allowed. But who exactly are you angry at? This was the main point. The dignified voice continued. Mo Yuntian's military commander, Muzong Lan, was selfish and greedy. He acted recklessly without reason. He deceived the emperor, took bribes, and perverted the law. He was ambitious. I have long known the source of all this. But I did not expect that there would be a day when Muzong Lan, for his own selfish desires, would do such a rebellious and ridiculous thing as framing a celestial emperor. This seat is truly heartbroken. Heavenly Emperor Inkcloud, Xianxia, is this seat's lifelong best friend. This seat can guarantee that Xianxia's background is clean and he's absolutely not a sky fiend. Rumor has it that he's a heavenly demon, but that's all nonsense and slander. Muzong Lan is ambitious and has brought disaster to the world, implicating the common people. He is the traitor of Mo Yuntian and also the traitor of our heaven imperial court. He is the source of all the chaos. Everyone has the right to punish him. The moment this sentence came out, the ground of the entire Mo Yuntian could feel an extremely strong vibration. Clearly, countless people were shocked by the content of these words. They couldn't help but leak out their cultivation. Too many people were shocked at the same time. So much so that the entire Mo Yuntian could feel this kind of vibration. The moment this sentence came out, Muzong Lan's eyes were filled with stars. He didn't hear a single word of what the Saint Monarch said after the decree, he only felt that there was only a rumbling sound in his ears. He was originally standing upright to listen to the Saint Monarch's decree, but now, his tall and straight body gradually bent down. His entire person suddenly looked old and senile. It was as if in this instant, the millions of years that didn't leave behind any traces suddenly returned to his body, 1,000,000 years in an instant, 10,000 years in a breath. Commander Mu! A guard in front of him exclaimed. He rushed over and wanted to support Muzong Lan. Heavens! Muzong Lan suddenly looked up to the sky and cried out. Could it be that the Sky Fiend is really in power? Even the Saint Monarch has been deceived by him. Why? Why is this? Before he finished speaking, he already spat out a mouthful of blood with a pu sound. His tall and sturdy body fell down stiffly. Xianxia was a Sky Fiend. This matter was already confirmed without a doubt. Other than the 2 kings of calligraphy and painting as proof, Xianxia's most trusted aide, Prime Minister Luoyu, had also revealed the true body of a Sky Fiend. This was already irrefutable evidence. Even if the Saint Monarch didn't believe this, he should at least investigate carefully. After all, wind from an empty cave wasn't without cause. However, no one would have thought that the Saint Monarch actually didn't go through any investigation and directly came to such a conclusion. He directly nailed Muzong Lan to the pillar of shame. He would never be able to rise again. Xianxia stood alone in the wind. His long hair and white robe fluttered in the wind. His eyes seemed to be contemplating something, lost in thought. He faintly felt that perhaps it wasn't only Mo Yuntian that was about to change. Even the entire Heaven Imperial Court was about to change. With regards to Mu Lan's extreme anger and despair, how could Xie Danqiong not empathize with him? He was filled with emotions. He clearly understood what Mu Lan was thinking right now. However, Xie Danqiong didn't step forward to console him. At this time, any consolation would be pale, powerless, and completely meaningless. The Saint Monarch's decree was tantamount to the conclusion of everything. Looking at the ashen faces of the subordinates around him, even the top-notch experts with extremely good temperament also had pale faces at this moment. It was obvious that everyone had a premonition that after the Saint Monarch's decree was passed down, what kind of storm was about to befall them? And what kind of tragic consequences would it bring? That was truly unimaginable, or perhaps, it was completely unimaginable. Xie Danqiong took in a deep breath. His handsome face regained its calm. He even smiled faintly, reappearing his usual calmness. When the grave smile fell into the eyes of his subordinates, it was as if their perplexed hearts suddenly had a rare source of support. Mu Lan had already been hit by this series of attacks. Then, he definitely couldn't fall again. Pass down the order, Xie Danqiong said with a smile. His gaze was firm and sharp, shooting out like a sharp arrow towards the target. It was so cold and stern. Pass down the order to the entire army to prepare for battle. Xie Danqiong slowly walked towards the military tent. Tell them that following this, there will be an unprecedentedly fierce battle. It is about to begin. This time, it is the real battle of life and death. Xie Danqiong's guess was right. It was indeed a fierce battle. Moreover, internal and external troubles couldn't be stopped. The Saint Monarch's decree and Yuan Tianjia's letter. This double blow had almost turned the entire Moyan sky upside down. Right after the Saint Monarch's decree, Yuan Tianjia officially issued the order to suppress Mu Lan. Although that order still expressed reluctance and regret, that soaring murderous intent was difficult to conceal. Or perhaps, it wasn't concealed at all. No matter who kills Mu Lan, all of Mu Lan's power, position, and title will be inherited by that person. Rebel soldiers and horses, if there are any defectors, their crimes will not be investigated. At this time, Moyan Sky was simply united as one, working together to suppress the rebels. More than half of the people supported the Moyan Sky's emperor, Yuan Tianjia. As for those who were still wavering, those who remained on the sidelines were also tempted by the conditions that Yuan Tianjia had promised them. As long as they killed Mu Lan, they would become the new number one person in Moyan Sky's military. The first duke. The commander of all the troops. The power to rule the world. Under one person, above millions of people. What kind of status was this? What kind of glory was this? What kind of glory was this? It was too easy to just kill Mu Lan to get all of this. Since it was so easy, why not do it? Countless people, who had been standing still and watching, were now shouting and rushing to the south. Yuan Tianjia personally took command and led the troops into battle. Yu Lai led the troops as the vanguard, commanding tens of millions of soldiers and horses. The troops were divided into 25 groups and set off in all directions at the same time. Kill Mu Lan. Invade my Moyan Sky. The entire Moyan Sky was shouting this slogan, at the same time. At the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's camp, it was full of gloomy clouds. The series of events had caused a small portion of the soldiers who had followed Mu Lan to be at a loss. Was it right or not? Was it right or not? What should they do? What was it? Countless people were thinking, deliberating, and weighing the pros and cons. Many of them gathered together and secretly talked about things that should be said and things that should not be said. The negative consequences of hastily starting things had finally completely erupted at this moment. Moreover, the undercurrent was surging violently. Everyone was well aware that an unforeseen event that no one could bear was silently brewing. But, could it be that in the military camp, people were not allowed to interact with each other? Facing such a terrible situation, even a deity would be at his wits' end. Mu Lan seemed to have aged hundreds of thousands of years in one night. His black hair had all turned snow-white. Xie Danqiong sat beside Mu Lan's bed with a calm smile on his face. The faces of Mu Lan's trusted aides and generals were filled with worry. There were many unfavorable situations in their respective camps. The soldiers no longer had the will to fight, and the generals no longer had the will to fight. In fact, there was no lack of rebellious thoughts. Under such circumstances, how could they fight a war? The 25 armies on the other side had surrounded them from all directions. They had completely blocked all the loopholes and were coming to encircle and suppress them. Once the army arrived, they would be completely defeated without even fighting here. Right now, the majority of the people who followed Muzong Lan were unstable. On the other hand, the people of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion were still unmoved. They were originally rebellious. During this period of time, they seemed to have been rebellious for quite some time. Facing such a situation, they were used to it. There was even a bit of disdain. We've experienced this kind of battle too many times. What's the big deal? Ashamed? Muzong Lan sighed deeply. Chief Xia, facing the calmness of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, Artsung Lan army, is truly ashamed. All the generals lowered their heads in shame. It was very strange at night. The computer suddenly could not be switched on. I wrote half a chapter and had no choice but to switch to another computer to write again. As a general, being unable to control his soldiers was the greatest humiliation. They were clearly a mixed army, but in the face of such a terrible situation, each and every one of them was calm and composed. But his own regular army was so incompetent. It was really, don't you think that from a certain point of view, the current situation is actually a good thing? Xie Danqiong was still smiling. That calmness did not seem to be forced at all. Good thing? The generals frowned. How could it be a good thing in such a desperate situation? Where did the good come from? Muzong Lan frowned. His mind moved, and he silently pondered. Xie Danqiong said lightly, my original intention of establishing the Heavenly Armament Pavilion was not to rebel and become the Heavenly Emperor. It was to go to the outer realm and exterminate the demons. My battle with Mo Yuntian's army was mostly to train the soldiers. That's all. Xie Danqiong's face showed a trace of ridicule. And all of you, if you don't die in this battle, you will follow me in the future and go to the purple cloud heavens to restore the human homeland. Then, we will go on an expedition to the heavenly demons to exterminate them completely. This is my true intention, but it seems that the majority of people have misunderstood something. Xie Danqiong raised his head and smiled. This smile was so otherworldly, proud of the world. Muzong Lan and the other generals were shocked. Xie Danqiong's true ambition was actually here, to exterminate the heavenly demons, so, we really misunderstood something? The manpower we need to fight the heavenly demons has never been the masses, but elite soldiers. Xie Danqiong said lightly. His eyes flashed. We don't need those weak-willed mobs. Hearing this, all the generals lowered their heads in shame. Wasn't the current situation of their own army the unbearable behavior of a bunch of mobs? Although Xie Danqiong directly scolded everyone's faces, they really did not have any words to refute. This time, although we are jittery and in imminent danger, it is also a great opportunity to clean up our troops. Xie Danqiong said coldly, isn't it a good thing to take this opportunity to eliminate all those who are not firm? Are we really going to let these people drag us down when we fight the extraterrestrial demons? One of the generals said worriedly, but those people were just deceived and didn't know the truth. Wasn't it a little unfair to kill them all with a single strike? I believe that they will not waver in their decision to fight the heavenly demons. Deceive? Waver? Xie Danqiong sneered, can you explain the truth to them since they've been deceived? Let them no longer waver. The general was tongue-tied and didn't know how to continue. If he could tell the truth and had solid evidence, wouldn't he have been able to prove it long ago? Why would he be forced to such a state? Speaking of being deceived, speaking of being swayed, it's still because they can't completely trust Marshal Mu. Xie Danqiong sneered, if they truly trusted him, why would they be deceived? How could he be shaken? Since he couldn't trust him wholeheartedly, what was the point of keeping him? Do you dare to put your back in the hands of such a person? Xie Danqiong's smile was so sarcastic that it made people uncomfortable. If they can be deceived today, what if they are deceived in the future when they go to the battlefield of the purple cloud heavens? Can you guarantee that they won't be swayed in the future? If they are swayed, what's the use of your guarantee? Is there any meaning to it? Yuan Tianjia might just be a pawn of the extraterrestrial demons who sneaked into the heavenly imperial court. Maybe he has some status in the land of extraterrestrial demons, but how many extraterrestrial demons are there in the black cloud heavens now? It's just a letter and it's enough to make everyone so divided. When we go to the purple cloud heavens with such a team, it's not killing demons. Xianxia said heavily, it's just sending them to their deaths. They're sending food to the extraterrestrial demons. They're supporting the enemy with great fanfare. Muzan Lan's eyes flashed and he said, yes. What the chief said makes sense. Xianxia said lightly, everyone, go back now. Let those who are wavering leave by themselves. There's no need to dissuade or explain. In the current situation, even if you force yourself to stay, it's just a disaster. I believe that after this purge, those who are left are all hardcore elites, or at least people with strong wills. If we fight to the death, we might still have a chance of winning. But we must take note that we can't let those with ulterior motives stay. If that's the case, it's really over. After Xianxia gave his instructions seriously, all the generals walked out quickly. This matter shouldn't be delayed. The sooner it was settled, the more room for maneuver. Marshal Mu, is it very uncomfortable? Xianxia looked at Muzan Lan and asked. Sigh. Muzan Lan let out a long sigh. Even the Saint Monarch was, hee. Xianxia said lightly, I don't understand. Why did you place all your hopes on the saint? Could it be that you're not going to kill the extraterrestrial demons after the saint was deceived? Of course we have to kill the extraterrestrial demons. Muzan Lan said angrily. Then, he sighed dejectedly. It's just that my heart can't accept it. Xianxia said sarcastically, the situation now is really serious. Now, it's not just Mo Yuntian who needs us, but the entire Heaven Imperial Court needs us. If you're defeated here, you'll be the sinner of history. The sinner of the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Muzan Lan was shocked. You trust the saint so much, but the saint directly confirmed Yuan Tianjia's identity. Don't you feel that there's something strange about this? Xianxia said coldly, Yuan Tianjia is an extraterrestrial demon. You and I know this very well. I believe that the higher-ups of the heavens might not be unaware of this. And the saint just had to express his position at this juncture. What do you think this means? If. He. Xianxia sneered and got up to leave. I'm going to take a look at the army now. I'll try my best to get rid of the hidden dangers. If Marshal Mu still can't wake up, there's no harm in continuing to lie down. I'm going too. Muzan Lan rolled over and climbed up from the bed. Chief is right. How can I continue to lie down there? No matter what, I have to kill this demon Yuan Tianjia. Xianxia smiled. The two walked out side by side for a long time before Muzan Lan said in a low but heavy voice, thank you. Xianxia smiled and floated away. A day later, Muzan Lan looked at the few generals who came to report the situation. He was speechless. His originally haggard face looked even more weary. Understanding some things was one thing, but truly accepting it was definitely not an easy thing. No matter how steady and experienced a person was, it was still the same. Over this day and night, the generals had all given their orders and allowed their subordinates to choose their own places to go. Now that the situation has reached this stage, Yuan Tianjia's prestige has already been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. With the saint as his guarantee, his prestige is as strong as the sun. I'm sure everyone has doubts in their hearts. They don't know what their position is, whether it's right or wrong, whether it's good or evil. As the saying goes, don't use people you doubt, and don't use people you use. At this stage, even if we force everyone to stay together, it's meaningless. So if you have any thoughts, you can leave on your own. We definitely won't stop you, nor will we make things difficult for you. But if you have any thoughts of betrayal and want to capture Marshal Mu to gain merit and reward, I'll give you a word of advice. Don't act rashly. If you really act rashly, we'll be enemies and won't be merciful. That's all I have to say. If you want to leave, the camp's gates are already open. You can leave at any time. You can also take all the wealth you've earned. If your family is here, you can also take them with you. If we break off relations, we won't speak ill of you. If you want to leave, go ahead. But if you make a ruckus and act like you're filled with righteous indignation, you'll be killed without mercy. In the beginning, there were still people who were hesitant about whether to stay or leave. But when they saw the first person finally pack up and leave the camp, and when no one stopped him, this situation became a trend that was almost unstoppable. Countless soldiers rushed out like a tide. There were even many people who brought their families and left. In serious cases, some camps were emptied in an afternoon, leaving less than 10%. In the beginning, those who stayed were still cursing and trying to persuade those who wanted to leave to stay. But in the end, they were all stupefied. They could only watch as those old brothers of the past left resolutely. Their faces were filled with anger and sadness from the bottom of their hearts. It wasn't until the next morning that the wave gradually subsided and disappeared. But in one night, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's forces were reduced by nearly 10%. The heavenly demons wreaked havoc and brought disaster to the Heavenly Imperial Court. I, Muzong Lan, rose up to slaughter the demons. I had no selfish desires in my heart. I only wanted to quell the demons and pacify the Heavenly Imperial Court. From the hundreds of thousands who rushed out of the capital at the beginning, we once gathered 70 million soldiers. But the affairs of the world are like chess. Life is like a dream. It's easiest to wake up from a good dream. 70 million soldiers, and in 7 days, more than half of them dispersed. Muzong Lan laughed bitterly. Now, there are less than 5 million left. He sighed, his face even more lonely. The generals under him bowed their heads in shame, speechless for a long time. 5 million. If this number was purely from a numerical point of view, it was actually not a small number. It was still a considerable number of forces. However, this depended on who it was compared to. Now, Xianxia had personally led the army into battle. He had divided his troops into 25 groups, totaling up to 50 million soldiers. Moreover, there were still large numbers of reinforcements gathering at the rear. In addition, there were tens of millions of people who had defected from his side. And among these people, there would probably be many who would join Xianxia's side. Under such circumstances, the ratio of the military strength of both sides had almost reached a terrifying level of 1 to 50. In fact, this ratio had the possibility of increasing even further. Moreover, the morale on his side was unprecedentedly low. The soldiers had no fighting spirit, and the generals also did not have much fighting spirit. The atmosphere was dejected. How could they face the enemy? A motley crew. Truly a motley crew. What's the point of abandoning them? Xianxia stood outside the door and said disdainfully, "Generals, immediately take your men and horses and go to the rear to protect your families. As for the front, let the original troops of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion take the lead. If we win, naturally everything will be forgotten. If we all die in battle, it's still not too late for you to surrender." These words were like a red-hot steel needle that pierced deeply into the hearts of the generals. Since when were they, the regular soldiers, looked down upon to such an extent by the leader of a motley crew? But, wasn't this the truth? Wasn't it happening right now, right in front of their eyes? The generals were speechless for a moment. They didn't know what to say in rebuttal. Nonsense. Muzong Lan stood up angrily. Even when faced with a desperate situation, we still fight. For more than 1,000,000 years, we still fought bravely in desperate situations. When we fought for victory, we were no less than you, Chief Xia. How can you look down on the soldiers of Moyuntian like this? Xianxiang laughed coldly. Look down. I look down on you. Ha ha ha. Why should I look up to you? Ask yourself, what do you have that's worth me looking up to? Just a little rebellion, and you're all defeated. Every one of you is like a rooster that has lost a battle. With your current conduct, you still want to lead troops. You still want to fight. You still want to slay demons. You still want to be heroes. That's just wishful thinking, a fantasy. Ha ha ha. Xianxiang's undisguised mocking laughter spread far and wide. It was heard far and near. His disdainful tone was thick and pervasive. Right now, I'm just regretting. Xianxiang laughed and laughed. I actually wasted so many days of food on a bunch of complete trash. His words faded away, Xianxia had already soared into the air and went forward to organize the troops. He actually didn't give them any chance to refute. Such disdain, and even disregard, made the generals furious. It was really too much. Xianxia's words are too much. A general slammed his palm on a chair, causing it to shatter. He was furious, his face turning purple, and his heart thumped. The others also could not tolerate such humiliation. Their breathing was heavy, and their eyes were bloodshot. Lan coldly snorted, "What are you shouting for? Could it be that he was wrong about you? Have you done anything that you think highly of? Didn't you guys break down when he said that it wasn't the truth? He didn't collapse from the setback? Even I feel ashamed for you all." Hearing this, all the generals were stunned, not knowing how to react. Lan said loudly, "There is nothing wrong with you wanting others to look up to you. But what are you going to use to make others look up to you? Just because he didn't do anything? Who would think highly of you if you didn't have any military achievements? Since the reality is like this, don't blame others for looking down on you. If you want others to look down on you, then you have to show them what you can do. You're just screaming here. Not only do people look down on you, even I look down on you. If you don't show us what you can do." Lan snorted coldly, "It's just as Chief Xia said. We've really wasted these days' worth of food. Even if we raise a pig, we can still kill it and eat it. But raising you guys is just raising a bunch of trash. You're a complete piece of trash. Completely useless." After saying this, Lan flicked his sleeves and entered the inner hall. The generals looked at each other, feeling as if their chests were about to explode. They had lived for a lifetime, but they had never been looked down on like this. If they did not show some methods, would they be looked down on like this? Wasn't a person's life just a breath of air? Not a steamed bun fighting for air, the generals rushed out of their tents like a hurricane, their faces as black as the bottom of a pot. They returned to their camps and began to gather their troops. Each of them was like a dragon, emitting a fiery aura that could explode at any time. Lan was in the inner hall, observing all the changes with his divine sense. He finally let out a sigh of relief. This time, the provocation was very successful. Previously, it was Lan and Xianxia who had teamed up to provoke the generals. These generals were all good. Not only were they experts, but they were also experts in the art of war. They were all experts in war, and the only thing they lacked was fighting spirit. However, this kind of decadent atmosphere was too strong. Although they were still determined to follow Marshal Mu, their fighting spirit had been completely destroyed by this series of blows. If they did not get rid of the negative effects and reinvigorate their fighting spirit, this battle would be lost without even fighting. Lan naturally knew that the generals who had followed him for many years were not cowards. But the problem was that if the soldiers under their command lost their fighting spirit, no matter how strong the general was, he could not do anything. But to reinvigorate the atmosphere, he still had to start with these generals. If the soldiers were decadent, it would only waste time and everything would be delayed if he tried to persuade them one by one. But if the general was extremely angry, it would affect the situation of the entire army. The general had been instilled with anger and had nowhere to vent it. Thus, he went back and instilled even more anger into his subordinates. And the officers would pass it down level by level. By the time they reached the lowest level, they were basically bursting with anger. Just like now, when a soldier made a mistake, the regiment commander would never directly punish the soldier. Instead, he would punish the battalion commander would punish the company commander, and the company commander would punish the platoon leader. But when the platoon leader and squad leader punished the soldier, it would be even more severe. It was guaranteed that the person who made the mistake would not dare to do it again. This was the method of the commander. However, the prerequisite for achieving this goal was to provoke the anger of these generals. Otherwise, everything would just be empty talk. So, Lan and Xianxia had teamed up to lead this show of ignoring, so, the roars of the generals could be heard everywhere in the camp. Damn it! We are being looked down upon. Brothers, we are all being looked down upon, all of you, raise your heads. You. It's because of you bastards. Look at what you are doing. F***CKU. No wonder people keep pointing at our noses and saying that we are trash who waste food by raising us. Look at you cowards. You don't deserve to be called soldiers. We are all being dragged down by trash like you. Trash, you are all trash. We really have no face to see people. If you don't do something, we are going to commit suicide. F***ck. Isn't it just a few F***king soldiers who ran away? Look at you cowards. F***ck. We will also look down on you. Wasting food. F***ck, we are right to scold you. Even a dog knows how to F***king guard the house. F***ck, look at you, you are not even as good as a dog. A wave of angry curses covered the sky and covered the earth, all the soldiers' eyes were spitting fire. Looking at the general who was shouting and scolding on the high platform, they wished they could pull him down and beat him up. What are you looking at? Is what we said wrong? Not convinced? Then follow us and make a good one. F***ck. Say, what should we do? I'll let you say it yourselves. F***ck. We can't take this lying down. We can't take it no matter what. Nothing to say, F***ck. F***ck them. Let them see that we are not cowards, there is not a single coward. Millions of soldiers roared at the same time. Their voices rose and fell continuously, shaking the mountains and valleys until rocks fell. Wind and thunder surged in the sky. Everyone's faces were red and their hearts were beating so fast that they felt like they were going to explode. Good. Then F***ck. 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 F***ck them. Their cries resounded through the sky. All the officers and soldiers in the camp went crazy. Muzan Lan finally revealed his first smile in the past few days. It was a smile that he had not seen for a long time. In the army, being gentle and refined would not work. Even a Confucian scholar would become vulgar in a short period of time after entering the army. As a general once said, if you are not vulgar, how can you make the army hell? The army was not a school. It was not something that could be conquered by poetry, it depended on blood. It depended on killing, on life, it was never an exam. Mother Ker, Xianxia stood in the clouds, thousands of feet above the ground. But he could still clearly hear the roars coming from the ground. That was Muzan Lan's army. Carrying out the final reorganization. In the past few days, the morale of the army had not only been raised, but it had also far exceeded Xianxia's expectations. Now, every soldier was like a bomb that was about to explode, they would explode at the slightest touch. This kind of state was like a rubber band that was stretched to the extreme. One could imagine that once a battle broke out, these people would throw themselves in without any hesitation. They would kill crazily and would not stop until they died. In the distance, in a very distant place, one could see dust and smoke rising into the sky, almost covering the entire sky. The flames of war were already in front of their eyes. Perhaps tomorrow, or perhaps the day after, the first battle would take place. In the face of such an army, all the ambushes and arrangements were just a joke. Every soldier could come and go as they pleased. What was the point of an ambush, whether it was a fire attack, a water attack, or a trap? Everyone had their own divine sense. If it was an expert, with a simple sweep of his divine sense, he would not miss anything in a radius of hundreds of miles. How could there be an ambush? There were even some experts who could not die after their physical body was destroyed. Only by destroying their primordial spirit would they be able to completely destroy their opponent. In the face of such an enemy, the only way was to fight with brute force. Xianxia's expression was still calm as he looked at the rising dust and smoke thousands of miles away, slowly approaching. He could clearly see that the sky he was in was slowly shrinking at a rate visible to the naked eye. Xianxia was still unmoved. This period of suppression, hard work, and struggle had made Xianxia completely mature. The current Xianxia was no longer the little brat when he first came to the Heaven Palace. He was a qualified commander, he was fully qualified to take charge of an area alone. He could even handle it with ease. Facing a huge number of enemies that were dozens of times more powerful than his own side, Xianxia was extremely calm from start to finish. There was no fluctuation in his emotions at all. The Tianji Intelligence Department sent over the latest news one after another. There was a detailed report on the route of the enemy's 25 troops, including the commander, deputy commander, vanguard of each troop, the allocation of troops, and the supply of food. The level of detail in this report had reached the point of being meticulous. Xianxia held it in his hand and looked at it carefully. His expression did not change. A figure suddenly flashed by beside him. Mu Lan appeared beside him. They are basically at the limit now. The purity of the army is sufficient and their morale is also very high. Although the number of troops available is much less, their hearts have truly settled down. At least they do not need to worry about any sudden negative situations. Xianxia smiled faintly. Have they truly settled down? I'm afraid they have completely given up. Mu Lan smiled bitterly. Why say it so badly? The truth is really very hurtful. He paused and said, the enemy is currently within 1,000 miles of the main camp. They are currently surrounding us from all sides. It seems that this battle will begin in a day or two. Xianxia nodded. That's right. We have already made preparations on our side. It's just a battle, nothing more. Mu Lan's spirit shook. I hope that this battle will be able to conquer Cloud Sky. Xianxia laughed and handed over the report in his hand. I, as an outsider, am really not familiar with these people. It's better for you to take charge of the arrangements for this battle. Mu Lan took the thick stack of papers and only flipped through the first few pages. He actually sucked in a breath of cold air with a hiss. Where did you get such detailed information from? Is it reliable? Mu Lan raised his head and asked almost instinctively. He couldn't help but be surprised. If the two armies had about the same number of people, then the fact that he had such information in his hands meant that he would win. This kind of information was enough to overturn the difference in strength between two armies of similar strength. I have my own channels. Xianxia indifferently said, this information is absolutely reliable. It was completely real. I can guarantee that this is absolutely true. Mu Lan took a deep breath and said, since that's the case, I'll have to make a good plan. With this thing, we might be able to give Yuan Tianming a show of strength and boost our morale. His face was filled with intense hatred and fighting spirit, as well as a faint sigh. As the great battle unfolded, the ones who died from beginning to end were all Ink Cloud Sky experts. As for Skyfiends, they would not die. Wouldn't it make people sigh and wring their wrists if they fought against each other and killed each other? Xianxia's calm gaze was fixed on his face. He said softly, if you don't harden your heart at this time, what if the heavenly devil really sweeps over the world? Mu Lan let out a long sigh. That night, Mu Lan only had 50,000 elite troops, but all the experts were sent out. They split into 25 groups to cut off the supply route of Yuan Tianming's army. After a night of fierce fighting, 7 of the supply routes were burned and the supply routes were cut off. However, the remaining 18 failed. The generals under Yuan Tianming's command were all veterans of war. When marching to war, the supply route was the key to military strategy. How could they not pay attention to this? Experts could go without eating for a long time, but if a high-intensity battle broke out, eating was the most effective way to replenish the blood loss. The supply route was undoubtedly the most important point. When the people who went to ambush returned, they also reported a new situation. General, the soldiers who left our side found a large number of corpses several thousand li away. Mu Lan suddenly stood up. Corpses? And a large number? Yes. Just the group we found had 7,000 to 8,000 people. Even the women and children were not spared. They all died at their hands. Yes, General Mu. We also found them here. However, that area is already tightly sealed off by the enemy. We have no way to investigate further. We don't know how many people died. That's right. We also have a similar situation on our side. Mu Lan sat down dejectedly. Who would have thought that those people would abandon them and go to their deaths? Furthermore, it was very likely that they would be captured without putting up a fight. He really didn't think that Yuan Tianming would be so merciless towards people who betrayed him. He himself had once made a promise before. Those who realize their mistakes and turn back will be reinstated, and no punishment will be meted out. They actually didn't abide by it at all. At this moment, this sentence was a complete joke. He didn't even plan to let these people turn around and attack him. He just executed them all. Right now, everyone is scolding us for being hypocrites. Since we let them go, we chased them down and killed them all. The scout who said this had a face full of anger. The veins on his forehead were throbbing. Because everyone knew that this matter was definitely not done by the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Ever since those people left that day, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion had been heavily surrounded. Even when they went out to scout for information, they had to be careful. They didn't dare to act rashly, for fear of being caught carelessly and affecting the overall situation. What's more, they killed their former comrades on such a large scale. What's more, it was such a scattered massacre, but now, this basin of dirty water had been ridiculously splashed onto the innocent people. Mutsan Lan let out a long sigh, his expression extremely sorrowful. Those people who left either didn't know the truth, or they had other plans, so they left us. But in essence, those people were loyal and righteous people. Most of the original intentions of their uprising were still only to repay Mo Yuntian and quell the demon disaster. Who would have thought that Yuan Tianji would actually go back on his word and kill them all without any sense of morality? He truly has the ambition of a wolf. At this point, he only felt an indescribable pain in his heart. He couldn't control himself. All the generals fell into silence. When those people left, they were filled with hatred and resentment. Many of them even fought and cursed loudly because of that. But now, after hearing the grievous news, there was no longer any hatred in their hearts. There was only sadness and anger. The most tragic thing in life was to be deceived by the strange races. After serving them for so many years, they still died unjustly. Even until death, they didn't know the truth. They were kept in the dark from beginning to end. And those people who left could be said to be the true portrayal of this situation. The dawn of the day finally arrived amidst an unusually depressing atmosphere. Reporting, the enemy is already within 300 li of the main camp. Reporting, the enemy is less than 100 li away from the main camp. Reporting, the enemy is about 50 li away from the main camp. Reporting, the enemy has begun to set up camp. Only when the enemy was 50 li away from the main camp did Mutsan Lan finally make a new move. He silently sent out a large army, directly behind him, as if he wanted to break out of the encirclement. All of his men and horses began to madly attack the army behind him. The effect of this wave of attacks was very obvious. The army in the attack range had a total of 400,000 to 500,000 men and horses, and they were stunned on the spot. The general leading this army was originally Mutsan Lan's subordinate. The reason why he chose this side to attack was because Mutsan Lan had a deep understanding of him. The leader of the army was brave and fierce, but his planning was lacking. Every time the army set up camp during a long journey, it was his greatest weakness. Often, at this time, the entire army would fall into a certain state of chaos. They would need a buffer time to reorganize. And Mutsan Lan had chosen this time to attack. It could be said that he had hit the weak spot. When Yuan Tianji's army received the news of the attack, the battle here had already reached its end. Mutsan Lan's army had already retreated. All that was left were poisonous traps all over the place. In the first wave of contact, Mutsan Lan's side could be said to have obtained a complete victory, but the other side clearly didn't care much about the setback. They didn't even say anything. That night, they quietly set up camp, burying pots and cooking rice. It was an unprecedented tranquility, as if nothing had happened. Xie Danxiong's army had originally wanted to wait for an opportunity to attack. He wanted to take advantage of the enemy's unstable situation to catch them off guard. If the other side launched a large-scale rescue operation, then he could follow the strategy that he had long planned and deal a heavy blow to the enemy. This would make this battle a good start and further raise his own morale. At the very least, he could add an indelible lesson to Yuan Tianji's side. The battle situation would no longer be one-sided. But Xie Danxiong didn't expect that the other side would hold back and only send out tens of thousands of reinforcements symbolically. The headquarters was abnormally calm and almost didn't move at all. In the face of such a battle, only sending out tens of thousands of reinforcements. It didn't seem like a rescue operation at all. It couldn't even be considered half-hearted. It was like sending people to collect corpses. Xianxia waved his hand and stopped this operation. His face was solemn as he said, "Fight steadily and surely." The other side's calmness was beyond his expectations. If he forced himself to attack, it would only lead to the opposite result. A very bad premonition welled up in Xianxia's heart. The other side was not in a hurry at all, not in a hurry at all. The current situation was more like a long war of attrition. The other side's tens of millions of troops were arriving endlessly, surrounding this 10,000 li area. It was like an iron bucket, impenetrable, but they were not in a hurry to attack. Instead, they started fighting on a small scale every day. Of course, each battle had hundreds of thousands of people, so it wasn't a small-scale battle. But the battlefield was single and unshakable. Even Muzong Lan was dumbfounded by this kind of fighting style. No one in the world had ever fought a battle like this before. This was using the lives of the soldiers as a joke. Xianxia was personally leading this battle, so how could he make such a low-level mistake? Xianxia's tent took up a vast area, and the decorations inside were even more magnificent. It was almost like a small imperial palace. Although it was a temporary palace, the ground was covered with a white bearskin carpet, and the surroundings were even more extravagant. Xianxia was comfortably high up, lying on his side, extremely leisurely. "Your Majesty." Yu Chang hurriedly came in with an anxious expression. "Your Majesty, this battle cannot be fought like this. Muzong Lan is a sly old fox and is resourceful. If we continue to delay like this, I'm afraid that a long night will bring many dreams." Before Xianxia could speak, Prime Minister Iluoyue suddenly raised her head and shouted, "Shut up. His Majesty's decision is reasonable. You just need to follow the plan, there is no need to speak more." But like this, Yu Qi was also someone who understood war. How could he not know that this was nonsense? It would leave countless opportunities for the other side to exploit. But facing the Prime Minister's knife-like gaze, he couldn't speak for a moment. Above, Xianxia was still lying on his side, not paying any attention. "Quickly leave." Iluoyue shouted sternly. "Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes." Yulai lowered her head and left gloomily. "Didn't you say? His Majesty is inside, no one is allowed to disturb him?" Iluoyue shouted coldly. "Who is on duty outside?" "This." The guard at the door was uneasy. "This lowly one thinks that Marshal Yu must have something important to discuss with His Majesty on the battlefield. This, drag him away. Execute them." Iluoyue ordered coldly. "If anyone dares to offend us again, their entire family will be exterminated." Outside, there was a sound of agreement and endless pleas for mercy. However, after a scream, everything returned to silence once more. Iluoyue scrutinized the large tent that only Xianxia and herself were in. An unusually cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. A wisp of faintly discernible green smoke slowly sneaked into the tent, and then quietly entered Xianxia's body. Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun, who had been lying on his side, finally sat up at this moment and coughed softly. Although it was only a soft sound, it was filled with an inexplicable majesty. Iluoyue narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Your Majesty, you have gained a lot this time, right?" Xianxia smiled faintly. He stood up and slowly walked around the large tent a few times. He said, "This time, this Emperor's origin spirit left my body to collect the murderous aura contained in the remnant souls. It is indeed quite effective, allowing my injuries to recover a little. I believe that if I do it a few more times, my injuries from before will improve greatly." Iluoyue said, "The war has just begun. There is still a long way to go. Your Majesty need not be impatient. You should focus on your divine body. As long as there is merit, not only will your injuries improve, even a complete recovery will not be difficult. There are so many people in this heaven imperial court." Haha. The white-haired and stooped old Prime Minister's laughter at this moment seemed particularly wretched and vicious. Xianxia smiled, and then frowned, saying, "That is indeed the case, but I still don't understand one thing. Our clan can absorb the soul power of the human race, but why can we only use it to heal our injuries? Why can't it be used to increase cultivation?" Logically speaking, such a thing is absolutely impossible. As long as there is energy that can heal injuries, it can definitely be used to restore one's cultivation. And energy that can increase cultivation may not be able to heal injuries. This is reasonable. Yuan Tianji frowned and thought hard. This reason is really puzzling. Iluiwei hesitated for a moment before narrowing her eyes. Your Majesty, I think I may be able to give you an answer to this. Yuan Tianji frowned. Oh? The Heavenly Demon clan had been puzzled by this question for generations. Iluiwei actually had an answer here? Cough cough. Iluiwei coughed a few times, as if she found it difficult to speak. These years, I have been researching this topic. For this, I have killed more than 3 million humans. Apart from humans, I have also killed more than 3 million clansmen. Yuan Tianji's expression did not change at all. His emotions did not seem to fluctuate at all, and he merely hummed softly. Oh? I compared these bodies from front to back. Every inch of them was carefully compared. In the end, I couldn't find any differences. In the end, I dismembered the living people and experimented on their bodies to find the differences. Finally, I found out that although the structure of our clansmen looked the same, there were still differences in the bones. We are able to absorb their soul energies to heal our injuries, but we cannot increase our cultivation. This is the most likely reason. Iluiwei said. Yuan Tianji's interest was immediately piqued when he heard this. He asked, tell me specifically, what exactly are the differences? Iluiwei had killed almost 10 million beings for this research, and even used corpses for comparison. The cruelty was enough to make one's hair stand on end, and yet, Yuan Tianji did not feel that anything was wrong. Instead, he was very interested. When humans are filled with negative emotions such as fear, and pain, something special would appear in their bodies and blood, but we sky demons do not have such changes. Iluiwei frowned. I once implanted such things into the bodies of my clansmen, but it was useless. I can only conclude that such things are unique to humans and cannot be replicated. Another thing is that the structure of the human brain is slightly different from our clansmen's. The third difference is that the so-called immortal elites would have their souls formed after their physical bodies died, and their souls would be completely different from the demon embryos that we sky demons form under the same circumstances. There is a fundamental difference. The demon embryos that our clansmen form when they are on the brink of death are filled with the aura of destruction, while the human embryos are filled with vigor. Even the weakest of souls are brimming with life. Iluiwei spoke slowly. With so many differences, we can be sure that while we can use the soul strength of humans, it is only limited to making up for our own shortcomings and healing our injuries. However, if we want to use such power to cultivate and improve our cultivation, we do not have the same body structure, so it cannot be done. This may be a joke arranged by the gods, and is not something that can be changed by humans. Iluiwei concluded. So that's how it is. Yuan Tianji came to a realization and said, Prime Minister, you must have put in a lot of effort to research this over the years? How many clansmen have you killed? How could there be so many clansmen to kill? Iluiwei chuckled. Speaking of this, it's actually not that difficult. Your Majesty knows that I have to go back to my clan every few years, and each time, I bring a large number of clansmen and pretend to be captives. Haha, they only thought that they came with me to achieve great things and overthrow the imperial court, but in reality, they have all become my experimental subjects. In order to achieve great things, some sacrifices are unavoidable. There is a saying in the human race that I agree with, those who achieve great things do not bother about trifles. Yuan Tianji's face twitched, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I was wondering why those fellows all disappeared one by one. It turns out that they were all cut off by you. However, this isn't right either. After so many years, at least 20 million people have come. Could it be that you cut them all? Iluiwei scratched her head in embarrassment. Yes, I. Yuan Tianji's eyes widened, and he was speechless at this fact. After a long time, he laughed bitterly. No wonder you didn't dare to say anything about this, and always tried to cover it up and change the topic. So you really killed them all, sigh. This is really a troublesome matter. That's the nephew of His Majesty the Sky Demon King, and the grandson of the Western Heaven Demon King. You are really audacious. Iluiwa lowered her head and also laughed bitterly. This is also very hard to say. In order to make the results of the experiment comprehensive, we can't find anything from the bodies of ordinary sky demons. Only these direct descendants of the demon kings can represent the origin of the demons and see the difference more clearly. I only found out that there were such people after I killed them. Sigh. These demon king majesties, each and every one of them wanted their own grandchildren to develop themselves and make great contributions anonymously. Then, when they asked for rewards, they would give them a surprise. But they didn't know that this would only harm me. Iluiwa sighed. You were the one who killed them first. Yuan Tianji glared at him and said with a headache. Okay, let's put this matter aside and don't mention it again in the future. When I see the two demon kings in the future, I'll directly say that they died in battle. As for this discovery, let's never mention it again. Iluiwa nodded. Also, their coffins of martyrs still need to be prepared and sent back when the time comes. Yuan Tianji waved his hand in annoyance. This subordinate has already prepared them. The Prime Minister lowered his head, knowing that he had done something wrong. Yuan Tianji suddenly smiled strangely. Prime Minister, don't you think the humans should give you the title of Demon Slayer? The number of our clansmen who died in your hands is probably no less than tens of millions. Even Zihao may not have killed more people than you. Yuan Tianji nodded and said, the war must be delayed as much as possible. The more people die, the better. If we keep fighting like these few days, I believe that in another 10 days, my injuries will be almost completely healed. That damned book fanatic. He actually caused my spiritual and soul power to suffer such heavy injuries. Iluiwa said calmly, I will order Yu Qi to continue to send troops to fight and create a large number of casualties on both sides. Not only were generals like Yu Qi and Mu Tsonglan unable to understand what was going on, but even the soldiers who had just joined the army were also unable to understand what was going on. In any case, every day after that, hundreds of thousands of troops would be fighting in pairs. Yu Qi only sent troops from one direction to fight every day. And the tens of millions of troops in the other directions were all biding their time. Anyone who acted rashly would be killed without mercy. This made his own troops grumble to the heavens. They couldn't understand at all. If they attacked together, no matter how stubborn the other side was, they would all be dealt with within a few days. But using this kind of fighting method was simply adding fuel to the fire. Yu Qi, you can't be a spy for Mu Tsonglan's side, right? But on the other side, Mu Tsonglan and Xia Danqiong were also depressed. In order to prepare for this big battle, the surrounding ground was filled with countless vicious traps. Even the heart of each tree was hollowed out and filled with explosives and poisonous smoke. All the ambushes were arranged perfectly and flawlessly. But all the ambushes were still built on one foundation. When the enemy attacked from all directions at the same time, they would be launched at the same time. Only in this way could they inflict heavy damage to the enemy on a large scale. But fighting like this now, those ambushes were completely useless, because at most, they would only be able to detonate the ambushes on one side. The other sides would be completely wasted. Not to mention the minimal effect, they would also expose their final trump card. How could they be worthy of the huge manpower and resources they had invested in so many days? Besides, there was a huge disparity in the actual strength of the two armies. If those ambushes were useless, how could their side continue fighting? They were completely not the enemy's match. But now, the enemy was calmly attacking like a master, neither fast nor slow. It was like boiling a frog in warm water. What exactly is Yuan Tianjie planning? Mu Tsonglan frowned and paced back and forth in the commander's tent. It's not a large-scale attack. Nor did they send out experts to attack. Every day, they use ordinary troops to attack our elites. It's simply sending them to their deaths. Could it be that they want to borrow my hand to destroy Mo Yuntian's military power? But that shouldn't be the case. As long as he was still the Celestial Emperor, all of this power belonged to him. How could he sacrifice all of this power? But if that wasn't the case, then why? I don't get it. Even though Mu Tsonglan had followed Yuan Tianming for 1,000,000 years, he was still completely confused. Xia Danqiong sat quietly at the head of the table. He didn't say a word. He looked like a stone statue. In his heart, he was thinking about the strange battle situation over the past few days. He faintly had a guess. However, there were too many things happening at the moment. He could not figure out what exactly had gone wrong. Reporting. Yulai has sent people to attack again. Mu Lan let out a long sigh and said, "Let General Luo lead the troops to meet the enemy. General Ho has fought for an entire day today, and the soldiers are already very tired. Withdraw and rest well." The messenger received the order and left. Not long after, the sound of fighting could be heard from outside. The sound shook the surroundings and lingered on. Mu Lan's face was even more worried. He sighed and said, "This battle is really terrible. No matter who wins or loses in the end, the ones who die are actually my Mo Yuntian's great men. But now, we have no choice but to fight. What's happening in front of us is really regrettable." A general beside him also nodded repeatedly. If the souls of the heroes who died in the battle on the other side know that they died for the sake of the heavenly demon, even if their souls return to the spring, it would be difficult for them to feel at ease. "What did you say?" Xianxia, who was thinking, suddenly stood up. He looked at General Ma who had just spoken. His expression was somewhat frightening. General Ma was shocked by Xianxia's sudden reaction. I didn't say anything, hero soul. Spirit. Spring. Xianxiang only felt a flash of inspiration in his mind. He instantly remembered the scene of the fierce battle with the heavenly demon on the Chongtian continent. He couldn't help but pat his forehead and said, I see. The truth is actually so simple. I actually only thought of it now." "Chief, have you thought of something?" Mu Lan's eyes were dignified. "The reason why Yuan Tianjia didn't attack and only used a small-scale battle, I think I already know," Xianxiang said slowly. "Oh, then what's the reason? Is there a hidden conspiracy?" "There is indeed a hidden conspiracy, but it has nothing to do with the battle. In the rebellion of the Seven Kings, although Yuan Tianjia killed the Seven Kings, he inevitably suffered heavy injuries." Xianxiang said slowly, "I heard that if the heavenly demon's divine soul is damaged, he can use a large number of human souls as a sacrifice to absorb soul energy to heal his own injuries. Now, it must be because Yuan Tianjia's own soul is damaged and can't recover in a short time, so he used this method of using human souls to heal himself. If it really was a large-scale battle, although more people would die, Yuan Tianjia may not be able to absorb a large amount of soul energy. He can only watch as a large amount of soul energy is lost. Now it's only a small-scale battle, and the location is relatively close. Yuan Tianjia can eat to his heart's content and use the soul energy of the dead to heal his injuries," Xianxiang sighed. "I should have thought of it. Yuan Tianjia used such a strange battle strategy to absorb soul energy to heal his injuries." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They were furious again. "Is this true?" Mu Lan was furious. "It's absolutely true." Xianxiang nodded heavily. "I dare to guarantee that this is absolutely true. It's not a lie. Damn Yuan Tianjia. Damn heavenly demon." Mu Lan stood up and pointed to the sky, cursing loudly. Everyone was cursing non-stop. So, the final result of this battle will only benefit that demon Yuan Tianjia. If Yuan Tianjia asks Yuqi to come and challenge us again, do we still have to fight? A general was worried and angry. "But if we don't fight, are we going to wait for death?" Mu Lan was distressed. "I really didn't expect Yuqi to be such a bastard. He's usually a flatterer and has a low moral standing. But at such a critical moment, he's actually willing to help the heavenly demon and send his comrades to the battlefield to their deaths to become soul energy to nourish the heavenly demon. He's really worse than a dog or a pig. He's really crazy." Although they were cursing, they were helpless in the face of this thorny problem. Sometimes, after knowing the truth, facing the truth was even more difficult and helpless than when they didn't know the truth. If we fight, the death toll will definitely continue to increase, and there will be more soul energy for Yuan Tianjia to absorb and recover from his injuries. But if we don't fight, we can't just wait to be captured. With the current camp, if the enemy forces charge, the so-called fortifications will just be a joke. They won't be able to withstand a single blow. Mu Lan slammed his fist on the table. How can such a thing happen? How can there be such an evil race in the world? We can't advance or retreat like this. Are they trying to suffocate us to death? It's a pity that my brother isn't here. Xianxia sighed softly and said, My brother is most proficient in formations. He can summon the power of heaven and earth with the help of formations. If he's here, he only needs to set up a wind-guiding formation and attract a gale to completely blow away the newly formed soul energy. Xianxia won't have anywhere to absorb it. Wind? Muzan Lan's eyes lit up as he looked up. Can we use the power of an expert to artificially create a gale? Will this be effective? Muzan Lan asked. This might work, but I'm afraid that the enemy will also send experts of the same level to interfere. The results will be minimal. Xianxia frowned. But right now, we don't have a better idea. We can only use this method to deal with the current situation. I'll arrange it. No matter what, we can't just watch the heavenly demon wreak havoc and devour the souls of the heroes. Muzan Lan said in a low voice. The battle on the second day went on as usual. However, there were a few more ambushers in the sky. A few saints under Muzan Lan's command stood high up in the sky. When the battle started, they seemed to have gone crazy. Each of them swung the branches of a large tree to create an artificial gust of wind. The sound was terrifying and deafening. It blew sand and stones into the air and made people lose their balance. Could it be that these people are so bored that they have nothing better to do? Have they become stupid? Yu walked out of the tent and looked up. He was puzzled. Waving a tree to create a gale. Can it kill people? What a joke. The people around him laughed. Commander, it seems like Muzan Lan's side is about to collapse. They actually did something so bizarre. They really don't know what they're talking about. Ha ha ha. Yuqi also laughed heartily. Just as he was laughing, the Prime Minister's gloomy voice suddenly sounded by his ear. Immediately send people to chase those crazy fellows up their way, the sooner the better. Immediately. Yu was stunned. What was going on? What kind of explanation was this? Could it be that when the other party was crazy, they had to follow suit? This. Waving a tree was just whipping the air, but it was really crazy. What are you waiting for? The Prime Minister's tone was extremely strict. Yu shuddered. He did not dare to delay and immediately ordered, quickly send a few experts to chase those fellows in the sky away. The generals who were laughing suddenly froze. What? They want us to go crazy too. There's something going on today. A book friend from Songzhou brought his father to Jinan to see a doctor. They encountered some difficulties and contacted me. I'll go to Jinan Provincial Hospital. I'll make up for it tomorrow. What? You want us to go and have a stroke too? Didn't you just say that those people were idiots? Now you actually changed your mind and want us to go and be idiots too? And you changed it without batting an eyelid. First, you scolded them for being idiots, and then you told your subordinates to go and have a stroke too, just this level. Compared to Commander Mu in the past, the difference was not just a little bit. The difference was like heaven and earth. The difference was like heaven and earth. F***ck, are you Lai, playing with us? Why aren't you all going? Don't make any mistakes. Lai also knew that the difference in his performance before and after was too great. He was feeling a little embarrassed. Seeing that the generals were stunned, he couldn't help but roar in anger. Yes. Although the generals were cursing in their hearts, they had no choice but to obey. He was the commander now. If they didn't obey, it would be disobeying a military order. That was a crime punishable by death. No matter how afraid they were, they still jumped up. Hey, what the hell is going on over there? Hurry up and scram, save us the trouble. Those people naturally knew what they were doing. It was of great significance. How could they be willing to leave? After a few words, the two sides really got into a fight. In an instant, the two sides of the battlefield were ignited at the same time. The people on Muzan Lan's side knew what they were doing and naturally did their best to stop the Sky Demon's scheme. But the people on Lai's side didn't know what was going on. The purpose of the battle was especially unclear. This was undoubtedly a huge difference. Therefore, the consequences quickly appeared. Often, after the strong winds from both sides were released, they were cleverly guided to the sky above the battlefield. Huff, 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 the effect was quite good. It seemed to be even better than simply using a tree to create a whirlwind. Xianxia was so angry that his belly almost exploded. After this day, the harvest was close to zero. Moreover, he had used up a lot of his own strength. Absorbing the elemental spirits of the dead on a large scale also consumed his vitality. Moreover, it was such a large area. How could the amount of vitality used be small? Not only did he not recover, but he also used up a lot of his vitality. The losses outweighed the gains. In the commander's tent, Muzan Lan was on full alert in case something unexpected happened. He knew that since he had made a targeted response, the other side would definitely make a move as well. Perhaps something unexpected would happen in the next moment. Therefore, he and a few other experts with high enough cultivation had long been fully prepared, ready to attack at any time. Suddenly, Muzan Lan's eyes flashed and he shot into the sky without any warning. High in the sky, a streak of black light was approaching at an astonishing speed. Muzan Lan's rainbow was also approaching the battlefield in the sky at almost the same time. Amidst the howling winds, he fearlessly charged towards the streak of black light. Yilui, you finally couldn't resist coming out? Heavenly demon evildoer, die! Muzan Lan roared and attacked. He didn't even give the other party a chance to reply, and his first move was a killing move. Clearly, he was full of killing intent. The streak of black light coming from the opposite side was Yilui. His goal was very simple and pure, which was to disrupt the battle. He didn't expect to encounter Muzan Lan's powerful attack so quickly. Muzan Lan laughed strangely and met the attack head-on without showing any signs of weakness. The two of them rolled and rolled in the air, their astonishing attacks colliding with each other. The power of their attacks intimidated everyone present. This was already a clash between the top super experts. The impact was naturally different from the others. However, in such an intense battle, 7 or 8 people from Yilui's side rushed out at high speed. On Muzan Lan's side, except for Xia Danqiong, the other experts rushed forward like crazy. The battle below was fierce, and so was the battle in the sky. And in the so-called high in the sky, there was a group of super experts at the peak level fighting in an even more explosive manner. This battle was truly so intense that the sky changed color and the sun and moon dimmed. Everyone was a top expert and rarely got injured. However, in this battle, there would be at least one person falling from the sky like a dumpling every once in a while. The more powerful the expert, the more they could balance themselves. Naturally, it was less easy for them to fall. This was almost an instinctive defense mechanism of a top expert. However, once they fell from the sky like a meteor without any room to struggle, it proved that this person had suffered a fatal injury, and falling like this was tantamount to certain death. There was no room for luck, but no matter what, Yuan Tianjia's plan to absorb the power of the soul to heal his injuries like before had completely become empty talk. The experts from both sides continued to fight with their lives on the line. At the beginning, everyone was still paying attention to stopping the wind or controlling its flow. Later on, when they were fighting excitedly, they no longer cared about these things. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from left to right, followed by a tornado from top to bottom, then from north to south, from south to east, from east to west. The entire sky above the battlefield was filled with the howling of the hurricane. The soul power of the people who died below was almost instantly blown away without a trace, completely dissipating into thin air. Suddenly, Muzan Lan let out a loud roar. He raised his head to the sky and howled. His body rose into the air and his 2 hands suddenly danced at a crazy speed, transforming into a tornado that stabbed into the ground. The point of impact was a large mountain to the left behind. Muzan Lan rushed down like a bolt of lightning and grabbed the mountain with one hand. The entire mountain began to tremble without any warning. Then, with a loud boom, the mountain range that stretched for 150 kilometers collapsed. Muzan Lan roared as he soared into the sky. In his hand was a large sword that was about 100 zhang long and several tens of zhang wide, or, it should be said that it was a large iron rod. With a single grab, he was able to extract all the metallic substances contained within the entire mountain and fuse them into a ball. With one grab, all the metal automatically gathered to form a large sword. The power of this large sword was unknown for the time being, but this large sword was at least hundreds of thousands of kilograms. This large sword that weighed hundreds of thousands of kilograms flashed with a dazzling light. Mu Lan grabbed the large sword hilt with both hands and charged into the sky like a meteor, smashing it down towards Iluoyue's head. Yes, smashing down with the rod. Iluoyue let out a strange cry and retreated in a flash. Mu Lan, you are also a famous person. How the f*ck do you fight like this? When experts exchanged blows, they had their own rules. When one's strength reached their level, they would mostly use their own special martial skills and techniques to create an opportunity for victory. But to fight like Mu Lan, who relied purely on his own brute strength to activate a giant weapon, was not something a martial artist could do. Of course, fighting in this way was unparalleled and could give one an absolute advantage in a short period of time. But there was a limit to one's strength. No matter how strong an expert was, they could not wield such a large weapon for long unless they could quickly defeat their opponent. But at the level of Mu Lan and Iluoyue, if one side deliberately dodged while the other wielded such a large weapon, it was impossible to survive. Unparalleled power also meant that it was large and unstoppable. In a battle between super experts, one of the most important factors was endurance. If you were to wield such a heavy weapon, you would definitely not be able to sustain it for long. As long as the battle dragged on, your yuan qi would inevitably be greatly exhausted. In such an atmosphere of a battle between experts, every bit of yuan qi was precious. Recklessly exhausting one's yuan qi would not yield any results. It was truly an act of seeking death, but at this moment, such an inappropriate attack might not be ineffective. Mu Lan slammed his staff down again and said angrily, "I'll smash you to death, you demon." Iluoyue did not dare to take it head-on. Using her movement technique, she leaped into the air again and safely dodged. If Mu Lan still persisted in pursuing Iluoyue with this large sword, it was almost foreseeable that the outcome of the battle would be decided in a very short period of time. The loser would definitely be Mu Lan, but in the next moment, Mu Lan made a shocking move. Iluoyue leaped into the air and dodged Mu Lan's heavy sword attack. Although she retreated unscathed, there was an opening behind her. Mu Lan grabbed the large iron staff and charged into the battlefield. With one move, he swept away thousands of troops. In an instant, the experts on Yuan Tianji's side were all forced to flee in all directions. It was as if a storm of the end of the world had appeared in the sky. The original spirits born from the deaths on the battlefield were all swept away, leaving not a single one behind. For a moment, Mu Lan was truly majestic and unstoppable. And at this moment, a large colorful bird suddenly flew over from the distant sky. Everyone was focused on the battle, so no one noticed the arrival of this large bird. That large bird flew thousands of feet away and stopped. With a shake of its body, it transformed into a thin man. At this moment, he was staring dumbfounded at Mu Lan's ferocious appearance as he chased after the enemy with a large staff. His entire body twitched as he muttered, F*ck. This is 2F** King ferocious. Even more ferocious than Dong Wushang. The battle on the upper and lower battlefields continued. It continued until nighttime. Then, both sides withdrew their troops and returned to their camps. Groups of people came out and carried their own corpses back, minding their own business. Yuan Tianji flew into a rage. I called you out for the purpose of chasing those people away. Not for you to fight. All of you are so F***ing excited. Is it fun? The experts who went out to fight all had tears in their eyes as they cursed in their hearts. Your Majesty, what the F***ck are you saying? If we don't fight, how can we chase them away, and we're fighting in high spirits. So many of our people died. Who F***king said it was fun? Was it that fun? This is F***king playing with our lives, alright? Dan Xiong had never been so impatient since he started leading the army. And the army? Xie Danqiong had always set an example. What was wrong with him today? The messenger was startled, but he didn't dare to ask. Instead, he used his qing gong and rushed to the kitchen. The chefs were almost scared to death by his sudden appearance. Not long after, the first dish was served. The two of them had already drunk 2 jars of wine each. Tell me, what do you want to do by coming here for no reason? Xie Danqiong squinted. At this moment, the steady and confident image of a noble had completely disappeared. He sat crookedly on the ground with his collar open. Rue Budong drank with dark eyes and said, "Why would I come here for no reason? I heard that your place is very fun recently, so I came to play with you." Xianxia was touched. He knew that Rue Budong saw that he was in danger and hurried over to help. He was touched, but he said, "You bastard, you only know how to play. Is this fun?" Rue Budong smiled and tore off a chicken leg, putting it in his mouth and chewing. Xianxia thought of something and suddenly laughed. "Thief, you're nibbling on chicken feet. Aren't you nibbling on your own claws?" Rue Budong was furious. "Don't call me thief." After a pause, he shouted, "You're talking nonsense, fart, fart. You're a phoenix. Not a chicken." Xianxia smiled. "But you're on the ground now. As the saying goes, a phoenix on the ground is not as good as a chicken. Hey, that means you're not as good as it. How can you compare to it?" He pointed at the chicken head that had been torn into pieces. Rue Budong screamed, his hair standing on end. "Xianxia, do you want to fight? How am I not as good as a chicken?" Xianxia laughed. "Haven't you had enough of being beaten? Let's fight. Come on." Rue Budong then remembered that he was no match for him. He said dejectedly, "I knew you were up to no good. You want to fight? But I won't let you do it. I won't let you feel good. What can you do?" Xianxia laughed. He felt that ever since he came to the Heaven Imperial Court, there had never been a day as happy as today. Rue Budong cursed a few times in a low voice, but he also laughed. He was swaying left and right. But what they didn't know was that their conversation was coincidentally overheard by the messenger who came to deliver food. The messenger was shocked when he heard this. "Oh my God, so the two of them have this kind of relationship, I really didn't expect." On the second day, Yu Lai sent people to challenge Muzong Lan as usual. Muzong Lan's side could only respond passively. However, the battle in the sky continued. Just as the two sides were in full swing, suddenly, Xianxia let out a phoenix cry that soared to the sky. The sound of the phoenix cry reverberated in all directions, while both sides were dumbfounded. A colorful phoenix suddenly appeared in the sky above the battlefield. As it spread its wings, the sky was filled with raging flames, as if it could burn the heavens and earth. When this phoenix spread its wings, its entire body was over 1,000 feet wide. Just one of its eyeballs was larger than a person's body. Even though it was daytime, those two big eyes were like two huge light bulbs. It soared majestically through the sky. Everyone on both sides of the battle was stunned, although the people of the Heaven Imperial Court were all knowledgeable, especially the experts, who had actually seen a phoenix. Phoenixes. Phoenixes existed in ancient myths and legends, and seemed to have disappeared from the Heaven Imperial Court for at least millions of years. The phoenix was extremely majestic, flying slowly through the sky. After circling once, it actually stopped in the middle of the battlefield. It opened its big eyes and looked down majestically. "Why is there a battle here? Our phoenix race has always adhered to the concept of peace. We save the world and protect the Heaven Imperial Court. You mortals actually dare to wantonly destroy the peace of the Heaven Imperial Court. What is the reason for this?" Below, Xianxia almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "What the hell? What kind of show is this? We agreed before that you just have to put on a show to intimidate the enemy. Who asked you to put on a show? And he's acting so big, so big. He's acting like a fool now. Eh?" However, the show had already reached this point. He couldn't possibly take the initiative to destroy it, right? He could only brace himself and continue acting according to the script. Xianxia pinched his nose and shouted, "Lord Phoenix, please allow me to report. It's not that we want to disturb the Heaven Imperial Court, but the enemy's leader is the reincarnation of the extraterrestrial demon who wants to destroy the Heaven Imperial Court. Our original intention of starting this war was to slaughter the demon and pacify the Heaven Imperial Court. We really have no choice." The phoenix in midair turned its head and said, "Oh? Extraterrestrial demon?" Then, its wings spilled out flames. It stretched its neck and sniffed a few times. Then, it said calmly, what you said makes some sense. I was wondering why there was such a strong demonic aura here. It turns out that the extraterrestrial demon is causing trouble here. No wonder, no wonder. Then, suddenly, a clear phoenix cry rose into the sky. It shouted, "Extraterrestrial demon clown, why don't you hand over your life to me? Don't you dare disturb the Heaven Imperial Court again." It flapped its wings and flew in the direction of Yuan Tianjia's camp. Xianxia was stunned in his own camp. Then, he beat his chest and stamped his feet. He was really in so much pain that he wanted to die. Big brother, the script didn't say this, okay? This show can't be played like this is too melodramatic. Who told you to slaughter the demon directly? Do you really think that you are invincible as a phoenix? Aren't you king harming people? You want to kill me? Xianxia's heart was filled with tears, but he still had to put on a longing expression. That big phoenix cried out and rushed into the camp in an instant with flames that could burn the world. With a roar, thousands of camps were set on fire at the same time. Raging flames soared into the sky. This was not an ordinary fire. It was the nirvana fire that Rui Butong had deliberately scattered. This kind of fire was said to burn everything. It would burn if it touched it, it would burn if it touched it. Sigh, it could even burn you to death. The fire instantly soared into the sky. The little remaining soul power in the air was instantly burned up by this fire. At this time, Yuan Tianjia's primordial spirit had turned into a layer of faint black smoke, quietly hiding in the sky to secretly absorb the soul power. With such a sudden change, he was almost engulfed in the raging nirvana fire. He hurriedly turned into smoke and escaped, returning to his body. His face was already purple with anger. Although he was lucky to escape unscathed, some of his vitality was still damaged by the fire. The efforts of these days were all in vain. In these 2 days, although Mutsang Lan and the others had caused trouble, there were still some remnants of his primordial spirit that survived. It was not to the extent that he couldn't absorb any. Moreover, those that survived were all relatively strong primordial spirits. Using such primordial spirits to heal injuries would be more effective. But this inexplicable phoenix came out of nowhere and burned them all to ashes, leaving not a single drop behind. It even directly consumed the power of Yuan Tianjia's primordial spirit. How could Yuan Tianjia not go crazy with anger? Where the hell did this evil creature come from? It's really inexplicable. Yuan Tianjia no longer cared about the demeanor of a celestial emperor. He stomped his feet and cursed, seeing that the phoenix was still wreaking havoc in the sky with raging flames. Yu Lai hurriedly ordered an attack. But that phoenix flew so high that normal attacks had no effect at all. Yu Lai had no choice but to order the experts to cross the sky and attack. Then, one by one, figures flew into the sky like meteors and attacked the 1,000-feet-tall phoenix. Evil creature! Stop pretending to be mysterious. I did this for you to slay the demon. You don't know what's good for you and actually attacked me? Where is justice? Rui Butong said angrily. How far are you going to be deceived by the heavenly demon? Do you really not have brains? Or is there mold in your brains? Can't you see that the heavenly demon instigated you to fight in order to cause more damage and to absorb soul power to strengthen yourself? Evil creature, stop talking nonsense. Iluoyue rushed up like lightning. This phoenix's eyes were really sharp, it could even see this. They definitely couldn't let it continue. Of course, if the same words came from Mutsang Lan's mouth, the effect would be completely different. He could even bite back, saying that Mutsang Lan was slandering and distorting the truth. But coming from the mouth of this majestic and awe-inspiring phoenix, it was too effective. Golden dragons and phoenixes were super existences worshipped as divine beasts in this world, although with Iluoyue and the others' tyrannical cultivation, they didn't care about divine beasts or not. But one had to know that in this world, people at the bottom were still the most numerous. Didn't they use the lowest level of public opinion to attack Mutsang Lan before? If the other party also used the same method and did the opposite, Iluoyue didn't dare to let this phoenix continue. She immediately attacked fiercely. Every move was a killer move with the intent to kill. Instantly, Rui Butong was battered and exhausted. His original intention of coming here was just to show off and help Xianxia. Even if it was a one-on-one fight, his strength was still not a match for Iluoyue. In fact, the difference was huge. Not to mention that the other party had a lot of experts helping her. In just a few exchanges, this phoenix that was still incomparably majestic a moment ago seemed to have changed beyond recognition. After a while, feathers flew everywhere, and a shrill cry sounded. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. This phoenix's appearance was so flashy that they really thought it was an invincible divine beast. Who would have thought that with just a few moves, it would be beaten into this state, even if the people besieging you were all top experts of Xianxia, even if the number of people was a little high, you should at least show some semblance of a divine beast. Okay. Rui Budong was finally anxious. His eyes turned, and he roared, "You bullied me too much. This is my first time in the world, and I don't want to kill easily. But this group of ignorant people is targeting me like this. I'm going to use my killer move. Burn heaven and earth, and Xianxia." The demonic phoenix was going to use its killer move? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They subconsciously wanted to take a defensive stance to deal with the upcoming killing move. Naturally, their attack slowed down involuntarily. The demonic phoenix was going to use its killer move. This was extraordinary. A phoenix that had not appeared for millions of years, just the thought of it was terrifying enough. Would they be able to withstand it? They had no confidence. They should prepare to defend with all their might. If they died here, then, it would be too unjust. As they thought about it, the phoenix let out a long cry. Its entire body suddenly emitted white flames. Whoosh! Iluiwe was the first to retreat more than 100 meters. Her expression remained unchanged, but her heart was pounding. Humans might not be important, but as a heavenly demon, he still had many misgivings about the legendary Phoenix clan's Nirvana flame. Otherwise, he would not have come up with so many plans to kill all the Divine Beast clan. In the raging flames, the Phoenix let out a long cry, "Ancestors. Today, I'm going to start a massacre." Its voice was full of melancholy. However, the feeling of being pretentious was even more intense. Everyone's heart beat even more inexplicably with fear. They all increased their vigilance once again, trying their best to increase their defensive power from the previous 100% to the limit of 120%. They also displayed all their secret defensive techniques, intending to resist the upcoming world-destroying attack. Then they saw a red light flash. The timid ones couldn't help but let out a scream or a cry of surprise. Everyone rubbed their eyes at the same time. What was going on? Was this the prelude to the world-ending attack? He saw that the phoenix had actually made a feint, and those two huge wings were gathered on its back. Like an arrow, it shot out at an extremely fast speed, with its butt facing backwards. It looked like it was about to disappear from his sight. This guy was bragging so much, scaring everyone into a daze. Then, he actually ran away, and it ran so fast. While everyone was dumbfounded, he had already disappeared without a trace like a wisp of smoke. What the F***ck was going on? Everyone, including the heavens and the earth, all stared at it with their eyes wide open. Millions of people had the same feeling. Then, everyone only thought of one word, F***ck. F***ck. Millions of people blurted out. This holy shit was truly world-shaking. Since ancient times, no one had ever been able to say these two words in such a majestic and mighty manner. Moreover, it was able to shake mountains and uproot high peaks, causing sand and stones to fly. It was probably the first time that someone had ever said these two words in such a majestic manner, but this time, it was unprecedented. There was still such a divine beast existing between heaven and earth. Those experts who had circulated their yuan qi and used all sorts of methods to defend themselves were all dumbfounded. They didn't know how to react. Two of them who had forcefully raised their yuan qi to the limit and used secret methods to save their lives, spat out a large mouthful of blood because of the sudden change in front of them. The lethality of this attack seemed to be really great. On the ground, Xianxia, who knew the inside story, covered his face in extreme pain. This is so embarrassing. This is so F***king embarrassing. Brother, I wanted you to intimidate others, not to embarrass yourself. Now, this was just great. Xianxia immediately raised his head with a straight face. There wasn't the slightest trace of panic. That's right. As long as I don't expose that Rui Butong is that phoenix, then everything will be fine. While others don't know, I must keep this matter strictly confidential. That phoenix and I, cough cough. I don't know him at all. Who is that phoenix? I don't know him. I don't know. That's right. We don't have any relationship at all. Xianxiang solemnly looked around and said, cough cough, everyone heard it just now. Even Lord Phoenix said that Yuan Tianji is a demonic demon. He started the war to collect the Yuan spirits of our race's experts and strengthen himself. That's it. Everyone nodded like chickens pecking rice. Why do I feel that Xianxiang's words are lacking in confidence? Shouldn't he be full of confidence? Misconception. It must be a misconception. That Lord Phoenix just now should be a little phoenix that has just stepped into the world. His strength is naturally lacking. Slightly lacking. Thinking about it, Xianxiang still felt that something was wrong. He swallowed his saliva and added such an explanation. Yes, Xianxiang. A guy said seriously, it's definitely a little phoenix that hasn't reached adulthood yet. He was besieged by so many people. Can't he just run if he can't win? Just now when he spread his wings and flew high, I paid special attention to the phoenix's lower body. I saw that. That's right, that's a male phoenix, And it's indeed not fully developed yet. I really saw it. It's really not fully developed yet. The corner of Xianxiang's mouth finally couldn't help but twitch. Then, it twitched again. Then, his entire face twitched. He almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He turned his head and glared fiercely at this officer. Fortunately, his eyes were fierce, so he didn't burst out laughing. This guy, what's wrong with you? Why do you have to pay attention to that part? And you can observe it in detail and comment on it. It's fine if you don't know about it. Why do you have to publicize it, bastard, and that damned Rue Butong, he's a complete idiot. You said that you transformed into a phoenix and spread your wings. It's indeed very mighty. But who would have thought that when you were mighty and beautiful, your lower body would be exposed? I'm going crazy. Even if I'm not crazy, I'm going to vomit blood. Xianxiang returned to the big tent. He fiercely picked up the water sack and gulped down the water in it. Then, he wiped his mouth. Then, he unwillingly and ferociously blurted out some vulgar words. His handsome face was tangled to the extreme at this moment. The guard in front of the door looked down and stood there majestically. He didn't move, but his heart was filled with endless shock. Chief Xia didn't seem to have said a single vulgar word even when he was facing a desperate situation 2 days ago. He always had a graceful and elegant demeanor. But I don't know what happened these 2 days. He's very different from his usual self. Not only can he call himself I, even those words like F***ck and F***ck are easy to say. It's as if it's going to develop into a catchphrase. What's going on here? What's the special reason for Chief Xia to have such a huge change? Puzzling. Pondering. Deep in the night, Rue Butong returned to Xianxiang's independent tent in dejection. He was caught and beaten on the spot by Xianxiang. Rue Butong screamed miserably. He knew that he was in the wrong. He didn't even struggle, let alone fight back. He just took the beating silently. For a moment, the big tent was filled with sounds of violent beating. There was also a kind of extremely angry and tangled cursing that couldn't be suppressed. Stupid bird. Stupid bird, stupid bird. You're AF** king stupid bird. I knew you were stupid before, but I didn't expect you to be stupid to this extent. Why did I think of asking you to take action? I'm simply blind. Following you, stupid bird, I'm going to become stupid because of you. Tell me, do you think you're still useful? The eyebrows of the guards standing outside twitched. They kept quiet out of fear. Listening to this voice, feeling that power. Damn it. Without exception, all the guards broke out in cold sweat. If this kind of power hit me, I'm afraid I would have been turned into minced meat. The one inside doesn't look tall, and his figure is thin, but he can actually take it so well. Damn it, that guy can really take a beating. The next day, the battle continued. The 2 brothers, Rue Butong and Xianxiang, personally came to the scene to supervise the battle. Rue Butong was dressed in black. His face was cold and solemn. He didn't say a word, just like a real peak expert. He stood with his hands behind his back, watching coldly from the sidelines. He was really awe-inspiring, showing off the demeanor of an expert. No one would have thought that this seemingly high and mighty super expert was actually the mythical beast Phoenix that was crazily fleeing with its butt facing the sky and its lower body naked yesterday, just as the battle was getting intense. Suddenly, a huge flying boat appeared in the sky. It flew straight towards this side. The people on both sides who didn't participate in the battle were all surprised. Which force is this? Are they helping us, or are they helping the other side? The flying boat was getting closer and closer. The destination gradually became clear. It was slowly flying towards the center of Xianxia's camp. It was already about to land. An officer under Yu Qi's command couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Could it be that our reinforcements have arrived? Someone stepped forward and asked, "Who are you? Please state your identity quickly. Otherwise, you will be destroyed." On the flying boat, a steady voice said, "We are the reinforcements from the rear. We are here to support His Majesty the Sky Emperor in eliminating the rebels. Take out the relevant token." The token? Someone shouted. He was obviously a meticulous person. If you say you are reinforcements, then you are reinforcements. What if the enemy is pretending to be you? The person on the flying boat said indifferently, "We naturally have proof of our identity, but it is inconvenient to present it now. We will present it immediately after we land." Seeing that the flying boat had already arrived above the camp and was preparing to land, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The other party was obviously planning to land in the center of the camp. If it was the enemy, wouldn't they be surrounded on the spot and destroyed instantly? There didn't seem to be such a stupid enemy. Since it wasn't the enemy, then it should be one of them. Even Xianxia in the tent was a little suspicious. He had several question marks in his heart. Where did these reinforcements come from? On the battlefield, Yiluiyue frowned and thought, could it be that the order was given to those super sects back then, and now they are here to help? Since Xianxia, Yiluiyue, and Yu Qi didn't stop them, the relevant generals immediately ordered the troops in the center to retreat to make enough space for the flying boat to land. Just as they were busy preparing, the flying boat suddenly accelerated its speed of descent. Everyone below exclaimed, "What's going on? Fu *K. What's wrong with you? Mother *Ker. Quickly adjust the speed of descent. Fu *K. Everyone, run." The flying boat descended with the force of a thunderbolt. To be more precise, it smashed down. At the same time, 10 round holes suddenly appeared on the flying boat. Then, something that couldn't be seen clearly popped out from inside the boat. It flew in the sky with a whooshing sound, and its landing point was uncertain. Everyone below could see that it was a very strange chair after it flew for some distance. The front part was pointed, and the back part was forked. It was grotesquely shaped. There was a person sitting on each chair, and they were rushing forward like meteors as the chairs shot out. They had already covered a distance of 3,000 feet in the blink of an eye. They were rushing towards Xianxia's camp like moths to a flame. What's going on? What's going on? Everyone's mind went blank. Isn't this situation too strange? It doesn't make any sense. Then, the momentum of the chairs gradually weakened. The 10 people on them suddenly stood up at the same time. They kicked the chairs with their feet. Apparently, they were using all their strength to continue flying towards Xianxia's camp. These people had already covered a distance of 2,000 feet. So, they weren't far from the battlefield. These 10 people were obviously first-class experts. So, they had crossed the entire battlefield in the blink of an eye, and had landed in Xianxia's camp without anyone noticing. They had descended from the sky. The person in the lead was dressed in snow-white clothes. His face was gentle and elegant. He was tall and handsome. He looked very confident and at ease. Especially that kind of steady and heroic bearing, it was as if the entire world was already in his grasp. He was extremely confident, and it really made people admire him. Xianxiang was shocked to see this unforeseen event. He was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. He stood there, and his whole body trembled. Hot tears almost gushed out of his eyes, that white-clothed man slowly walked out of the smoke and dust as he looked at the excited Xianxia. He smiled gently. Xianxia, I'm here. Xianxia's voice was trembling. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Motng. Is it really you? A look of excitement also flashed across Motng's face. But, he forcibly suppressed this excitement. Then, he smiled and said, Brother, you're fighting tirelessly. So, how can I, Motng, not help you? Hee. Since it's my first time here, I don't have any good gifts to give you. I might as well give you a fireworks show. Enjoy it. As he spoke, he clapped his hands lightly. 50,000 zhang away, the airboat that was descending in the center of Xianxia's camp suddenly accelerated again. Boom. Without any hesitation, he smashed it onto the ground. The weight of this flying boat was more than 1,000,000 jin. Not to mention the fact that Motng had put other things in it. Smashing down like this, the sound it caused was enough to shake the mountains and the earth, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The soldiers of Xianxia's camp near the place where the airboat fell were all shaken by this unusually powerful shock wave. They were sent flying in all directions. Some of the people who were close to the airboat bled from their 7 apertures on the spot. Many of the people with weaker cultivations were directly shaken to death on the spot. Even Xia Danqiang had clearly felt a strong tremor under his feet. Moreover, this sudden change had caught him off guard. Many large stones that weighed hundreds of jin in the vicinity also jumped up. It could be seen that the shock this time was very violent. However, Xianxiang was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that Motng had racked his brains to do this just to smash a few people to death? That would be a huge waste of an expensive airboat. Such a waste wouldn't be very effective. Looking at Xianxiang's doubtful eyes, Motng smiled faintly. He raised his eyebrows. Then, he slowly used 2 fingers to cover his ears. Then, he softly laughed and said, The fireworks show is about to begin. Boom. Xianxiang's complexion changed. He roared, Everyone, cover your ears. Get on the ground. Xianxiang's voice hadn't faded away. The soldiers didn't seem to have reacted. Then, they heard a truly earth-shattering sound. Boom! That airboat suddenly emitted a blazing white light. Then, it exploded. At this moment, the world also lost its color because of this explosion. The world changed color. The sky was filled with human bodies and countless severed limbs. Many of them were turned into ashes and shattered into pieces halfway through their flight. An unprecedentedly huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. It rose in spirals and rolled up. It became bigger and bigger. Eventually, it engulfed the entire horizon. Xianxiang's cultivation was exquisite. But, he still felt a burst of violent tremors even though they were so far apart. His heart was beating rapidly, and his feet were off the ground. Then, he couldn't hear anything. Finally, he sat down on the ground without any dignity. The 2 main camps of the 2 armies, 10% of the tents had collapsed from the force of the tremors. Nearby, more than 30 mountains collapsed at the same time. Rubble pierced through the clouds. Countless crushed stones flew into the sky. Xianxia's camp, which stretched for thousands of miles, became devastated after this explosion. It was too horrible to look at. 1/3 of the enemy's camp was directly destroyed by this explosion. A total of 2 million people were blown to smithereens by this massive explosion. Those who were lucky enough to survive didn't exceed half of the total. And these were those who were further away. Such a huge explosion happened without any warning in a densely populated military camp. It would be strange if they were fine. After a while, the aftermath of the explosion gradually subsided. But this moment was so miserable that even Xianxiang couldn't bear to watch anymore. This explosion was really too ruthless. Iluoyue, who was in midair, was relatively close to the explosion. At this moment, she had already been sent flying to God knows where by the aftermath of the explosion. As for Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun, Xianxia, he was at the center of the explosion. Even with his profound strength, he really didn't know what would happen to him. Muzan Lan was also lying on the ground because of this unprecedented explosion. His intuition was like thunder in his ears. He was also considered unlucky. He was at the forefront of the battle. He was at the front and was directly affected by the aftermath of the explosion. Caught off guard, he fell from the sky like hailstones and almost paralyzed half of his body. Fortunately, his strength was profound and he didn't really paralyze half of his body. However, it was inevitable that he would temporarily lose his hearing. Gritting his teeth and crawling up, he saw that everyone around him was shouting something with their mouths wide open. But his ears were buzzing and he couldn't hear anything. He couldn't help but shout, "What's going on? Who can tell me what's going on? What's going on?" But when he said it, he realized that even the words he said seemed to be. He actually couldn't hear a single word. Within thousands of miles, everyone was covering their ears and cursing loudly. However, everyone only felt that the world was silent and they couldn't hear anything. There was only some buzzing noise in their ears. Xianxia's situation was better. He had already barely recovered. He crawled up from the ground and asked with a twisted face, "I say, what's going on?" Mo Tianji's white robe fluttered and he smiled gently, "It's not a big deal. All flying boats have a self-destruct function. It's just that I slightly improved it." "How did you slightly improve it? Did you really just slightly improve it?" Xianxiang gritted his teeth. "Actually, it can't even be considered as improving it. I just added 7 million kilograms of explosives. That's all. Yes, I also added some poison and poisonous smoke. It's not a big deal." Mo Tianji said casually, "This is my first gift to you. This fireworks show is pretty good, right? 7 million kilograms of explosives, fireworks show?" Xianxiang opened his mouth wide. He felt as if his heart had been crushed by these words. Xianxiang suddenly felt powerless as he looked at Mo Tianji's casual and careless manner. What is a ruthless person? What is a poisonous person? Have you seen it? If anyone dares to say that I'm ruthless, I'll risk my life with them. You can't compare people with people. Compared to Mo Tianji, I'm just a pure and kind-hearted young man. The experts around Xianxiang had recovered their sense of hearing. So, they naturally heard Mo Tianji's words. Their mouths were wide open as they foolishly looked at this elegant and handsome young man in front of him. They felt as if millions of alpacas were galloping in their hearts, and were trampling them back and forth. Fu*K. The generals didn't have any other thoughts apart from these 3 words. They didn't have any other thoughts. What kind of monster was this young man who looked so handsome and elegant, who exuded gentleness and sincerity from head to toe? The aftermath of the explosion gradually disappeared. The world was still shaking, but it was no longer enough to cause any harm to the experts. Mo Tianji smiled, "What's wrong, Xianxiang? I've given you such a big gift. Aren't you going to invite me in?" Xianxiang woke up from his stupefied state like a dumb goose. He repeatedly said, "Oh, oh, oh." Then, he came back to his senses. He opened his eyes wide, and cursed loudly, "Mother Fu*Cur. Mo Tianji, you should have told me in advance that you were going to do this, right? Now, where the Fu*K do you want me to invite you in?" Xianxiang's commander's tent wasn't lucky enough to survive the explosion. It had already turned into ruins. Mo Tianji chuckled. He had an apologetic look on his face as he said, "I didn't think of this. I'm sorry. Please forgive me." Looking at Mo Tianji, it was clear that he was completely complacent and high-spirited. Xianxiang became even angrier when he saw this. With Mo Tianji's intelligence, how could he not have thought of this? However, he still chose to do this. Presumably, his caution had come into play. He was afraid that Xianxiang would leak the information. Moreover, you've only lost a few tents at best. You haven't suffered any casualties. Mo Tianji's robe fluttered in the wind. He confidently walked forward, and casually said, "You've maintained your fighting strength quite well." Black lines appeared on Xianxiang's face. "You made such an explosion. Aren't you afraid of offending the heavens?" Mo Tianji smiled gently and elegantly. "So, I'm already prepared to do good deeds." Xianxiang was speechless. He turned his head and turned his face to one side. "The most optimistic and conservative estimate of your explosion just now is that it would kill at least a few million people. How many good deeds do you have to do to make up for it? It's a waste of saliva to talk to this guy. Especially when I see his harmless face." It makes me want to ruthlessly kick his handsome face. However, I don't have the time to do that now. So, I hurriedly ordered them to set up camp. At this time, the landslide on the surrounding mountains was still ongoing. It was still rumbling and shaking the mountains and the earth. All the soldiers under Xianxia's command looked at Mo Tianji with reverence as they set up camp. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts: don't offend this person. We won't be far from destruction if we offend him. I don't know how Chief Xia dares to talk to that person so presumptuously. Isn't he afraid? Sure enough, an expert's way of doing things is unfathomable. Motherfu *cur, everyone says that the extraterrestrial demons are so. Now, it seems that the extraterrestrial demons aren't even qualified to carry the shoes of this gentle and harmless duke. This person is too ruthless. He just came here, and millions of lives have become a rainbow to welcome him. It's better to have less contact with such a ruthless person. It's best to stay away from him. Fortunately, he's Chief Xia's brother, who would dare to provoke such a person? At this moment, an angry voice mixed with infinite grievance and grief roared, F***CKU. Mo Tianji. You bastard son of a bitch, you, bastard, you still dare to come. See if I don't beat you to death, you bastard. Just you wait. It was Rui Butong who was cursing without a care in the world. Among the brothers, Rui Butong was undoubtedly the most miserable one who was plotted against and hunted down. At best, the other brothers would die, but there would always be a way out. Only Rui Butong was completely dead. No matter how he walked, there would always be a dead end in front of him. Because of Mo Tianji's accurate information, Rui Butong had already been beaten into meat paste countless times. It would be strange if her eyes didn't turn red when she saw Mo Tianji at this moment. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Naturally, they clenched their fists and rushed forward without a care. When the surrounding soldiers saw this, it was an eye-opener. Oh my God, there really was someone who wasn't afraid of death. He actually dared to clamor in front of everyone. Wasn't this a little too daring? It seems like he's an acquaintance. Mo Tianji was smiling and talking to Xianxiang. But, he suddenly heard this loud curse. So, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, so there's a stupid bird here. Guards, take this person down and beat him to death. It doesn't matter if he's beaten to death. Count it all on me." Hearing this, the experts that Mo Tianji had brought with him rushed forward without a word, and used all their strength to besiege this bird. Mo Tianji and Xianxiang chatted and laughed as they talked about the world. On the other hand, Rui Butong had fallen into a perilous siege. It was really dangerous at every step. How could the people that Mo Tianji had brought to participate in the war be ordinary? Almost everyone had a high cultivation level that was not inferior to Rui Butong's. Moreover, they besieged one person. Soon, Rui Butong was pressed to the ground and beaten crazily. Of course, they wouldn't go so far as to beat him to death. However, they could still beat him half to death. This was exactly what they were doing. On the side, the generals were puzzled. Mo Tianji and Xianxiang were chatting and laughing. They actually didn't care about this matter at all. They just let Rui Butong be beaten into a meat patty. This was too cruel. Could it be that this guy wasn't their brother? This was too strange. Even if they weren't brothers, this was a little too much, right? Let's not talk about the new ruthless person. Our Chief Xia wasn't the kind of person who would take someone's life. What was going on? Rui Butong was pressed to the ground by several people. His mouth was almost pressed into the soil. He was still shouting loudly, "Mo Tianji, *King wait. When the boss comes, I swear I won't be human if I don't beat you into a flying chicken. If I don't chop you into pieces and cook you, I won't be called Rui Butong. King, you're still beating me? You. I'll remember you. I'll tell you. I'll remember you. Save me." The barracks were finally set up. Muzong Lan had also rushed back from the front line. After such an explosion, both sides didn't have the mood to continue fighting. It seemed like both sides were temporarily not in the mood. Muzong Lan looked at Mo Tianji as if he was looking at a monster. There was deep fear and apprehension in his eyes. This was a madman. Mu Lan thought to himself. Not long after, Rui Butong was dragged in like a dead dog and thrown on a chair. The pitiful phoenix was beaten into a chicken this time. His originally skinny figure had actually become fatter, swollen. Hearing Mo Tianji talk about this, Xie Danqiang's eyes widened. In the end, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It wasn't just him. Even Mu Lan, a million-year-old senior and the commander of the entire Mo Yuntian army who had experienced countless big scenes, had the same reaction as Xie Danqiang. Even Rui Butong, who was beaten until he was dizzy, didn't curse at this time. His entire person was in a daze. The faces of the people Mo Tianji brought were all green. Their faces were filled with lingering fear. It was obvious that they were overly frightened. You're saying that you brought along 7 million gene of explosives and stuffed them into your own flying boat, and flew a long distance of 170,000 li to come here? Xie Danqiang's complexion turned deathly pale as he said those words. He was on the verge of collapsing. The faces of the people Mo Tianji brought revealed a kind of "I've survived a disaster. I can't bear to look back." All the dangers along the way were enough to make one go crazy from fright. Mo Tianji nodded as if it was a matter of course. Yes, what's wrong? Isn't this a matter of course? Without my arrival, would there be such a beautiful fireworks show? I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. Xie Danqiang grabbed his hair. He gritted his teeth as he looked at Mo Tianji. How come I didn't see it? Your At the side, Mu Lan's hair stood up as he listened. Carrying 7 million caddies of explosives, flying at high altitudes for a total of 170,000 li. Mu Lan didn't know about others, but he definitely wouldn't dare to ride such a flying boat. He wasn't King crazy. He was having a stroke, and it was a huge stroke. Even if they were very careful, as long as there was a slight collision between them, there would be no need to talk about exploding the heavens. Perhaps Mo Tianji and the other 10 people would have already turned into incomparably brilliant fireworks in the sky before they could even reach this place. In such a place of explosion, even Rui Butong with his phoenix physique would definitely be turned into ashes. There was no luck. Cough. Mo Tianji coughed and casually waved his fan. Before we came, I did a divination for myself. The divination showed that this trip was daunting but not dangerous. Do you know what this means? In fact, the conclusion was that nothing was wrong. Therefore, we came here without a hitch. Everyone's head was dripping with sweat. *CK your sister. You did a divination for such a big matter. Who do you think you are? What about you guys? Did you guys just let him do it? He's crazy. Are you guys crazy too? Are you playing with your lives? Xie Danqiang's face darkened as he asked Mo Tianji. One of them smiled bitterly. How can we change Lord Tianji's decision? As for this trip, I really can't bear to look back on the past. My hair turned gray early. One of them had a face full of fear. It seemed like everyone's hair was hiding a few strands of gray hair. Wasn't that the case? Along the way, they just sat in the cracks between the explosives. Their bodies were like zombies. They didn't dare to move at all. A whole 7 days. A whole 7 days. They didn't even dare to blink. They were afraid that they would accidentally trigger the explosives and turn into beautiful fireworks. Experts of this level were so scared that they needed to pee. However, they didn't dare to go to the toilet. They held it in all the way. They didn't go crazy from holding it in. How could outsiders understand this feeling? Just having a few strands of gray hair was already a very, 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 very lucky thing. When they heard Xie Danqiang's question, all of them had a bitter look on their faces. Mother *Cur. This is the most dangerous trip of my life. Compared to this trip in the sky, all the life and death battles in Jianghu in the past were disdainful. What desperate situation. What powerful enemies! They couldn't even be compared to this. Finally, after coming here, I saw the result of the bitter journey. I also ruthlessly flattened a meat target. The depression in my heart was vented a lot. I felt much more comfortable and refreshed. All the generals in the tent nodded in agreement. Other than these two words, there really wasn't any other words that could accurately describe the actions of this gentle and elegant Duke Goe, really King Strange. There was actually such a complete outlaw in this world. A general stood up abruptly and hurriedly walked out. Where are you going? Mutsun Lan was extremely displeased. Didn't you see that there was an esteemed guest here? How could you be so immature? You're really embarrassing me. That general turned around with a green face. General, please allow me to report, I'm going to the latrine. Although I was only listening just now, I also felt the urge to pee. It really scared me to death. I'm covered in sweat. Who would have thought that once these words came out, there would actually be many people who agreed? All the generals who usually boasted that they were extremely daring all stood up with bitter faces. I'm also going to the latrine, I also need to pee, this is really humiliating. Mutsun Lan stood up angrily. I'll go to the latrine and catch all of them back. They haven't even gone yet, what are you going to catch? It was very obvious that General Mu was also scared to the point of peeing. However, he was experienced and had his own countermeasures. And those countermeasures were quite reasonable, not to mention Xia Danqiang's side. Let's turn around and talk about Yuan Tianjia's side. After the explosion, that kind of tragic scene was really too horrible to look at. Even the most cold-hearted person in the world would shed tears of sympathy if they saw the scene. The so-called end of the world was probably nothing more than this. It might not even be comparable to the desolation in front of him. The military camp that bore the brunt of the direct impact was swept clean, and an unusually vast lake was created. The lake water rippled and sparkled. However, there were countless strange things floating on the surface of the water. The entire lake was red, blood red. There was still a stretch of thousands of feet by the side of the lake that was filled with minced meat that couldn't be any smaller. As for the places further away, countless broken human heads were blown by the wind, spinning on the ground. There was complete silence. Under such a huge explosion, even their cries were forcefully suppressed. The surviving soldiers stared blankly at the scene in front of them. This barren land, this wasteland, this boundless lake. Is this the military camp that we were fighting and defending with our lives just a moment ago? All the remaining soldiers were in a daze, and they seemed like children that had lost their mothers. Their miserable state simply caused one to shed tears upon hearing it and feel sad upon seeing it. In the distance, a human figure flew back with a whoosh. His entire body was shrouded in thick black smoke. He shouted loudly like thunder, "Who did this? Who did it? Who the hell did it? I'm going to tear him to shreds." The person who came was actually Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud, Yuan Tianjia, but at this moment, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor did not have the slightest bit of his usual majesty and demeanor. His entire body was tattered, and his face was completely black. One of his shoulders had been blown off. Fortunately, it was already recovering quickly. But, that sorry state was still obvious and could not be concealed. In that explosion just now, although Yuan Tianjia had an exceedingly high cultivation, he was still in the center position after all. He had to bear the most direct impact and was completely defenseless. If not for his fast reaction, he would have been completely annihilated in this explosion. If he was really killed by the explosion, Yuan Tianjia would probably really become a legend, an unparalleled legend, the first heavenly emperor to be killed by an explosion in the history of the world, and the first heavenly demon king to be killed by an explosion in the history of the world. That would truly be too sullen of a death. Facing Yuan Tianjia's question, no one was able to answer. The wind in the sky whistled, as if weeping and complaining. In the distance, the landslide was still ongoing, and the rumbling sounds were endless. "Your Majesty." Yuqi appeared in Yuan Tianjia's field of vision, covered in wounds. The moment she appeared, she started bawling. "Your Majesty, ah. Woo-woo. Too miserable. Our situation is really too miserable. This bunch of goddamn demons. Too miserable." Yuan Tianji's eyes widened. He was already in a bad mood to begin with. Now that a wailing person suddenly popped out, his mood naturally became even worse. However, when he saw Yuchi's current pitiful state and how her entire body was practically shattered, he couldn't bring himself to scold her. He let out a long sigh and said, "Hurry up and organize the army." Yuchi replied while sobbing, then immediately turned around and left. In the distance, Prime Minister Iluoyue also flew back in a sorry state. Before she could say anything, she started coughing. Every time she coughed, thick black smoke would come out of her mouth. With this explosion, the Prime Minister's situation was also extremely miserable. She was speechless facing Xianxia. They really did not expect that in such an intense battlefield, such a super ruthless person would appear out of thin air. He directly used the largest and most powerful flying ship in the Heaven Palace, piled with explosives, and flew over tens of thousands of miles, directly smashing it on the army's head. What kind of mother-f*** king bastard can come up with such an idea? F***ck your mother. Iluoyue cursed. This is simply inhumane and deranged. To be able to make an extraterrestrial demon curse him with words like inhumane and deranged, Mo Tianji was really proud. Xianxia did not say a word. The murderous aura around his body was almost fully formed. He swore to himself that if he caught the culprit behind today's calamity, if he let him die a quick death, then he would have let down the 8 generations of heavenly devil ancestors. In Xia Danqiong's tent, everyone looked at Rui Butong in surprise. This guy who was almost beaten into a meat patty just now was definitely not an adjective. He was really like a meat patty. In just a moment, all the wounds on his body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Slowly, the bruises all over his body disappeared. His face also gradually returned to normal, and he became lively again. This guy's recovery speed was even faster than Mutsang Lan, a peak saint expert. What kind of monster was this? It was like a phoenix going through nirvana, rising from the ashes. This was probably nothing more than this, right? Everyone looked at Xia Danqiong, then looked at Mo Tianji, then looked at Rui Butong. They all had the same feeling in their hearts. Chief Xia's brothers, all seemed to be monsters, although their paths were all unusual, they were definitely monsters. There was no doubt about this. Done? Mo Tianji asked Rui Butong kindly. Rui Butong nodded desperately. Do you still want to take revenge on me? I can give you a chance. Mo Tianji asked gently, full of modesty. He was really scared to death. Ever since he heard that Mo Tianji had traveled thousands of miles with millions of kilograms of explosives, Rui Butong only felt a cold wind blowing at the back of his head. He was so scared that his legs almost turned to jelly. As for the thought of dealing with Mo Tianji, it was like snow melting under the scorching sun. There was nothing left. That's a good boy. You know when to advance and when to retreat. Mo Tianji laughed loudly. He was in high spirits and full of confidence. This strategy of his was quite effective. Dealing with Yuan Tianji was one of the main reasons. On the other hand, it was also very effective. Of course, Gu Duxing and the others have also been hunted down by me. When they come, you can contact them. Mo Tianji suggested, I don't mind if they join forces to beat me up. I really don't mind. This is nothing to me. Rui Butong was just thinking about this idea. Hearing this, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. You said you, Mo Tianji smiled very warmly. When the time comes, I may join forces with them to deal with you. But I don't know, do you want to offend me? Or do you want to offend me? What do you think they will choose? Xia Danqiong laughed loudly. Faced with such a choice, the brothers probably wouldn't choose to help Rui Butong. That's because the most frightening person among our brothers is this master of calculation and manipulation, Mo Tianji. Before us, in terms of terror, even Big Brother Chu Yang was inferior to Mo Tianji. Sitting in the commander's tent, Mo Tianji was carefully listening to Xia Danqiong's explanation of the current situation and his own situation. During this period of time, Xia Danqiong's side was in a bleak situation, whether it was in terms of overall strength or public opinion. Mutsang Lan himself was almost cursed to the point of his ancestors. In fact, it wasn't just his ancestors. It was as if his ancestors were unlucky. If his ancestors knew, even if they knew that Mutsang Lan was innocent, they would still visit him in his dreams to teach him a lesson. Faced with this matter, Xianxia was at his wit's end. He couldn't deal with it. At this moment, Mo Tianji had arrived. With the arrival of this cunning ancestor, this difficult problem was naturally handed over to him to deal with. It's only been 10 days, how did we end up in such a terrible state? Mo Tianji frowned. He had been traveling at high speed on the way here. It was difficult for him not to receive news from the flying boat. His current news was still from 10 days ago. 10 days ago, Xianxia's side had been singing a triumphant song. Tens of millions of soldiers had raised their banners to attack the devils. How majestic was the army's appearance! However, it had been destroyed in a short span of 10 days. In fact, less than 30% of the army's strength had been left at its peak. The most important thing was that the morale of the soldiers was seriously lacking. The general's fighting spirit wasn't at its peak either. However, they had been forcibly destroyed by external forces. So, this army might collapse at any time once that momentum dissipated. He had never thought that Xianxiang would end up in such a difficult situation. Moreover, it had happened in such a short period of time. On your side, you raised the flag to exterminate the demons. You exterminated the heavenly demons and evildoers who infiltrated the heavenly imperial court. You clearly stood on the moral high ground. Now, you have been forced into such a miserable situation. It's really... Mo Tianji sighed deeply. It was difficult to conceal his disdain. Muzong old face also turned the color of pig liver. These words were too much of a slap to the face. Well, leave this matter to me. Mo Tianji thought for a while. Then, he immediately said. His tone was full of confidence. What do you want to do? Xianxiang's eyes lit up. Haha, have you ever heard of the saying, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction? Mo Tianji asked. After he finished speaking, he chuckled and went to rest. Muzong looked at Mo Tianji's departing figure with a belly full of suspicion. Now that we have reached this point, the war might collapse at any time. What other methods does he have to turn this situation around? If there is one person in this world who can turn the situation around, then it must be him. Xianxiang said confidently, don't worry. Mo Tianji can definitely do it. When it comes to playing mind games, even my big brother Chu Yang is not his opponent. He is a peerless sly person. Xianxiang didn't know whether to praise or criticize him. He had a look of relief on his face. Muzong's eyes were full of suspicion. After Mo Tianji looked through all the information, he immediately took action. The first step is to stir up public opinion. Continue to scold Muzong. Scold him as exaggeratedly and as viciously as possible. The more exaggerated and viciously scolded, the better. The Tianji Intelligence Department quickly spread this order. Mo Tianji's orders were the only way to go in the Tianji Intelligence Department. Any order would be carried out with 100% accuracy. There was absolutely no room for error, therefore, in an instant, all the various departments of the Tianji Intelligence Department in Mo Yuntian received this news. After a while, a wave of condemnation towards Muzong spread out in an unprecedentedly grand manner. Muzong is a despicable and shameless person. He has no talent and no virtue. He has been in a high position for many years. Now, he is plotting a rebellion. He wants to be the emperor himself. Muzong once occupied hundreds of thousands of beautiful ladies for his own selfish desires. He is a beast among beasts. Muzong, in order to repair his ancestral grave, forcefully moved 8 million people. He occupied hundreds of thousands of acres of land. He caused countless families to become homeless and their wives to be separated. That year, in order to occupy a lady, Muzong forced the death of an entire family. His despicable actions are simply outrageous. In order to gain the favor of a handsome guy, Muzong did not hesitate to kill hundreds of people just to make the handsome guy smile. Muzong's 1,000 crimes are as follows. Muzong originally only had the title of a rebel. Now, in just a day's time, he had transformed into an evil, unpardonable, insane, and inhumane supervillain. When the masses who did not know the truth saw so many truths, they were naturally filled with righteous indignation and scolded him. It turned out that the person who wanted to steal the throne had so many despicable actions. Then, his previous actions were reasonable. Everyone must have scolded him. It would be wrong not to scold him. How could a despicable person like Mu Lan still have the face to live in this world? Anyway, in the hearts of the masses, he was already dead. A day later, Mu Lan received the latest news. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately went to find Xianxia. This is how he cleared my name. I really, after saying I really 7 or 8 times, his face turned red. Finally, he scolded, F***ck. Xianxia grimaced and held his forehead. This is a strategy. Let's wait and see. Mu Lan left the tent in anger. In the next few days, as he fought, he heard the curses outside escalate. Mu Lan wantonly killed his own people. Every year, tens of millions of Tian-K people die in his hands. In fact, Mu Lan's previous battles were all for personal gain. Otherwise, with his character and actions, how could he obtain the position of number 1 in Mo Yuntian's military? Yes, how could he rebel without building up his prestige? At the beginning of the rebellion, how could he gather so many people? Mu Lan's intentions are extremely vicious. He has been plotting this for millions of years. His intentions are truly unforgivable. Heaven and earth will not tolerate it. Mu Lan previously dismissed all the subordinates who were not loyal to him. He pretended to be benevolent and righteous, saying that everyone has their own ambitions. But after they left, he started to kill them. His atrocities are truly the rage of the heavens and the people. Mu Lan, why aren't you dead yet? Hurry up and die. The entire world was cursing, and they were all cursing one person, Mu Lan. But, slowly, there were voices of opposition. This seems to be a bit too much. Mu Lan is guilty of rebelling. This is undeniable. But you don't have to say that about him, right? It's fine if he likes women, but he can't go so far as to like men, right? Can he really like both men and women? Yes, why did all the crimes suddenly become Mu Lan's fault? I don't have the right to comment on other things, but this one is definitely wrong. Mu Lan's ancestral grave is in the imperial capital. How come it's not hundreds of thousands of mu? I went to measure it before. At most, it's only about 100 mu. The Mu family is a large family with a history of at least 1 million years. Is this little bit of graveyard already considered quite small? How did it become hundreds of thousands of mu in your mouth? This is definitely wrong. Yes, this is too much. Yes, not only is Marshal Mu not interested in men, he has also never raped women. I believe everyone in the imperial capital can testify to this. We have nothing to say about you calling him a rebel. Even if you call him a hypocrite, there should be a limit. You can't just throw all the dirty water at Marshal Mu. Hundreds of thousands of women. Which man in this world can satisfy so many women? Even if he is a beast, he doesn't have that ability. His words are too unreliable. And this is even more ridiculous. A total of 1,000 crimes. Even if Mu Lan hires a think tank to help him think of ways to commit crimes, there shouldn't be 1,000 crimes, right? What kind of mentality does the person who spread these rumors have? Isn't this too perverted? That's right. Also, it's even more unnecessary to chase them down after they've been dismissed. Wouldn't it save a lot of effort to deal with them in the barracks? At that time, they were surrounded by the Sky Emperor's army. It's impossible to chase after so many people without being noticed by the Sky Emperor's army. If those people were killed by the Sky Emperor's army, then it might be possible. Haha, I'm just saying it's possible, it's more likely. There are too many suspicious points. Too many of them are illogical, and inconsistent with the facts. Yes, then why smear Mu Lan's name like this? He's already been condemned by everyone. Is there a need to step on him a few more times? I'm afraid there's something strange about this. Yes. Then, what's so strange about it? These soldiers are really dead. If that's the case, then if it wasn't Mu Lan's doing, who is the most likely person to have killed them? You're spouting nonsense. Since it's not Mu Lan's side? It must have been His Majesty who ordered the execution. Shoo. Silence. I'm just talking about a possibility. I'm not saying that it was His Majesty who did it. It's just that the possibility is higher. The world is so chaotic. Who should we trust? In just 5 days, Mo Yuntian's public opinion had changed from everyone cursing Muzong Lan in unison to a cloud of fog. Many people began to feel lost, at a loss of what to do. There were also some who began to ponder and search for the so-called truth. What the hell is going on? If Mu Tianlan really wanted to rebel, he would have done it long ago after so many years. Why wait until now? He has always been at the pinnacle of power. Since the rebellion was not Muzong Lan's original intention, then why did he do it? What was the reason for him to do it without hesitation? If it's not greed, then what is it? Those who were killed were Mo Yuntian's soldiers. Since they had already left Muzong Lan, why were they still killed? His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor has promised to let bygones be bygones. Could it be that His Majesty the Celestial Emperor went back on his word? A monarch doesn't go so far as to joke, right? That's millions of people, what is this for? It's hard to understand. Also, the current situation of the battle is extremely strange. Sky Emperor clearly has an overwhelming advantage, but he is delaying the use of his superior forces to engage in a large-scale battle. Instead, he is letting his soldiers fight one battle after another. That is simply a strategy of suicide. I just heard, that when heavenly demons are injured, they need a large amount of soul power to recover quickly. What's the big deal about that? There have been similar rumors for a long time. I even heard that as long as one is a powerful martial artist, they would know about this ability of the heavenly demon. Ahem, I was actually saying, didn't Muzong Lan say, didn't he say, you're saying that His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor needs a large amount of soul energy? That is to say. I'm just guessing. It's just a possibility. That's possible. I've also heard that the Heavenly Demon clan does have such a strange ability. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor is really Heavenly Demon? How can this be said so casually? But there are so many things, and all of them point to, it doesn't make any sense. As the saying goes, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Mo Tianji's method was extremely pure. It began to affect public opinion from the opposite direction. Moreover, the two armies that were fighting also began to be suspicious. Each had their own misgivings, and each held back. The number of casualties on both sides sharply decreased. However, Xianxia couldn't make much of a response to this change in situation. Because, after Mo Tianji's explosion, the little bit of energy that Xianxia had recovered with great difficulty was directly smashed to the freezing point. The damage to his soul was even more serious than that of the calligraphy and painting kings. Even if he ate a large amount of heavenly treasures, he could only recover his physical injuries and cultivation strength. He couldn't recover the damage to his soul. Therefore, Xianxia was also very helpless. If a large number of people didn't die, how could he quickly recover? Therefore, even though he knew that the direction of public opinion had changed, he could only brace himself and continue to walk down this path. He only hoped that more people would die. This way, his soul would have more energy, and he would be able to recover faster. Then, he would eliminate Muzong Lan in one fell swoop, and it would be much easier to deal with the situation on the continent. As the tide of public opinion rose again, it slowly began to give birth to other opinions. Hey, do you know? In a small voice. What is it? Come closer, why are you so mysterious? What is it? I heard that in a battle over there was an unprecedentedly violent explosion. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor flew out, and his entire body was filled with black energy. Filled with black energy? How could that be? That's right, black energy. It is said that is the so-called black energy. Demonic chi. Hiss. How is that possible? His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. Quiet. Mother Fasterus Kerr, do you want to die? Even if you want to die, don't kill me. This is too unimaginable, it's really out of my expectations. That's right. Could it be that what Marshal Mu said is actually true? This this, I will not comment. If one person knew, then 2 people knew. If 2 or 3 people knew, then 200 people knew. Slowly, the entire street of ink cloud sky was whispering to each other mysteriously. As a result, such voices continued to be heard. Hiss motherf asterisk cur. It can't be, motherf asterisk cur, motherf asterisk cur, motherf asterisk cur. At the same time, some of Mutsang Land's past achievements and attitudes were widely spread by people with intentions. Marshal Mu is actually a good person, that's right, I still remember that Marshal Mu once wrote a poem. It is called Thousands of Horses and Thousands of Soldiers Out of Ink Cloud Sky, the battlefield is filled with white bones guarding the loyal souls. I would rather die on the battlefield than let down the heavens and my heart. Sigh, Marshal Mu has protected Ink Cloud Sky for millions of years. He is really a good person who protects the country. Have you heard that Yuan Tianji is a heavenly demon? This matter has already been confirmed. The evidence is conclusive. Ashamed. To think that we were a bunch of idiots before. We lived under the tyranny of the heavenly demon for so many years and still did not know the truth. If not for Marshal Mu, we would really be kept in the dark until we die. That would be a complete tragedy. Is this news reliable? Motherf asterisk cur, what do you know? Come. I will explain it to you in detail. Once I finish, you will understand. Woo woo. So the truth is like this. We have let Marshal Mu down. I deserve to die. I also scolded him the day before yesterday. I really feel bad. I also deserve to die. We need to clear Marshal Mu's name. Heavenly demon, scram out of Ink Cloud Sky. What you said is wrong. We should kill all of these demon bastards. Motherf asterisk cur, that disappointing son of mine is still serving in Yuan Tianji's army camp. This old man will immediately write a letter to scold that little bastard for associating with the heavenly demon. He is simply a traitor. The atmosphere on the battlefield slowly became a little strange. After 7 or 8 days, Yu Qi suddenly discovered that when he gave orders, there were more and more doubtful gazes looking at him. Moreover, the soldiers also seemed to be somewhat listless. Their morale was unprecedentedly low. There were also some people who would run into a tent at the slightest provocation. Many people were whispering something inside. As soon as he went in, it would immediately become silent. When they fought, they were no longer shouting like before. Instead, they were listless. There were more and more chattering sounds. Although it was only around, Yu Qi had already heard it more than once. Heavenly demon, your majesty, I don't know. On the other hand, Mutsang Land's side was somewhat idle. The daily battle between the two sides seemed to be dealing with official matters. Originally, in a day of battle, both sides would have at least hundreds of thousands of casualties. But in the past few days, especially in the last 1 or 2 days, there were almost no casualties. It was as if the two armies had discussed it. On the battlefield, you fight you, I fight mine. Then, we will put on a show and deal with it. Swords came like the wind. Every move missed. Swords came like lightning. Swords cut through the wind. Fists came powerlessly. Palms came like cotton. Anyway, all the attacks did not have the most basic killing power. How could there be casualties? This is also called AF * King War. Yu Qi hurriedly gathered all the generals and scolded. Is this how you F * King fight? Such dereliction of duty, such treason. And so? What welcomed him was the questioning and doubtful gazes of the generals. One of the rash generals finally could not hold it in and asked loudly, Marshal Yu, we want an explanation. Is His Majesty Sky Emperor a heavenly demon or not? You must know the truth. You are close to His Majesty Sky Emperor. Hearing this, Yu Qi was so angry that his nose became crooked. What nonsense are you saying? You believe such a rebellious rumor? You even dare to ask. You are simply unreasonable. How is it nonsense? If it is not, why doesn't His Majesty Sky Emperor take out evidence to prove himself? So that we have no more doubts? That person was unconvinced and refuted loudly. Bastard! Do you want His Majesty Sky Emperor to strip naked for you to examine carefully? Yu Qi was so angry that his face was flushed red. He did not choose his words carefully. That hothead was obviously still unwilling to give up. Yu Lai pinched his brows and ordered, "Men, drag this bastard away and give him 200 beatings." In a silent place, the rash youth was dragged away. The generals remained silent. The atmosphere in the tent was as if it was frozen, making people uncomfortable. Looking at the silence of the generals, Yu Qi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He had good intentions in reprimanding that hothead this time. If his words were heard by Luiwei and the others, that hothead would die immediately. Even the people present would not be able to escape suspicion. He immediately said loudly, "I will repeat it once more. His Majesty Sky Emperor is not a heavenly demon. Absolutely not. Whoever has such suspicions in the future will be beheaded in public." Suddenly, a voice full of ridicule came from the sky. This voice said, "He's not a heavenly demon? Then you are. Ha ha ha. You big idiot. Heavenly demon lackey." Everyone's eyes suddenly darkened, as if the whole sky suddenly turned dark. When he looked up, he discovered that an extremely majestic golden dragon had appeared in the sky without him noticing. That golden dragon's body was thousands of feet long. It circled and danced in the air, its huge eyes staring at the camp in the rain. Suddenly, it shook its head and tail and let out a dragon roar that shook the world. Divine beast. Another divine beast appeared in the world. After the phoenix, there was actually a dragon this time. It was also that shocking. All the generals were stunned. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the golden dragon swayed and turned around. Suddenly, it roared, "Yuan Tianming. Your grandpa is here. Quickly wash your neck and wait for me to chop you heavenly demon cub." With a whoosh, it rose high into the sky and flew towards Xianxia. Over there, the same phoenix roar suddenly sounded, and a huge phoenix rose up to meet the golden dragon. It laughed loudly, "Wahahaha. The bottom is finally here." The golden dragon flew into a rage, spitting saliva in all directions. "Bullshit." Just as everyone was dumbfounded, the dragon and phoenix suddenly began to fight in the sky. Both of them were extremely vicious, as if they were mortal enemies that could not be allowed to live under the same sky. For a moment, the roar of the dragon and the sound of the wind shook the world, and sand and stones flew for hundreds of miles. Thousands of feet long divine beasts fighting each other, it was simply a magnificent spectacle. But, didn't they say that dragons and phoenixes were auspicious? Why were the dragon and phoenix fighting each other today, and fighting so fiercely? Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Place your bets, place your bets. Let's see who will win. I bet on AOAO." Everyone turned their heads to look and saw that a few more young men had appeared out of thin air. The person who was speaking looked like a hooligan and his entire body was filled with a rogue aura. Beside him, there was a fellow whose image was not much better than his. He crossed his arms and said with a look of disdain, "Is there even a need to gamble? AOAO will definitely win. How can that damned bird be AOAO's match?" A voice that sounded extremely majestic and mighty said, "Two shameless people, fighting now. Do you want me to slash them both with my saber?" A female voice said, "Why are you getting angry with them? Your opponents should be Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing, right? Playing with them will only lower our status. Even if we take a step back, we will have to catch Xia Danqiong and beat him up. Only then will we barely qualify, right?" As he spoke, another man and woman appeared. That woman was dressed in black, but her curves were exquisite and charming. Other than being a little cold, she was simply a rare beauty. And that man just stood in the air, but he gave people the feeling that he was the one who lifted the sky with one shoulder, so majestic. The next moment, a piercing sword light came, intentionally or unintentionally cutting a space crack in the air. A cold voice said, "Who wants to fight with me?" A man in black, like a lonely sword, appeared brazenly in the sky. As if he wanted to split the sky into two, the people below were all shocked, experts, each and every one of these youths was an expert. When did the Heaven Imperial Court have so many young saints? It was too shocking for such a group of people to stand together. All of them were so strong and yet so young. These people attacked each other verbally, but when their gazes met, they could see the passion in each other's eyes, as well as an inexplicable surprise that could almost make one's heart ache. When Xia Danqiong saw these people coming together, he was wild with joy. Looking at the familiar figures that kept appearing in the sky, he almost had the urge to cry out loud, "Brothers, you are all finally here." The brothers attacked and belittled each other, but their eyes were all sparkling. An incomparably familiar feeling arose spontaneously. It was as if they had returned to the Heaven Imperial Court, those days when they were together. When they were happy, they sang and roared together. When the wind blew, they rode together in the martial world. Those years that had passed came back to their memories so vividly. The faint sound of wind and thunder came from the horizon. Suddenly, a flying boat appeared at the end of the sky. Then, another boat appeared, and another one. There were a total of nearly 20 flying boats, with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas, whistling all the way. That momentum was really like a king descending to the world. In just a moment, a flying boat had already entered their sight. On the flying boat, there were 2 big golden words engraved on it. Heavenly Soldier. The brothers looked at the flying boat with fiery eyes, and there was uncontrollable excitement on their faces. "Boss." The flying boat flew across the sky, gradually approaching, and finally stopped in the sky above the camp, slowly circling. All the soldiers on Xianxia's side looked nervous, as if they were facing a great enemy. How could they not be shocked? If these merely 20 flying boats were also filled with explosives like the crazy one last time, even if only half of them were hidden with gunpowder, when they really exploded, the destructive power would be at least 10 times more than the last time. Under that kind of terrifying power, not a single one of the tens of millions of people here would be left alive. Basically, no one would be lucky enough to survive, even no one would be able to leave behind a complete corpse. This wouldn't be that crazy too, right? The 2 great sky demons, Iluoyue and Xianxia, stood outside the camp, looking at the flying boats circling in the sky. Their faces were full of solemnity. Now they could already be sure that these flying boats were definitely not owned by the local forces of Moyuntian. Moreover, they were definitely not reinforcements for their side. In other words, these flying boats were strong reinforcements for Xie Danqiong and Mutsanglan. Looking at the dragon and phoenix in the sky, looking at those unfamiliar but high-spirited young experts, Xianxia said in a heavy voice, "This Xie Danqiong, what kind of background does he have? Where did he get so many outside friends? Moreover, all of them are young men with tyrannical strength. I don't understand." Iluoyue said, "Or they were sent by a force connected to Mutsanglan." Xianxia snorted. "Absolutely impossible. Mutsanglan is such a bag of old bones. How much weight does he have? How much background does he have? This emperor knows very well. He definitely does not have this kind of face. Also, how old are these people? Prime Minister, you are getting more and more lazy to use your brain recently." Iluoyue's face was embarrassed. Of course, that sentence just now was just for fun. With Iluoyue's brain, how could she not know that Mutsanglan definitely could not have such friends? If he had such strong reinforcements, would he have been so miserably defeated before? If it were not for the fact that Xianxia needed a large number of souls to recover, he could have attacked with all his strength a few days ago and completely destroyed Mutsanglan and Xie Danqiong's forces. He never thought that victory was in his hands and planned to play a cat-and-mouse game, using a large number of souls to recover while he was at it. He had actually given the other side a chance to catch their breath. What little fire there was left was actually going to be reignited. Originally, with Xianxia and Iluoyue's shrewdness, even if they knew that their judgment was wrong, they would not be sad and self-resentful. However, the arrival of these people really made them feel a huge pressure. These young people. Any one of them is a terrifying existence. Even if they are not enough now, they will be in the future. Xianxia looked at the people opposite him and said in a low voice. Iluoyue did not speak. With their current cultivation at the peak of the Saint Realm, although the strength of these young fellows was not bad, it was still not enough. If they really fought with all their strength, they could kill one of them with one palm. However, the potential of these people was extremely terrifying. In the future, they would definitely become a serious problem. Both of them were great people with long lives and deep experience. They could be said to know everything in the world like the back of their hands. However, it was also because of this that they knew how terrifying these young people were. Thinking about how they were the best of the Heavenly Demon clan and had extremely high talent. Today, they had reached the peak of the world's cultivators. Even if they faced other monarchs, they might not have the word fear in their hearts. However, seeing these young people today, there was an inexplicable fear in their hearts. Thinking about what kind of cultivation they had when they were in their 20s? When they really thought about this question, Xianxia and Luoyue both fell silent. The coldness in their hearts grew even stronger. After a long time, Xianxia finally asked, Luoyue, when you were their age, what were you doing? A bitter expression appeared on Luoyue's face. Your Majesty, this is really hard to say, sigh. He raised his head and said in a reminiscing tone, at that time, I was only an advanced fledgling demon. I was already regarded as the new generation's genius by the whole clan. All the high-grade resources in the clan were all given to me. Moreover, I was also self-satisfied with my level, thinking that I was great. I really looked down on the world and had no regard for anything else. If it was the level of the Heaven Imperial Court, I would probably only be at the advanced Earth level. I'm ashamed, sigh. Luoyue nodded. The potential of these youths is really terrifying. Yuan Tianji's eyes were a little gloomy. He said slowly, I'm afraid that these people will really become a group of purple tycoons in the future. If they really become fully fledged, I'm afraid that our clan will be in danger. Luoyue nodded in agreement. How can we allow such a genius to grow? We might as well destroy him right here and now. If we can destroy them all, it will be our clan's great fortune. On the other side, under the joint command of Xianxia and Mutsang Lan, a large area was quickly cleared out for the flying boats to land. The flying boats circled and the first one finally landed. The dragon and phoenix in the sky stopped fighting and quickly landed. Then, they turned into two youths. GMO, Luo Kadi, Gu Duxing and the others rushed over. Xianxia's handsome face, which had always been calm, turned red. He was so excited that his limbs were trembling. There was nothing more exciting than suddenly receiving powerful reinforcements when you were in a hopeless situation where you could be defeated at any moment. Moreover, your best brothers had all come to share your trials and tribulations, breathe with you, and fight side by side with you. Mo Tianji leisurely walked out of the tent. His face looked as calm as ever, but his footsteps were getting faster and faster. There was a faint uncontrollable anticipation in his eyes. The cabin door of the flying boat slowly opened. A figure flashed and a black figure appeared at the cabin door first. He had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, a tall figure, and fluttering black hair. He stood tall and straight like a king. However, the excitement on his handsome face slightly destroyed his dignified aura. Mo Qinggu also appeared on Chu Yang's left in a flash of red. Zi Shiqing also appeared on Chu Yang's right in a white robe. 3 people, 1 white, 1 black and 1 red. They flew down at the same time just like that. The man was handsome and elegant while the woman was peerlessly beautiful. It was this moment that was like flying immortals descending from the heavens. Many years later, the soldiers present would still remember this stunning moment in their minds. When I saw the minister and his 2 wives flying down from the airship, I almost suffocated to death. I'll wager it was the most beautiful sight I ever saw in my life. So said one of the generals who was present at the time, many years later. Boss. Big brother. Boss. Qing Wu. Second brother. Ow woo, dog ant. Wahahaha. I'm a dog ant today. The chaotic and unintelligible noises made the onlookers shocked at first, then felt that it was funny. Then, they felt that their eyes were wet. It was an indescribable feeling. It was very real and there was nothing fake about it. Luo Kadi and GMO flew up, Ao Xieyun and Rui Budong flew over, Mo Tianji and Xiadanqiong stood side by side, their lips trembling as they looked ahead. Dong Wushang rudely opened up a path, bringing Mo Lei with him as he dashed forward. But the fastest one was Gu Duxing, who had a sword in his hand. With a flash of sword light, Gu Duxing, who was one with his sword, appeared in front of Chu Yang. Their eyes met and they paused for a moment. Then, the 2 of them hugged each other tightly, then, Dong Wushang pounced over. In the next moment, Luo Kadi and the rest screamed as they threw themselves into the air and then fell down hard. In an instant, the 7 brothers had piled up into a human mountain on the ground. Mo Tianji's eyes flashed and he said with a trembling voice, "Go quickly." Xiadanqiong shouted with a trembling voice. He flew up and landed on the top of the human mountain. Mo Tianji laughed and was the last to jump up. But he was carrying a huge rock that weighed a few thousand pounds in his arms and he threw himself up with it. F***ck, you want to kill me, Mo Tianji, you little bastard, I really don't know how your brain grew. F***ck, you're crushing me to death, Io, you bastard, why aren't you up yet? Suddenly, there was a tsunami of curses. Coupled with the sound of laughter, at this moment, this place was a sea of joy. The brothers messed around for a while. Although they had not seen each other for only 2 years, everyone felt as if they had been separated for 3 lifetimes. They were so excited that they felt as if they were going to explode. While they were hugging and joking around, the brothers used a very covert method to quietly wipe their eyes, and then continued to laugh and joke around. In the end, GMO really couldn't control his emotions that were about to explode. He took the lead and punched Luo Kudi in the face. Luo Kudi shouted and stood up, wanting to fight back. He grabbed GMO, the initiator, and the two of them began to fight. Seeing this scene, he really didn't know whether these two fellows were happy, excited, or just excited. Chu Yang crawled up with his face covered in dirt and shouted, "Brothers!" His voice was a little pretentious and boorish, just like a bandit who had never seen the world. The brothers shouted, "Boss, we're here." Chu Yang shouted, "That bastard! He dares to bully us. What should we do?" "Grab your weapons." Dong Wushang shouted, "Go and chop him up." "Let's go." Chu Yang waved his hand in high spirits. "Everyone grab your weapons and follow boss to chop him up." "Oh, we'll chop him up. Damn it, he's too arrogant. He actually dares to bully my brother. See if I don't beat his dog aunt to death. Chop him up. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Ho ho. I'm going to rape him to death." Rue Badong, who was the last to speak, immediately caused a roar of laughter. Instantly, it was like a market. Phoenix is still the best. Waha. She actually raped Yuan Tianming to death. She's too confident. Do you have that ability? Ao Xian laughed until tears and snot came out. Waha, Rue Badong, go. Let us brothers broaden our horizons and broaden our horizons. The brothers clustered around Rue Badong and egged him on. Rue Badong yelled, "There are women here too. We must take revenge openly. That taste is too strong. Damn it, you bunch of hooligans." At the side, Mutsang Lan was dumbstruck, flabbergasted, and speechless. This was the group of brothers that Xie Kuei had mentioned. At first glance, they did look like 5 people, but why did they talk like a bunch of gangsters? This contrast was too big. You really couldn't judge a book by its cover, but how could he know that no matter which one of these people was, they would definitely be the most powerful bandit in this world? There were absolutely no fakes, and the goods were genuine at a fair price. It was a fair trade. Just as he was surprised, he suddenly heard a voice call out, "Marshal Mu." Mutsang Lan turned around and couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Wuya, it's you?" The person who came was Meng Wuya. Suddenly meeting an old brother that they thought they would never meet again in this life on the battlefield, Mutsang Lan and Meng Wuya were both indescribably excited. Thinking about what happened to each other not long ago, they couldn't help but sigh. The initial excitement didn't die down. Chu Yang and the other brothers fooled around for a long time. Until a very rough voice rang out. "GMO, you bastard! Get out here for me." As soon as these words came out, all the brothers felt as if they were struck by lightning, and immediately became silent. Even a certain bird who claimed to want to kill Yuan Tianjia was no exception. Each and every one of them hid to the side with their tails between their legs, afraid that this tigress would see them and implicate them in this unexpected disaster. Apart from Miss Huyanalbua, who else could have such power and influence? It was really a shout, and the tribulation retreated. Ji Mo's face spasmed and his neck twisted. His face revealed a rather exaggerated and artificial surprise. He was so stiff that he almost thought that he was dreaming. A tall and slender woman with a round waist and a dignified aura walked over. She grabbed Ji Mo's ear and sneered, "I haven't been by your side for the past 2 years. I heard that you've been quite dissolute. It's said that you've even found 8 or 10 concubines. You're very satisfied, huh?" Her mouth was spouting nonsense, and her eyes were already filled with tears. Heavens, earth, these are all rumors. Who is spreading rumors about me? I didn't. How would I dare? GMO cried out. My love for you can only be shown by the heavens. Even if the seas dry up and the rocks crumble, even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, even if my soul scatters, I still won't change. Wrong. I actually wanted to say. What did I want to say? Huyan Aobua almost laughed, but she still grabbed GMO's ear. Don't be so anxious. Come with me. Talk slowly. There is time. I will interrogate you properly. You didn't say that you didn't dare. If you dare. Under the dumbfounded gazes of everyone present, she grabbed GMO's ear and left. Mu Lan, Meng Wuya, and the others who had never seen it before had their eyebrows twitching wildly. Their eyeballs almost flew out of their sockets. If it wasn't for the fact that they had their eye sockets covering their eyes. GMO, this name is really good. Moreover, the wife he found is even better. When these two walk together, it is simply like a cute and lovable bird. It is quite standard. Little brother. A voice called. When Gu Duxing heard this, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He turned his head abruptly and looked at the thin and graceful beauty standing not far from him. He opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, Sister Xiaomiao? It was Gu Miaoling. Gu Miaoling stood alone in the wind. Her voice had a tinge of shyness. Gu Duxing roared like a tiger and rushed over. He held her in his arms and said in a low voice, Sister Xiaomiao. Sister Xiaomiao. Sister Xiaomiao. A satisfied look appeared on Gu Miaoling's face, as well as a girl's unique bashful blush. She said in a low voice, Quickly put me down, you little fool. There are still so many people watching. Gu Duxing let go of her in a daze and nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. Sister Xiaomiao is thin-skinned. I'll hug you when there's no one around. Gu Miaoling immediately covered her face. She was really so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into a hole. This muddle-headed guy who only knows about swords and doesn't know anything else, what is he talking about? Beside them, a series of gloating laughter rang out because of this sentence. Of course, it was Luo Kadi and the others who would watch as long as there was a hot draw. Under Gu Duxing's murderous gaze, Luo Kadi continued to laugh as usual, as if he would rather die than laugh to his heart's content. It was a rare opportunity to mock Gu Duxing. If Luo Kadi let it go so easily, he would feel sorry for himself. He would feel even more sorry for all the beatings he had suffered all these years. Today, he must laugh to his heart's content. At this time, Madame Mei had already met up with Xia Danqiong, and Ao Xieyun's wife and concubines were also with him. Everyone had reunited after a long separation. There were simply endless things to talk about and endless topics to talk about. Mo Qinggu was also chatting with her brother Mo Tianji, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. It was just that after the initial excitement, Mo Tianji's expression was a little anxious. His eyes were also a little wandering, as if he was looking for something that he had been looking forward to for a long time, but he just couldn't find it. Seeing this, Mo Qinggu pouted and stomped her feet repeatedly. Second brother, what's wrong with you today? Are you so happy that you've gone silly? Your own sister is right beside you talking to you, but you're distracted. You really can't let me down. Mo Tianji said hurriedly, yes, this matter really needs to be carefully considered. These words simply did not match the horse's mouth, and even deserved a beating to the extreme. If they really wanted to talk about it according to the conversation, wasn't it extremely annoying? Mo Qinggu looked at her second brother angrily. She simply turned her head and ignored him, returning to Chu Yang's side angrily. Second brother is really too annoying. I've been thinking about him all these years, but I didn't expect him to not think about me at all. I'm so sad. Xie Danqiong's people had already welcomed the people from the flying boat at this time. They had set up a separate camp, and were eagerly receiving the incoming reinforcements. The entire camp was filled with the sound of laughter and the cheerfulness of the space. Even though they were on the battlefield, everyone could clearly feel the excitement in their hearts. This was especially so for the Dream Slayer army. Many of their brothers felt as if they were reunited after a long time. They hugged each other and refused to let go. Right at this moment, Mo Qinggu, who was by Chu Yang's side, suddenly realized that Mo Tianji seemed to have become more energetic all of a sudden. He couldn't help but be startled, secretly following his gaze. At this time, Mo Tianji only had eyes for one person. Obviously, he didn't expect that someone would deliberately observe him. He actually tidied his clothes, stroked his hair, coughed to clear his throat, and checked himself from head to toe. After confirming that there were no problems, he suddenly straightened his back and put on a pretentious pose with a very calm and magnanimous expression. Then, he strode forward. He laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha ha. Miss Lu'er, I knew you would come. It's really been a long time. Miss Lu'er is even more elegant than before. Congratulations." Across from him, there was a pretty girl in white. She was walking down from the flying boat. Her thin and delicate body seemed to be blown away by the wind. Mo Qinggu was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. So that's it? She understood her second brother's thoughts too well. Her second brother's expression had always remained unchanged even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. Even when facing emperors, heavenly emperors, and saint monarchs, Mo Tianji wouldn't pay so much attention to his appearance and even deliberately check himself, but today, he actually showed such a perverted look in front of Chu Lu'er, this silly girl who always goes against me. This was simply intolerable. Even if the uncle could tolerate it, the aunt could not tolerate it. Second brother has betrayed me. Mo Qinggu stomped her feet lightly, looking extremely upset. Don't you know that this little girl often makes things difficult for your sister? Quarrels with me often? Don't you know that she's dead set against me and Chu Yang? She attacks me every day and fights me whenever she has nothing to do. Mo Tianji, you're my brother. You actually betrayed me without a firm stand. What's so good about this little girl? Sensing Mo Qinggu's abnormality, Chu Yang lowered his head in surprise. What's wrong? What's wrong? Mo Qinggu said angrily, look at that Mo Tianji, he's making me so angry. He's really a jerk. Chu Yang looked over and saw Mo Tianji and Chu Lu'er talking politely. He didn't find anything unusual. He wondered, nothing. What are you angry about? Isn't this normal? Mo Qinggu heaved a long sigh of helplessness from the bottom of her heart. She felt even more listless. She leaned into Chu Yang's arms and didn't want to say anything more. At this moment, she suddenly understood how Chu Lu'er felt about her previously. This silly girl actually wants to be my sister-in-law. Is this the jealousy of someone who snatches the person her brother cares about? At the outermost periphery, Great Demon King Tan Tan, who finally appeared in a high profile, was fighting with Rui Budong and Luo Kadi. Of course, it wasn't the kind of fight where they were high up in the air. Instead, it was a vicious brawl on the ground where they were like hooligans. You hugged me, I hugged you. You punched me here and I kicked you there. They fought until their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen, but they were in high spirits. He was beaten until his nose was bleeding, and he was beaten until his heart was broken, yet he was still laughing heartily. He was actually enjoying himself. Tell me, how could this be justified? This made the few excited women sigh in their hearts. The friendship between men is really hard to understand. What is this? If you want to fight, then fight. Can't you fight where there's more meat? You just like to look up. It's as if it's not over until everyone turns into a panda. Can't you just sit down and have a good chat after meeting after a long separation? Reminisce about the feelings of parting? Must you beat them up first, and beat them until their noses are bruised and their faces are swollen to vent your excitement? Otherwise, it's not over. Men are really a strange kind of animals. After a period of bustling, everything finally returned to order. Everything was arranged in an orderly manner. Xie Danqiong's family was reunited. GMO and his wife were reunited. Tan Tan came with his family. Ao Xieyun was surrounded by his wife and concubines. Xie Danqiong had specially arranged several individual tents for these people. So, these lovebirds that had been separated for a long time could go inside and chat. Then, he led the rest of the people into the big tent while chatting and laughing. Xie Danfeng walked in with a pout. Her expression was actually similar to Mo Qinggu's, undisguised unhappiness on her face. Because Xianxia didn't say much before he slipped away with his wife amidst the criticism of valuing women over friends. This made Xia Danfeng, who was inexplicably excited when she saw her brother, feel like a bucket of cold water was poured over her head. On Tantan's side, he was still shouting and fighting with Luo Kadi. She couldn't even find a shoulder to lean on. It would be strange if he was happy. In the end, Tantan, Rui Badong and Luo Kadi all came in with bruises and swollen faces. They sat at the end of the table with panda eyes. Muzong Lan accompanied the guests at the side. In any case, he treated them to a meal first. Since they were guests, this welcome banquet couldn't be skipped. After this meal, Muzong Lan actually felt a lot more at ease. This bunch of people looked crazy just now and didn't have any proper manners. But now, they looked much more pleasing to the eye. Every one of them was refined and courteous, showing the demeanor of a big family. Whether it was in terms of conversation or knowledge, every one of them was extraordinary. This situation made Muzong Lan's heart calm down. What he was most afraid of was that if they were all as crazy as that Mo Tianji, this Mo Yuntian might really disappear from this world. In fact, this was also reasonable. After all of these people were genuine younger brothers of aristocratic families apart from Tantan. And the basic conduct of a younger brother of an aristocratic family had long been imprinted in their bones. So, it was only natural that they would behave appropriately on appropriate occasions. As for Tantan, this guy's kingly demeanor had long been integrated into his body and mind. His every movement was like that of a king. Even though this guy looked ugly, his kingly demeanor was genuine. Even compared to Zhu Tai Budian, Yuan Tianji, and even Shui Leihan, it wasn't inferior at all. And Muzong Lan was extremely sensitive to this demeanor. Naturally, he didn't have the slightest intention of underestimating him. But Muzong Lan also felt something else. Even though everyone was drinking in full swing, the way they looked at him was more or less, "You old man, why aren't you leaving yet? Why are you still so insensible?" It was a kind of meaning similar to this. Muzong Lan could definitely understand this feeling, because he really wanted to leave now. As the saying goes, people have the same thoughts, and their hearts share the same reasoning. Right now, he also wanted to find a quiet place to have a good chat with Meng Wuya, and drink some wine in peace. This kind of feeling was actually shared by everyone. But this old man had to stabilize today's situation first. First, 1 round. This is the most basic etiquette. After 3 rounds of drinking, Muzong Lan stood up. "Everyone, since we've met again after a long time, there must be a lot to talk about. This old man is old, so I'll go back to rest first. Everyone, please forgive me. Wuya, come with me. I have something to ask you." Meng Wuya also stood up as if he had been pardoned. "Okay." The two of them walked out. Just as they walked out of the tent, they heard a boom sound coming from inside. A loud and clear voice shouted, "Waha! Come, let's drink. Luo Kadi, you're not a man if you don't drink until you're buried under the table." Then, he howled like a wolf. "Okay, as long as you drink as much as I drink, there's absolutely no problem. Do you dare? Do you think I'm afraid of a bastard like you? Come, come, come. I'll go first. You drink after me. If I don't drink until you're on your knees today, I'll use my legs to walk from now on." All kinds of noises continued until nighttime. Only then did the brothers finally come to their senses. Then, he sat down on a table. Not a single woman was present, even Mo Qinggu and big sister Zi Shiqing, who belonged to the tribulations, were left in Chu Yang's private tent. Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, GMO, Ao Xieyun, Luo Kadi, Rui Badong and Xia Danqiong. Apart from Mo Qingwu, there was no one missing. Everyone had gathered together. Chu Yang sat at the head of the table while Gu Duxing sat at the second seat. There was no dispute about their seats. It had always been like this. Except for the coincidence that year when Rui Badong succeeded in usurping the throne due to his talent in the Phoenix Nirvana but was quickly taken back by Gu Duxing, these 2 seats had never been changed. However, the fact that Mo Tianji was sitting in the 3rd position had aroused the anger of the crowd. In fact, it seemed that it was inevitable that everyone would attack him. "Hey, who are you? What right do you have to sit there? Who do you think you are? Do you know your place? GMO was the first to speak. His nose was crooked and his eyes were bruised. When he was taken away by Huyan Aobua, his eyes weren't bruised. He must have been beaten up by his woman. Second Master Ji was obviously very dissatisfied with Mo Tianji sitting there. That seat is mine. It was mine in the past and now it's mine. That's true. Our big brother said that we have to arrange the seats based on our abilities. It's fine if no one fights with Second Master Gu for his seat, but what right do you, Mo Tianji, have to sit at the third seat? Luo Kadi yelled. That's true. Dong Wushang frowned. Mo Tianji, don't be so rude. That seat is not yours, right? Rui Budong squinted and asked, you said that Mo Tianji has no right. I don't object to that. But do you have the right to sit there? I think I should sit there. It's just right. Ao Xian snorted. Gu Duxing said coldly, get out. These people had been plotted against by Mo Tianji. So, they had found an appropriate opportunity to explode at this moment. So, how could they not hit him when he was down? Mo Tianji's expression didn't change. He was calm and composed. He pretended to be indifferent as he smiled. Everyone has made gratifying achievements in their respective worlds. This is truly worthy of celebration. Today, as long as someone says I don't want Mo Tianji to sit here, I can guarantee that his achievements will double after he goes back. Once these words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. Once spoken, they must be carried out. There is absolutely no falsehood. As soon as these words came out, the entire room became silent. Everyone was speechless. Even the extremely daring Dong Wushang had subconsciously shrunk his head back. Everyone was well aware of how their achievements came about. If Mo Tianji hadn't set up those desperate hunts that allowed everyone to make breakthroughs in life and death situations one after another, and if their mental states hadn't been tempered, it was likely that everyone's current achievements would only be ordinary. However, no one would want to experience the feeling of being hunted down again, let alone experiencing that feeling again. Even if they dreamed about it in the middle of the night, they wouldn't be able to sleep at night. It was too nightmarish, especially after they had thoroughly angered Mo Tianji. That kind of pursuit back then had already made everyone feel so much pain that they wished they were dead. Do they want to do it again? That was something that only a fool would do. Although there was no lack of fools here, none of them was a real fool. Therefore, GMO instantly changed his stance and took the lead to express his opinion. Actually, you people really don't know how to appreciate favors. You have eyes but can't see a mountain. I think that Mo Tianji sitting in the third position is what everyone wants. It's just right. It's a perfect combination. There's nothing more suitable. Apart from Mo Tianji, who else is as brilliant and elegant as third brother Mo? Luo Kudi. Are you not convinced? If you're not convinced, then come and spar with me. Luo Kudi frowned as if he had a toothache. When did I say that I'm not convinced? GMO, you're such a fickle, despicable, and pretentious villain. GMO said arrogantly, how am I fickle? I'm a staunch supporter of third brother Mo. This point, even if the sea dries up and the rocks rot, my heart will never change. Rui Butong, if you have the guts, then say, I don't want Mo Tianji to sit here. Rui Butong shook his head like a rattledrum. I won't say it. Not only will I not say it, but if anyone dares to say it, I, Rui Butong, will immediately fight them to the death. Actually, only Ao Xiaoyun dares to say such words. He has a dragon's gallbladder, which is definitely bigger than a leopard's gallbladder. It's enough to cover the sky. Bullsh *T. Ao Xiaoyun shouted. Then, he turned to Mo Tianji and said flatteringly, third brother Mo, my support for you can only be demonstrated by the heavens. Everyone knows that. Then, everyone looked at Dong Wushang and said gloatingly, that's true. Other than Dong Wushang, who's not afraid of anything, no one dares to say such words. Dong Wushang stared for a while and said, I definitely have to say these words. But before I came, Layer said that we're all brothers, so why should we fight for those empty titles? If Mo Tianji sits third, then so be it. Everyone knows how strong each other is, and justice is in everyone's hearts. Cough cough, I think Layer's words are very strange. And I don't want to hurt Layer. She told me not to compete with Motng, so I won't fight for it. Everyone laughed in unison when they heard this. This honest man didn't boast easily, but when he did, every word he said was logical and well organized. It was truly impressive. Motng waved his folding fan and turned to ask Gu Duxing, second brother Gu, what do you think? Gu Duxing stared and said, if you have the ability, then come and snatch my second brother? I don't dare. I really don't dare. Motng was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, even if I have the ability, I won't snatch your second brother. Eh? Ha 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 ha. GMO, Luo Kudi, Rue Butong, Ao Xiayun and the others laughed in unison. They directly flipped the table and slapped their thighs and buttocks. They laughed so hard that they almost suffered internal injuries. Gu Duxing and Motng's words really made people's imagination run wild and let their imaginations run wild. You're here to snatch my second brother? Chu Yang was drinking a mouthful of wine. At first, it didn't sound like anything, but after thinking about it, he suddenly spat it out and coughed repeatedly. After all this banter, Motng's position was finally confirmed from today onwards. Third place, just as Motng said, even if he had the ability, he wouldn't snatch the second brother's position from Gu Duxing. This represented the most basic form of respect. Chu Yang and Gu Duxing were the first brothers to know each other. The other brothers were basically pulled in by Gu Duxing. Although Gu Duxing had a cold face, he was very warm-hearted. His contribution to this team was definitely not inferior to anyone else's. Under Motng's threat, the brothers reluctantly acknowledged Motng's position. But the repercussions were even greater. Seeing that Motng effortlessly took the third brother's position, the eyes of the others turned red. Everyone was the same brother. Who didn't want to be at the front? As long as they could get the word brother, it would be very pleasant to hear. Giving in once is already considered as fulfilling our brotherhood. Who dares to snatch the fourth brother's position from me? Dong Wushang roared like a tiger. Unfortunately, the tiger's roar didn't intimidate the others. Instead, it attracted a lot of covetous gazes. What? We don't dare to snatch the first and second brother. Third brother disappeared in the blink of an eye. Why is fourth brother being snatched away now? You can't say that. Humph, humph, humph. Ao Xiaoyan sneered and turned his neck. Heh, heh, heh. Xie Dansheng laughed as if he had some bad intentions. Ha ha ha, Rue Butong rubbed his fists and was eager to give it a try. Roar, roar, roar. Luo Kudi's eyes lit up as he waited for an opportunity to make his move. Heh, heh, heh. GMO laughed strangely. His intentions were not good. What are you laughing at? Who doesn't agree? Come out. Dong Wushang flew into a rage and kicked over the table. This is too much of a bully. Look at Motng. He only said one sentence and he became the third brother. My threat with the dark saber had no effect at all. This is too much of a blow to my self-esteem. Chu Yang looked at the brothers with interest. He didn't have the slightest intention to dissuade them. He even seemed to be fanning the flames and taking pleasure in their misfortune. On the other side, Motng had already issued a reward. Whoever can defeat Dong Wushang, I can guarantee that when we go to war against the heavenly demons, I will give him a vanguard position. Once a promise is made, it can't be taken back. There is no falsehood. Motng had long been recognized as the military advisor by the brothers. All military operations would be arranged by him. The weight of these words was self-evident. In an instant, there was an unprecedented smell of gunpowder. Dong Wushang was already holding the dark saber and striding out of the door. He shouted outside, now, it's not only the title of fourth brother, but also the position of vanguard. Only the winner can get it. Molaire, who had been outside the tent all this while, covered her forehead. My adorable and naive husband. You haven't even gotten anything yet, but you have already become the target of public criticism. Now, won't the others come to find trouble with you? Actually, when they met, Molaire had already determined the general level of this group of people. They were basically about the same level. However, Chu Yang and Gu Duxing were slightly better than the rest. As for the others, GMO and Luo Kudi were slightly weaker, but not by much. They were still at the same level. Mo was really shocked by this reality. She was really shocked. How in the world did these people increase their cultivation? How did they all improve so quickly? She and Dong Wushang had been fighting with their lives on the line and found a way to survive in the face of death. It was only then that they could reach their current level of cultivation. It was really unbelievable. But against Ao Xieyun and Xia Danqiong, Dong Wushang didn't have much of an advantage. As long as he wasn't careful, the tables could be turned. And this was in a one-on-one situation. But if he faced two or more opponents, or if they took turns fighting him, he wouldn't stand a chance at all. Mo had been silently calculating in her heart how she could give Dong Wushang the greatest chance of winning. After all, it was an honor to have a husband and a wife. Having a bunch of people calling her sister-in-law was better than having a bunch of people calling her sister-in-law. But at this time, Dong Wushang challenged a bunch of people alone. That night, the sounds of fighting didn't stop. Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, and the rest watched for a while and fanned the flames. After that, they went into a small tent to discuss other matters. As for the remaining few people, under Gu Duxing's supervision, they were beaten black and blue for the whole night. Dong Wushang's situation was the most miserable. He was covered in injuries and his whole body was almost beaten up. But his results were good. In the end, he won by a small margin. He obtained the position of fourth brother. Among the brothers, only Dong Wushang, the fourth brother, had the hardest time getting it. He only managed to snatch it after being beaten to death. Even so, Ao Xieyun and Xia Danqiong were still a little indignant about this result. Even after they admitted defeat and called him fourth brother, the two of them gritted their teeth and did so. That indignation was practically on the verge of bursting out. Ignoring the fighting outside, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji discussed in the tent. The current situation is like this. Although it's not very pessimistic, we can't be careless. Mo Tianji explained the situation here in detail. Although it was said to be very detailed, it was actually very, very detailed. The details, the many-minute changes, and so on, were simply like a super expert who understood the whole thing clearly. Even if Xia Danqiong, who was involved in this matter, was here now, he would be dumbfounded and admit that he was inferior. Because this kind of information was definitely something that he couldn't produce even if he worked hard to gather it for a lifetime. On the other hand, Mo Tianji had only been here for a few days. Moreover, he had been out of touch with his intelligence department for quite some time. Yet, he was able to come up with such detailed information today. It could be said that he was flawless and flawless. This kind of super strong coordination ability was really dumbfounding. How could they not be convinced? After Chu Yang listened carefully to Mo Tianji's summary, he pondered for a moment. Then, he said in a deep voice, "So, the current situation is that both sides don't want to fight anymore? Only Yuan Tianjia wants to fight?" Chu Yang's question could be said to be sharp and to the point. Mo Tianji pondered over Chu Yang's question for a while before replying, "Perhaps I can't say for sure. Right now, I can only say that the vast majority of soldiers don't want to fight. At least, before the facts are settled, the soldiers don't have the will to fight. Of course, those generals who were loyal to Yuan Tianjia, like Yuqi and the rest, were exceptions. They would still do their best to fight. Because if Yuqi wanted to replace Mutsang Lan and Mo Yuntian, then Mutsang Lan would have to be completely eliminated. She would definitely not allow Mutsang Lan to have a chance to recover. This is the so-called blinded by greed. So, the current situation is that even if Yuan Tianji doesn't want to fight anymore, Yujia will still insist on fighting." Mo Tianji cautiously said, "So, what you said just now is not correct. Neither side wants to continue fighting." Chu Yang pondered and said, "If that's the case, then it's a little difficult. If everyone other than Yuan Tianjia doesn't have the will to fight anymore, then the situation is relatively easy to control. But as long as there are people who insist on fighting, then it's a completely different matter." Mo Tianji nodded and said, "That's true. The leader of the other side is still Yuqi and the rest. They have the final say. Even if the soldiers don't have the will to fight, the other side's military strength, combat power, and strength are still far above ours. If Yuqi is really allowed to fight to her heart's content, then the threat may be even greater than before. After all, Yuan Tianjia's strategy is a very passive and inefficient method. And once Yu commands the army to attack with full force, if they use the method of blood blade of the law enforcement team to supervise the battle, then even if we don't lose, we will definitely have to pay a heavy price. Moreover, most of the soldiers there who have already lost their fighting spirit will become complete sacrificial lambs. Even if they don't die at the hands of our people, they won't be able to escape from the law enforcement butcher's knife of Yuqi and the rest. This is undoubtedly a deadlock. Qi Yang nodded deeply. I think so too. It's really a difficult deadlock to resolve. If they don't understand the truth and don't doubt the truth, then fighting with us and killing them won't have the slightest psychological burden. But now that they have begun to doubt, if we kill them and kill their comrades, then it will be somewhat inexcusable. Mo Tianji said, especially those who used to work with them in the first place. I'm afraid that the guilt in their hearts will be even more intense. If we don't resolve it well, even if we can win this battle in the end, it will have a huge impact on future battles. It will only have a great impact, and many people will even develop inner demons because of it. Qi Yang frowned and pondered. If that's the case, to break the deadlock, there's actually a way. It's simple and immediate. Qi Yang said slowly. How can I not have thought of that? But it's undoubtedly very difficult to realize that method. The chances are very slim. Mo Tianji lightly tapped his forehead with his finger and said softly, because Yuan Tianjia is already seriously injured. Qi Yang nodded. The two of them undoubtedly thought of the same thing. But neither of them said it out loud. They began to think of countermeasures. What if the painting and calligraphy kings go and assassinate him? Mo Tianji frowned and said. This is definitely not advisable. Qi Yang smiled bitterly. The painting and calligraphy kings have a deep hatred for Yuan Tianjia. Once they assassinate him, it'll be a fight to the death. But looking at the current strength, there's more than a 50% chance that the painting and calligraphy kings will die. The other 50% chance is just mutual destruction. I don't agree. Mo Tianji nodded. That's also reasonable. The chances are indeed too slim. Once we fail and alert the enemy, the situation will be even worse. Moreover, once we send someone to assassinate him, if we can't successfully force out Yuan Tianjia's real body, then, I'm afraid that the other party will make a big fuss and arouse the mentality of many people to unite against a common enemy. If the situation returns to the previous situation, then we'll be too passive. Qi Yang said. So, if we want to take action, there's only one chance. There was only one chance. Once everything was done, it would be a great success. If we can't do it that time, the only result will be alerting the enemy. Then, I'm afraid that we'll be left in dark cloud sky for the next few years and fall into a long-term battle. And the people who die on both sides will be our comrades in the heavenly imperial court. Mo Tianji said in a deep voice, more importantly, we obviously can't afford to waste time. Qi Yang nodded in deep agreement. Yuan Tianjia has been in dark cloud sky for many years. There must be a lot of heavenly demon experts around him. And these experts must be very strong. At the very least, they should be at the heavenly man level or above. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they're at the saint level. Mo Tianji said, but now that the battle has reached this stage, other than that Iluoyue confirmed by Commander Mu, not a single heavenly demon expert has shown up. Doesn't this mean one thing? These heavenly demon experts don't have the same concealment skills as Yuan Tianjia. Once they fight with all their strength, their real bodies will be revealed. So Yuan Tianjia won't let them take action if he can. Mo Tianji said solemnly, but from another perspective, this also shows how important Yuan Tianji is to his sensitive identity. If our plan doesn't go well and we can't force him to a dead end, then he won't really be exposed. That's natural. Qi Yang nodded lightly. Now the first problem is that Yuan Tianjia's own strength is really very strong. It's very difficult to deal with him. And on our side, we don't have any experts who can be compared to him. If only the Demon Empress or the East Sovereign were here. As long as one of them takes action, we can easily force him to show his true form with a little cooperation. But with our current strength, no one can do this in terms of individual combat power. If we can't do it in terms of individual combat power, we can't even completely tie him down. Once the situation is bad, he can escape at any time. We can't stop him from deliberately escaping. Mo Tianji said, this is the first problem. Continue. Qu Yang pondered. The second problem is that Xianxia is now under the protection of tens of millions of troops. There are as many experts as there are clouds. We don't have a chance to fight him in a one-on-one battle. If we carry out an assassination, if our assassins can't force him to show his true form in the first moment, other experts will arrive. We have no way to deal with this. Continue. Qu Yang nodded with his eyes closed. The third problem is that the Saint Lord has publicly expressed his full support for Xianxia. The reason is really worth thinking about. Mo Tianji said lightly, there must be some reason that we don't know. If at a critical moment, the Saint Lord expresses his support again, and we can't force Xianxia to show his true form at that time, the consequences will be very serious. It's very likely that all our previous efforts will go down the drain. So, even if there's no way to deal with this, we don't have much time left. Mo Tianji said seriously, we have to guard against this. If the Saint Lord can express his support once, he can help twice. It might even be substantial help. We do need to guard against this. Qu Yang sighed softly. It looks like the situation is going well, but it's just an illusion. An empty pavilion. Mo Tianji said softly, whether it's opposing Mutsong Lan, cursing Mutsong Lan, or opposing the limits of Yuan Tian, or doubting the limits of Yuan Tian, the patience and endurance of the people will not last long. They are easily swayed and changed by external forces. And once they change, it's even easier for them to blindly follow the new trend. This is human nature. If it really comes to a point where things can only move in the opposite direction, it's bound to be defeated. Similarly, there's no way to deal with this. Even if we do everything we can to temporarily maintain the popularity of public opinion, we are ultimately not gods. It's impossible to maintain it for a long time. One day, they will get used to it. Mo Tianji sneered, the adaptability of human beings is too strong. This part is really detestable. This is especially true for us now. Qu Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he admitted that Mo Tianji's analysis of human nature was very reasonable, now was really not the time to analyze human nature. Although Mo Tianji's analysis was focused on the current situation, Qu Yang still felt uncomfortable when he heard it. If even Qu Yang felt uncomfortable when he heard it, then once others heard it, it would really shake the morale of the army. Qu Yang's complexion suddenly became very serious. In an instant, he asked a question with a serious look on his face. Tianji, do you think? Qu Yang considered his words carefully and said slowly, that Lord Saint, could he also be a heavenly demon? Or even? Mo Tianji's eyes widened, say it through telepathy. Qu Yang smiled bitterly, actually, I've been thinking about this for a long time. Why did the heavenly emperor of purple clouds, Zihao, fight against the heavenly demon alone? Why did the 5 guards of the heavenly emperor of purple clouds all die in the saint's jurisdiction? Why did the saint fight with the East Sovereign after that? Why is Yuan Tianming, a heavenly demon, protected by him? If a person can reach the position of the saint, is there really such a foolish person? Qu Yang frowned and asked. Mo Tianji frowned and thought with difficulty. It was indeed difficult for him to think about this question. Because Qu Yang's words were truly earth-shattering. Although Mo Tianji had some guesses in his heart before, he had a habit of not saying anything unless he was certain. He was left to fumble and calculate by himself. Mo Tianji was caught unprepared by Qu Yang's sudden and earth-shattering question. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. Furthermore, Mo Tianji understood that the reason why Qu Yang suddenly brought up this sensitive issue was because he wanted him to stand on the opposing side and analyze, argue, and prove that the Saint Monarch was not a heavenly demon. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty by a lot. I think. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Mo Tianji's forehead. He unconsciously reached out his hand to wipe them and said, Saint Monarch, shouldn't be. Heavenly demon, shouldn't be. These words could be said with great reluctance. Qu Yang was very dissatisfied. Where's the evidence? Mo Tianji rolled his eyes and almost scolded, you say that he's an extraterrestrial demon, but where's your proof? Isn't this making things difficult for me? But of course, he could not say this out loud. If he really said it out loud, Mo Tianji did not doubt that Chu Yang would beat him up on the spot, because now was definitely not the time to bicker. Chu Yang looked at Mo Tianji. Where's the evidence? Chu Yang asked again very seriously. Chu Yang knew that Mo Tianji was such a person. Some things needed to be forced to find out. Then, even if there was no reason, Mo Tianji could find a reason. The famous saying of stirring up trouble without reason was carried forward by people like Mo Tianji, and now, for the time being, Chu Yang needed such a reason, even if there was no life. Even if it was undeniable. Even if it was just a guess, even if it was possible. Mo Tianji frowned as he heard this. He pondered with great difficulty. In fact, ever since Mo Tianji knew that Saint Monarch was not an extraterrestrial demon, he had been suspicious of Saint Monarch's identity. As a qualified strategist, he had to think carefully. No matter how absurd the possibility was, he could not let it go. But Saint Monarch, the number one person in the Heaven Imperial Court, if even he was suspicious, if even this number one person could be an extraterrestrial demon, then what hope did the Heaven Imperial Court have? Although Mo Tianji knew that Saint Monarch was suspicious, he still forced himself to let go of this clue. This was also the main reason why the previous rumors did not suspect that Saint Monarch was an extraterrestrial demon. That was a forbidden area that could not be doubted, but at this moment, Chu Yang was clearly questioning this forbidden area. After a long time, Mo Tianji said, if you must say, then there are a few things that can prove that Saint Monarch is not an extraterrestrial demon. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Say it? In fact, Chu Yang did not want Saint Monarch to be an extraterrestrial demon. He would rather believe that Saint Monarch was blinded by some external force or because of some special factors. Even if he was blinded by greed, he would still be more honest than Saint Monarch. It was good that he was transformed from an extraterrestrial demon. The first reason is very simple and very objective. Saint Monarch was recognized as the number one expert in the Heavenly Imperial Palace. He was in charge of the Heavenly Imperial Palace not because he was highly respected and virtuous, but because his martial strength was the absolute number one at the peak. No one could compare to him. No one below Di Ho was his opponent. That was why he occupied the position of Saint Monarch. If he was really an extraterrestrial demon at that time, he could have killed all of Di Ho and destroyed the most elite of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Even if he was not strong enough and could not kill all of them, he could still find an excuse to say that he had failed once or twice. It would not be a big deal. After all, Di Ho was just a few top experts and not the king who had the power to rule over a region today. Because that was a battle of life and death. If that was the case, the Heavenly Imperial Palace would have lost a lot of power. Saint Monarch did not do so and helped Di Ho today. This is the first reason. As Mo Tianji spoke, he slowly organized his thoughts and chose his words carefully. Chu Yang nodded silently. The second point is that the 10 heavens and earth of this Heaven Imperial Court were actually personally created by the Saint Monarch. This is truly a huge supernatural power that reaches the heavens. Furthermore, other than the extreme heaven, each of the 10 heavens and earth has a small territory that is ingeniously connected. Of course, excluding the two opposing heavens and earth. The location of the connection is very strange. It is adjacent to the purple cloud heavens. Mo Tianji took out a map and pointed out these few locations on the map. Chu Yang looked at it seriously and his face became a little doubtful. This can completely explain, when Saint Monarch divided the 10 heavens and earth, his real purpose was to regulate the Heavenly Imperial Palace and have their own strict rules and regulations. Another obvious reason was, to guard against the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons. Mo Tianji pondered and said, this is a very outstanding defensive formation. Even if I personally arranged it, it would not be as good as this. The Heavenly Imperial Palace is really too big. It is impossible to completely unify it. Chu Yang looked carefully and said, that's not necessarily the case. If the extraterrestrial demons were to invade, this would indeed be the best and fastest route for the various heavens to send out their troops. However, if the extraterrestrial demons were to really make a move and invade the various heavens, wouldn't this route also be the most convenient one? It is hard to say who is truly convenient by doing this. Mo Tianji smiled and said, "Boss, you're too stubborn in believing that there's something wrong with the saint. This line of thinking is too biased. Back then, the extraterrestrial demons paid such a huge price just to deal with purple cloud heavens. They could not move for 1,000,000 years. Where did they get the strength to deal with the 10 heavens and earth at the same time? If they did not divide their troops, the extraterrestrial demons could still be considered a serious problem. But if they attacked separately, the extraterrestrial demons would become clowns. How could they withstand a single blow?" Mo Tianji snorted. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Chu Yang's nitpicking. If he did not have sufficient evidence, why would he bring it up? There is one more point, and it is also the most important point. Since Saint Monarch took over, except for the purple cloud heavens incident, the overall strength of the heavenly imperial palace, including the population and the number of experts, has increased by more than 10 times compared to 1,000,000 years ago. Whether it is the increase in wealth, manpower, or the cultivation of experts, Mo Tianji said, all of them are real military strength. From this point, Saint Monarch has really made a great contribution to the heavenly imperial palace. Chu Yang racked his brains to find a loophole but realized that he really could not refute it. He could not help but feel depressed and said, "According to your analysis, Saint Monarch is actually a very good person? At least, he is a great contributor to the heavenly imperial palace. But, if that is the case, why did the purple cloud heavens fight alone? But now, he was helping Yuan Tianji so much, what was going on? This does not make sense. If Saint Monarch is a good person who thinks wholeheartedly for the heavenly imperial palace, then, are the purple cloud heavenly emperor Zi Hao and Dong Huangshui Leihan bad guys?" Chu Yang shook his head hard. "Although they did not interact much, I think that these two emperors are definitely not despicable people. They also do not have any connection with the extraterrestrial demons. There is no room for doubt about this." Mo Tianji said seriously, "Although I am sure that Saint Monarch has made great contributions to the heavenly imperial palace and is indeed a contributor to the heavenly imperial palace, I definitely did not say that. Saint Monarch is a good person." Mo Tianji revealed a mocking smile and said, "Since ancient times, those who can ascend to such a high position, even the ruler of a country in the lower 3 heavens, are not good people. A contributor and a good person are two completely different concepts, right? Perhaps the heavenly emperor of purple clouds, Zi Hao, is a good person deep down." Mo Tianji sighed softly, "Therefore, even though he has already become a heavenly emperor, it is inevitable that he will die an unnatural death." Chu Yang was silent. After a long time, he suddenly asked seriously, "Tianji, are you a good person?" Mo Tianji was furious. What do you mean by that? Are you mocking me?" Chu Yang laughed. "Actually, in our land, other than Qing Wu and Miss Lu there is not a single good person. Who dares to say that they are good people? Who dares?" Mo Tianji's words were obviously a little angry. Chu Yang sighed deeply and said softly, "How can there be a good person in the martial world? Even for people like us, we have already caused the destruction of countless families. The sins under our hands have long accumulated. The bones under our feet have long piled up into mountains. As long as we can ask for a clear conscience, it's fine." Chu Yang sighed. Mo Tianji's words made Chu Yang sigh inexplicably. Mo Tianji was silent for a long time. Then, he changed the topic and said, "Saint Monarch may have done many wrong things in the past. But, I think that he must have his own reasons for doing so. It may not be a reason to meet people, but there must be a reason. If the supreme ruler of a generation is really the incarnation of the heavenly demon, then this heavenly imperial court may have long ceased to exist, or it may have long become the territory of the heavenly demon." Mo Tianji said, "This is my strongest reason." Chu Yang could only nod. Mo Tianji's reason was undoubtedly strong, unquestionable, and unshakable. Since this was the case, then the matter of why he protected Yuan Tianjia and the purple cloud's heavens could be temporarily put aside. The biggest rock in his heart was removed first. Since we have reached a consensus on this point, then our most important goal now is to start planning to kill Yuan Tianjia. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "What I'm most afraid of isn't Yuan Tianjia, but if Saint Monarch is really a heavenly demon after we defeat Yuan Tianjia, then we'll have destroyed the long-term plan that the heavenly demon's side has deployed for who knows how many years. If this causes the other side to counterattack, then with our current strength, we won't have any leeway to resist. We'll definitely die. We still need some time to grow. Yang smiled helplessly. Mo Tianji sighed and said helplessly, that is indeed the case. If the Saint Monarch is really the incarnation of the heavenly devil, then we really can't withstand the powerful counterattack after killing Yuan Tianji. Yang made the final decision and said, but now, let's just take it that this concern has been dispelled, let's kill Yuan Tianji first. Kill him, what Yang said was kill, the next step of the plan was to kill them. Getting rid of Yuan Tianji was different from misleading, exposing, and subverting him. It was difficult to rely on external forces, and one or a few of them had to do it personally. Considering Yuan Tianji's own strength and his own abilities, how could it be easy to get rid of him? This was undoubtedly an extremely difficult problem, but as Tribulation's strategist, he had to face it head-on. Mo Tianji didn't say anything more. Instead, he sank into a long period of contemplation. Forcing Yuan Tianji to reveal his true form under the current circumstances was already a problem that was harder than ascending to the heavens. And after forcing him to reveal his true form, he would no longer have any scruples and would become even more terrifying. If they wanted to kill him, the difficulty would increase by more than double. Under the protection of tens of millions of soldiers, experts were as numerous as clouds, and their trump cards were probably still far from being used up. Yuan Tianji's own strength was also a super expert that far exceeded theirs. Furthermore, considering Yuan Tianji's special identity, he wouldn't casually enter the battlefield. How to get rid of him? In an instant, Mo Tianji's mind had already gone through at least 30 or 40 plans. But every one of them was inferred from the opposite direction, and because of various factors, flaws, and reasons, they all failed to work. Yang quietly walked out. Only Mo Tianji was left alone in the tent, deep in thought. This was Mo Tianji's specialty. Even Yang couldn't interfere. If he hastily interfered, it would only disturb Mo Tianji's train of thought. There was no benefit to it. Speaking of which, Minister Chu didn't feel any pressure at all. He didn't even think about whether or not it was easy to kill Yuan Tianji, or how to kill him. He only felt that his entire body was relaxed and comfortable, and it was rare for him to feel comfortable. In the time that Mo Tianji wasn't by his side, he had to do all these brainstorming things himself. Now that this guy was finally by his side, of course, he had to hand over all these things to him. Wouldn't it be more refreshing to drink wine and brag on his own? Of course, Yang made this choice because he believed that Mo Tianji would definitely have a way. He definitely would. Outside, it was still in full swing. The brothers had just met and were fighting to their heart's content. It was like a raging fire, and it was hard to tell who was the winner. Right now, there were two pairs of people fighting each other. Ao Xieyun and Rui Budong were wrestling and rolling around on the ground, while GMO and Luo Kadi were fighting each other. Both sides had already turned into two pig-headed people with panda eyes. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were watching the fight from the side with their hands behind their backs. Xie Danqiong didn't have an opponent for the time being. Having no opponent meant that he didn't have a ranking. His face was gloomy. With two bangs, Ao Xieyun kicked Rui Butong's stomach fiercely. At the same time, Rui Butong also punched his chest heavily. The two of them rolled to the sides at the same time like rolling gourds. Then, they stood up and wrestled again. Then, with a plop, they rolled on the ground and rolled around again. This scene definitely didn't look like a fight between two saint-level experts. It looked more like two hooligans fighting to the death for half a tael of silver. If other saint-level experts were to see this scene, they would definitely be ashamed to call themselves saint-level experts. At the very least, these brothers in front of them would all be removed from the list of saints. Not only did saint-level experts have high cultivation, they also had to have a certain level of moral integrity. Did these people in front of them even have any moral integrity? What's the situation now? Who's first and who's last? Chu Yang's mouth twitched as he asked. Gu Duxing number 4 has already appeared. Look, it's this guy. He's the one who's at the top. Gu Duxing pursed his lips in Dong Wushang's direction and said, as for number 5 and the subsequent rankings, they're still in the process of being produced. Cough cough cough. Chu Yang coughed violently a few times. He looked at the few people on the ground whose faces were almost indistinguishable. Everyone's faces were swollen like a pig's head. They had panda eyes and were covered in gray clothes whose original color and texture couldn't be seen. He subconsciously swallowed his saliva and said, "It seems a little tragic." Gu Duxing pursed his lips. "Boss, you're wrong today. These guys are very restrained. Don't look at how they're beaten up. In fact, none of them are injured. Not even the slightest bit of internal injuries. What kind of result can they achieve by fighting like this? If they really fought with their lives on the line, it would be more like it." Dong Wushang's wave just now was the real deal. Dong Wushang cracked open his bruised lips and snorted. "I don't care about them. It's fine as long as they call me Big Brother. What's a little injury? Noodles, that's noodles." Chu Yang was surprised. This guy's requirements were really low. But at least his words made sense. As the saying goes, if you're not in charge, you don't know the cost of firewood and rice. How could a certain king of hell who was used to being the boss understand the thoughts of his brothers? This round went on for an entire night. Finally, the outcome was decided. Xiedan Xiong, who had been unhappy earlier, was waiting at ease for the exhausted ones. When the four of them were exhausted from fighting, he took advantage of their precarious state to issue a challenge. 1 against 4, the result was very obvious, complete victory, and so, a certain someone who was farsighted, cunning, and took advantage of others' precarious state was ranked 5th. Ao Xieyun was ranked 1st. Jimo's sneak attack succeeded and he was ranked 7th. Luo Kadi was ranked 8th. Rui Budong was the most aggrieved. After being sneak attacked by GMO, he was hit by Luo Kadi when he was down. Finally, Xiedan Xiong took advantage of his precarious state. Tragically, he was ranked last. He gritted his teeth in indignation. But since the boss had already made the decision, he could only follow the order. The pitiful Rui Budong was truly reduced to being the youngest from now on. In the days that followed, he constantly heard shouting and wrangling. "Youngest! Pour a cup of tea for me. Little brother, you better stand properly. Listen to your 7th brother's lecture. Listen to your big brother's golden rule. Youngest, come over for a while. I have something to talk to you about." But no matter what, the rankings of the brothers were officially set from today onwards. It was no longer as messy as before. In the past, it always gave people a muddle-headed and annoying feeling, but from now on, everyone finally stopped randomly adding names to themselves. Because, there would definitely be people who would object. And since they were adding names to the big ones. Unfortunately, the big ones couldn't be offended. They really couldn't beat them. Motianji heaved a sigh of relief and slowly walked out. Seeing his expression, Chu Yang was relieved. Judging from his expression, he must have thought of a solution. A think tank wouldn't be a think tank. Everyone had their own specialties. In the future, such work would all be handed over to someone else. The strength that we have now is still not enough. Motianji pointed at Dong Wushang, Gu Duxing and the others with some disappointment. This bunch of people's progress is really too slow. When they went to the imperial court, all of them were already at the earth level. Until now, it took them more than 2 years to reach this level. They obviously had such a good opportunity and such a good cultivation environment, but they only have this little bit of cultivation. How shameful. With the manpower we have here, even if we all join forces against the enemy, I'm afraid we still won't be a match for that guy Xianxia. This is the biggest problem right now. Progress is too slow. It took them 2 whole years to reach the saint level from the earth level. His words were not an exaggeration. It took him a long time to calm down. He felt so conflicted that he almost fainted again. The two of them were having a conversation just now. They were reminiscing about their parting. However, these tents weren't soundproof. Moreover, their cultivations were high. Moreover, Chu Yang's side didn't deliberately set up a soundproof barrier. Therefore, the two of them were very clear about what was going on here. Seeing these guys fighting like hooligans, the two of them could only pretend that they did not hear anything. What else could they do? If they did not want to be with them, they could only pretend that they did not know. But, what Motianji had just said was really too shocking. No matter how much they pretended that they did not hear or know, they could not. You motherf***cur, in just 2 years, you went from Earth level to Saint level and you still think that it is too slow. How could you even think of saying that? How can you motherf***cur say this? Are you not afraid of being beaten to death by those Saint-level martial artists in the Heaven Imperial Court? You actually said 2 whole years, only. You've improved to such a level. Especially the words only and only, it made Muzan Lan and Meng Wuyu want to bang their heads against the wall. You've only used 2 years to cross so many levels, and you still think it's too slow? Then, shouldn't we, who have waited hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years to reach this level, kill ourselves early so that we won't become a laughingstock? Motherf***cur. Mu Shui swore, which was a rare sight. He muttered, in just 2 years, they have already reached this level. Even if there are many opportunities, it is still unprecedented. And you still think that it is too slow. If these guys were really given 2 million years, wouldn't they be able to blow away the Heaven Imperial Court with just a breath? My current mood can only be summed up in one word, motherf***cur. Meng Wuyu could only smile bitterly because he also thought the same. Muzan Lan and Meng Wuyu definitely didn't know just how wise and far-sighted they were right now. It seemed that after a long time, Chu Yang and his brother's achievements had really reached such a realm. Moreover, they were still gradually surpassing it. Gradually increasing. Gradually leaping. How did such evildoers, and a group of evildoers at that? For such a person to appear once in a few million years, it was already a legend. Now, a bunch of them had appeared at once. A bunch of legends? A bunch of legends? Muzan Lan frowned and said, the most ridiculous thing is that these people are all gathered together and working together? This was really surprising. As long as time passes, what power in the world will be able to contend against them? Meng Wuyu smiled bitterly. Actually, I'm also wondering about this. Muzan Lan suddenly laughed bitterly. Just listening to their conversation is enough to kill me. At this moment, Mo Tianji was lecturing them, none of you are working hard. Look at your pitiful cultivation, what can you do? If others see you, they will laugh at you to death. Everyone lowered their heads in shame and admitted their mistakes. Yes, we really didn't work hard enough. We're ashamed, what a pitiful cultivation base. Muzan Lan's face revealed a constipated expression. He closed his eyes tightly and waved his hand, activating a soundproof barrier. Did you hear that? Did you hear what the novel said? Also, what did those guys say? I'm ashamed. What a joke. I have a million years of self-control, but I really can't listen to it anymore. You guys are already like this, and you still don't work hard. Then what does it mean to work hard? You guys are already like this, and you still want to feel ashamed. You still want to laugh? Tell me, do you still want to give others a way out? Meng Wuyu's face was also tangled. These people are really daring. That Chu Yang, with an ant's cultivation base, dared to kill Yuan Shu Tuesday. That Xianxia, with an ant's cultivation base, dared to raise a flag and rebel. The way these people do things cannot be judged by common sense. Let's pretend we didn't hear it. Sigh. The two of them looked at each other and let out a long sigh. They both had a speechless feeling of we're old. If our cultivation base is not enough, then we will improve it further. Chu Yang's face revealed a thoughtful expression. Then, he clapped his hands and said, since the general direction has been decided, then come everyone, I have something good to share with everyone. Mo Tianji's eyes lit up. Could it be that boss has something good to improve cultivation base again? But everyone's cultivation base had already reached this level. Although the heavy pill had a great effect and had a certain effect on improving cultivation base, it really didn't have much meaning to everyone at the moment. Moreover, the real miraculous effect of that thing was that it could instantly heal injuries and strengthen one's foundation. It was also a good thing. Purely using it to improve one's cultivation base was really not worth the loss. The brothers didn't have Mo Tianji's brain. In an instant, they had already made 180 turns and jumped up nimbly. Even the previously dejected Rui Budong suddenly became lively and full of energy. Everyone knew that since boss said it was something good, then it must be a super good thing that was hard to find in elegant heavenly palace. It must be of great use. Chu Yang's target was the netherworld fruit, the remaining fruits were just enough for 3 people. As for the others, he had already used them for other purposes. Chu Yang had also hardened his heart and simply made all of these treasures in one go. They could not afford to lose this battle. As for the heaven-earth mystery yellow fruit, it was a pity. Although there were still a lot of it, because the brothers had already used it once in the Chong-Tian continent, even though the 13 of them had used it together, it still didn't have any effect. Now that they had used it repeatedly, other than strengthening one's foundation, there was no other effect. This point made Chu Yang moan and groan. It wasn't easy for him and the brothers to reach the level where each of them could use one, but it didn't have any effect. This really made people speechless. But being able to strengthen one's foundation was also quite effective. Therefore, this time everyone took one heaven-earth arcane yellow fruit each. The latter half of the night passed quietly in the cultivation area. The only thing that made Chu Yang feel surprised was that although the battle here was in full swing, Tan Tan, who always liked to be lively, actually didn't come to participate. This didn't seem to be in line with his temperament. In the morning of the second day, when Mutsung Lan and the rest gathered in the tent, they were very surprised to find that they had not received any news from these people for a short period of time. In such a short period of time, it was as if they had been reborn. The most ridiculous thing was that everyone's cultivation had obviously soared by a lot, everyone's body was full of energy, and there was a faint divine light. Obviously, the improvement this time was not small. So much so that a few of them had already broken through their bottlenecks, and started to advance towards the high-level saint level. And they had already walked a considerable distance. Mutsung Lan and the others were fiercely shocked by this reality. What was going on here? It had only been one night. They had clearly only heard them fighting the entire night. How did they suddenly improve so much? This was too unimaginable, too shocking, too inconceivable, too incomprehensible, right? If they all rushed forward at such a speed, wouldn't they be able to catch up to me in a few days? Mutsung Lan was obviously thinking too much and was a little whimsical. If it weren't for Chu Yang's large amount of heavenly treasures, it wouldn't have been able to create such a shocking effect. And after this time, it was basically all used up. The road from now on could only rely on one's own efforts and luck. Mo Tianji sat in the middle and said softly, experts of saint level and above can stay. The rest can go and patrol the defense of the army, and prevent any sneak attacks from the enemy. This sentence made the crowd in the big tent shrink by a large amount. There were only a total of 40 to 50 people left. Brother Jia, Mo Qinggu, Zi Xieching, Tan Tan, Chu Lu Mo Lei the painting and calligraphy kings, the 2 great guards of Demon Emperor Tian, all saint-level experts. Even Yao Taiyao and Yao Ningning were chased out. Other than them, there were Mutsung Lan, Meng Wuya, and the other experts who were originally part of Mo Yuntian's army, as well as Xia Danxiong's Heavenly Armament Pavilion experts. This group of people made up 25 people. There were a total of 40 people present. Of course, there was also a hidden expert. That was the trump card that Chu Yang and Mo Tianji had agreed on, the divine spirit of calamity. Today, we have to decide on a huge strategy, and that is to force out Yuan Tianjia's heavenly demon real body and completely kill him here. Mo Tianji's first words had given everyone a fright. Although the rebellion was already an indisputable fact, and there was no turning back, everyone also dreamed of killing Yuan Tianjia. However, everyone knew in their hearts that at most, they could only drive him away. It was really very difficult to truly kill him. But now, this ruthless person from the Tianji Intelligence Department actually directly said to kill him. There was no pretense at all. It was just that in the current situation, surrounded by tens of millions of enemy troops, how could they completely kill Yuan Tianjia? This problem was so difficult that it was almost impossible to solve. The attack of public opinion outside has basically reached its peak. It's meaningless to forcefully increase the attack. Mo Tianji was silent for a while and said, the so-called public opinion can only cause so much effect. Although most of the ordinary soldiers in the enemy army have started to waver, the higher-ups still have the power. So, it's not to the point where a mutiny can happen. So, the battle between the 2 armies still has to continue. So, there's no need to have any wishful thinking. This is still a tough battle. From today onwards, we will begin our counterattack. Mo Tianji looked at Xianxia and Mutsang Lan. His eyes were sharp. Your mission is to restrain the majority of the enemy's forces. Mutsang Lan and Xianxia's faces turned serious. Restrain the majority of the enemy's forces. This would undoubtedly be a huge price to pay. This sentence meant that millions of lives, or even more, would be lost because of it. They were already at a disadvantage. If they had to take the initiative to attack and restrain the majority of the enemy's forces, they would have to mobilize all their forces. My men and the fresh troops that Chu Yang and I brought can all be under your command. However, the two of you cannot personally command the battle. You can do it today, but not tomorrow or the day after. You have to cooperate with us and force Yuan Tianjie out. Mo Tianji said calmly, I think General Meng should be able to take on this heavy responsibility. Meng Wuya stepped forward. I will not disappoint you. Today, I do not want to see any signs of the battle stopping. We must suppress the enemy until they are exhausted in 2 days and 1 night. This is a death order. We must carry it out to the end. Even if everyone dies, we must continue to carry it out. Mo Tianji said word by word. As he spoke, an abnormally strong smell of blood began to spread in the air. From this day onwards, the battle situation that had changed several times had undergone a fundamental change. In terms of strength, Mutsang Lan's side was originally at an absolute disadvantage, and could even be said to be at an absolute disadvantage. Even with the arrival of Chu Yang's powerful reinforcements, even if it was not a drop in the bucket, it was still not much of a hindrance to the overall situation and could not affect the situation at all. They were still at a disadvantage. At most, they were no longer at a dead end. But during this period of time, the real factor that changed the battle situation was that Mutsang Lan's side originally had no fighting spirit. But now, the enemy was filled with doubts and apprehensions. No matter whether it was the soldiers or the generals, they no longer had the will to fight. In this way, Mutsang Lan's side's absolute disadvantage was evened out. Although this was only a temporary phenomenon and was even an illusion built on top of an illusion, the current situation was like this. Now, while Yu Qi's side was worrying about how to mobilize the soldiers and motivate them to fight, Mutsang Lan's side suddenly took the initiative to attack. Moreover, it was an omnidirectional, indiscriminate, unrestrained, and irregular attack. Facing this situation, Yu Qi and Yuan Tianji were both overjoyed at the unexpected good news. No matter what was wrong with the other party, or perhaps because he thought that reinforcements had arrived, he actually took the initiative to attack. However, Yuan Tianjie didn't care about this at all, because it wasn't important at all. Even if a certain amount of reinforcements came, how many people could there be with just those few flying boats? Even if they were fully loaded with soldiers, how many people could there be? Thus, he immediately ordered Yu Qi, fight with all your might. Yu Lai naturally did not dare to be negligent in this regard. Different situations call for different actions. Although there were quite a number of generals who were unwilling to go to war and still harbored such thoughts in their hearts, there were still a large number of generals under Yu Hyo's command that could be mobilized. These people had been fighting against the Mutsang Lan group for many years. They were Yu Qi's direct subordinates and had always been at a disadvantage when fighting against the Mutsang Lan group. Now that they had a rare opportunity to hold their heads high, all of them were full of fighting spirit. As a result, an unprecedentedly fiery battle unfolded like a raging fire. Mutsang Lan attacked even more powerfully. He appeared in the sky and directly challenged Iluoyue. How could Iluoyue be willing to back down in this battle? She immediately met the challenge. Furthermore, if someone like Mutsang Lan who could single-handedly change the outcome of a battle joined the battle, it definitely wouldn't be a good thing. Iluoyue did not hesitate at all. She stepped forward bravely and met Mutsang Lan in the sky. On the ground, under Xianxia's precise command, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's army attacked from all directions in multiple batches like a surging tide. At the highest point, Mo Tianji was sitting on a chair. He gently fanned himself as he slowly observed the battlefield below. Of course, the main focus of his attention was on Yuan Tianji's monarch's camp. Without making a sound, his divine sense had already quietly penetrated into it. Under normal circumstances, under such a great battle atmosphere, the soldiers in the rear camp who didn't participate in the battle should be hot-blooded and eager to fight. However, right now, a large portion of the soldiers on Yuan Tianjia's side who didn't participate in the battle were actually at a loss. They were even bored to death. This portion wasn't a small portion. In fact, it was a very, very large portion. While the battle at the front was in full swing, the shouts of battle shook the heavens and were deafening. However, many soldiers on the other side only raised their heads indifferently and returned to their daydreaming state. It wasn't just the soldiers. Even many of the commanders were distraught like this. There were also some people who gathered together to discuss something, and plan something. No matter what happened outside, they would remain unmoved. Mo Tianji's expression was unusually calm as he watched all of this unfold. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation. He softly ordered, "Let the public opinion on Mutsong Land's side increase. Then, deliberately create a wave of crazy public opinion." He heavily said, "Complete this within a day." Someone behind him respectfully replied, "Yes." Immediately, that person took out the Tianji Intelligence Department's special communication tool from his spatial ring and solemnly sent out the boss's order. Then, he added a special order symbol at the end of the order. This was the first special order that the boss had sent out, a special order that had never been used before. Immediately, the Tianji Intelligence Department in Moyuntian began to work frantically. This was the first time that the boss had sent out a special order. If they didn't execute it properly, there would be big trouble. Without mentioning anything else, the lowest punishment would be immediate expulsion. Then, where would they find such a good job with such a high salary and no risk? The battle continued. Others might not have calculated the exact number of casualties, but Mo Tianji's mind was constantly calculating the number of people on each side. The 8 sides are fighting together. The total number of battles has reached 10. And, it's only noon. Before sunset, charge for 300 battles. Mo Tianji lightly said, "Then, fight through the night. The next day, continue fighting like this. Make sure that all the people participating in the battle are exhausted." This order was immediately passed down. Even Xianxia, who had been waiting at the side, couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. In the eyes of outsiders, this intense battle was under the command of Xianxia. But in reality, every time they sent out troops, how they fought, what path they took, what tactics they used, they all came from Mo Tianji's hands. This was truly a large-scale battle of attrition. With only 1/10 of the enemy's forces, they were able to create an unimaginably endless tide of attacks. Yu Qi, who clearly had the absolute advantage in terms of military strength, gradually began to feel as if he couldn't cope. The enemy's attacks were endless and strange. Their attack routes were strange and unpredictable. They completely violated the conventional battle routes. Yu Qi, who was calm and orderly at the beginning, gradually became a little flustered. After a while, he actually became overwhelmed. Then, when night fell, a numb feeling came from his brain. It seemed to be accompanied by waves of pain. Who was the commander of the enemy? Yu Qi's hair stood up in anger. He felt an unbearable pain. It's definitely not Mutsong Lan or Xianxia. Mother asterisk Ker, is this person crazy? He can actually come up with so many tricks. The generals under his command also frowned and were at a loss of what to do. They couldn't help but admit that the commander of the enemy's army was truly a genius. Even though they were on opposing sides, they couldn't help but admire him, but other than being a genius, he was also a madman. A complete madman. The methods he used were really too crazy. Everyone agreed on one thing. A normal commander would definitely not make the series of decisions he made today. So, this was definitely a madman. Complete and utter insanity that can't be cured. No matter how ingenious and cunning your methods were, the soldiers' stamina would inevitably be depleted if they continued to attack crazily without stopping. Yu Qi's side, from the initial stalemate to the end, was naturally exhausted. But, the soldiers of Heavenly Armament Pavilion were more than twice as tired as the people here. There was absolutely no way they could relax at all. They attacked without pause and without rest, but they were definitely not trying to break out of the encirclement. It was just a simple battle of formations. Even if you were a peerless genius and knew how to use ingenious strategies, the end result would still be death. It was because of this that Yu Heng was so furious. You guys are clearly people who are about to die. Why are you still fighting with your lives on the line? Can't you just wait for death? We still have a lot of glory and wealth to enjoy. Who has the strength to fight with you guys to the death? While commanding, Mo Tianji also paid attention to the dense clouds in the sky. There was one cloud. Although it didn't look different from the other clouds, it didn't move much. If one didn't notice it in a short period of time, one would be able to see its uniqueness after observing it for a long time. Since the direction was set, Mo Tianji didn't pay too much attention. He only occasionally raised his neck and twisted it as if he was exercising. Mo Tianji was already sure that the cloud was different from the other clouds. It was Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun's soul power. Mo Tianji's cold eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Going back to my hometown. I came back early to write the second chapter. If I'm late, I'll do it tomorrow. High up in the sky where Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun Xianxia's primordial spirit had transformed into a cloud, there was an equally strange cloud. It was drifting silently and occasionally, it would completely disperse and then gather again. Its shape was ever-changing, and it was really no different from an ordinary cloud. The acting skills of this cloud were undoubtedly much better than Xianxia's. That was the tribulation divine spirit that had transformed into a cloud to monitor Xianxia's movements from a close distance. It was even secretly absorbing Xianxia's divine spirit energy. Xianxia's true cultivation was not below Donghuang Shuelehan's. Although the tribulation divine spirit had a slight breakthrough recently, it was still far from Xianxia's. However, purely in terms of the usage of soul energy, the difference between the two was reversed. Xianxia was far inferior to the tribulation divine spirit. The tribulation divine spirit itself was a soul, and what it cultivated was also a soul body. It specialized in only one aspect, while Xianxia's divine spirit was inseparable from the physical body. This was the fundamental difference between a living soul and a dead soul. When Xianxia saw that Muzong Lan had taken the initiative to challenge him, and that the battle was so intense, he thought that he had succeeded and began to wantonly absorb the soul energy of this world. But what he never imagined was that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Above him, there was another expert wantonly absorbing his soul energy. Xianxia didn't know the truth and was still puzzled. Why didn't Muzong Lan and the rest send out those experts today to create a storm to disrupt my absorption of the soul energy? Could it be that they are seriously lacking in manpower and have deployed all of them to the front? That's great, so many people have died below, and the soul energy here is incomparably huge. It's enough for me to recover a lot. I'm so happy. The tribulation divine sense looked down at the celestial the arch divine sense down below, and it was so excited that its heart was about to explode. If I can absorb all of this pure soul power, then I'll be able to make a breakthrough in my cultivation base very soon. This is really a heaven-sent opportunity. I'm so happy. Mo Tianji, who was high up, calmly gave orders. He went out with all kinds of strange strategies and gradually turned the entire battlefield upside down. It was incomparably chaotic, the sky gradually darkened, and Mo Tianji's orders also started to change. The various teams started to weave in and out of battle. From the battlefield they were in now, they weaved in and out of the battlefield. And before this team had completely retreated, another team had already arrived at this location to engage in battle. This gave the enemy an illusion: we haven't retreated yet, and you've sent fresh troops? Our original opponent had gone to rest, but our side didn't get any rest. It was equivalent to a tired army going up against the enemy's fresh army. How could it be any better? This kind of negative feeling of defeat was undoubtedly fatal to an army in the middle of a battle. We clearly have more soldiers than them, so why can they rest but we can't? How do you commanders conduct battles? Don't you care about our lives? His change of heart did not cause the battle to cool down. On the contrary, the battle between the two sides became more and more intense. Before this, the soldiers from both sides were basically from two different camps. Even if they weren't mortal enemies, they could still be considered enemies. At this moment, it was as if they were enemies meeting, and their eyes blazed with hatred. The previous methods of confrontation were mostly limited to the scheming between the politicians and framing each other. It was difficult to have a direct confrontation. Even if no one said anything, they felt that it was not satisfying. Now, they had finally reached the point where blood could splatter 5 steps away from their bodies and turn into een. More and more people fell, and more people joined in. From intact bodies to broken corpses riddled with holes, it only took the blink of an eye. The accumulated grievances of the past many years, let's settle them all today. This sentence was not said by Mutsang Lan, nor was it said by Yu Qi. It was said by an officer under Yu Qi who had been fighting with Mutsang Lan for many years. In the years of fighting, who knew how many lives of Mutsang Lan's soldiers were buried under his hands? Even the lives of their family members and grandchildren. However, such a person, in such a tragic battle, had a calm expression on his face, without the slightest hint of panic. Shwa shwa shwa. After he killed a wooden soldier, he was immediately cut down by the swarm of swords and sabers of more than a dozen opponents. However, there was not much pain on his face. Instead, he revealed a smile that said, "It's finally over." In fact, all along, I knew that I was wrong, but I refused to face it. I didn't dare to face it. It turns out that death is not so terrible. It's a pity that I didn't know before. Before he died, he smiled bitterly and begged, "Let me say a few more words before I die." But he said such words. Yu Qi definitely can't do anything big. Marshal Mu's side is right. In fact, I already knew. Yuan Tianji is a demon. In the past, if anyone said this, I would have immediately killed that person. But now, I want to tell you that I actually believed it long ago. It's just that I didn't dare to say it out loud. I was unwilling to say it out loud. If Marshal Mu really wanted to rebel, maybe he would have succeeded hundreds of thousands of years ago. As long as we are old brothers, who doesn't know and understand? But I had no choice. Even if it went against my conscience, even if I was guilty, I still had to persist because Marshal Yu saved my mother. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth as he smiled bitterly. My entire family was destroyed when I was young. Of the entire family, only my mother and I managed to survive. My mother suffered all the hardships of the world for me. When my mother was at the brink of death, it was Marshal Yu who saved her. Before my mother died, she told me not to betray Marshal Yu. I had to be loyal to Marshal Yu. So even though I know it is wrong, I still have to wave my blade at you. I'm sorry. Brothers. His gaze was unfocused, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth as his body slowly collapsed. No matter if you believe me or not, if you are willing to forgive me, it is not important. Actually, I really want to say, if there is a next life, I want to be brothers with people like you. Do not worry, I will also be loyal. In reality, I have truly been loyal in this life, but the person I am loyal to, ha ha ha, the last grimace disappeared in the wind. His body had already lost its last bit of warmth, turning into a completely cold corpse. The officers and soldiers sighed deeply. In the past, many people hated this person and wanted to kill him as soon as possible. There were also many people who organized people to assassinate him, but they didn't succeed. But now, it seemed like there was nothing left. Nothing was important anymore. There was only that sigh left, and his heart was empty. Just as he had said before the battle, the grudges that had accumulated over so many years, it was time to end them all. When the grudges of this life were truly ended, the people who had died might have nothing left. But who could understand the silent emptiness in the hearts of those who were alive? The battle was still going on. Countless Moyuntian men were here, spilling their blood freely. In reality, there was no right or wrong at this time. There was only each side, and each master they were loyal to. When they were fighting to the point of forgetting themselves, no one would care if this battle was the so-called battle to slay the Mo. Everyone knew this already, why say more? But this battle was a battle of life and death that had been decided many years ago. They had to fight. They had to fight, the consciousness of a saint was enough to cover the entire battlefield. Many people heard these words. Gu Duxing's gaze dimmed slightly. GMO and the others also sighed because of this. How should I evaluate people like you? I'm really speechless. Xia Danqiong smiled bitterly. The eyes of those sensitive women even turned red. Only Mo Tianji's expression remained unchanged. In fact, it didn't change at all. He even reprimanded everyone's reaction. What's there to sigh about? This is a battlefield. How can there be so many causes and effects? How can there be so many emotions? If you guys have so much time to be sentimental, why don't you put more effort into improving your own cultivation? Those who wave their sabers at me will be killed. Whoever sighs again, get lost quickly. Those who are full of emotions should not enter this battlefield. This guy is a ruthless person with a heart of stone. Why didn't I see it before? Rue Budong complained softly. How is this a heart of stone? Mo said lightly, this is the most basic and correct mentality of a qualified commander, a competent strategist who controls the deployment of all the troops. Could it be that when you're facing an enemy of life and death, you'll hold back and not kill him just because he has his own reasons? But at that moment, a moment of hesitation and empathy can lead to your own death. Showing mercy to the enemy is being cruel to yourself and your own people. Since we're on the battlefield, there shouldn't be any empathy, sympathy, pity, or understanding. There's only life or death. Chulu said lightly. Everyone was silent. Collectively, they looked at this thin, weak, and timid little girl. Those words just now were actually said by this little girl. Could it be that I'm imagining things? Mo Tianji's face suddenly flushed red. It wasn't because he was shy but because he was excited. He was really too excited, confident. Perhaps there were countless people in the world who could understand, acknowledge and accept Mo Tianji's words just now. But only Chu Luo's understanding and support could make Mo Tianji so excited. Heavens! Earth! What a miracle! Mo Tianji's face turned red. Mo Tianji exclaimed as if he had discovered a new continent. Get lost! Mo Tianji roared ferociously. His voice was full of meaning, but it was not frightening. Instead, it was filled with anger and helplessness. It was rare to see Mo Tianji like this. Everyone immediately laughed. Mo Tianji did not know how to adjust his expression. He could only restore his indifference and continue to command the battle. However, his spirit seemed to be more focused than before. His commands were faster, more concise, and more powerful. It was as if he was trying his best to show how calm he was in command, how he was strategizing, and how competent he was. Mo Tianji's command became even more elusive under the influence of this kind of peacock spreading its tail. In fact, he was even more meticulous in his planning. This made Slow Rain, who was countering every move, even more miserable. After continuously giving out commands, he only felt that he was seeing stars, and it was hard for him to continue. In this extremely passive mode of dealing with the enemy, he needed to see through the enemy's intentions at every step, and then make a targeted response, before finally obtaining the final victory on the battlefield, especially when facing Mo Tianji. For Yu Qiyi, this was really too difficult. In the end, he could no longer keep up with Mo Tianji's pace. On the battlefield, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion was still mobilizing their troops in an orderly manner. On the other hand, Yu Qiyi's side had already sunk into complete chaos. An entire night of fierce fighting was finally over. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion sounded the gong to withdraw their troops. This fierce battle had lasted for an entire day and night. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion had undoubtedly obtained an overwhelming advantage in this high-intensity battle. Mo Tianji had used all kinds of battle formations at the same time even though the other side had a large number of people. He had used all kinds of battle formations at the same time, and had used them in a crisscross manner. He had used the most advantageous and most effective way to arrange the battle strategy. Moreover, he had forced Yu Qiyi to the point where he could no longer command. He had actually issued the command, fight your own battles and act according to the situation. Such an order, it could be seen how much Mo Tianji had suppressed Yu Qiyi, seeing that Mo Tianji had finally retreated back to the camp, ending the long battle of one day and one night. Yu Long let out a long sigh of relief. He rubbed the veins on his temples that were about to pop out and said, "This madness is finally, king over." The generals looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. Less than half a cup of tea's time had passed since Yu Jie's words of relief were spoken. His voice was still ringing in their ears. Unexpectedly, the sound of war drums was heard again from Mo Tianji's side. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion once again lined up neatly and attacked from all directions. The battle was still a battle, an almost uninterrupted battle. Yu Qi's bloodshot eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Again? Avoid the battle today. Rain shook his head tiredly. No matter if it was a soldier or a general, they could not fight anymore. As for Yu Jiao himself, he had already reached the point where he was completely exhausted. Yu Qi absolutely believed that if he continued to fight with that madman for another day and night, he would most likely die from brain congestion. This order to avoid battle was the most suitable one at the moment. The order was instantly sent out. Hearing that they were avoiding battle today, all the generals and soldiers in the camp heaved a sigh of relief. Facing a battle maniac from head to toe, a lunatic, this was not a good feeling. Marshal Yu had finally made a wise choice. They could finally rest for a while. However, right after the order was sent out, the Sky Emperor's reproach immediately reached Yu Qi's ears. Why are you not going to battle? Avoiding battle? Aren't you destroying the morale of our army? Immediately go to battle. Destroy the enemy as quickly as possible. Yu Qi groaned and was about to go crazy. My God, however, how could he not listen to His Majesty's orders? If he did not listen, that would be a rebellion. However, His Majesty the Sky Emperor's orders were transmitted through telepathy. In other words, only Yu Qi could hear it. And no one else could hear it. The meaning was very clear. His Majesty the Sky Emperor also knew that he could not fight anymore, but he still had to give the order to go to battle. His Majesty could not afford to lose face, so naturally, Yu Qi, had to be the scapegoat. The messenger had just returned when he received a new order from Yu Qi. Order the 3 armies to immediately go to battle. Hearing this order that changed constantly, the messenger who had always been clever was dumbfounded on the spot. This was what it meant to change orders from day to night, wasn't it? No, there was still a whole day's time before the order changed. The time it took to change the order was too short. It changed in the blink of an eye. Are you playing with me? Are you King kidding me? Just to make me make an extra trip. At this moment, the messenger looked at Yu Qi as if he was looking at a super madman. Your sister, is there King commander like you? You just gave the order not to battle today. It had not even been 15 minutes. Okay, you changed your mind as soon as it was passed down. What do you want to do? What are you looking at? Is there something wrong with your little eyes? Yu Qi was in a state of extreme depression. He had taken the blame for no reason. How could he not know how stupid his 2 contradictory orders were? But he could not distinguish them at all. When he saw the messenger's eyes full of doubt, he became even angrier. He was inexplicably indignant. He was so angry that he could not vent his anger. He shouted angrily, do you King not understand human language? Why aren't you hurrying to pass down the order? Why are you staring at me with your pair of donkey eyes? Is it very big? CK. Hurry up and pass down the order. The messenger never thought that this commander not only did not reflect on his erratic behavior, but also scolded him. Who did I offend? Damn it, my legs are about to break from running to pass down the order, and I even got scolded for no reason. What the CK is this? With a dark expression, the messenger took the flag and walked out for a second time. He had already cursed Yu Qi's 8 generations of ancestors in his stomach. Once the second order was passed down, the army camp was filled with complaints in an instant. What the CK is going on? When I heard that there was no fighting today, I was still happy. Then, you give the order to fight again. CK, are you going to fight or not? That's right, isn't this King playing with us? The King higher-ups are just moving their mouths. How would they know whether we are dead or alive? CK. They just move their mouths, and they dare to say anything. CK, I really can't live anymore. If I knew this would happen, I would have gone home to farm. What I hate the most is this kind of erratic behavior. It happened once a few days ago, and it happened again today. Is that bastard playing with me? My King ancestors. Is he really crazy? They were all soldiers, and they were full of complaints. When they scolded people, it was not an ordinary kind of vicious. Naturally, they scolded whatever they could to vent their anger. Unknowingly, Yuan Tianji's order made all of Yu Qi's ancestors, regardless of whether they were male or female, suffer great misfortune. They all became tools to vent their desires. Complaints were heard everywhere, and the soldiers regrouped to go out to battle. No matter how dissatisfied they were, an order was an order. A soldier's duty was to obey orders. Once an order was given, they had to carry it out no matter how unreliable it was. This was the duty of a soldier, and also the fate of a soldier. But, it was also the helplessness of a soldier. If they went out to battle with such a mentality, it was easy to imagine what kind of result it would lead to. Moreover, the difference in command level between their own commanders and the enemy's commanders wasn't just a matter of 1 or 2 streets. Instead, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was no comparison. Yu Qi mobilized 20 million soldiers to attack from 8 sides with the intention of encircling and annihilating the enemy. But, he didn't expect that the enemy would only have 4 million soldiers. In fact, they were almost completely defeated and collapsed. The situation on the battlefield was even more tragic. It was bleak and desolate. So, he had no choice but to mobilize those soldiers who were originally skeptical to fight. Although they also didn't have the heart to fight, they were still able to suppress Mo Tianji's crazy attacks by outnumbering the enemy by several times. When the difference in numbers reached a certain number, even the most outstanding strategy and tactics would be difficult to display when the difference in numbers between the 2 sides was too big. But, the defensive strength of Yu Qi's camp was finally reduced in this way. It had almost reached an unprecedented level of emptiness, and this was the situation that Mo Tianji urgently needed to see when he launched the all-out attack at all costs. Mo Tianji finally stopped his meticulous command. Meng Wuya took over. He was dressed the same as Mo Tianji. He was dressed in white, and his long hair was fluttering in the wind. He was sitting upright on a high ground, and was giving instructions. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't have noticed that the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's commander had changed. Meng Wuya took over the command. Then, he personally experienced the power of Mo Tianji's command in battle. He had some experience when he was watching from the sidelines. But, it wasn't as real as experiencing it himself. But, he had to assume Mo Tianji's calmness when he stood in this position and took over Mo Tianji's role. It was as if Mo Tianji was in control of the world, and he was calmly giving orders. Meng Wuya sighed from the bottom of his heart. This Motherf *Ker really isn't a job that a human can do. Old Meng has been a commander for dozens of years. I'm confident that I won't lose out to anyone in the world when it comes to leading troops into battle and commanding battles. Right now, I'm just imitating Mo Tianji's style and giving orders. But, I'm actually feeling powerless and powerless. There's always someone better than me. Am I, Meng Wuya, so far behind Mo Tianji? Meng Wuya didn't want to admit it in his heart. But, it had only been a short while. And, he was already having trouble making ends meet. That young man's way of doing things wasn't something that anyone could imitate. But, Mo Tianji had already put down his responsibilities at this moment. His white robe fluttered in the wind as he set off with his brothers. They had already crossed the battlefield. Mu Lan and Iluoyue were still fighting with all their might in the sky. The sky was dark and the sun and moon were dark. Both of them were fighting with all their might, and the scene was extremely intense. It could be said to be the battle of the century. But for a while, neither of them could do anything to the other. The battle between the two of them had already lasted for 2 days and 1 night. Both of them were exhausted physically and mentally, but their fighting spirit was even higher. They would rather die than retreat. The soul of the calamity held the calamity space in its mouth and silently advanced towards Yuan Tianjia's imperial tent from high up in the sky, and Chu Yang and the others were hiding in the calamity space at this moment. Below them were the painting and calligraphy kings, Mo Yuntian, and the 2 guards. Using their own methods, they gradually advanced and quietly sneaked into the enemy's camp. Although this was a collective sneak attack, the calamity space was still Chu Yang's biggest secret. Therefore, he could only send in some of his most trusted people to participate in this operation. As for the others, if the slightest bit of information was leaked, even the current Chu Yang would not be able to bear the consequences, especially now that the holy sage's attitude was ambiguous and his stance was unclear. If he knew that Chu Yang actually had such a heaven-defying item like the calamity space, it would be equivalent to exposing his strongest trump card in advance. Therefore, Chu Yang had no choice. Below them, the painting and calligraphy kings took the lead and quietly entered the enemy's camp like a breeze. They were only discovered by the guards when they were tens of thousands of feet deep. Countless experts began to appear and intercept them. The painting and calligraphy kings were determined and no longer showed any mercy. They went all out and started a massacre. Yao Huangtian's 2 bodyguards followed beside the 2 of them. The 4 of them were like the sharpest arrows as they charged towards Yuan Tianjia's camp. Along the way, they were thrown off their feet. No one could stop them, not even for a blink of an eye. It must be known that although the cultivation of these 4 people had not reached the level of Diho, in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, excluding Diho, they were equivalent to the most powerful existence in this world, and Mo Yuntian no longer had the so-called 7-star guards. How could he possibly have the power to stop the joint attack of these 4 people? In the blink of an eye, the distance between the 4 of them and Yuan Tianjia's tent had already shrunk to within several hundred zhang. Those who were able to guard near the big tent of Yuan Tianjia's army could be regarded as Yuan Tianjia's confidants. All of them knew that Yuan Tianjia's divine soul was still collecting the soul power of the newly deceased in the sky at this moment, and he probably wouldn't come back in a short time. Only his physical body was in the big tent. As long as these people invaded the tent, Yuan Tianji's physical body would be destroyed in an instant. At that time, Yuan Tianji's identity as the heavenly demon would no longer be able to be concealed, therefore, at this moment, everyone was fighting with their lives on the line. Stop them! Protect His Majesty! Yu Qi finally discovered the hidden danger on this side. He roared and took the lead to fly over. In the blink of an eye, a few more rainbows streaked across the sky and rushed over. Before the person arrived, the tyrannical power that could topple mountains and overturn seas had already arrived with a loud rumble. At this moment, no one was even worried about accidentally injuring their own people. They all attacked with all their strength. Even if half of their own soldiers were destroyed under this kind of power, as long as they could stop these 4 people, it would still be a great achievement. Yuan Tianjia, who was high in the sky, also discovered the crisis here. He was also shocked. The power of his divine soul shook and returned at full speed. At the same time, his divine soul also ordered the heavenly demon troops lying in ambush around the big tent to prepare for battle, just in case. These subordinates were all the confidants of Yuan Tianjia's clan who had followed him for many years. The few leaders were the people who had cooperated with Yuan Tianjia to deal with Crazy Book and the others. Their cultivation had also reached the peak of the Saint Realm. It was precisely because of this that Yuan Tianjia didn't let these people step into the battlefield. He only secretly accompanied them to protect himself in case of an emergency. At this moment, this hidden chess piece finally came in handy. Kuang Shu let out a fierce roar and transformed into a 5-colored rainbow, forcibly breaking through all obstructions. His eyes were bloodshot as he charged towards the incomparably gorgeous embroidered tent in the middle. It was as if the tent was a palace. The spring and autumn brush in his hand turned into 2 shocking lightning bolts. They stabbed down fiercely. The surrounding tents immediately flew out in all directions, but they were suppressed by the energy and could no longer stand in place. Seeing the big tent where Yuan Tianjia was, Crazy Book felt as if he saw his wives who had died tragically in the past. At this moment, a million years of resentment broke out at the same time, and he almost lost his mind. Crazy Book's attack was about to completely destroy the whole tent and Yuan Tianjia's body. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A burst of dense black light suddenly rose, and 8 people appeared from all directions. Each of them threw out a palm, and the combined palm force instantly turned into a tough black light curtain, intercepting Crazy Book's attack head-on. These 2 powerful forces collided head-on, and a slight ripple sound was heard. All the destructive forces disappeared in this slight sound. And within a radius of 1,000 feet where the 2 terrifying forces collided, countless black spaces crisscrossed and appeared, as if the whole space suddenly collapsed and shattered at this moment. Crazy Book let out a muffled groan and immediately floated back. But his eyes were wide open, and he roared, "It's really you. You finally appeared." The person facing him chuckled and said in a strange voice, "Guard Shu, we meet again. You idiot from a million years ago." Guard Shu was very happy with your job. "Why did you betray me at the last moment? The most ridiculous thing in life is not a moment of stupidity, but a generation of stupidity. Guard Shu, you have already been a fool for a generation. Are you just short of these last few days of your life?" Crazy Book roared, "Common beasts. If I don't kill all of you, I am not human." The 8 people laughed together. "You? Dream on." "Me too." Painting King was bathed in blood, and he flew down from the sky. He did not stop, and actually attacked with all his strength before Crazy Book. He looked up to the sky and shouted, "Big brother, second brother, we brothers will avenge you today." The two great guards of Demon Emperor Heaven had also broken through the layers of obstacles and rushed over. The four great guards of the two sides joined forces, and their momentum suddenly increased by more than 10 times. The four of them did not hesitate and attacked with all their strength. The faces of the 8 people on the other side instantly became incomparably solemn. With a whistling sound, black gas suddenly filled the sky. Thousands of black-clothed and masked people suddenly appeared in the surroundings of this lonely big tent as if they were born out of thin air. After one batch, another batch came. Thousands, thousands, thousands. Slowly, this place was actually filled with people. Xianxia's million years of trustworthy management had already left behind countless hidden sky demon experts by his side, but this time, they surged out violently as if they had emerged from the ground. This was Xianxia's real army. Moreover, all of them were experts, first-class experts. Even the weakest among them had the cultivation of celestial being. Most of them had reached the peak of celestial being, and there was a small group of dozens of leaders who had the cultivation of saint being. This was undoubtedly an extremely powerful force. These people suddenly appeared, and thousands of them joined forces to face the joint forces of the four kings. However, although thousands of people joined forces, they were still not enough. Everyone rolled on the ground at the same time, and some of them spat out blood. However, the blood that these people spat out was actually black. As soon as the black blood came into contact with the air, it turned into a cloud of black smoke and flew into the sky. And another group of people did not care about the life and death of their companions, and forcibly came up, blocking the path of the four great guards. In the distance, Yuqi and Mo Yuntian's experts who were madly chasing to protect the emperor saw this situation, and all of them involuntarily stopped in their tracks. Black blood, what was going on? Except for some special poisons, no human would spit out black blood, but now, there was no one using poison at all. But these thousands of people were all spitting out black blood. Why was this? The reason was self-evident. Everyone's eyes looked at the Sky Emperor's big tent at the same time, and their eyes were full of suspicion. Even if they were loyal people, in the face of this situation, they also understood, if there was no substantial evidence before, then, could this scene in front of them already be considered as evidence? Everyone, don't hesitate, the most important thing now is to protect His Majesty's safety. Yuqi shouted angrily, His Majesty is all-encompassing, even if he took in a group of extraterrestrial demons as his servants. What's so strange about that? Where did all of you get so many doubts? Could it be that His Majesty's contribution to Mo Yuntian in these million years is not worth a few wisps of smoke? At this moment, the four kings were already fighting with the countless extraterrestrial demon army in front of them. The four of them attacked with all their might, slaughtering large swathes of heavenly demons in an instant. They went on a killing spree. The four of them all remembered Chu Yang's instructions, to do their best to kill all the extraterrestrial demon guards. But the other party had tens of thousands of them, and none of them were mediocre. How could it be easy to kill all of them? The corpses on the ground kept turning into black smoke, but Xianxia's big tent was still unmoved. At this moment, Xianxia's divine soul had already rushed to within 10,000 feet, under full-speed movement. No one could see that Xianxia had returned. At this moment, a young girl in white suddenly appeared in the sky above Xianxia's big tent. She abruptly waved her hand at the critical moment, and then disappeared again. For some reason, Xianxia's divine soul plunged down just like that. Xianxia's originally traceless divine soul suddenly emitted a green hazy light, and he howled painfully, saying angrily, "Who used the soul poison? I'm going to kill you." The soul poison was the fiercest and most vicious poison among all poisons in the Heaven Palace Tower. It had always been a taboo poison in the Heaven Imperial Court, and this method had been lost for millions of years. If one wanted to use this poison, apart from the fact that one's cultivation had to at least reach celestial being peak B, one also needed to use one's own soul power as a guide. After using this technique once, the user would not be able to use it a second time within 3 years. The conditions for using this technique were so harsh, so the effects were naturally extremely shocking. Chu Lu'er was already going all out. Once this poison was used, as long as it was attached to the divine spirit, the attached divine spirit would immediately fester, turning into green smoke and gradually dissipating. It was extremely difficult to get rid of it. However, the target this time was Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun, Xianxia, a heavenly demon king. Even the 4 great guards and Chu Le, who had poisoned him, weren't sure if it would work or how effective it would be, but there was one thing that everyone could be sure of now: even if this technique could not kill Xianxia, at the very least, it would definitely have an effect. It would definitely be effective, because the effect had already started to take effect. Xianxia's divine spirit emitted a green light under the effect of the soul poison. Then, it emitted even more green smoke, showing that the soul poison was already taking effect. Under this kind of injury, even Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun could not help but spasm a little. With a fierce roar, he stopped flying forward. With a roar, the green light around his body suddenly flourished and then suddenly dissipated. It became invisible and traceless. The world-shocking soul poison actually only had an effect on a super expert like Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun. With just a roar from Xianxia, and a part of his divine spirit power dissipated. The soul poison had already completely lost its effect. Furthermore, this was under the premise that he was originally seriously injured. If his divine spirit had not been injured previously, it would be hard to determine what the result would be today, or even whether it would be effective. Chu Yang and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this situation. For the first time, they witnessed the true strength of someone at De's level. He was actually so strong, and right at this moment, the 4 guards who were fighting on the ground jumped up at the same time, completely ignoring the fact that they were being attacked by tens of thousands of enemies at the same time. They removed all their defenses and turned all their cultivation into one attack. Even their favorite weapons flew out of their hands like shooting stars chasing after the moon, piercing into the green light in the sky. Until now, this was only the first step of Mo Tianji's demon-slaying plan. Xianxia's spirit was only one step away from entering the tent and returning to its original position. But at this moment, the joint attack of the 4 great experts had already arrived without any regard for their own safety. Furthermore, it had completely sealed off any space that could be dodged. However, under the relentless attacks of the heavenly demons, the 4 experts who had completely given up on defending themselves trembled. Fresh blood flowed from their bodies, and pieces of flesh flew into the air. Both of them had used all of their cultivation in a single blow to destroy their souls, causing them to be unable to recover for a short period of time, which meant that they had lost all ability to resist. Let the enemy attack them wantonly, let them be fish on the chopping board. And with so many members of the heavenly devil horde on the ground, which one of them wasn't a veteran who had experienced hundreds of battles? How could he give up such a heaven-sent opportunity to annihilate the enemy? After a single strike, the 4 of them were almost dismembered by a flurry of blades. However, there was a loud roar in the air. Formless, traceless, an awe-inspiring sword ray and an awe-inspiring saber ray fell at the same time, protecting the 4 experts within the sword chi and saber ray. It was Gu Duxing's sword and Dong Wushang's saber. They attacked at the same time. According to Mo Tianji's initial plan, there was no protection of the swords and sabers at all. Instead, the 4 guards would be sacrificed at this moment. If they could self-destruct, the effect would be even better. This way, it would be more helpful for everyone to focus on attacking Xianxia's spirit. However, at this moment, everyone unanimously chose to help the 4 guards. Xianxia could be killed again. However, if the 4 great protectors were to die here, they would die forever. They would never give up on their companions. Faced with such an outcome, Mo Tianji could only sigh helplessly. In fact, everyone didn't know that to destroy the spirit of an expert like Xianxia, who had already reached the peak level, it would only be effective if it was an expert who had also reached the peak level of saint level. And Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing's current cultivation hadn't reached that level yet. Even if they forcefully attacked, it wouldn't have any effect. Instead, it would only be a waste of energy. With the protection of the saber and sword, the 4 experts finally got a chance to catch their breath. In a breath's time, new energy was regenerated. Their bodies emitted a holy white light, and the injuries they suffered earlier were quickly healed. The self-recovery ability of a peak-level saint-level expert could be quite exaggerated. But Xianxia, who was in the air, didn't have such good treatment. The 4 experts used up almost all of their cultivation to launch a fatal blow, and it was without any tricks. Xianxia's spirit let out a sharp roar, spinning rapidly in the air like a whirlwind, wanting to dodge. Although his spirit was strong now, it didn't have any attack power. He could only dodge, but at this moment, the space around him had been sealed off by the four great protectors. Although Yuan Tianji's spiritual energy was stronger than any of the four great protectors, and even though he was in a sealed space, he could still dodge to a certain extent, but there was always a limit. Even after dodging with all his might, he could only barely avoid 2 of the attacks. The other 2 attacks, however, were completely undisguised and directly passed through his soul avatar with a loud bang. Then, a burst of black smoke rose. Yuan Tianji's divine soul let out an extremely sharp and miserable howl. Suddenly, his entire divine soul broke into pieces and scattered in all directions. At the same time, there was an angry roar in the tent. The whole tent suddenly fell apart. Yuan Tianjia, who was wearing a yellow robe, broke through the top of the tent with a murderous aura. He appeared in the air and roared, "A bunch of insects, you have finally angered me." Yuan Tianjia's spirit finally returned to his body after being severely injured. However, this attack caused Yuan Tianming to suffer extremely serious injuries. Tribulation spirit was talking in the tribulation space. In terms of spirit power alone, with your martial arts, it's useless against a peak spirit like Yuan Tianjia. Moreover, Yuan Tianjia left his body on his own accord, and his physical body was not destroyed. He has a little foundation left in the depths of his body. So, other than the 4 experts who can cause considerable damage to him, your attacks won't work at all. If we want to destroy Yuan Tianjia completely, we have to start from his physical body. First, we have to destroy his physical body and remove the source of his soul. Then, we have to obliterate his soul. That is the right way, and the only way. Tribulation spirit's words made Mo Tianji feel guilty. If everyone really attacked together at all costs just now, they would have directly attacked his spirit. That way, it would definitely cause the 4 experts to sacrifice themselves. If they really did that, it would be an irreparable sacrifice, and it would be a sacrifice that would have no effect at all. But this had nothing to do with Mo Tianji's command. It was because his cultivation was not high enough that he could not see it. However, what made Mo Tianji blame himself even more was that as the strategist of this calamity, all the plans and arrangements had to be meticulous. He and his brother's current strength was actually completely harmless to Yuan Tianjia's soul, but he actually didn't know about it at all. Such a major mistake that was serious enough to ruin this operation actually happened to him. If it were not for his brothers being benevolent and saving the 4 experts, his plan this time could be considered a complete failure. There was nothing wrong with using military tactics, but being completely rational and losing the heart of a benevolent person was not necessarily desirable. Mo Tianji reminded himself of this fact. If that's the case, if we can't completely destroy Yuan Tianjia's physical body, then isn't he immortal? Chu Yang frowned. Not really. Tribulation spirit said, the main reason you can't destroy his spirit is that your own spirit cultivation is not high enough. If your spirit cultivation is similar to Yuan Tianjia's, or even higher, it would be easy to destroy his spirit. On the other hand, if your cultivation is not high enough, it is impossible to destroy his spirit. Originally, the spirit is the weakest part of an ordinary cultivator. Even if it is shrouded in sunlight for a long time, there is a possibility of it being damaged. But for Yuan Tianjia's spirit, needless to say, is solidified. What's more frightening is that as a celestial emperor, his luck is really too strong. The divine soul of calamity also said with a wry smile, unless it's an existence like Yuan Tianji, only then can they have the ability to destroy his divine soul. Apart from that, it's easier said than done to kill His Majesty the Celestial Emperor who has enjoyed the fortune of the world for millions of years. Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, and the others smiled bitterly at each other. Similar to Yuan Tianjia? Or perhaps it was someone who was stronger than him. Looking at the entire Heaven Imperial Court, how many people like this could there be? Perhaps 1,000,000 years ago, there wasn't much of a difference between a 7-star guard and a celestial emperor. But 1,000,000 years later, a 7-star guard's cultivation hadn't made much progress. They were only using their own cultivation to protect the destiny of a celestial emperor. And celestial emperors, as the masters of their respective worlds, enjoyed this kind of luck on their bodies. After 1,000,000 years of accumulation, they had already far surpassed it. What could 1,000,000 years of luck achieve? That was something unimaginable. Perhaps, in the Heaven Imperial Court, the only ones who could destroy Yuan Tianjia in a normal state were De and Holy Monarch solipsism. Finally, Yuan Tianjia's spirit was damaged because of the previous incident. And recently, Mo Yuntian's luck is also dissipating. As long as Yuan Tianjia is unable to completely quell the rebellion, it will be difficult for his luck to recover. So now, this is the only time you can destroy Yuan Tianjia. And this opportunity is not for a long time. It definitely won't exceed half a year. After half a year, if you still can't completely eliminate Yuan Tianjia, who is in a weakened state, then everything will return to Yuan Tianjia's strongest state. Because Yuan Tianjia can completely rely on his many years of accumulation to reform the 7 star guards. As long as the flow of providence returns to normal, then you won't have the chance to kill him anymore. The soul of calamity grinned and added, I'm talking about us. Because after all, we have 1,000,000 years less of the power of providence than Yuan Tianjia. Qu Yang smiled bitterly. Maybe cultivation can be accelerated, but there's absolutely no possibility of it being accelerated when it comes to the accumulation of providence. Below, Yuan Tianjia had already flown down and launched a fierce attack on the 4 guards, and of the tens of thousands of heavenly demon army, half of them disappeared in an instant. The remaining ones also gradually disappeared. Only a few dozen commanders with higher cultivations were still fighting alongside Yuan Tianjia. And, under the illumination of Yuan Tianjia's emperor's light, everywhere he went was filled with divine radiance, majestic and inviolable, as if the demonic aura just now was just an illusion. The majesty of heaven and earth swept across the world. Even the entire battlefield outside was filled with the majestic aura of the emperor's heavenly majesty. Under such a majestic atmosphere, no one would doubt that the heavenly emperor who appeared now was actually a heavenly demon. Yuan Tianjia used the power of providence to create an atmosphere to conceal his true self. The divine spirit saw through it at a glance. If we have to attack, now is the time. Following the divine spirit's words, Qu Yang immediately ordered, move out. There was a loud boom. Qu Yang, Mo Tianji, Gu Duxing, Dong Wusheng, Rui Budong, Ao Xieyun, Xia Danqiong, GMO, Luo Kadi, Tan Tan, Mo Qingguo. Zi Shiqing, Mo Lei and Brother Hu. They rushed out of the tribulation space together. From the void, they suddenly appeared. The moment they attacked, it was a fatal blow. Attack together. Attack together, and the location they chose was the area where the 4 guards were fighting Yuan Tianjia, because at this time, in order to avoid suspicion, Yuan Tianji had ordered the Sky Demon army to retreat. In truth, apart from the several dozen commanders, the other members of the celestial demon horde were unable to harm the 4 protectors at all. They were just cannon fodder, and forcefully using their own karmic luck would only consume a large amount of karmic luck. It was not worth it. If they only used the several dozen commanders, their efficiency would undoubtedly be much higher, which was why the entire celestial demon horde had fled. As for the army experts in the distant reign, they had yet to arrive. There was still one breath of time left. Even further away, Iluoyue was currently engaged in an earth-shattering battle with Mutsang Lan. She couldn't even spare a hand. This was their only chance. Moreover, the location and distance that Mo Tianji had chosen to attack were extremely vicious. Mo Tianji was confident, even if it's a deity. At this moment, he was caught off guard. There was absolutely no time to react, because this is the only, last, chance. If they couldn't grasp this opportunity, this operation would be a failure. Tribulation unification. Sword master heaven and earth. Mo Tianji let out a shout. One ray of cold light pierces 10,000 feet, so what if we slaughter the entire world? Qu Yang roared and took the lead to attack. 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 At the same time, it was also a signal. When the 4 protectors heard this, they all roared and once again split into 4 sides, attacking crazily with all their might. They left Yuan Tianjia in the middle. The 4 of them each dealt with one side, using all their cultivation to force all the celestial demon experts who were currently participating in the encirclement dozens of feet away in an instant. There was only one person within 1,000 feet radius, Yuan Tianjia. Furthermore, there were terrifying attacks coming from all directions. More than 100 saint experts were outside, and tens of millions of troops were fighting for their lives. 4 peak experts were risking their lives. It was all to create a vacuum in their hearts at this moment. Now, they had finally succeeded. In the blink of an eye, sword energy swept across the sky, a round sword energy light pillar, bright and dazzling, shot towards Xianxia. The distance was less than 100 feet, it was Chu Yang, using all his cultivation to unleash the strongest killing intent of the tribulation sword. So what if we slaughter the entire world? He didn't hold back at all, an all-out attack. On the other side, another proud and aloof sword energy activated its own heavenly chi and came over mightily. Gu Duxing's black dragon sword activated the heavenly sword technique, and he and his sword turned into lightning. Even though it was daytime, it illuminated the entire world. A viburnum flower suddenly bloomed in the sky. In a dazzling place, endless killing intent was displayed together. Viburnum flower, Xianxia, a huge golden hand, mixed with a majestic aura that could control the entire world, suddenly appeared in the sky. It fiercely slapped down towards Xianxia. Mo Tianji. This was the first time that Mo Tianji had truly made a move. The commotion caused by this move had left all the brothers in shock. They didn't expect that this guy who liked to talk big on the outside was actually so strong and shocking. Tianwu, a dance of heaven and earth. Her red dress was like a dream, and her red ribbon fluttered in the sky, bringing about a kind of illusory beauty, but also an unusually dense killing intent. Mo Qingwu's lithe and graceful body followed Chu Yang like a shadow. Everywhere she went, the sky and the earth were dyed red. Her delicate body actually didn't use any strength at all, and she simply attached herself to Chu Yang's energy. When Chu Yang advanced, she advanced. When Chu Yang retreated, she retreated. Life and death together. When you advance, I advance. When you retreat, I retreat. When you live, I live. When you die, I die. Amidst two roars, Gmo and Luo Kadi, one on the left and one on the right, used the technique of becoming one with the sword, and rushed over at high speed. The two people who were only at the level of saints now actually transformed into two long rainbows that could only be transformed by peak-level saints. The next moment, a dragon's roar reverberated in midair, and a phoenix's cry soared into the sky. A dragon and a phoenix, flying like a dragon and dancing like a phoenix, similarly carried a tyrannical power that shook the heavens and earth, and both of them rushed down from the sky at the same time, a black sword shadow, as if wanting to chase back the time that had passed 1,000 years ago, silently rushed into Xianxia's protective vital energy. Silently, without a trace, without a life. It was Molayer's unparalleled assassination technique. The fastest, however, was another white figure. Xianxia, a pair of slender jade-like hands blossomed like flowers at this moment, turning into tens of thousands of swords that seemed to have materialized. Every sword had the might of the person and the sword as one, slashing towards Xianxia, condensing chi into swords, 10,000 swords, 10,000 lives. Even Chu Yang was taken aback by such an astonishing power. So this was Big Sister Z's true trump card. In the face of such a large-scale and indiscriminate attack, she believed that even if she gave it her all, she might not be able to withstand it. However, this was a killer move that was filled with killing intent. No matter what, Xianxia would not use it on herself. Chu Yang finally understood why Xianxia refused to fulfill her promise even though he had forced her into a disadvantageous position countless times, so that was the truth. Just as Xianxia was closing in at high speed and unleashing her killing moves to her heart's content, a white shadow flashed in her arms again. Brother Hu rushed out like lightning, and his small body was attached to Xianxia's body in a flash. Her body was still so petite, but when she opened her mouth, it became as big as a millstone and bit down viciously. In the face of such a peak expert, Brother Hu gave up all his technical attacks, and chose the purest and most primitive instinctive attacks, returning to the basics, simplifying the complicated. Since technical attacks could not destroy Xianxia's divine spirit, then he would use the purest instinctive attacks. Even if it was just a bite of his flesh, it would also cause Xianxia unbearable pain. Any bit of flesh from Xianxia's body would be a great nourishment for Brother Hu. Finally, the sharpest attack also arrived. A black smoke made a painful hissing sound in the middle, but it wrapped tightly around Xianxia's neck. Tribulation divine spirit. Although his cultivation was much weaker than Xianxia's, only Tribulation divine spirit could turn into smoke and wrap around him. At this moment, Tribulation divine spirit also went all out. How could the backlash of a heavenly emperor be small? Tribulation sword master, Tribulation brother. In this tiny gap that Mo Tianji painstakingly created, he used all of his strength to launch a fatal attack on heavenly emperor Mo Yun, Xianxia. At this moment, the sky changed color, and the clouds also dissipated. The entire space suddenly became as dark as ink, nothing could be seen, and only extreme darkness could be heard. Yuan Tianji, the heavenly emperor of Ink Cloud, let out a long roar that shook the world. It also contained the taste of endless pain, tribulation as one, sword master of heaven and earth. Although this sentence had never been spread in the heavenly imperial court, this was an unshakable legend. Now, tribulation and sword master, each of them had reached the cultivation of saint level and above. Chu Yang, who was the sword master, and Gu Duxing, who was the first in tribulation, had reached the level of saint level. Tribulation as one, under the guidance of Chu Yang's heart, and under Mo Tianji's stars orbiting the heavenly sun, the power of tribulation and tribulation were perfectly combined. Although the attacks were launched from different directions, each attack contained the huge power of tribulation as one whole. The power of this whole body had already perfectly surpassed the power of tribulation as one. It was another sublimation, although this kind of power could not be compared to Di's peak cultivation, but compared to the severely injured heavenly emperor of Ink Cloud, Yuan Tianji, it was not inferior. Moreover, there was also Mo Lei Xianxia, brother Hu, and the rest joining forces. At this moment, even Xianxia, Mo Lei and the rest who were in the situation felt that the power of these 10 people was perfect and inseparable. No one could interfere. Even gods could not be separated. In the sky, after Yuan Tianji's tragic roar, a pitch-black ball of light suddenly appeared. It surrounded Yuan Tianji's body. The holy, mighty, and glorious aura of a moment ago had suddenly turned into an extremely evil aura. As far as the eye could see, that was an extremely special evil aura, as if it wanted to devour. It was like heaven. The darkness that reached the extreme emitted a kind of extreme black luster instead. When the darkness reached the end, it was actually no different from the light. That black halo was like a solid and unbreakable circle, blocking and shielding all the attacks outside the halo. Chu Yang and the rest poured all of their mental and physical strength into this fatal blow, maintaining the rhythm and posture of an all-out attack. Flying down from the sky, the sharp point pointed directly above this halo. All of his explosive power was concentrated on that one point. He persevered, trying to break through the black light circle. However, all the attacks fell into an incomparably strange stalemate at this moment. In that black halo that reached the extreme, one could clearly see an almost transparent figure, currently looking outside the halo with a ferocious face. That was Yuan Tianjia, but the current heavenly emperor Mo Yun was no longer that mighty and glorious emperor of the past, full of noble spirit, a monarch of a generation who ruled the world. Instead, it was a strange creature that everyone had never seen before, filled with a strange atmosphere. Those streaks of black light that seemed to have condensed into substance were precisely emitted from that strange creature's body continuously. It made him look like a huge hedgehog covered with black light thorns all over his body. His face seemed to be convulsing due to some kind of extreme pain, as if there was something strange that wanted to rush out from under that face. Finally, under the continuous flashing of a ball of black light, that black halo gradually showed signs of breaking. Under the all-out desperate attacks of Chu Yang and the rest, Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun, who suffered heavy injuries to his divine soul time and time again, and also suffered soul poisoning and a great loss of cultivation, finally reached the brink of life and death. Once this last barrier was broken, Yuan Tianjia would die without a doubt. Seeing that the opportunity to determine victory was already in front of him, Chu Yang roared, "Break!" At the same time, without any more words or gestures, all the brothers spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time, all squeezing out the life force in their bodies once again, forcing out the last bit of potential, all in one battle, all in one attack. Brother Tiger roared. The instinctive attack of his main body succeeded. Not only did he bite through the halo, he even bit Yuan Tianji's waist. Black blood instantly overflowed. Yuan Tianji let out another miserable groan. The black halo around him gradually dissipated, and it looked like it was about to completely shatter. If he had been at his peak, he would have simply ignored such an attack and would not have been able to deal any damage, but now, he didn't even have half of his peak strength, and his divine soul was even less than a tenth of it. Even the power of providence that he relied on as his last protective barrier had been destroyed, and he was powerless to carry on. Mo Tianji had made all kinds of arrangements before. First, he used the army to draw away Yuan Tianji's main forces. Then, he sent out a large number of experts to fight with all their might. Then, the 4 7-stars guards joined forces to attack. The 4 peak experts attacked Yuan Tianjia with all their might. Finally, Yuan Tianjia was seriously injured. In the end, Tribulation attacked with all his might, making the ultimate blow that decided the outcome of the battle, because Chu Yang's Tribulation sword had the ability to devour, layers upon layers of schemes interlocked, pressing forward step by step, finally forcing this insufferably arrogant heavenly emperor ink cloud to the brink of life and death. If he still insisted on not revealing his identity, then only death awaited him. If his identity was exposed, then he would also have to accept the tragic fate of being abandoned by everyone. Yuan Tianji was extremely conflicted at this moment. He had painstakingly worked for millions of years, and finally, he was about to be put to good use. But at this crucial moment, he encountered such a thing. Grievance, unwillingness, anger, humiliation, and all kinds of negative emotions welled up in his heart. If he had a choice, he would definitely not be willing to reveal his identity. Even if many heavenly demon soldiers had already appeared, which meant that he had already been exposed, Yuan Tianji still had a way to deal with it. Just as Yu Qiqi had said, as a heavenly emperor, how big of a deal was it to subdue some heavenly demon slaves, as long as this matter was over? He could even reverse the situation. He could say that Mu Lan and the others were spreading rumors, and turn this matter into a small matter. But at this moment, all of his wishful thinking could not be carried out. Because Yuan Tianji had already realized that if he was conflicted and unwilling to reveal his identity as a heavenly demon and the strength of the heavenly demon's main body, what awaited him was only death. Since he had already made up his mind, there was no more hesitation. Yuan Tianji suddenly roared angrily, "You forced me to do this." With a roar, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. It was clearly a clear blue sky, but suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the light of dawn disappeared. In the extremely dark black light, Yuan Tianji's facial muscles finally spasmed more and more violently. Suddenly, he roared, and the yellow robe covering his body instantly turned into pieces and flew away. The Tribulation divine soul that had been entangling him suddenly let out a scream, feeling a huge force that was completely irresistible burst out from Yuan Tianji's body. For a moment, he had no room to resist at all. Before he could even think, he had already been sent flying far away. 2 extremely strange horns also bulged out from Yuan Tianji's forehead in a daze. With the appearance of these 2 horns, Yuan Tianji's appearance became completely unfamiliar, ferocious, and terrifying to the extreme. In the middle of his forehead, a strange sun-like shape also appeared, as if a third eye had appeared, but it was filled with an indescribable evil aura. On his back, 12 bare fleshy wings were spread out on both sides. Yuan Tianji's true body had appeared, so he naturally no longer had any scruples in his actions. He immediately counterattacked. His eyes shot out an extremely evil black light, and he suddenly roared, "Open for me." With a loud bang, the black light that had already shown cracks before completely exploded in an instant. The violent explosive force rushed out in all directions, like a hot knife through butter. Chu Yang and the others all let out a muffled groan, and all fell back. Everyone spat out blood, and they looked at the monster in front of them in shock. No one had expected that when Yuan Tianji's true body appeared, the power he could exert would actually be so great. In front of them, a monster with fleshy wings, 2 evil horns, 3 eyes, and a body covered in horny scales appeared in the sky. He looked up to the sky and roared, his voice almost shaking the world. "Despicable humans! Despicable reptiles! You forced me to do this! You forced me to do this!" He looked up to the sky and howled. His voice was like the howl of a hungry wolf, and it was filled with extreme anger. "You guys laid out layers upon layers of schemes, and finally made me reveal my true body. Are you satisfied now? Ha 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 ha. You despicable humans, since you want to see my true body so much, I'll fulfill your wish. All of you will definitely become the #1 sacrifice for me to show myself. I won't let any of you off." When Chu Yang and the others fell back due to Yuan Tianji's powerful counterattack, Yu Qi led the Mo Yuntian army and just happened to arrive in front of them. At this juncture, as long as they made a move, they could easily snipe the retreating Chu Yang and the others. But at this moment, none of the Mo Yuntian army experts made a move. Everyone looked at Yuan Tianji, who was in the sky in a daze. Their minds were in a mess, filled with anger and shame. It turned out that the emperor was really a heavenly demon. It turned out that we were really helping the heavenly demon to do evil. This thought suddenly filled everyone's heart. It turned out that what Commander Mu said was true. What they did was right. It turned out that not only did we serve the heavenly demon for a lifetime, in the end, we were actually helping the heavenly demon to slaughter our own people, sacrificing the lives of tens of millions of soldiers and generals in vain. Each and every one of us were actually stupid beyond compare, sinners who had gone against the tide of history. If our various actions now were to be recorded in the history books in the future, how would the future generations evaluate us? To put it nicely, we were blinded by the heavenly demon and didn't have the intention to do evil. To put it bluntly, we were helping the heavenly demon to do evil, and caused endless trouble. Of course, it could also be that we were willing to be the heavenly demon's false hounds, causing great trouble, deceiving our own people, and killing our own people, leaving behind a bad name for millions of years. How could we still raise our heads in Mo Yuntian? The moment Yuan Tianji revealed his heavenly demon true body, the entire battlefield suddenly became dead silent. Heaven and earth were also silent. At this moment, even the soldiers of the two armies who were immersed in the battle also stopped fighting. One by one, they turned their heads and looked over in astonishment. When they saw Yuan Tianji's ferocious demonic behavior, a huge wave of anger rose in everyone's hearts. Heavenly demon, he was really a heavenly demon. Chu Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the sword in his hand flashed again. He floated in the air and said lightly, Yuan Tianji, I want to know your real name. I believe that even in the heavenly demon clan, you are also a person of great status. You don't want us to call you a demon child, right? Yuan Tianji's whole body was filled with black light, spreading out. He looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Since things have come to this, and there's no turning back, I might as well let you stupid humans die with understanding. I'm the Heavenly Demon Clan's king of flying demons. Heavenly Demon Clan's flying demons. Yuqi's whole body couldn't help but tremble. Her eyes were full of confusion and disbelief, and there were even tears in her eyes. As if in a dream, she murmured in a trembling voice, Your Majesty. Are you really a heavenly demon? This can't be real. Why? When this sentence came out, everyone who heard it all glared at Yuqi angrily. Yuan Tianji's eyes flashed with an inexplicable look, and he said lightly, Yuqi, you are loyal to me, this king naturally knows. No matter what my identity is, as long as you are willing to continue to be loyal to me, this king can guarantee that you will still have a meteoric rise in the future and bring glory to the future generations. Even becoming the new emperor of this world is not a difficult thing. As long as you are still willing to be loyal, it is such a simple choice. Yuqi swallowed and said listlessly, So you really are a heavenly demon. For a moment, he seemed to have lost his soul. Yuan Tianji's eyes turned to Chu Yang and the others. He was about to attack when he suddenly heard Yuqi's heart-wrenching cry. Since you are a heavenly demon, then why did you save my life back then? Yuan Tianjia suddenly turned back and looked at Yuqi. Yuqi had already become frantic. He roared crazily. His voice was mournful, as if his heart was weeping blood. It was as if his internal organs had long been turned into ashes, turned into powder. That kind of pain. Since you are a heavenly demon, then why did you take me as your disciple? Teach me skills? Since you are a heavenly demon, then since you expelled me from your sect, why did you still stay in the Moyan Sky Army and continue to be loyal to you? Why didn't you just let me die? Wasn't that good? Wasn't it good to let me leave? Why did you lie to me all this time, to make me be loyal to you, to be loyal to you? For you, I am willing to do anything. Why? Why are you really a heavenly demon? Yuqi shouted loudly and questioned loudly. Her voice was filled with pain and contradiction. Tears streamed down his face. The army had always known that Marshal Yu's origins were mysterious, but no one would have thought that Yuqi was Yuan Tianjia's disciple, and Yuan Tianjia, other than the master-disciple relationship, had also shown great kindness to Yuqi. Yuan Tianjia's eyes looked at Yuqi for a long time. He sighed and said, It seems that you are not willing to continue to be loyal to me? I am willing to be loyal to you. Yuqi suddenly burst into tears. I am willing to be loyal to you no matter what. But you are a heavenly demon, you are a heavenly demon. How can I continue to be loyal to you? He trembled and wept bitterly. That was a kind of extreme despair. Yuan Tianjia nodded slowly and said, "Good, good, good." He said good 3 times in a row, each word heavier than the previous one. He laughed strangely and said, "Since you've made your choice, your position is clear. Words are like the wind, it's too late to regret. I didn't expect you to betray me in the end. Ha 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 ha. You humans really deserve to die. None of them should live. All of you deserve to die. Why did you save me when my family was destroyed?" Yulai asked painfully, "Why did you save me? As a heavenly demon, how can you be so kind-hearted?" Yuan Tianjia coldly stood in the air and said, "The reason why I saved you? It's very simple. It's because I'm the cause of your family's destruction." What? What did you say? Yu Qi suddenly took a step back and staggered. His mouth was wide open as if he was struck by lightning. He looked at Yuan Tianji in disbelief. "Haven't I made myself clear enough? I was the one who killed your father. I was the one who killed your mother." Yuan Tianjia laughed loudly. "Who told them to unintentionally discover that I have heavenly demon qi and become suspicious of my identity? Ha 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 ha. If I didn't kill them, wouldn't they be a threat to me? As for you, I only wanted a kind of feeling, that's why I chose to accept you as my disciple and taught you martial arts. Later on, I kicked you out because you're not worthy to be my direct disciple. As for letting you come back to be my servant, you must really want to know why all of this is, right?" Yu Qi asked in a daze, "Why? Why?" At this moment, his heart was already filled with great shock and disbelief. Everything was turned upside down in an instant. He only felt that he was in a nightmare right now. Everything wasn't real. He actually forgot his sadness and anger. He was just mumbling to himself instinctively. "Because I want this kind of feeling, I killed a person's entire family. He has a blood feud with me, but I want this person to be my servant. The more respectful he is to me without knowing the truth, the more he sings my praises every day, the happier and happier I feel. Ha 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 ha." Yuan Tianji looked up to the sky and laughed. Watching someone serve their greatest enemy wholeheartedly, kneel down and worship him every day, and still enjoy it even after becoming a slave, never getting tired of it, what a great pleasure this is. What an achievement this is. This is my greatest enjoyment, my greatest source of happiness, ha 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 ha. Yu Qi, who originally suspected that he was in a nightmare, trembled all over when he heard these words. His turbid and lifeless eyes suddenly regained their sharpness. His entire person sank into a state of near insanity. He muttered, "Is the truth actually like this? Is it really like this?" He suddenly roared, "You despicable person who's worse than a pig or a dog. You inhumane, inhuman demon child. Yuan Tianjia, F*ck your old mother. I'm going to kill you, ah." With a violent roar, Yu Qi's entire person flew up and rushed towards Yuan Tianjia's location. At this moment, Yu Qi's entire body actually turned into a stream of light. He didn't even use a weapon. He just rushed out barehanded like this, gritting his teeth and rushing forward without any hesitation. Yu Qi's life, his life's goal, his life's belief, all collapsed with a loud bang at this moment, completely disintegrating. No one stopped him, but everyone knew that apart from death, there was no other path for Yu Qi to take now. Perhaps, dying in Yuan Tianjia's hands in a fighting posture was already the best ending for Yu Qi. Perhaps Yu Qi rushing over was not for revenge, but just to seek a quick death. A very strange expression also flashed through Yuan Tianjia's eyes, but he didn't hesitate at all. Looking at Yu Qi rushing closer, one of his hands suddenly turned into a strange black smoke. He chuckled strangely and said, "You want to slay the demon with just you? You want to be a hero with just you?" The black smoke spread rapidly, and instantly enveloped Yu Qi's entire body. Yuan Tianjia raised his hand and slapped down towards Yu Qi's head. Obviously, he intended to kill him and end this karma with one palm. However, the moment it landed, there was a sudden very short pause. That was definitely a pause that shouldn't exist. It was very short, almost undetectable. Just because of that pause, more than 100 palms from Yu Qi, which were almost crazy, all landed on Yuan Tianjia's body during this short pause. Yuan Tianjia let out a strange cry and suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. A few cracking sounds came from all over his body, as if a few of his bones were broken because of this. he shouted angrily, evil creature. A palm slapped down, paw, Yuqi's head exploded into a bloody mist just like that. However, the body that had already lost its head did not stop moving forward. 2 legs still flew up and kicked Yuan Tianjia's chest fiercely. Yuan Tianjia roared and punched out immediately, smashing Yuqi's entire body into pieces. Endless bloody mist drifted slowly in the air. The number 1 person in Mo Yuntian's army, Yuqi, died in Yuan Tianjia's hands just like that. Ha ha ha. You want to kill me? I'll kill you first. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the bloody mist, Yuan Tianjia shouted, who else dares to come up and die? His ferocious gaze swept across everyone's faces. Suddenly, he laughed strangely. Anyone else who wants to be a hero will end up like Yuqi, this traitor. Have you all seen it clearly? At the side, Mo Tianji sighed softly. Chu Yang also sighed softly almost at the same time. GMO asked in surprise, what's wrong? What's the meaning of this? Chu Yang and Mo Tianji did not speak, but Gu Du Xing, Xie Dan Qiong, Ao Xia Yun and the others all revealed thoughtful expressions. Yuan Tianjia killed Yuqi, but did not absorb his soul power. Instead, he let it drift away. In the eyes of outsiders, Yuqi's death was heroic and righteous. Because he died for the sake of slaying the demon. But, with his strength, he really could not cause such great damage to Yuan Tianjia. Even though Yuan Tianjia was already weakened to a certain extent, with Yuqi's strength, he still could not do it, but in reality, Yuqi did it miraculously. This was very strange, but Chu Yang, Mo Tianji and the others who were aware of this did not expose it. Yuan Tianjia's identity was exposed. Humans and demons walked different paths. Their standpoints were clear. Saying something about rebellion would be superfluous. But Yuan Tianjia just said it like that. Maybe Yuqi was really disheartened and really rushed up with the idea of dying. He really did not want to live anymore. And Yuan Tianjia did it on purpose. That pause that should not have happened was actually caused by Yuan Tianjia himself. He deliberately let his own disciple injure himself, and then kill his own disciple. He deliberately created such a scene. But he gave up on Yuqi's soul, so that he could save a little of his true spirit and enter the cycle of reincarnation and be reborn. He knew that by now, his disciple could not live anymore. But he used that last little bit of time to use his identity as a heavenly demon to create a little bit of glory for his disciple after death. A martyr who died for slaying the demon, this was enough to let Yuqi's family stand proudly for a long time to come. Chu Yang sighed softly. Could it be that this inhumane heavenly demon actually also has such feelings? Could it be that demons also have feelings? Chu Yang sighed a little in his heart. Maybe, the tragedy of Bookworm and the others was caused by Yuan Tianjia. But, was Yuan Tianjia really the one who killed Yuqi's family? Although Yuan Tianjia admitted it himself, Chu Yang did not think so. But Yuqi was already dead. Whether it was true or not, was no longer important. The important thing was, Yuan Tianjia still did something for this younger brother. Even if it was so bitter and desperate. But no matter what the truth was, with Yu Linglong's death, everything dissipated. In front of them, there was only one demon-slaying warrior who had fallen because of slaying demons. On the other hand, it also meant that the real demon-slaying war had been ignited and erupted. Do it! Mo Tianji shouted and gave the order decisively. In an instant, a strong wind blew. Zi Shiqing, Brother Tiger, Tribulation's godly soul, Chu Lu Mo Lei and the rest all retreated. Only Chu Yang and Tribulation were left. Mo Qingwu stood half a shoulder behind Chu Yang. She was the only woman who had stayed behind. She stood there quietly. Forcing out Yuan Tianjia's true body was only the first goal of the established strategy. It was only the beginning, and the real highlight was yet to come. After all, killing Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun in front of everyone and killing a heavenly demon were two completely different things. If he killed the celestial emperor of a world, no matter what the reason, motive, or original intention was, he would still face endless trouble and investigation. Even if Mo Yun Tian's local strength couldn't do anything to them, then, the combined revenge from Di's level was enough to make them completely scared out of their wits. Since it was someone who could kill Yuan Tianjia, then it was possible for him to kill them too, under such thinking, Chu Yang and the rest definitely couldn't coexist with Di's descendants, unless one side was completely dead. But now that Yuan Tianjia had revealed his heavenly demon true body, the fact that he was a heavenly demon was already known by many people. To Mo Tianji and the rest, this was too advantageous. It meant that they didn't need to have any scruples anymore. The name of this battle had already changed from the destruction of a heavenly emperor to a demon-slaying event, to a heroic feat. If there were still people who wanted to make use of this matter to target Chu Yang and the rest, there was no need for Chu Yang and the rest to fight back. They would probably have been eliminated by the crowd first. However, at this point, the situation of the battle was very different from before. Yuan Tianming's real body had appeared, so he naturally did not have any scruples in doing things. Moreover, his battle strength had greatly recovered, so he was bound to be more difficult to deal with than before. Ordinary human wave tactics were hardly effective against him, and might even have a negative impact. Therefore, everyone except Chu Yang and Tribulation retreated, leaving only Chu Yang and the others to encircle and annihilate the flying demon. Xianxia and the rest knew that Chu Yang, Mo Qinggu, Mo Tianji, and the rest were a natural and perfect formation that did not need to be deliberately set up. If they forced themselves to stay here, not only would they not be of help, they would also affect the normal operation of the formation. Therefore, Xianxia and the rest retreated and started a massacre on the heavenly fiend horde that had surged out again. As much as possible, they left empty space for Chu Yang and the others to use for the decisive battle. They must not allow anyone to interfere with this battle, and they must prevent anyone from providing assistance to Yuan Tianjia. In mid-air, Mutsang Lan and Iluoyue were almost at the end of their battle. Iluoyue, who was gradually losing her strength, also finally revealed her true form as a heavenly fiend. If not, it would be difficult for her to deal with Mutsang Lan's desperate attacks. Below, the four guards, Xianxia, Mo Lei Brother Hu, Chu Lu and the rest attacked the heavenly fiends that had emerged from Yuan Tianming's boundary. These people vaguely formed a second encirclement with Tribulation as the core. Other than preventing the heavenly fiend horde from assisting Yuan Tianming, they also had the intention of stopping Yuan Tianming from escaping after he broke through Tribulation's encirclement. Tribulation's spirit had just taken a direct hit from Yuan Tianming's explosion and almost lost the ability to fight again. If not for his special physique, his primordial body would have long collapsed and turned into ashes. However, he could only turn into a cloud of gray smoke now, hovering above the battlefield. All the soul energy and spirit bodies of the dead heavenly fiend horde were all absorbed by him. While completely eliminating future troubles, he was also recovering from his injuries and strengthening himself at the same time. In the past, it was only the heavenly fiends who absorbed the souls of the human race. Now that the tables had turned, it was the other party who absorbed the soul energy that dissipated after his death. Tribulation Spirit's injuries were gradually getting better, but when it came to taking the initiative to attack, he was still unable to do so. The generals under Yu Qi's command were all stunned when they saw Yu Qi's tragic death and saw so many heavenly fiends suddenly appearing. Suddenly, someone shouted, "What are you waiting for? Still the undying heavenly fiends. Everyone, charge over." Everyone shouted and surrounded them from all directions. Even the experts on Mutsang Lan's side, together with the soldiers on Yu Qi's side, formed a third encirclement intentionally or unintentionally. The crowd turned into a huge iron bucket-like encirclement, surrounding all the heavenly fiends inside. No matter how many personal grudges and grievances they had before, when facing the heavenly fiends, everyone cast aside their former grudges and stood together against a common enemy. In battle, even if they met their old rivals who they had fought to the death with before, at most they would just laugh awkwardly and say a few harsh words. However, they would still cooperate if they needed to cooperate. No one would indulge the heavenly fiends because of personal grudges. Wang Laosan, you better King remember this. Today, I saved your life, and there will be a day when I will save your life. Heavens! Damn it! CK, didn't you just happen to save my life? I will definitely save your life. After this, I will still fight with you tomorrow. I will not rest until you die. CK, do you think I will be afraid of you? Qin Wu, you bastard, I will settle the score with you tomorrow for killing my nephew. You want to settle the score with me today? I don't have the time. Let's kill the heavenly fiends first. As for our matters, we will talk about it later. F***ck, how can we be afraid of revenge when we are still alive? Let's make a deal. The second day after we kill all the heavenly fiends will be the time to settle our grudges. Wang Er, you treacherous bastard who doesn't get up early if there are no benefits. You actually know how to save people today. F***ck off, so many heavenly fiends won't be able to shut your stinky mouth. If you have the guts, just you wait. Let's see if I don't set up a trap to kill you one day. The two armies almost merged into each other in an extremely short period of time. There was no grudge between them at all. We don't care about the battle in the sky, but none of these heavenly fiends on the ground can escape. This was the common understanding of everyone. Xianxia looked at the battlefield below with an extremely complicated gaze. He watched as his heavenly fiend subordinates slowly dwindled and disappeared like bubbles in the sea. He watched with his own eyes as his capable subordinates, who were also saints, were instantly drowned by a large group of experts after revealing their heavenly fiends' true forms. Some people directly used their own bodies as weapons. They gave up on their skillful martial arts moves and used the most barbaric and unskillful method to hold the heavenly fiends tightly. However, they didn't self-destruct because they had more people on their side. If they self-destructed, not only would they hurt the enemy, they would also hurt themselves. Instead, they laughed wildly and allowed their comrades to beat themselves and the immobile heavenly fiends into minced meat. The first Tribulation Sword Master had already set up the battle formation of the Sword Master of the world. He kept accumulating his own strength, preparing for a thunderous attack. The time to kill with one strike had arrived. Mo Tianji carefully looked at Yuan Tianjia's expression and said indifferently, "Lord Flying Demon, do you see it? This is the Heavenly Imperial Court. You want to obtain it for all eternity, but it is a place that you are destined to never be able to obtain. It doesn't matter how many grudges we have against each other, none of us will cower in the face of celestial demons and devils like you. None of us will remember any personal grudges. Not to mention that you have been the Heavenly Emperor for 1,000,000 years, not to mention that you haven't done anything good. Even if you have done millions or tens of millions of good deeds for Mo Yuntian, when your identity is exposed, you will be attacked by everyone. This is not being ungrateful, but it is determined by the nature of you heavenly fiends. Those who are not of our race will be killed." Mo Tianji's voice was very calm, but the words he said were like the sharpest blades, ruthlessly stabbing into Yuan Tianjia's heart. The symbol on Yuan Tianji's forehead flickered with a dense black qi, and he said indifferently, "My clan has never thought of taking you humans for our own use. What we want from the beginning is only this space, this place, that's all." He said indifferently, "Everything else is not important. For example, it really doesn't matter how you humans treat us. When the time comes, just kill all of us. It really doesn't matter. If that is the case, then why were you still sad just now?" Mo Tianji said indifferently, "If that is the case, why didn't you just let Yu Lai's soul be destroyed? If that is the case, why did you not hesitate to hurt yourself to give him the title of a hero after death? Sacrificing yourself for others doesn't seem to be the style of heavenly fiends. Is this not important?" Yuan Tianjia suddenly trembled all over, as if these words had caused an inexplicable pain hidden in his heart. He raised his head and screamed, "Damn it, who are you? I will kill you, I will definitely kill you." Chu Yang stepped out from the crowd and said indifferently, "Yuan Tianjia, allow me to introduce myself here. I'm Chu Yang, the Chu Yang who killed your son, Yuan Shetu." "Haha, I've always felt that the name Yuan Shetu was a little strange. It turns out that your original intention of naming him was to show that your son and this world were completely different paths from each other. Now, I didn't let you down and sent him to the netherworld early. Don't you feel very gratified and self-aware? So it is you." Yuan Tianjia turned his head and stared at Chu Yang, "So you are Chu Yang." Although his voice was still indifferent, it gave people the feeling that he was forcefully suppressing his anger. It was very real. Chu Yang looked at Yuan Tianjia and said, "Even I did not expect that your father would all die in my hands in the end. I wonder if you have this foresight. Whether I'm qualified or not, it's not up to you to say." Chu Yang looked at his sword and said lightly, "You'll know that you're wrong later. It's not scary to not have foresight, but it's scary to lack self-awareness. Yuan Tianjia nodded fiercely. Good, good, good. Let's see who doesn't have self-awareness. The way he looked at Chu Yang became more and more ferocious. Almost all of his painstaking efforts had been destroyed because of Chu Yang alone. So, his hatred for Chu Yang was extremely deep. If Chu Yang didn't kill Yuan Sheta that day, why would Yuan Tianjia send people to kill him? If he didn't send people to kill him, why would Meng Wuya betray him? If he didn't do that, why would the conflict between Muzong Lan and Yu Qi become so intense? If he didn't do that, why would the three kings go to kill Chu Yang and Meng Wuya? And if it weren't for these things, why would his identity as a heavenly demon be exposed after he successfully hid it for 1,000,000 years? Thinking of this, Yuan Tianji suddenly realized that the reason why his 1,000,000-year hibernation, the 1,000,000-year painstaking effort of the Heavenly Devil clan, was exposed was entirely because of Chu Yang alone. This guy was the fuse that ran through the entire situation. Chu Yang, if this king were to let you die a quick and painless death, it would be letting down your self-awareness. Yuan Tianjia put his hands behind his back and glared at Chu Yang. Chu Yang nodded slowly. Same here. Yuan Tianjia screamed without warning. The 12 fleshy wings on his back suddenly spread open, and he flew into the air. As fast as lightning, he almost turned into a green light. His target was Chu Yang. Move. Mo Tianji ordered. Gu Du Xing's sword, Dong Wu Shang's saber, Xia Dan Qiong's viburnum flower, Mo Qing Wu's gentle dance dream, Ao Xia Yun's golden dragon divine technique, Rui Butong's golden phoenix, GMO and Luo Kudi's swords, and Mo Tianji's palms all pushed out at the same time. The one shining with sharp sword light was Chu Yang's calamity sword. The 10 of them completely turned into an indestructible sharp all at this moment. They attacked Yuan Tianjia head-on. Yuan Tianjia's roar shook the sky. He didn't dodge at all. His 2 hands turned into black smoke and chopped down fiercely. Yuan Tianji actually wanted to use his heavily injured body to take on the power of tribulation head-on. This action showed Yuan Tianming's determination to fight to the death. To be honest, Yuan Tianjia's action was somewhat out of Mo Tianji's expectations. In Mo Tianji's estimation, Yuan Tianjia would most likely use the method of attacking tribulation separately, avoiding the strong and attacking the weak. If that was the case, Rui Budong, GMO, and Luo Kadi, who were relatively weaker, and Mo Qinggu, who was a woman, would most likely become Yuan Tianjia's primary targets. But now, Yuan Tianjia actually chose to attack head-on. This was undoubtedly beyond Mo Tianji's expectations. However, this was even better. This was because the current situation was what Mo Tianji wanted to see after all his plans, schemes, arrangements, and attacks. In fact, Chu Yang's previous series of provocative words, even using himself as bait to lure Yuan Tianming into attacking him, was all for the sake of complementing Mo Tianji's plan. He didn't know if it was because a certain king of hell's poisonous tongue was too incisive that he actually attracted Yuan Tianming's full attention. The reason why such a tactic was formulated was because if Yuan Tianjia really wanted to escape, with his tyrannical cultivation, even if tens of millions of soldiers gathered here, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop him. But as long as he was determined to fight to the death, then everything would be easy to deal with. Forcing Yuan Tianjia to the point where he had no choice but to personally lead the army before he recovered from his injuries was the most praiseworthy thing that Mo Tianji thought Xia Dan Qiong had done. Mo Tianji thought that this was a good foundation, and it was a great foundation that was bestowed by the heavens. After that, he continued to attack and destroy, so that Yuan Tianjia's injuries would never have the chance to recover. This continued all the way. Finally, there was the thunderous attack that made things worse for the 4 great guards. What Mo Tianji didn't expect the most was that Yuan Tianjia was actually willing to get injured again for Yu Qi. This could be considered a completely unexpected gain. After that, Mo Tianji's words were equivalent to forcing Yuan Tianjia into a dead end. This was a common mentality that belonged to all living creatures. Whether the target was a heavenly demon or a human, it was the same. No matter whether Yuan Tianjia was a heavenly demon or not, no matter whether he had ulterior motives, he had always worked hard in Mo Yun Tian for millions of years. Seeing the people that he had governed for millions of years finally turn against him, this feeling was always unpleasant. Yu Qi was willing to be loyal to Yuan Tianjia, even to death, but she wasn't willing to be loyal to Yuan Tianjia, who had revealed his heavenly demon true body. she didn't hesitate to fight with her life. In the blink of an eye, the soldiers who had obeyed his orders had all turned against him. This was a feeling of being betrayed by his own people. Just because she was a heavenly demon? Mo Tianji's words were like knives, riddling Yuan Tianjia's heart with holes step by step. And at such a crucial moment, Chu Yang, the main culprit, jumped out again. A series of more deliberate and vicious words completely broke through Yuan Tianjia's last psychological defense. This allowed the old and new hatred to completely rush into Yuan Tianjia's heart and take root. Mo Tianji's strategy could be said to be completely successful. However, although he left Yuan Tianjia behind, it also brought great danger to himself and the others. Although the 4 great guards still had a certain amount of fighting power, they were all seriously injured without exception. Moreover, even if they weren't injured, rashly entering the core of the battle would also disrupt and destroy the overall power of tribulation. This battle was destined to end with tribulation. Yuan Tianjia didn't back down at all. With the momentum of a thunderbolt, he came crashing down. The tip of Chu Yang's sword also met it at that moment. Boom! The combined power of 10 people collided head-on with Yuan Tianjia's fist. 2 equally ferocious and tyrannical forces collided with each other without any tricks and without any deviation. Yuan Tianjia let out a muffled snort and staggered backward. Every step he took out, a huge pit would appear on the ground 1,000 feet below. He retreated 17 steps before he regained his balance. His ferocious eyes stared straight ahead. Puff, puff, puff. On Tribulation's side, 10 people's bodies were thrown up at the same time. All of them spat out blood and flew out in 10 different directions. However, their combined auras were still closely connected and didn't separate at all. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji still exchanged glances at the critical moment. Both of them felt a sense of shock in each other's eyes, as well as a sense of relief. They were shocked because although Yuan Tianjia was already seriously injured to such an extent, he actually still had the strength to fight head-on with Tribulation and use his increased strength to force him back. As for relief, it was because after all, he still hadn't really broken through the combined forces of his brothers. In this way, he had more confidence in himself. After retreating, Chu Yang didn't wait for his momentum to dissipate. He already somersaulted in the air and rushed back like lightning. As he somersaulted, Mo Qinggu also somersaulted lightly and rushed back with Chu Yang almost at the same time. At this moment, it was as if she didn't have the ability to make her own decisions at all. She just moved according to Chu Yang's movements. At this moment, other than using her own heavenly dance divine technique, all her cultivation, including her spirit, was integrated into Chu Yang's cultivation. In life and death, they would never leave each other. In this life, although the two of them had never engaged in any kind of dual cultivation between a man and a woman, at this moment, when their hearts and minds were in sync, what they displayed was the highest level of dual cultivation that very few people could achieve. In life and death, they would always be one heart, black clothes like ink, red clothes like clouds. Chu Yang and Mo Qinggu became one and chased after them at high speed. Yuan Tianjia's eyes revealed a trace of sincere viciousness. He suddenly roared, "Ice sealing heaven and earth." The rich heavenly demonic energy that flowed out from his body suddenly turned into a bone-piercing cold wind. In just a moment, the whole world seemed to be completely frozen by this bone-piercing cold wind. As far as the eye could see, a layer of white frost solidified on the ground in an instant. Then, it transformed into a field of ice. In the next moment, the whole ground suddenly cracked open. On the ground, there were many people who unknowingly got close to the battle. Whether they were heavenly demons or humans, their whole bodies were frozen at the same time. Then, they shattered with a crash. Even their flesh didn't fall, leaving only hard particles on the ground. It actually completely froze the human body from the inside out, turning them into broken glass. This was already the most extreme cold between heaven and earth. This was because almost every single one of the people who had died in this cold was an expert. But in the face of such bitter cold, they didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance. No one knew who was the first to shout, "It's dangerous here, run quickly." Everyone who got close to this circle ran out quickly. They didn't even dare to fly. Because even the air and water vapor in the air had already condensed because of it. Flying forward and coming into contact with it was practically like flying over a mountain of knives. Most likely, before they could fly out, they would turn into eerie white bones. On the ground, countless huge cracks continued to spread outwards, and new cracks kept appearing. Such a scene was really beyond the knowledge of everyone present. Chu Yang and Emochingwu's rapidly flying bodies were suddenly frozen in midair. They didn't move at all. Yuan Tianjia retracted his hand and walked forward step by step. He said with a hideous smile, "In my life, what I hate the most is the so-called loving couple. What I hate the most is the bullshit true love in the human world. Every time I see it, I always have an urge to destroy it, and you two are exactly what I hate the most. Destroying all the beautiful things in the world, filling my eyes and ears with the human world. Desolation, that is my greatest enjoyment. Chu Yang, look at this little girl's deep affection for you. If this beauty of yours were to die, wouldn't you be very happy? Ha ha ha. I'll let you have a good time first." Yuan Tianjia laughed sinisterly. With a flip of his wrist, a long sword as black as ink, still emitting demonic aura, suddenly appeared. With a swing of the sword, it flew towards Chu Yang. The tip of the sword was pointed at Emochingwu's neck, which was already sealed in ice. The black long sword flashed and arrived. The Tribulation brothers were frozen in midair. It seemed that they were already powerless against the sword. Chu Yang looked coldly at Yuan Tianjia, who was rushing towards him. His body, which had already seemed to be frozen, actually moved strangely. He said lightly, "You want to kill all the people I care about the most? You don't have the qualifications to do so." With a long howl, the Calamity sword instantly emitted tens of thousands of rays of light. With a puff, Yuan Tianji's ink-colored sword was struck down and turned into a cloud of smoke. At the same time, all the ice power that filled the space was completely disintegrated. The next moment, a cold light rushed straight towards Yuan Tianjia. Yuan Tianjia hurriedly dodged, and a piece of his sleeve, together with a piece of flesh, was cut off from his body. But he didn't seem to feel it. He just stared at Chu Yang in disbelief. "How can this be? I only managed to activate the icebound heaven and earth with the Heavenly Emperor's providence and the full strength of my demonic soul. As long as it's powerful enough, it can seal heaven and earth. You're just a mere high-level saint. How can you not be affected by my Heavenly Emperor's icebound heaven and earth, and even counterattack immediately? I'll answer this question for you." A cold voice said mockingly, "Because your icebound heaven and earth is just a joke in front of us. It's just child's play." With this sentence, the originally motionless Gu Duxing had already flown rapidly to the sky above Yuan Tianjia. The black dragon sword in his hand turned into a condensed cold light, stabbing straight down. "Why are all of you not affected? This is impossible." Yuan Tianming was furious. He accurately punched the tip of Gu Duxing's sword. While Gu Duxing spat out blood and retreated, on the other side, Dong Wusheng had already leaped to the top of Yuan Tianming's head and ruthlessly chopped down with his saber. Dong Wusheng didn't say a single word, but this saber strike was extremely domineering. Its might was even above Gu Duxing's sword strike earlier. At practically the exact same moment, GMO, Luo Kudi, and the others swarmed over and attacked Yuan Tianming. Xia Donxiong's viburnum flower finally bloomed on Yuan Tianjia's back, and a cloud of black blood flew up. Mo Tianji finally heaved a sigh of relief. He thought in his heart, "I finally forced out this move." The outcome had been decided. Mo Tianji had already learned about this killing move from Mutsang Lan. Yuan Tianji had a type of martial art that could freeze the heavens and earth in an instant. Once it was used, all enemies would be sealed in ice. They would no longer have the power to fight back and would be slaughtered. Even the Empress would be affected to a certain extent. However, if it wasn't a critical moment, Yuan Tianming would definitely not use it. Because this move consumed too much energy. When he heard this, Mo Tianji already had a plan. Because only Chu Yang's Calamity Sword could easily get rid of this strange situation, the Calamity Sword was the #1 divine weapon in the world. Whether it was ice or fire, it would not be able to withstand a single blow from the Calamity Sword. No matter what kind of strange martial art it was, as long as the Calamity Sword was present, it would all be dissolved. Mo Tianji had seen this point more than once. And in battle, Chu Yang and the others' cultivations and divine souls were tightly connected, forming a complete body. As long as Chu Yang himself was not affected, it meant that none of the brothers would be affected, and this was the final step of Mo Tianji's demon-slaying plan, and also the most crucial step. Yuan Tianming had already used all his strength to use this killing move, but it did not have any effect. Apart from the psychological blow, his physical condition was bound to be even worse. Xianxia was confident that his sure-kill attack was easily neutralized by the enemy. Moreover, even when the other party attacked him again, he still didn't understand what was going on. This was a nightmare for Yuan Tianming, it had never happened before. One must know that this move had always been Yuan Tianjia's trump card. He had full confidence that even if it was Shui Leihan, as long as he faced this move head-on, Shui Leihan would also be completely suppressed by him for a certain period of time. Only when nearly half of the frozen heaven and earth's freezing power had dissipated would this restriction gradually disappear. As for those below Jun'iho's level, including the super-strong 7-star guards, they would have to wait until at least 70% of the frozen heaven and earth's power had dissipated. Only then would they have a chance to escape from the frozen heaven and earth's frozen state. Chu Yang and the others, whose strength was much weaker than Jun'iho's, basically had no chance of escaping by themselves. He had even made up his mind, once I release this move, it will work instantly. I will freeze all these hateful ants in front of me. I will certainly keep my promise and kill this beautiful little girl in red first. Then, I will kill those people next to her one by one. They are Chu Yang's brothers. Just like that. He would only leave Chu Yang alive and would not even harm a single hair on him. Then, he would float away and find a chance to slowly toy with Chu Yang in the future. With his cultivation, he could definitely reach Demon Emperor Heaven silently and crush Chu Yang's heavenly armament pavilion. He would toy with Chu Yang all the way until the last moment and only kill him after his mind had completely collapsed. To Yuan Tianming, this was the happiest and most thorough method of revenge. He believed that this Chu Yang would slowly be toyed to death by him. Only then would he be able to vent the anger that had been pent up in his heart all this time. This was the best punishment for the main culprit, but he had never imagined that the result would be like this. His ultimate move, which was enough to threaten the Eastern Sovereign and was enough to restrain everyone under the first Empress June, was completely ineffective against these ants in front of him. At this moment, his entire body's cultivation had been depleted, and there wasn't much left. But the other party had actually launched a powerful counterattack at this delicate moment. Wasn't this a little too tragic? Yuan Tianming's heart was extremely miserable, but he also understood that this was a dangerous battle. The other party was about to kill him. If he still thought about such trivial things, he would be courting death. He hurriedly collected his thoughts and focused on resisting the other party's successive killing moves. In just one move, he went from being evenly matched, and even having a slight advantage, to being completely at a disadvantage. Yuan Tianming's cultivation was now less than 100%. He was almost out of energy, but he still mustered all his remaining strength to resist the attacks. Yuan Tianming's million years of battle experience was easy at first. Although he was completely at a disadvantage, he still tried his best to contend. First, he blasted out a palm to shake off the momentum of Chu Yang's tribulation sword, and avoided it by a hair's breadth. Then, he used all his remaining strength to forcefully push away Gu Du Xing and Dongwu Shang, who had the strongest killing power. Chu Yang and the other two people's joint attacks were actually unable to seriously injure Yuan Tianming at this moment. Yuan Tianming barely managed to deal with the attacks of Chu Yang and the other two experts, and his heart relaxed a little. Chu Yang and the other two were the three strongest people on the enemy's side. He barely managed to deal with them, and he would have a chance to recover. Unexpectedly, just as he thought this, an inexplicable pain came rapidly from his body. It was Xie Danxiong's viburnum flower that had silently bloomed on his body. Yuan Tianming clearly felt that intense physical pain. This was a pain that he had never experienced in tens of thousands of years. Even if he had been injured repeatedly before, it was only mental damage and spiritual damage. Speaking of physical damage, this was the first time he had experienced it. Yuan Tianji roared in pain and soared into the sky. However, GMO, Luo Kadi, Rui Badong, and Ao Xieyun chased after him like a shadow. While he was in midair, Jimo's sword actually slipped out of his hand. Whoosh, I only need a little bit of time to catch my breath. As long as I can catch my breath, I will be able to crush all of these ants into powder. I will be able to escape unhurriedly. I only need a little bit of time, that's all. Yuan Tianming's heart was screaming crazily at this moment. He had never imagined that he would fall into such a miserable state one day. Just as he thought of this, he felt a pain on his back. A sword had fiercely pierced through his back, although he was suddenly injured, Yuan Tianming's state of mind was not disturbed. With a loud shout, his body spun rapidly. The long sword that had just pierced through his body was only halfway in when the whole sword had already turned into powder. However, even if it was only halfway in, it had already pierced through his body. Right at the place where the long sword had turned into powder, a fountain of black blood gushed out. It had only gushed out for a moment, and then it had already turned into a pervasive black smoke. The bloody hole that had been pierced through there had already been repaired. No matter how much one's origin energy had been consumed, that unimaginably fast recovery speed had already become a kind of instinct. Even in such a situation, Yuan Tianming was still extremely difficult to kill. However, when Luo Kadi, Rui Badong, and Ao Xieyun saw that Jimo's move was effective, they all followed suit. 3 long swords were mixed with all of their cultivation and flew out of their hands, like meteors chasing after the moon. They pierced towards Yuan Tianming. As the battle continued, at this moment, all the combatants were already high up in the sky. There was nothing around them that could block their line of sight. Below, almost everyone was stretching their necks to watch all the movements in the sky. They watched as Yuan Tianming rose up step by step, and the Tribulation brothers did their best to chase after him, not giving Yuan Tianming any time to catch his breath. At this moment, everyone's heart was beating like a drum. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Everyone was extremely nervous. The moment of victory or defeat might be decided at this moment, or perhaps at the next moment. 3 swords flew over in a crisscross. Yuan Tianming roared furiously. With a kick, 2 swords were kicked far away by him. With just a buzz, they had already turned into meteors in the sky. However, Ao Xieyun's golden dragon sword pierced into his thigh like lightning. This time, he didn't fake his life at all. The damage caused was incomparable to Jimo's half-pierced sword. Although it wasn't a vital point, the injury was more severe. Yuan Xianxia screamed loudly and spat out a large amount of black gas. He reached out and pulled out the golden dragon sword, breaking it into 2 with a crack, but this little bit of delay was enough. Chu Yang once again attacked with his sword. A beautiful red silk arrived first like a flying immortal. It fluttered in the air for hundreds of feet and wrapped around Yuan Tianxia's neck with extreme precision. It twisted fiercely. Yuan Tianxia's eyes widened, and the black gas around his body shook violently. That red silk instantly turned into fine powder with a bang. The owner of the red silk, Mo Qinggu, also spat out a mouthful of blood and was on the verge of collapse. But Chu Yang's calamity sword had already pierced into Yuan Tianxia's chest. The unique devouring power of the calamity sword was immediately activated. Yuan Tianxia used his strength to break the red silk around his neck. He was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly screamed, "What sword is this? What sword is this?" His scream was actually filled with unprecedented fear. A palm hit Chu Yang's chest with a bang. Chu Yang's hand pulled out the calamity sword from Yuan Tianxia's body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was thrown far away. A saber fell from the sky. It was Dong Wushang holding the saber with both hands. He slashed down fiercely, and there was no return. With a chi sound, this blade hacked down with extreme speed, but it hacked down fiercely from Yuan Tianxia's left shoulder, all the way to his waist, practically cleaving this heavenly emperor ink cloud into 2 halves. But when the black saber slashed down on Yuan Tianxia's internal organs, it suddenly encountered an extremely strong resistance. It couldn't go down even an inch. Yuan Tianxia shouted loudly and suddenly kicked Dong Wushang's chest. With a crack, Dong Wushang's chest caved in completely. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky powerlessly. Yuan Tianxia reached out his right hand and touched the hilt of the black saber that was still embedded in his body. His face was filled with indescribable pain. Without waiting for Yuan Tianxia to pull out the hilt of the black saber, another beam of sword light had already arrived. With a schwa sound, Yuan Tianxia's right hand, which had just touched the hilt of his sword, was chopped off by that sword. Yuan Tianxia, who was in extreme pain, suddenly leaned to the side, his shoulder slamming into the person's chest. Gu Duxing, Cloudy Heaven Sword. Gu Duxing let out a furious roar. He simply didn't care about how many bones in his chest had already been shattered by Yuan Tianxia's attack. He actually seized the opportunity to step on the handle of Dong Wushang's dark saber before he was sent flying by the powerful recoil, and stomped down forcefully. At this moment, the black saber was still stuck in Yuan Tianxi's body. The sound of flesh rubbing against each other could be heard. but it only lasted for a brief moment. Boom, although Gu Duxing gave it his all, he only had time to exert a little bit of strength. Yuan Tianjia's counterforce had already sent him flying out, and he had completely lost his ability to move. However, the black saber continued to slash down 3 inches even though it was only for a moment. At this moment, it had already struck Yuan Tianji's thoracic vertebra. In fact, the tip of the blade had already sunk in, just a little bit more and it would have broken Yuan Tianji's thoracic vertebra. Luo Kadi, Rui Badong, and Ao Xieyun rushed up at the same time. They surrounded Yuan Tianji, who was howling in agony, and pounced on him fiercely. For a moment, countless punches and kicks landed on Yuan Tianji's face and body in a disorderly manner, but without any fakeness at all. Yuan Tianji passively dealt with the attacks coming from all directions, but his main focus was still on the black saber. He still wanted to pull the black saber out of his body. The black saber that was stuck in his chest was Yuan Tianji's greatest worry. If it couldn't be removed, how could he talk about recovering his body? Ao Xieyun suddenly stretched out his right hand in the middle of the battle. It actually turned into a huge dragon claw and grabbed Yuan Tianji's head fiercely. Yuan Tianji roared and kicked Ao Xieyun into the distance. However, Rui Badong had already spun himself like a windmill. In the nick of time, he kicked fiercely into Yuan Tianji's stomach. Yes, he kicked directly into Yuan Tianji's stomach. His whole foot passed through Yuan Tianji's skin and flesh, and along the gap cut open by the black saber, it directly kicked Yuan Tianji's internal organs. Yuan Tianji screamed desperately. His left hand that had already been split open actually turned into smoke, slowly curling down and grabbing Rui Butong's foot tightly. His right hand, which already had no palm, smashed onto Rui Butong's face like a huge hammer. Every time it smashed, Rui Badong would let out a scream. But at the same time, Yuan Tianji also let out a scream. His hand had already been chopped off, and there was no time for it to regrow. He could only use his pale white bones to smash onto Rui Butong's face. How could it not hurt? The people below trembled all over when they saw this scene. When had they ever seen such a tragic battle in this generation? Yuan Tianji had already smashed Rui Badong more than a dozen times in an instant. Rui Butong's foot was grabbed by the other party, and he couldn't escape at all. His whole head was smashed like a rotten persimmon. His brain was splattered, a flower bloomed in front of Yuan Tianji's eyes like a dream. Bang! Viburnum flower, countless petals drilled into Yuan Tianji's face at the same time like ghosts, and then they exploded. Under the intense pain, Yuan Tianji's left hand finally let go of Rui Butong's foot. He covered his face with his hand and screamed miserably. Chu Yang roared. Blood was still spurting out of his mouth, but the tribulation sword in his hand had already turned into flowing light again. The tribulation sword was used again. What harm is there in slaughtering the whole world? The tribulation sword and the sword collided with Dong Wushang's black saber with incomparable precision. First, there was a crisp bang. Then, there was a crack. Yuan Tianji's spine was finally cut in half. Under the strong momentum bestowed by the tribulation sword, the black saber, with a fierce driving force, pushed through Yuan Tianji's waist like a hot knife through butter. Half of his body fell straight down from the sky. Below, Mo Tianji spread out his 2 hands, which turned into 2 huge hands with a radius of 1,000 feet, and slapped down fiercely. The lower half of Yuan Tianji's body that fell down, along with his 2 feet, bones and flesh, instantly turned into minced meat. Yuan Tianji's demonic bones were smashed into pieces. However, Mo Tianji's 2 palms also turned into minced meat under this blow. Yuan Tianji's bones were really hard to the extreme. Even though Mo Tianji destroyed them with 1 strike, the rebound power of the bones that had already lost the support of life force still shattered Mo Tianji's hands into pieces. However, Mo Tianji's blow still destroyed more than half of Yuan Tianji's soul in the end. 2 feet, 1 left hand, and the entire lower half of his body were all smashed into a mist of blood. The moment the lower half of his body was completely smashed, Yuan Tianji seemed to have felt it. He looked up to the sky and howled miserably, extremely mournfully. However, at this moment, Chu Yang controlled the tribulation sword and ruthlessly stabbed into the remaining half of Yuan Tianji's body. From the front, he pushed the remaining half of Yuan Tianji's body 1,000 feet away. Although Yuan Tianji's entire lower half of his body was chopped off, his internal organs actually didn't fall out because of this. Instead, there was a layer of thick black gas that held them in place. However, at this moment, even if he could still hold on and not die, he had lost any power to fight back. Facing Chu Yang's fierce and crazy attacks, Yuan Tianji suddenly roared. At this moment, his neck suddenly elongated. He opened his mouth, and his white teeth ruthlessly bit towards Chu Yang's throat. Yuan Tianji's limbs were crippled, and his body was incomplete. He didn't have the strength to fight back, but he still refused to admit defeat. He actually fought back with his teeth. His fighting spirit was really terrifying. Unfortunately, this final counterattack was still meaningless. With a wave of his left hand, Chu Yang had already taken out a large piece of star iron from the tribulation space. He ruthlessly slapped it on Yuan Tianji's mouth and stuffed it into it. Yuan Tianji painfully shook his head. With a loud explosion, the star iron in his mouth was actually forcefully spat out and ruthlessly smashed into Chu Yang's face. Chu Yang didn't care about this change. He let out a loud cry. It was truly heart-wrenching, and under Yuan Tianji's body, after this torment, the broken wound started to drip black blood again. After Luo Kadi retreated, he turned into a shooting star and rushed towards the wound under Yuan Tianji's body with his sword. From the wound, the tip of the sword rushed in like a poisonous dragon. Even half of Luo Kadi's upper body also drilled into Yuan Tianji's body together. With a muffled roar, Luo Kadi's lower body was constantly spinning. The extremely sharp sword spun fiercely, crushing the internal organs that Yuan Tianji had been carefully guarding all along. Countless pieces of flesh and blood turned into cow hair in the air and fell down like fine rain. With another bang, Yuan Tianji's body actually exploded in the air. The 12 flesh wings on his back slowly fell from the air. It was GMO who came over on his sword and crushed those 12 flesh wings in the air. Only then did Luo Kadi's entire body come out from Yuan Tianji's chest. He was covered in blood. The heavenly emperor of ink cloud's entire body was gone at this moment. Only his head was left, but he actually still didn't die. A pair of angry eyes stared fiercely at Chu Yang. A strange voice was still shouting, "Chu Yang, I won't spare you. I definitely won't let you off." Chu Yang snorted coldly. One ray of cold light pierced 10,000 fathoms. With a few poof sounds, the tip of the sword poured down like a rainstorm, all landing on Yuan Tianji's head. His 2 eyes were first pierced blind. Then, his entire head was chopped into pieces by the sword. Finally, it completely disappeared. At this point, the heavenly emperor of ink cloud, Yuan Tianji, was finally dead. Only until now did the millions of people watching the battle below finally breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out that heavenly demons were actually so hard to kill. Already killed to the point where only his head was left, he actually still didn't die? Still spouting nonsense? Chu Yang and Mo Tianji both frowned, paying attention to all the movements around them. The destruction of Yuan Tianji's physical body was only the first step. However, his powerful divine spirit would definitely not be destroyed so easily. In this battle, both of them were trying, both of them were summarizing their findings. However, it was undeniable that both of them had a common worry: extraterrestrial demons were indeed not combative. If they met on the battlefield in the future, with their current strength, they would definitely be at a disadvantage against such a strange enemy. They had to strengthen their soul attacks. Otherwise, they would not be able to pull such a team into the battlefield. At this moment, the calm sky was suddenly filled with wind and clouds again. A black fog curled up and flew. The more it spun, the faster it spun. Then, a human figure condensed from the black fog. Yuan Tianjia, it was Yuan Tianjia? Just like when he was alive. Just like just now, everyone was shocked. Could it be that he could be reborn even after being destroyed? Could it be that this extraterrestrial demon was actually immortal? How could they fight against him? Some of the more knowledgeable experts sighed in their hearts. This was not Yuan Tianjia being reborn unharmed, but Yuan Tianjia's divine spirit appearing after his physical body was destroyed. Yuan Tianjia's divine spirit had actually reached an astonishing level where it could survive without the help of a physical body. Yuan Tianjia's godly soul floated quietly in the air. His eyes stared fiercely at Chu Yang, and he actually opened his mouth to speak. "Chu Yang, you ants are indeed very powerful. You can actually completely destroy my physical body. But what you didn't expect is that my godly soul has already reached the transcendent stage of indestructibility. So what if you destroy my physical body? As long as I go back, we will meet again on the battlefield in a few years. In addition to the deep-rooted hatred in Yuan Tianjia's voice, there was actually some pride. What other methods do you have? You can use them one by one and see if you can stop my divine spirit from leaving. The group of experts were all dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Yes, for an expert who had already reached this level, ordinary methods were indeed difficult to deal with, let alone destroy. Just because he was no longer afraid of any physical attacks in the world, but at this moment, a loud phoenix cry suddenly rang out in the sky, and a ball of raging fire burned without warning. In the land of fire, a person slowly stood up and said with a strange smile, "There are all kinds of laws in the world, and there are ways to break them. Others may not be able to do anything to you, but since you have turned into a soul, there is no way you can escape from my grasp." In the midst of the raging flames, Rui Badong, who had been almost smashed into meat paste and had lost all signs of life, had actually completely recovered. He strode out, his entire body surrounded by blazing white flames, and rushed towards Yuan Tianjia at top speed. Yuan Tianming was shocked and shouted in disbelief, So you are that phoenix?" Rui Badong burst into laughter. "Yes, I'm that phoenix. F***ck your mother, what do you mean by that?" "It's that. It's a girl. F***ck. You, this skyfiend cub, don't even know how to speak properly. You deserve to die in your old hands." The indifference on the face of Yuan Tianjia's soul instantly disappeared, and a look of genuine horror appeared on his face. Suddenly, he flew up rapidly, obviously wanting to escape and retreat unscathed. Rui Badong burst into laughter. "Idiot, a soul actually wants to run away in front of the Nirvana heavenly fire? You are king idiot." With a boom, flames suddenly rose into the sky and filled the whole sky. In the blazing white flames, Yuan Tianjia's soul struggled painfully in the sky, turning into a long strip one moment, and then into a round ball the next. But no matter how he changed, he couldn't escape the burning of the monstrous fire. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this flying devil king of the skyfiends was destined to fall here today. Chu Yang waved his hand, and Rui Badong burst into laughter, shrinking the flames a little. In the flames, Yuan Tianjia's soul was still screaming in agony, earth-shattering. The continuous burning of the Nirvana heavenly fire was something that even a man of steel couldn't bear. That was the ultimate pain that went straight to the soul. Not to mention being burned directly in the form of a soul. Chu Yang took a step forward and said, "Yuan Tianjia, is it very painful?" Yuan Tianjia's spirit was screaming. He was in extreme pain. For a moment, he couldn't say a word. But his eyes were full of pleading as he looked at Chu Yang. It was obvious that Yuan Tianjia couldn't bear it anymore. The Nirvana heavenly fire was indeed powerful. It could actually make a skyfiend king so painful that he wished he was dead. "As long as you answer a few of my questions honestly, I can make the decision to let you die a quick and painless death. You don't have to suffer this anymore," Chu Yang said softly. He believed that a quick and painless death was definitely something that Yuan Tianjia yearned for even in his dreams right now. Yuan Tianjia struggled painfully and asked, "What do you want to ask me?" "I want to ask." Before Chu Yang could finish his words, the sky was suddenly filled with thousands of rays of multicolored light. An endless holy aura instantly filled the entire black cloud sky. A seven-colored cloud suddenly appeared in midair, and a voice said with a sigh, "Yuan Tianjia, I didn't expect you to really be an extraterrestrial demon." The seven-colored cloud in the sky stretched out a big hand without any warning. On this hand, there was even a section of a pure white sleeve. This hand actually ignored the Nirvana heavenly fire that could burn everything in the world, and easily reached into it. It grabbed Yuan Tianjia's soul and said lightly, "Extraterrestrial demon, you really have guts. You actually dared to enter my heavenly imperial court and fool everyone to this extent." Yuan Tianjia's remnant soul was obviously struggling violently. It wanted to say something, but no sound came out when it opened its mouth. The owner of this big hand sighed softly and said lightly, "Since you're an extraterrestrial demon, you deserve to be consigned to eternal damnation." The fingers gently clenched together, and with a pop sound, it was as if a bubble was being crushed. Yuan Tianjia's soul was instantly crushed by this big hand. A surge of soul energy soared into the sky, and then turned into the purest spiritual energy in the world. "Heavenly Emperor of the Dark Sky Cloud, Yuan Tianjia, the extraterrestrial demon king of the flying demons, finally, on this day, his soul had been completely destroyed, and he had completely disappeared from this world. It's the world-purifying hand, His Majesty the Saint Monarch has arrived. Muzong Lan, who had the highest cultivation, shouted with joy. The world-purifying hand was recognized as the #1 person in the heavenly imperial court, the Saint Monarch's famous move. The power of this move was unknown, because everyone who received this move had all died. When this hand appeared, all demons bowed their heads, and when this move was used, all demons and evils would die. Today, this supreme move reappeared in the world, and it continued to write the legends of the past. Under this move, even Yuan Tianjia's soul, the flying demon king of extraterrestrial demons, was not spared. With one move, his soul was destroyed. That big hand did not disappear just like that. Instead, it continued to stretch out slowly and said lightly, "Extraterrestrial demons, since you've come to the heavenly imperial court, then you can't be allowed to live." It actually grabbed Luoyue, who was about to escape in the distance. Even with her cultivation, she did not have the slightest ability to resist this big hand. She was grabbed by that hand just like that. Then, with a crack, her entire body was instantly crushed into powder, just like his master. His soul was destroyed, and he was consigned to eternal damnation. In fact, he didn't even have the time to let out a scream. Ever since this big hand appeared, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji had very tacitly stopped all their subsequent actions. They only watched quietly as the subsequent events unfolded. They watched as this big hand easily destroyed Yuan Tianjia's soul and Luoyue's soul. As for the remaining extraterrestrial demon horde on the ground, they were also wiped clean by everyone. Mo Yuntian, this part of the world was finally clean. There were no more demonic evils in this place. But for some reason, when the two of them looked at the divine hand that was filled with righteousness and holy radiance, they couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Whether it was Chu Yang or Mo Tianji, these two were extremely daring people. Although they were only in their 20s, the experiences they had in these 2 decades were more colorful than those old monsters and immortals who had lived for thousands, tens of thousands, or millions of years. Aside from having amazing cultivation and unparalleled skills, they were also confident that their intelligence was not inferior to anyone else's. The two of them thought back to all the opponents they had faced in the past. Some were shocked, some were respectful, and some were surprised. No matter if it was Diwu Qingru, the Tribulation Clan, the Fifth Law Supreme, or the Double Sky Demon, no matter how strong and powerful their opponents were, no matter how difficult it was to defeat them, they had never felt fear. However, at this moment, facing someone they had never met before, they actually felt a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts. How could the two of them not be shocked? That extremely holy 7-colored cloud paused for a moment amidst the cheers of the crowd. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji could clearly feel that the person above wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. After a while, that 7-colored cloud turned into an extremely dazzling 7-colored rainbow. It soared into the sky, leaving behind a boundless brilliance in the sky as it rapidly disappeared into the horizon. There was only silence left on the ground. His Majesty the Saint Emperor is invincible. Long live His Majesty the Saint Emperor! Suddenly, a loud roar sounded. Tens of millions of people cheered at the same time. Chu Yang let out a soft sigh. This battle had finally come to an end. Tribulation against the Heavenly Emperor. Although he won in the end, he also paid a huge price. Chu Yang, Mo Qinggu, Dong Wusheng, Gu Duxing, Luo Kadi, and GMO were all seriously injured. Mo Tianji, who had the lightest injury, also paid the price of having both his palms crippled. Rui Budong was even beaten until he was furious. However, the heavenly demon king that they were facing now was still in a bleak state where his strength had fallen to rock bottom and his cultivation was less than 10%. Then? There were some things that one might not think much of when they were done, but when one reflected on them afterwards and looked forward to the future, one couldn't help but feel a bit of fear and confusion. Mo Tianji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his newly reborn robe and said indifferently, "If Yuan Tianjia wasn't injured at all, with his cultivation, I'm afraid none of us would have survived today." Chu Yang nodded heavily to show his approval. The crazed book and the painting king were standing in an empty space. They seemed to have lost something. There was an indescribable melancholy and loss on their faces. In the end, he still couldn't take revenge with his own hands. For the two of them, this was undoubtedly an extremely regretful thing. However, there was nothing he could do. Both of them saw Yuan Tianjia's ultimate attack. If the two of them had fought face to face at that time, they would have been easily killed by Yuan Tianji. In this world, perhaps only Chu Yang's calamity sword was unaffected and could counterattack immediately. Only Rui Butong's nirvana heavenly fire could destroy such a divine soul. However, the empty melancholy in their hearts could not be dispelled. No one could dispel it. Revenge for his family, revenge for his brothers. At this moment, all of these thoughts surged into his heart. That familiar voice and smile were still vivid in their minds, causing the two of them to feel unbearably sad and sorrowful. Compared to their desolation, Muzong Lan's mental state was much better. During this period of time, he had been carrying the stigma of being rebellious, ungrateful, and reckless. Especially since this stigma had been personally confirmed by the number one person in the imperial court, the holy monarch, there was almost no room for refutation. In this regard, Muzong Lan no longer held any hope of being able to wash away the stain on his name. However, in today's battle against the demons, the one who finally understood Yuan Tianming's heavenly demon divine soul was the Lord Sage. This undoubtedly meant that the Lord Sage approved of his actions. All the stain on his name had been removed. Although he couldn't help but recall his past friendship with Yuan Tianming, he felt extremely gratified in his heart. Yuan Tianji is confirmed to be a demonic evildoer. The holy monarch has personally killed the devil spawn. These two pieces of news spread like a gust of wind. The entire black cloud sky suddenly became boiling. But no matter what, Yuan Tianji was dead in the end, and Mo Yuntian had finally eliminated this biggest hidden danger. The two armies joined forces. Given Muzong Lan's methods and his former prestige in the military, he was able to easily pacify the discontent of the opposing army. They set off majestically toward the capital. As for the original crime of the Dreamslayer army, it naturally disappeared. However, Meng Wuya no longer wanted to return to Mo Yuntian. Over there are also good brothers who went through the tribulation with me. We have the same goal, and that is to slaughter all the heavenly devils. General Mu, you'll always be my big brother. We'll meet again in the future, on the battlefield outside the realm. Muzong Lan could only sigh at Meng Wuya's choice. Under the powerful effect of the heavy pill, everyone quickly recovered from their injuries. Chu Yang and the others didn't want to go. However, Xie Danqiong couldn't bear to part with the brothers who had just gathered. So, he invited them with all his might. But, everyone was also reluctant to part with them. So, they formed the last echelon, and set off together. Besides this reason, Chu Yang always felt that there should be some unsolved mysteries in Mo Yuntian that needed to be unearthed himself. Yuan Tianji was indeed dead, but his death also took away some of the mysteries forever. How did he sneak into Mo Yuntian back then? If he didn't have the support of a considerable force, it would be impossible for him to succeed. Chu Yang absolutely didn't believe that Yuan Tianjia, who had no foundation, could reach where he was today. Secondly, during the Battle of Zishao Heaven, 2 of Zihao's 7 bodyguards died inexplicably in the black cloud sky. Was there a connection between the two? What in the world had happened? This was also another unsolved mystery. Apart from this, the other 5 of Zishao Heaven's 7 reinforcements all died in Mo Yuntian. Was there anything strange about each other? Perhaps others might not know about these people, but Yuan Tianjia definitely knew. With these mysteries to be solved, how could Chu Yang give up if he didn't go to the palace to take a look? Tan Tan, who hadn't appeared all this while, finally appeared. He was dejected and listless. Of course, Chu Yang noticed this guy. However, he ignored him. Until this night, Xie Danqiong specially ordered the guards to withdraw so that the entire campsite would become the private domain of Brother Jia. Everyone brought in a huge amount of wine and was ready to drink to their heart's content. Anyway, there were so many experts guarding outside. For example, Zi Xiqing, Mo Qingguo, Mo Lei Chu Lu and the others didn't drink. Everyone was very assured about their own safety. Moreover, regarding the next step, it still required everyone to discuss with one another. A group of women gathered together and chattered noisily. A group of men gathered around a table and drank big mouthfuls of wine. It was very lively and noisy. GMO, Luo Kadi, And the others were flying all over the place while holding wine jars. They didn't stop for even a moment. Tan Tan had been drinking this wine in silence. He looked very lonely. However, everyone ignored him. Everyone knew that this guy couldn't hide his thoughts. Sooner or later, he wouldn't be able to hold it in and tell the whole story. However, they definitely couldn't take the initiative to ask him. If you asked, "What's wrong with you? Why are you so depressed?" Tan Tan would definitely say, "I can do whatever I want. Why do you care? You want to know what's wrong with me? I won't tell you." One sentence could definitely choke someone to death, therefore, everyone had a tacit understanding not to ask anyone. They deliberately left him hanging, but of course, they didn't talk about anything serious. They were just making a fuss, slapping each other's ass, and fighting with each other. Often, two of them would hold down one of them, and then pry open his mouth and pour wine in. The scene was so lively that it seemed like it was going to turn the sky upside down. The more lively it was and the more they ignored him, the more Tan Tan couldn't hold it in. Finally, bang bang bang. Tan Tan used his chopsticks to hit the plate hard. He said angrily, "Hey! Hey hey hey! Hey!" Everyone looked at each other and smiled knowingly. They all had an inexplicable sense of pleasure from a successful prank like this guy really can't hold it in anymore. Yang turned his head and said discontentedly, "What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? Eating is eating. Why are you hitting the plate? Isn't this spoiling everyone's mood?" Tan Tan's face showed infinite grievance. "I have something to say." Everyone said together, "What do you want to say?" Their voices were very uniform, faintly revealing a sense of ridicule. Tan Tan took a few hurried breaths. Then, he finally shouted, "Haven't you guys noticed that I'm not normal these few days?" GMO frowned pretentiously and said, "Not normal? What's not normal? I don't see anything wrong with you." Luo Kadi showed a puzzled expression and said, "Could it be that you've come during those few days of the month? But, you're a man." Everyone roared with laughter. Xianxia and the other girls at the side all blushed and cursed angrily. They turned their heads to one side and ignored this group of stinky men. "You guys don't care about me at all," Tan Tan said in an aggrieved manner. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. His eyes turned red. Dong Wushang suddenly stood up and shouted, Who? Who bullied my brother Tan Tan? Tell me. I'll help you vent your anger." Xianxia rubbed his palms and said, "That's right. Tan Tan, brother-in-law, tell me. Who was so blind to bully you? Could it be that girl Danfeng? It doesn't matter. Even if she's my biological sister, as her uncle, I'll put justice before family and teach this stinky girl a lesson. Could it be that she's rebelling against her? Doesn't she know that treating her husband as her god is a principle that women need to abide by?" Everyone burst into laughter. Xianxia's vehement speech, which was filled with righteous indignation, couldn't be more fake. It wasn't like Xianxiang didn't have eyes these past few days. How could he not see that his sister was bossing Tan Tan around? Between Tan Tan and Xianfeng, the one who had the final say was definitely his sister. The so-called principle between the two of them was that Tan Tan treated his wife as his god. There was no doubt about it. Therefore, Xianxiang's words were completely meaningless except for the fact that his sister Xianfeng rolled her eyes at him. Everyone comforted him one after another. But everyone's words of comfort carried a strong sense of schadenfreude and a sense of watching a show. After a round of comforting, Tan Tan, who was comforted, finally couldn't bear it anymore. He flew into a rage and suddenly stood up. He pointed his fingers one by one and scolded, "You bunch of hypocrites. I've seen through you." Everyone was taken aback when they heard this. Then, they burst into laughter. Everyone was rocking back and forth as they laughed. Yang even spurted out the wine in his mouth. He slapped the table and laughed without any manners. Is this guy finally unable to bear it? What's wrong? What's wrong? Everyone laughed and asked. I've been depressed these past few days. I didn't even participate in that crucial battle against the devil. I've been living alone. But, you, don't care about me. Tan Tan's eyes turned red. He was furious. Are you still my good brothers? You've gone too far. Mo Tianji came out to smooth things over. Tell me, what's going on? I wanted to ask, but I didn't dare to. I really didn't dare to ask. Me too. The brothers nodded like chicks pecking rice. Tan Tan's mood finally improved a little. But, he sighed again and said, you guys didn't even ask about my senior brother Chu Yang. I'm so sad. We're the closest. Chu Yang laughed out loud. What's the use of asking you? You didn't say anything. Who doesn't know that you talk as if you've eaten shit when you're depressed? Tan Tan suddenly realized, so, you guys were waiting for me to say it. Motherfu asterisk cur, I won't say it. I won't say it even if you beat me to death. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Let's drink, everyone. Let's drink as if it's rare for anyone to hear it. Mo Tianji's attitude immediately changed. He raised his wine bowl and toasted. This time, even the womenfolk who had been listening to them with their heads tilted couldn't help but hold their bellies and laugh. Xia Danfeng kept stomping her feet. She muttered and cursed Tan Tan for being a disappointment. It could be imagined that Tan Tan would suffer again after this meal. Ever since I've seen the fighting style of the heavenly devils, I've realized that those heavenly devils are very similar to the ones recorded in the ancient books of our divine race. Tan Tan frowned in distress. Moreover, I'm also a devil king. Could it be that I'm actually related to the heavenly demons? Tan Tan had been tangled up with this problem for the past few days. He didn't eat or drink. How can I be so evil? Tan Tan couldn't sleep for a few days because of this problem. Ha ha ha. Tan Tan's worries had already been guessed by everyone. They knew that this guy was tangled up with this problem. You're a heavenly demon? Aren't you being too whimsical? GMO raised his eyes and said disdainfully, heavenly demons have wings. Do you? Heavenly demons have 3 eyes on their foreheads. Do you? Tan Tan opened his eyes wide. I don't. You don't have anything. So, why do you call yourself a heavenly demon? Don't make me laugh to death. Everyone despised him. So, I'm not. I'm not a heavenly demon? Tan Tan said full of hope. Get out of here. You're at most a demon. You're definitely not a heavenly demon. Mo Tianji burst into laughter. Just like there are humans, elves, and demons in this world. Demons should also have many races. They're very different from each other. Humans have good people and bad people. They have all kinds of races. They're very different. You don't have to say any more. I understand. I completely understand. Tan Tan slapped the table and stood up. He pointed at Mo Tianji and cursed, Mother asterisk cur Mo Tianji, why didn't you say so earlier? You made me worry for so long. It's all your fault. Mo Tianji was stunned when he heard this. He didn't react for a while. Then, anger rose in his heart. He became angry. I'm wrong for enlightening you. Old 4, old 5, old 7, old 8. Help third brother beat this guy up. Mo Tianji's domineering sighed as the third brother finally revealed itself. He gazed at Dong Wushang, Xia Danqiong, and the rest of the younger brothers with a threatening look in his eyes. Everyone who was originally unconvinced and disobedient suddenly trembled in fear. So, they all fought bravely to be the first to show off. Beat him up. This bastard actually dared to scold my third brother, how dare he? That's right. Give him a good beating. Beat him up until his head is swollen. Let's see if he still dares to not learn his lesson. That's right. Otherwise, how could I have such a deep impression of him? I have to let him know who he can offend and who he can't. So, a certain great demon king Tan Tan finally transformed into a great demon king pig after he had been violently beaten up by a group of people. He stood up with a bloody nose and a swollen face. However, he was in a good mood, and was laughing heartily. If someone who didn't know what was going on was here, they would be sure of one thing, this ugly guy was a masochist. So many people had joined forces to beat him up, and he was laughing heartily in satisfaction. How could an ordinary person do that? Fourth brother Dong Wushang smiled in a simple and honest manner. He patted Tan Tan's shoulder vigorously. Brother, you can rest assured. Even if you're a heavenly demon, you're still my brother. Tan Tan was startled as he heard these words. But, his heart was shaken again. Dong Wushang had always been a man of few words. But, these words carried a lot of weight. Tan Tan's eyes became wet. He fiercely punched back at Dong Wushang. Then, he loudly scolded, "Go to hell. You're the heavenly demon. I'm a great demon king. I'm fundamentally different from those heavenly demons. Remember this clearly." Ha 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 ha. However, Mo Tianji and the others could clearly hear the slight tremor in Tan Tan's laughter. Qiyang smiled and softly said, "I say, junior brother Tan Tan. You have too many knots in your heart. Especially, when you're in front of your brothers." Qiyang looked at Tan Tan and said meaningfully. He didn't say anything more after he had spoken halfway. He knew that Tan Tan would understand. In fact, he would understand. Tan Tan immediately fell into silence after Qiyang's words. However, everyone could clearly feel that the aura on his body was gradually changing. The brothers quietly drank wine. Their hearts were filled with joy. That was because Tan Tan's aura had returned to normal. Moreover, it was becoming more and more pure and powerful. All these signs indicated that he had thoroughly walked out of his heart's devil. He had gotten rid of it, and had overcome it. The heart's devil could no longer restrain Tan Tan. A very long time passed. Suddenly, a burst of explosive sounds echoed in the air. Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw that Tan Tan's long hair was fluttering in the wind. His entire body was curled up in black energy. And an extremely dark luster had suddenly emerged. Even his eyes had turned into the purest black. Then, the black and glossy energy gradually took the shape of a huge cocoon-like thing, and wrapped Tan Tan's entire body inside it. In fact, it was airtight. Qiyang felt a burst of joy in his heart. After Tan Tan had gotten rid of his heart's devil, his cultivation had made another breakthrough. He had advanced by leaps and bounds again. In fact, Tan Tan had encountered extraordinary opportunities along the way. That day, he and Qiyang were in the dark place of Yama Gorge. He had inherited the supreme true spirit. His fate had already exceeded the scope of predestination. It was even higher than tribulation. He was also the only person who had the hope of standing side by side with Qiyang in the future. However, recently, his cultivation progress had stagnated because of the heart's devil. Instead, he had fallen behind tribulation. He told Xie Danfeng to carry Tan Tan back to the tent. He solemnly instructed that no one was to disturb them. Then, he sat down again. What should we do next? The one who asked this question was Xie Danqiong. He had won the battle with Yuan Tianjia. However, as the owner of this place, Xie Danqiong, who was about to ascend to the peak of power in Mo Yuntian, felt a little empty, frightened, and uncomfortable. An inexplicable emotion similar to "I don't know what I should do next" arose spontaneously. What should we do? Let nature take its course. Mo Tianji chuckled. Let nature take its course? How can I let nature take its course? Do you want me to sit on the throne of Heaven Emperor Mo Yun? Xie Danqiong seemed to be even more at a loss. He blurted out. Just let nature take its course. You must sit on the throne of Heaven Emperor Mo Yun. You must sit on it firmly all the way. Mo Tianji's smiling eyes turned cold. Even his voice became awe-inspiring at this moment. You don't need to care about what others do. You only need to ascend to the throne of Heaven Emperor. Then, use the destiny of this world to nourish yourself. Do your best to improve your cultivation. Also, find and cultivate a group of experts. At the critical moment, you can pull them out to prepare for the future. Heaven Emperor Mo Yun, Xie Danqiong smiled bitterly. It was easier said than done to be the Heaven Emperor. Just now, he blurted it out in a moment of impulse. His cultivation, reputation, status, seemed to be insufficient, right? Don't think too much about this and that. The main reason why Yuan Tianjia was eliminated by us was that he was a heavenly demon. He was not a native of the Heaven Imperial Court. Even though he had a certain amount of destiny, he could not fully utilize it. Therefore, I dare to conclude that Yuan Tianjia's combat power is not inferior to Di Ho. However, in some aspects, he is definitely far from enough. But you are different. You can do it because you are a human. Even if you are not a native, just being a human is enough, Mo Tianji said in a deep voice. Have you ever thought about my cultivation, reputation, status, and merits? Xianxiang shook his head helplessly. Although it was equivalent to a successful rebellion now, everyone knew that this time, it was not a real rebellion in the true sense. The main purpose of this incident was to kill the heavenly demon, not to rebel. This was where the righteousness lay and could not be changed. Therefore, it was completely impossible for Xianxiang to directly ascend to the position of Heaven Emperor in the name of rebellion. Xianxiang was not stupid. He had at least self-awareness. He knew that he could not do it now. He was not qualified. All of this is not a problem, Mo Tianji said coldly. Long before I came, I had already instructed the intelligence department to make preparations. As long as the news of Yuan Tianji's death was confirmed, there would be extravagant follow-up actions. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Even Chu Yang, who had always understood Mo Tianji's way of doing things, was no exception. Wasn't this way of doing things a little too much? The first moment after Yuan Tianjia was killed, I had already issued the order. Mo Tianji's eyes were cold. The general content was that you established the Heavenly Armament Pavilion because you discovered Yuan Tianjia's identity. However, at that time, your words carried little weight. You could only desperately gather forces in case of emergencies. Facts have proven that your concerns were correct. The cause of the rebellion of the Seven Kings was also because of your many efforts to reveal Yuan Tianjia's true identity to the Seven Kings. Therefore, the Seven Kings angrily fought with Yuan Tianjia. Regarding this point, you can rest assured. The calligraphy and painting kings will testify for you. As for Meng Wuya's side, it was also because of you, Xianxiang, that he took the opportunity to leave Mo Yuntian. He accumulated his strength and prepared to make a comeback, so that he could work together day and night to destroy the devil. And now, didn't he really come back? Therefore, this is also a genuine witness and material evidence. As for Mutsang Lan, it was also because of you, Xianxiang, that he was able to recognize Yuan Tianjia's true identity in time and set things right. And us, who played a key role in the battle against the demons, were all because you were worried about the chaos of the heavenly demons. Therefore, you specially invited us to come and help you kill the demons, and in the end, Yuan Tianji was killed by your scheme. In your battle against the heavenly demon, everyone was injured. Only you managed to severely injure the heavenly demon's body, which was the key to victory. In the end, you even managed to escape unscathed. Such strength is extraordinary. Now that I've said it, you should understand, right? Sorry for taking such a long leave. These 3 days of kowtowing were really tiring. Haha. End of chapter 23:18. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.